Chapter 66, Banned Books. I wanted to get back at Ron, but getting the signature was as easy as he said, so I couldn't say anything more. When I arrived at the library, still somewhat confused, I immediately handed the signature to Madame Pince and borrowed the book I wanted. Please, take a look at this book. I hadn't done anything truly shameful up until this point, but my voice still rose slightly because of the various things I had been doing. Madame Pince signed the book while looking at me with suspicious eyes. The strongest potion. This authorization couldn't be fake, could it? Oh, it's real. Look, there's even Professor Lockhart's signature here. When Madame Pince heard that it was Professor Lockhart's signature, her expression became even more suspicious, but she evidently decided that since the signature was present, there wouldn't be any trouble. With a reluctant expression, she walked toward the restricted section and returned a few minutes later holding a large, musty-smelling book. Make sure you return it before the deadline, and if you damage this book, I will never forgive you. I understand. Ah, thank you. We left the library, avoiding the gaze of Madame Pince, who was still watching us suspiciously. A little distance away from the library, Ron, who had been silent perhaps due to tension, spoke up. Ah, that was dangerous. That's definitely going to make her suspicious of us. Well, the purpose of borrowing the book was achieved, and the signature itself was real, so Madame Pince has no reason to criticize us. But now I have the book. To brew the polyjuice potion, we need to find a place where no one can see us. So I suggested, the girls' bathroom on the 3rd floor. What? Hey, Hermione, are you sure you want to brew the potion here? Although Ron had explained it earlier, he still seemed reluctant to use the girls' bathroom. But as far as I knew, there was no place more private than this. Yes, that's right. No one ever uses this place, so don't worry. This girl's bathroom, located near where Mrs. Norris was petrified, was a place that no one seemed willing to enter for some reason. Here, we wouldn't have to worry about others watching us brew the potion. We walked through the partially flooded corridor and entered the equally flooded bathroom. Why is it so wet? Harry asked in confusion. Because Myrtle is here. I whispered my reply, careful not to let her hear me. Moaning Myrtle is one of the most difficult ghosts at Hogwarts. The girl who resides in this bathroom seems unable to forget the memory of being bullied when she was alive, and she throws tantrums from time to time, flooding not only the bathroom but the corridor as well. Apparently, she was sobbing in a small room in the back, only low sounds could be heard from the depths of the bathroom. The worst she does is spray toilet water everywhere, so she was relatively quiet right now. Are you okay? It's fine, this happens often, and she seems to be in a decent mood. I opened the borrowed book and looked at the two of them, who seemed curious about the state of the bathroom. Although books on potions were easily classified in the restricted section, the contents of this book immediately showed why it belonged there. After flipping through some seemingly horrific recipes, including one with a photograph of a person turned inside out, I finally reached the page I was looking for. It's right there. This page. It depicted a person transforming into another, and above the illustration was written Polyjuice Potion. As Professor Snape said, most of the ingredients seem to be on the student shelves, but there are some items that can only be found in the teacher's storeroom, like this boomslang skin. Also, it's currently the summer break. I read that it looks like we must follow a very complicated formula. I was surprised to find that the potion was much more difficult than I had imagined. Hermione, didn't you forget something important? What is it, Ron? What's important? Ron, who was looking at the book beside me, suddenly spoke to me. Hermione, you told me before that you needed a part of the person you wanted to transform into to brew the potion. When I suggested using the Polyjuice Potion, I explained that I would need to use a part of the target person's body. You want me to drink rotten Slytherin nail clippings? I remember him strongly resisting. Yes, but without that, you won't be able to sneak into Slytherin house. This is the most reliable and fastest method. Ron agrees, right? Yeah, but how are we going to get something like that? I need to think about that too, but it's fine. It's only required for the final touch. Ah, do I have to drink something with crab claws in it? Yes, and Mr. Malfoy is certainly not among them. As far as we know, the number of people close to her who are easy to question is limited. I can only think of 8 people. Do I have to drink those guys' bodies? Ron didn't like it much, and he looked uncomfortable even though the task was still far off. From this, it was clear that Malfoy's circle of friends was not very wide. It seemed that not many people gathered around her, as if she was trying to limit her friendships. As far as I knew, there were only 8 people around her. I didn't know Daphne Greengrass very well, but even I wouldn't like taking a potion containing another human's body parts. I especially didn't want to imagine taking a potion made from Parkinson. For us, who were discussing those unpleasant moments that would eventually arrive. No, Hermione. We have 7 people, Harry said with a thoughtful expression on his face. What do you mean, Harry? I asked Harry, whose face was unusually serious. There was a hint of anxiety in Harry's voice. Draco shouldn't be included. After all, he and Dahlia Malfoy are siblings, right? He would definitely look suspicious. And besides what? When I prompted him, Harry said, if he finds out I'm a fake Draco, he might kill me without hesitation. As usual, Mr. Malfoy couldn't possibly kill someone like that, right? I wanted to say this, but due to the deadly atmosphere Harry created, I couldn't say anything. Dahlia's perspective. In the days following my being petrified, the sense of rest at Hogwarts barely had completely vanished. When I appeared, the students looked at me cautiously and started whispering. As someone with secrets, I couldn't help but feel uneasy, even though I knew their warnings were completely unfounded. If I went somewhere no one could see me, they would suspect me immediately if anything happened. Therefore, going to an empty place was impossible. First of all, I didn't know of any place where others couldn't see me. The Slytherin common room was the only place where this obvious alarm wasn't present. However, in exchange, they gave me more flattering looks than before, and worst of all, that Gryffindor fellow has tainted blood. Make him your next target, no matter what. They made such trivial accusations. Not only was I bothered by someone saying such a thing to me, who was not the heir, but I didn't truly care about Muggleborns to begin with. I wish you would just say it honestly. Next to me, already tired of the situation. Exactly. What do you think of Dahlia? Say whatever you have to say clearly. No way. This is all that old bastard's doing. If you think carefully, you'll know it's not Dahlia. Daphne and her brother were also very angry today. Every time someone looked at me with fearful eyes, the two of them would show displeasure and shout at the people around them. Although he didn't shout at the Slytherins trying to flatter him, his reaction was unimaginable to him. In the common room, I saw several Slytherins walk away, having been glared at by the House of Malfoy and the Greengrass family, who are high-ranking pureblood nobles. I was happy that they were angry on my behalf. But unfortunately, some parts felt like a waste of time, and I didn't feel entirely grateful. Both of you are very angry, especially your brother. I felt like I was receiving more and more attention every time I lashed out at the people around me. Now, with my brother's loud shouting, even the students who hadn't noticed me before started looking my way. He stared at me, as if vigilant, trying to figure out if someone had just attacked him. Worrying is pointless. I know best that I am not the heir. If I cause trouble here, that's exactly what the principal wants. Even when I subtly told him to calm down, he didn't shout anymore, but he looked uncomfortable, glaring at everyone around him. I was now at the library with these two people. Dahlia, what book do you want to borrow today? Daphne, who had stopped staring at me, started talking to me while I fidgeted with my pocket. Today, I want to borrow a book on potions. Last time I tried to find a potions book, but it seemed to be classified as a restricted book. So this time, I decided to get Professor Snape's signature, and that's why I came. I see. Saying this, I took the signature out of my pocket and handed it to Madame Pince at the front desk. Excuse me, Madame Pince, may I have this book? Madame Pince accepted my signature with extreme skepticism, perhaps because she was dealing with something dangerous like a restricted book, or perhaps that was just her nature. She used to be somewhat gentle with me, but it seemed her trust in me had returned to zero since the last incident at the library. I didn't mean to get along with her, but as someone who frequently visits the library, I wanted to establish some sort of friendly relationship with her. The librarian was examining the signature as if trying to prove it was fake. Oh, the strongest potion. When I looked at the name of the professor who signed it and then the title of the book I wanted to borrow, I somehow made a confused sound. What? Is there a problem with Professor Snape's signature? When I asked her, she said bluntly, Miss Granger borrowed this book earlier. You can borrow it again later. If Miss Granger returns it by the due date, I will lend it to you. After saying this, she tossed my signature aside and turned her attention to the book in her hand. Although it was a pity, there was nothing I could do if it was already borrowed. There was no way around it. I gave up this time and left the library, thinking that since I had the authorization, I could come back another day. What a shame, Miss Granger beat me to it. I thought she might be like me, wanting to learn about the polyjuice potion mentioned in the last potions class. I didn't expect Professor Snape to allow a Gryffindor to borrow it, so perhaps I was a little too relaxed. I hadn't seen it on the regular shelves last time, and I thought I would just need to get a signature and come back, but I was afraid no one else would borrow it besides me. Also, I didn't want to recall what I had inadvertently done in front of Daphne, so I hadn't been to the library recently. Even so. But I don't think anyone besides the potion professor would issue an authorization. What do you think? I agreed with Daphne's question. Basically, the authorization for a restricted book is usually given by the professor specializing in that subject. However, I didn't think Professor Snape, who favored Slytherin, would allow a Gryffindor girl. Therefore, I could only assume, as an exception, that the authorization was granted by a professor in another field of study. I hadn't heard much about it, but if you ask me if it's possible, it's not impossible. That's right. If I recall correctly, the strongest potion is a book containing quite dangerous potions, so if another professor allowed it, I simply can't imagine what's inside that book. There are two options, Nukna, professor, or some serious circumstances. I wonder who that foolish professor is? Daphne spoke with a question, but I was sure she was thinking of the same person I was. I could only think of one such professor. Most professors at Hogwarts are excellent, but why is it that every year I only get to study my favorite defense against the dark arts? I felt like my already depressed mood was going to become even more frustrated. By the way, Draco, the Quidditch match is coming up soon, right? Daphne was talking to her brother. Hearing Daphne's words, my suppressed mood suddenly lifted. My brother's first match. This was the only news that could brighten things amidst so many dark occurrences. I had many worries in my heart and didn't want him to get hurt, but as his sister, I was still happy to see my brother standing on a sunny stage for the first time. I wanted to see my Seeker brother as soon as possible. As someone allowed to watch the training, I couldn't help but look forward to the next match. Oh, next Saturday. My brother replied in a slightly stiff voice. I was sure he was nervous because it was his first match. However, just like during the tryouts, his body didn't show unnecessary stiffness or tension. As I smiled and looked at my brother, I just remembered, will we see Dahlia in the professor's seating area again this year? My brother suddenly asked me this question. Yes. Thanks again to Professor Snape for his generosity this year. It wasn't like this last year, but this year I really wanted to watch the match because my brother was participating. So this year, when Professor Snape invited me again, I was so happy I wanted to dance, even if someone wanted to monitor me from the professor's seating area. Professor Snape subtly told me this when he invited me to the professor's stand. Dumbledore will be attending the match. I thought Professor Snape would have kindly invited me even without Dumbledore's instructions, but I figured he had no choice but to invite me because of the directive. The wrinkles that were already deep between his brows deepened further. My heart wavered for a moment when I looked at Dumbledore, but my desire to see him on my brother's big day was stronger. If I didn't go there, I would regret it for the rest of my life. I told him I would watch the match with such internal conflict. Then, good. Perhaps he was happy that I was going to watch his match. He had a shy smile on his face. When I saw that smile, I swore to myself that I would definitely go watch the match, no matter how much people disliked it. If I could see that smiling face, I would go no matter the place or the people involved. However, these worries turned out to be unfounded. In fact, after this, I would happily walk up to the professor's seating area. That's it. On the way from the library to the Great Hall, my brother suddenly remembered something and told me, the match is next week, and Father is coming to watch too. When he heard that, he stopped caring about Dumbledore. Chapter 67, First Appearance, Part 1. My brother's first match had finally arrived. I said goodbye to my brother, who was heading to the locker room for the final pre-game meeting, and walked toward the stands with light steps, almost skipping, and humming softly. Dahlia, you seem to be having a lot of fun. Although I was expressionless, she must have sensed the joyful atmosphere from somewhere other than my face. Daphne spoke to me with a warm smile. Normally, I would control myself whenever I relaxed, even if the person was Daphne, but right now I just couldn't bring myself to calm down. This is why I ended up making a sound that I usually wouldn't reveal to anyone outside my family, or, more accurately, that I wouldn't reveal even to my family. Yes, today is my brother's first match. I couldn't possibly not be excited. And, your father is here today too. I thought I wouldn't see him until next summer, but I'm so happy to have this chance to see him. I can't believe this is possible. I wanted to see my family as soon as possible, so I planned to meet my father before the match started. However, my father seemed to have come here under the pretense of inspecting the board members and could not meet with me, a student, before the match, despite being his daughter. So, the plan was for me, who would watch the match from the teachers' seats, to sit with my father, who would also be watching the match from the teachers' seats. That's good. Dahlia. Yes. Since I had been walking at top speed, holding my parasol, I quickly reached the entrance to the stands. From here, I had to say goodbye to Daphne, who was heading toward the student section. Well then, Daphne, see you later. Yes. Dahlia, have fun with your father. Yes, of course. I would soon be able to see my family, as I hadn't seen them for a year. I couldn't wait, so I hurried on to the stands. Daphne, who had just smiled warmly at me, now looked at me with a sad expression, as if she had seen something painful. Daphne's perspective. Over the past week, Dahlia had been more excited than I had ever seen her. Her steps were light, she seemed to be having fun, and she was even humming, which she didn't usually do. However, her eyes were cloudy, as if she were utterly exhausted. To me, it looked very distorted. Since last year, no, since the first time I met Dahlia, she gave the impression of being much more mature than us. And in fact, I had never seen her playing like a child in the past year. However, she was now exceptionally excited, and this was in front of everyone, excluding her family. She maintained a certain degree of caution and distance toward everyone except Draco. She was having so much fun, it was as if she had forgotten the need for warning, caution, and guarding herself, which seemed painful to me. Of course, it was also possible that Dahlia was simply looking forward to spending time with her family. For her, time with family might be more important than anything else. But having only known her for a year, I understood. Precisely because of this, Dahlia would never be so playful in public. She always tried to control herself and maintain distance from others. Her behavior was so relaxed and cheerful. This couldn't be anything but abnormal. And the most painful thing was that no one seemed to notice Dahlia's distressed state except for me. Dahlia seemed easy to understand to me, and also pleasant, but no one noticed. Over the past few days, I had been watching Dahlia, who looked happy but whose eyes were cloudy, while asking Pansy about her. Dahlia, are you okay? You look like you're in a bit of pain. However, the answer I received was, really? She's always expressionless, isn't she? She doesn't look much different. Besides, when is she going to attack Granger? After hearing this from my former friend candidate, I asked a few other people the same thing. However, the answers I received were all similar. It was only then that I realized. To everyone, Dahlia neither looked like she was enjoying herself nor looked like she was in pain. She just looked like ordinary Dahlia. All they saw was Dahlia's indifferent, vacant expression. When I realized this, I immediately consulted Draco. Surely someone other than me would notice Dahlia's current change. That night, when everyone was asleep, I called Draco to the common room, and we talked alone. Hey, Dahlia, you're too excited, but, I know. When I spoke to Draco, he responded immediately. It's been difficult since around last Christmas, but it seems that old man's foolish behavior has reached its limit. That's true. Dahlia herself said it wasn't difficult, but knowing that everyone was wary of her made it hard to feel at ease. I couldn't stand it. No matter how strong Dahlia was, it must be hard on her. Especially Dahlia, who already looked exhausted last year. Dahlia was so exhausted that she couldn't control herself over trivial matters. That's why I called Father, hoping to distract Dahlia. Father also wrote in his letter that Dahlia was being suspected by Dumbledore, so he immediately agreed. Apparently, Mr. Lucius's sudden visit was at Draco's request. Draco sighed and continued speaking. But maybe I was too naive. I can't believe Dahlia is so obsessed. You probably know that Dahlia has never been this playful in front of people. It seems only you noticed. Yes, I asked everyone, but no one seemed to notice, even though it's so easy to understand. Draco responded to my slightly angry words with a tired, somewhat helpless expression. Father also said that he couldn't understand Dahlia's expressions before. Moreover, even if you say she is excited, everyone might perceive subtle differences. You and I are always watching Dahlia, so we noticed. However, others might not see it. The only differences are that she is walking lighter than usual and humming an unusual hum. She hasn't changed otherwise. And, if everyone hasn't noticed, it might be better for Dahlia. Even if people think she's joking now, for Dahlia, who is suspected of being the heir, this might be a good thing. I don't think it's a bad thing. The statement had a feeling of self-talk. Rather than blaming others, it was an admission of his own helplessness. Indeed, if I thought about it calmly, drawing attention to Dahlia's changes might be a cruel thing to do. Draco has been with her since birth, and perhaps I only know because I met Dahlia last year. Asking other people might have been a mistake, but still, that's why. However, what we need to do won't change. We must do something to make Dahlia feel at least a little reassured. I said this with a firm tone, but the response I received was unexpected. What? Draco continued speaking, his face bearing the same tired expression as before. What can we do? I became Dahlia's seeker. Seeker is synonymous with power in the dorms. When I heard that sound, I thought I could protect Dahlia, but it didn't work. Draco began to shout with a choked voice. I became the seeker, but no one listens to me. Dahlia is not the heir. This was the cry of a brother cursing his own powerlessness, unable to do anything but worry about his sister. Dahlia would never hurt anyone. Dahlia is a kind child. She would never wish for such a thing. This is a normal thing. This is what I said. No one will believe me. Seeker, this is what I said. After all that, I can't do anything to protect Dahlia. Nothing at all. Watching Draco cry, I couldn't say anything. No, I didn't have the right to say anything. Because just like Draco, and even more so, I hadn't been able to do anything for Dahlia. I thought this while stroking Draco's back as he quietly wept in the common room, where only Draco and I were present. Ah, how powerless I was. Dahlia helped me. When I was little, she might not have intended to do so, but Dahlia absolutely saved me. If I had continued down that path, I would have become a hopeless, hollow child of pureblood ideology. I would have become a person without faith or substance, unable to believe in my family's love, only criticizing those around me. Dahlia taught me dreams, hope, aspiration, and most importantly, love for my family. When I was empty, Dahlia filled me up. I couldn't do anything for her. I was already unable to repay anything she had given me. She saved me when I was wandering in the darkness, and now she was lost, and I hadn't done anything for her. I couldn't even think of a way to do it. I wondered if she could proudly call such a person a friend. I thought this while watching Dahlia's retreating figure heading toward the stands. I don't know what I can do, but this is all I can say. I can do anything for Dahlia. No, I will try. With a new resolve, I prayed upon Dahlia's back. I hope that during the match, Dahlia can forget all her hardships and find some peace in her heart. Dahlia's perspective. When I reached the teachers' seats, Father didn't seem to have arrived yet. In fact, even the other teachers hadn't come. It seemed I was too early. Father had said that before coming, he would exchange views with the principal regarding the school's management. Judging by Dumbledore's absence, he was probably still directing. With a little disappointment, I walked toward the shaded seat assigned to me. I sat down in the shade at the edge of the room, dangling my legs while waiting for Father. Although the air was cold, the sky was clear and bright. But for today, I liked it. If we were meeting outside, this weather might be more comfortable for Father. I thought this while hiding in the only dark place in such a bright location. Chapter 68, First Appearance, Part 2. I hope you come soon. We exchange letters. My letters aren't as long as your brother's, because I find it troublesome, but we do correspond. Yes, but the truth is, if possible, I'd like to see your face. I want to see my family doing well. Speaking of greed, I not only want to see my father, but also my mother. But I can't be that selfish. Mother doesn't like crowds, and she isn't very strong. I can't let her come to a place like this. That's why I want to talk to your father as soon as possible. How is your mother doing? I'm sure you'll only say harsh things, but how is Dobby doing? I have so many questions to ask you and so many things to tell you. Of course, today's main event is brother's first Quidditch match. For this day, my brother has practiced more than ever before. I can see the heroic figure of such a beloved brother. But at the same time, I want to spend time with my precious family as soon as possible, which is the only place I feel happy, and the only people I can hope for happiness with. However, hello, Dahlia. Are you in this seat too? I'm currently entangled with a truly annoying person. Mr. Lockhart was late, and when he saw me sitting in the professor's seat, the smile on his face was more irritating than usual. Last year he was the defense against the dark arts teacher, and now that I think about it, I'd forgotten he was a professor this year. It was the same last year, but I seem to have tried my best to push this incompetent defense against the dark arts teacher out of my consciousness as much as possible. A trivial existence, speaking to me at this moment. I felt a murderous intent when someone interrupted my happy thoughts. Yes, thanks to Professor Snape's kindness. I replied in as calm a voice as possible, trying to quell the murderous intent in my heart. Even so, he is still a professor. I can't cause too much trouble, but don't you care about my feelings? Is that so? But even if Professor Snape hadn't invited you, I think I would have invited you here. After all, you're the head girl. I think it's worth it to get so many benefits. Professor Lockhart seemed to have some meaningless misunderstanding that I was here because I was the head girl. Does this professor not understand my skin? But, Dahlia, I came to see you. You should sit closer to the front. How about sitting next to me? I was once invited to join a professional Quidditch team. I refused because my goal is to eliminate the dark arts, but I think I know everything about Quidditch, so I can give you a very good explanation. Come on, why don't you stop making that shameful expression and come with me to the front seats? I was at a loss, overwhelmed by the professor's power, but just as I thought Professor Lockhart had grabbed my arm, he started to pull me. I walked to a seat without shade, bathed in the annoying sunlight, to a place where my secrets might be exposed to the public. I didn't use an umbrella today because I was in the shade. I can't go there today. I looked around, and only we were left in the professor's seats. Now no one could help me. In this situation, I desperately resisted, hiding in the shade. Please let go of me. I have sensitive skin, so I'm sitting in this seat. You don't have to be so shy. It's okay. I'll show you the fun of Quidditch. Mr. Lockhart ignored my pleas and continued to drag me. It seemed he wasn't the type to listen to others. Even now, my resistance might mean this girl is just afraid of fame. If I took off my gloves, I could easily shake off such a person, but that's not possible for the same reason as going into the sun. Even with my gloves on, I'm as strong as the girls around me. I tried to pull out my wand, but my arm was grabbed, and I couldn't pull it out. I couldn't do anything, gradually losing strength, and was about to be dragged into the sun. That would be bad if this continued. Please let go of me. A child like you shouldn't be in such a dark place. Come on, walk onto the sunny stage with me. The situation didn't improve, and I became more and more anxious. Just as my hand was about to touch the sunlight, Professor Lockhart's arm was suddenly grabbed from the side. What is this? It seemed he was pulled with considerable force, and the pain made Professor Lockhart let go of me. I quickly ran into the darkness. And, Gilderoy Lockhart, what do you intend to do with my daughter? When I turned to face that voice I yearned to hear, my dear father stood there, an extremely angry expression on his face. Lucius's perspective. Dumbledore, can you explain what you mean? I asked the old man sitting in front of me, not hiding the hatred in my heart. However, Dumbledore had a bewildered look on his face. Oh, Lucius, I don't know what to explain. Why are you so angry anyway? Yes, I replied, trying to avoid the situation. My hatred grew with this attitude, and this year, this old man continued to torment my beloved daughter, just like last year. I learned this from a letter from my son. The letter arrived 2 days after Halloween, saying that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened, that they wanted to know the details, and that Dahlia was suspected as the culprit. When I saw this letter, at first I didn't understand what Draco was saying. However, as I read the letter, I realized Dahlia's current situation, and my hands began to tremble with anger. In the letter, Dumbledore suspected Dahlia was the heir and revealed this in front of the students, which is why Dahlia is currently having a difficult time. That's what it said. That old man, not content with last year, it seems he intends to continue tormenting my daughter this year. After all, everything I did this year was not wrong. That old man is a danger to Dahlia. For Dahlia's sake, we need to remove him from Hogwarts as soon as possible. I must protect Dahlia from growing old. We already know that the Chamber of Secrets has reopened, and I don't know how you will react, but if you don't do something quickly, I will have to ask for your resignation as principal. It will disappear. This is a very unfortunate thing. However, what I want to hear is not something so obvious. I glared at the old man leaning forward in the principal's chair. If I could, I would leave here now. However, I still have to convince the other board members. In the current situation, this is impossible. We need more victims to come forward. However, before that, continuing to put Dahlia in a difficult situation is wrong. That would be putting the cart before the horse. Dahlia, I heard they suspect my daughter is the culprit, that she is the heir. Although the previous culprit was also on this campus, I don't think there's any reason to suspect her daughter, but, don't you think? If you complain about the unspoken accusations against your daughter to the appropriate places right now, it won't matter. I said this in a threatening tone, as if speaking to an old man with declining intelligence. But Dumbledore didn't handle it. I don't know who asked you this question, but this is a misunderstanding, Lucius. I just wanted to ask your daughter some things. I lost all patience with Dumbledore, who seemed to be trying to escape punishment at this stage. I don't care what you say. If you want to further harm my daughter, I won't kick you out of here, Dumbledore. My daughter has nothing to do with this case. You suspect someone who has nothing to do with you. All you have to do is track down the real culprit. If you can't catch the real culprit with evidence, Dumbledore, you think you can't continue as principal. All you have to worry about is that. Dumbledore was startled by my loud voice, then narrowed his eyes. I understand, Lucius. However, as long as there is one person loyal to me, I will stay here, even if you have the opinions of the board members. And, Lucius, do you think you know something? I understand your anger because your daughter is suspected, but isn't that the only thing you know? Chapter 69, First Appearance, Part 2. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes and asked, "For it, there's no way I could know. I just found out about it a few days ago, right?" I replied with the same blank expression as Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at me incredulously. After the dreadful time in the headmaster's office, we finally headed to the stadium, which was the main purpose of our visit. Anyway, Lucius loves his daughter very much. Just before they reached the stands, Dumbledore, who had been silent in the headmaster's office, asked such an obvious question. To be honest, I didn't need to talk to this old man, but now that he was talking to me, I couldn't ignore him. This man was still the principal of this school. As a noble, I needed to take appropriate measures. What obvious thing are you talking about? That's a very good girl. She's a child of the House of Malfoy. However, that's natural. Indeed, Dahlia is a very talented student. When I was a student, I was also praised as a genius, but her talent is far greater than mine was then. I have never seen anyone with such talent, or even more talented. Even more so than when I was a student at Lord Voldemort's academy. I suppose so. That child is mine. Please let go of me. I have sensitive skin, so I'm sitting in this seat. You don't have to be so shy. It's all right. I'll show you the fun of Quidditch. I tried to answer Dumbledore, who was trying to say something in a confusing way, but before I could finish, I heard what sounded like a fight between a man and a woman. When I heard that urgent voice, I ran upstairs to the teacher's desk. Dumbledore also ran behind him. That voice was definitely Dahlia's. I was also nervous about it, and the other one probably belonged to Gilderoy Lockhart. What on earth do you intend to do to my daughter, you incompetent fool? I ran up the stairs, motivated by a surge of passion. When I reached the teacher's desk, I saw an incompetent writer who became a teacher this year, trying to drag my beloved daughter into the sunlight. My blood boiled when I saw Dahlia in a panic. My first instinct was to blow him away with magic, but he was holding Dahlia's hand, and Dahlia would likely be hurt too. So I grabbed Dahlia's helpless arm with all my strength. What is this? As soon as I let go of your hand, I ran into the shade. I glanced at the girl who was about to leave and asked the trash in front of me, "Gilderoy Lockhart, what do you want to do to my daughter?" My daughter? I just wanted to take you to a seat closer to the front, not this dark one. What is this guy talking about? Don't you know Dahlia's skin? I had only met this person once, when he was chosen as a teacher. This person I encountered while performing my duties as a board member was surprisingly incompetent and only loved to talk. What he said had no factual basis, and in fact, he didn't seem to be listening to me at all. There was no point in talking to such a person anymore. When this was all over, I would use the full power of the Malfoy family to get my revenge. With such anger, he asked Dumbledore, who had just arrived at the podium, "Dumbledore, can't you properly train your teachers? And, I remember you chose this guy, didn't you? Why doesn't he know about Dahlia's skin? Isn't that right?" It seemed that with my single sentence, he understood everything that had happened here. Unlike before, Dumbledore's apology seemed very serious. "I'm sorry. I didn't tell Gilderoy about Dahlia. This is my fault. I'm also very sorry, Dahlia." Dumbledore apologized to Dahlia, who was looking at him from the dark, and Dahlia briefly nodded in response. Perhaps it was because she didn't like Dumbledore, but she seemed eager to end this farce and talk to me. "I understand. Do you understand?" "Thank you, Dahlia. And Gilderoy, although I forgot to tell you about Dahlia, I have no interest in getting rid of a daughter you don't like." I turned my back on the unusually busy principal and walked over to Dahlia, who was staring at me with sparkling eyes. Father. Although it was a short time, I believed he was happy to spend time with his family. Dahlia had no expression on her face, but she looked happy and cried. This reminded me of the image of Dahlia I saw before she boarded the Hogwarts Express this year. I still couldn't help Dahlia. At Hogwarts, Dahlia was still threatened by Dumbledore. But this would end soon. I will finish it. Thinking this, I gently stroked Dahlia's head. "Dahlia, you did very well." Dahlia listened to my words, nodded silently, hugged me, and buried her face in my robe. Harry's perspective. After all the players had changed into their crimson uniforms, Captain Wood began to speak loudly. "Indeed, Slytherin's brooms are better than ours. But more importantly, our riders are better than theirs. We didn't join our team for money. We don't choose riders based on their brooms. That's right. George acted on Wood's speech. Wood, encouraged by this, raised his voice. Today, we're going to teach them a lesson. Quidditch isn't won by money. Quidditch isn't won by blood. We'll make those who don't understand regret it. After saying that, Wood turned to me. Harry, everything is on your shoulders. Show the clever Malfoy something. Let him know you can't win just by having a rich father. I listened to these words and nodded greatly. This year's Slytherin had the fastest broomsticks, matching their money. I had never wanted to defeat Slytherin as much as I did today. When Wood's speech ended and we walked onto the field, we were greeted by the loudest cheers ever. Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff also seemed to support us. I guess they couldn't help but wish Slytherin to lose, because Slytherin was so determined by money. I could hear faint boos from Slytherin, but they were drowned out by the overwhelming cheers. Shake my hand. Amidst the cheers, the captains of both teams shook hands under the direction of Madam Hooch. After we all tried to grip each other's hands tightly, we climbed back onto our brooms. The moment the whistle blows, it begins. Toot! The game finally began with Madam Hooch's whistle. When everyone jumped up at the same time, I flew higher than them. Since I was far inferior to him in terms of broomsticks, I had no choice but to find and catch the golden snitch as quickly as possible. I stood high up and looked around, searching for a golden gleam with my eyes. There. And Mao, how are you doing? Malfoy seemed to block my view. Malfoy, riding his latest broom, irritated me as usual. The corners of his mouth twisted, as if mocking me, but his eyes were fixed on me intently, full of vigilance. After saying goodbye to Dahlia, who had rushed to her father's side, I headed to the changing room for a final meeting. They were all wearing green uniforms, each holding the latest model broom sent by their father. The latest model of the opponent's broom was Potter's Nimbus 2000. Even its performance couldn't compare to our Nimbus 2001, and when it came to other brooms, it couldn't support chopsticks or sticks very well. Perhaps, if everything went well, our victory would be even more assured. As if everyone knew this, even before the game, their faces were full of smiles. But I couldn't relax my guard at all. The rules of Quidditch could overturn this in an instant. That is the Seeker. As long as the Seeker catches the snitch, the game is over. They will get 150 points, and if they are within this score of the opponent, they will turn the tables. And the Seekers who hold the fate of the game, Potter and I, are almost evenly matched. Of course, I ride a better broom. However, as for the rider's skill, I am unwilling to admit it, but he is better. Overall, we can say that this game is evenly matched. Even though he rode a broom for the first time last year, he rode it better than anyone. As someone who has ridden a broom since childhood, I found this disgusting. Even though it was his first time, his broom riding skills were better than mine. This is the reason for my jealousy, and it still makes me angry. During the summer vacation, I didn't want to face it. He was only chosen as a player because he was famous for his ugly scar. I tried to believe that he really had no talent, and that I was actually a better rider. I tried to turn my gaze away from the truth. But it's different now. Now is not the time to do that. Anyway, I must win this game. I must cheer up Dahlia, who is easily discouraged, even by the slightest thing. For this, I must never turn my gaze away from the truth. I truly know that if I deflect, I won't win. So, unlike the other members, I cannot relax my guard just because I have a good broom. The snitch flew around the arena in a very whimsical way. There were no rules like the bludgers, which attack the nearest person. It just flew as it pleased, without any rules. In the worst case, it wouldn't be surprising if it flew directly into the opponent's ear. This is why luck is more important than skill in a Seeker duel. No matter how good you are at finding the snitch, depending on its position, even if you find it later than your opponent, it is possible to catch it first. The difference between the Nimbus 2001 and 2000 is not enough to overcome the luck factor. Draco, time's up. My consciousness suddenly surfaced when I heard Flint's call. Apparently, he had been lost in thought and hadn't noticed that the game had already started. The rest of the players had already stood up, and they were looking at me while I was still sitting in my chair, thinking, wondering, and looking at me. Perhaps thinking I was nervous, Flint smiled and said to me, "What, Draco? Are you nervous? Don't worry, our brooms are much better than theirs. If we play well, this is a game we will never lose, right?" "Ah, I see." I really wanted to refute Flint, who seemed to have let down his guard, but except for the Seeker, their perspective was correct, and most importantly, before the game, it was meaningless to deny this now. I just do what I have to do, by any means necessary, for Dahlia. So I reaffirmed my resolve and stood up from my chair. As soon as we entered the field, the Slytherin team was surrounded by enthusiastic cheers. But it wasn't for us. It was for Gryffindor, who came out at the same time. Not only Gryffindor, but even Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were cheering for the Gryffindor team, as if telling them to lose to Slytherin. I could hear boos from Slytherin in response, but they were almost inaudible. In contrast, the other Slytherin players, except for me, seemed a bit annoyed, but I didn't hear any such cheers. Most people in this school, both students and teachers, were skeptical of Dahlia. To be honest, I didn't care who these people supported. I wanted to cheer not only for ordinary people, but for the two people in this stadium. Contrary to the noise, I looked up at the teachers' seats, with a very quiet thought in my heart. Please stay there. I prayed that my dear sister would be able to see my father. Then, I looked up and saw the two people I was looking for in the only dark place in the teachers' seats. From here, I could also see that beautiful silver hair. Oh, good. I guess Dahlia was able to safely see her father. As I breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the teacher's desk, I felt my gaze overlap with the two people sitting closer. I waved at them, responded with a sound, and then turned my gaze to the other team. I had already confirmed that Dahlia and father had met. Dahlia must be having a peaceful time with her father now. All I had to do now was win this game and lift Dahlia's depressed mood. Thinking this, I looked ahead and saw the enemy seeker, Harry Potter, whom I had to defeat this time. Chapter 70, Golden Thief. Dahlia's perspective. I felt very good after seeing father for the first time. I asked father about the recent situation at home, and while we were chatting, he said, "It looks like it's about to start." Finally, my brother's first match started. Father continued speaking while watching his son walk onto the pitch. As a son of the Malfoy family, I do not wish this to be a terrible match. Although he spoke these harsh words, there was a gentle smile in his eyes. After all, father must be happy to see his son on the sunny stage he had been waiting for. "You will be fine, father. He has been training hard for this day. I believe he will fight a good fight and live up to the reputation of the Malfoy family. What concerns me most is his physical condition. My brother is injured." "What? If he is injured and cannot move, perhaps he should focus on studying instead." As I smiled wryly looking at father's disobedient son, my brother seemed to notice me too and waved at me. "It seems your brother has noticed us too." I tried to wave back at my brother, but before I could, he seemed to turn his attention back to the opposing team. It appears he was focused entirely on the match. He's already focused like that. I felt a little disappointed that I couldn't return my brother's greeting. If we don't do this, we will be in trouble. Although the opponent's broom skill is inferior, the seeker is Harry Potter. If we let down our guard and lose, that would be a disgrace to the House of Malfoy. This was what father said to me. I wasn't sure if he said it to reassure himself. He might not be honest, but this was probably father's way of comforting him. After all, your father is a kind man. Meanwhile, the match finally began. As Hooch's whistle blew, the players immediately jumped up. At the same time, two people flew extremely high, Potter and my brother. Obviously, my brother decided that seeking the golden snitch near Potter was a strategy. He had been circling Potter for some time now. Seeing this, I felt I understood my brother's thoughts. My expressionless face involuntarily relaxed a little. This is a very logical strategy. In that position, we can fully utilize the advantage of the Nimbus 2001. Even if Potter is a better broom rider than my brother, piloting the Nimbus 2001, has the upper hand in terms of top speed. Even if Potter spots the golden snitch first, my brother will have enough space to react. HMPH. This is completely an evasion strategy. It is tantamount to declaring that everyone except the broom has been defeated by Potter. However, he seemed somewhat dissatisfied with himself, muttering with a touch of bitterness on his face. Indeed, at first glance, this strategy can be seen as weak or cowardly, but to me, that is true. However, this is precisely why my brother looks so dazzling to me right now. I continued, turning to father, who looked surprised and worried by my response. "Of course, you only adopt this strategy when you recognize that Potter is better than you, but your brother wouldn't have done such a thing before the summer holiday." Deep down, he knew this too. He might have blamed other factors besides the riding talent he now admits. Previously, my brother would have been ecstatic to have a better broom than his opponent and would have rested on his laurels. But he isn't now. Even admitting this, he still doesn't give up on defeating a superior opponent. Even if he can't win now, I see the inner strength in him, and he will surely win. This strength of my brother shines brightly to me, father said with a wry smile, while I watched my brother fly as if he were devouring Potter. I see. This is indeed unimaginable for Draco, who only complained during the summer holiday. He may have improved somewhat in this regard. but perhaps there was no better way. If so, since he is relying on the broom, won't he be called a coward? I smiled in response to father's complaint. Ha ha, his ability to procure brooms is quite strong. In fact, even Potter received the latest Nimbus 2000 from a teacher last year, and his connections are one of the Seeker's advantages. And you don't have to choose, after all, any means will suffice. I finished with a smile. We are cunning Slytherin, aren't we? After this, Slytherin continued to score, and my brother continued to shadow Potter and search diligently for the snitch. However, halfway through the match, things began to take an unexpected turn. Harry's perspective. I was a little worried after the match started. Bludgers are supposed to attack the person closest to them, but this one never tried to aim at anyone but me, no matter how far Fred and George tried to hit it away. Right from the start of the match, I ran into trouble with Malfoy. He wasn't trying to shake me off. While he was trying to distract me with sarcasm, he remained vigilant and searched for the snitch near me. He probably figured that if he stayed close to me, even if I found the snitch first, he could deal with it. This was an annoying fact. A Slytherin idea of using any means necessary. Even if I found the golden snitch before Malfoy, his broomstick was faster than mine, so it was clear he would have the advantage, provided the golden snitch wasn't nearby. So, from the start of the match, I had to keep flying to evade Malfoy. Just as I was getting tired of Malfoy's constant presence, things took a huge, negative turn. And it was in a terrible way. A bludger suddenly flew up, aiming only for me. Bludgers naturally tend to fly toward the player closest to them. Therefore, the beaters of both teams launch bludgers at the opposing side using their bats. But in this match, no matter how hard Fred and George tried to hit the bludger away, it never seemed to shift its target from me. Malfoy never left me either. He seemed to notice the change in the bludger. I don't know if he thought it would be dangerous if he got too close, or if he thought shadowing me would prevent me from searching for the snitch, but he didn't move completely away from me. He stayed relatively close. I was looking for a snitch in a location where it didn't exist. Malfoy finally left, but Wood called a timeout, knowing or not knowing that I was worried things weren't improving, but were actually getting worse. "What are you doing?" Wood was the first to shout when the Gryffindor players gathered. "What exactly are you doing here? We are losing." After saying that, I looked at the scoreboard Wood was pointing to, which read 60-0. "That broom is too fast, I can't catch up. I want to score using my skill, but the bludger is blocking my way, and I can't get a single point. Beaters, you are letting the bludger run rampant. I want to know where it is. What are you doing?" Clearly, he did not know that Fred and George were trying hard to protect me. Fred said angrily, "Wood, we were trying to protect Harry, weren't we? One bludger seems to be working normally, but the other one won't leave Harry. Someone from Slytherin must be manipulating it." Fred's words quelled Wood's anger, and he looked at me with concern as he spoke. However, there were no problems with the bludgers during practice before the match, and both were flying without any issues when the match started. Wood seemed to suspect that Slytherin was provoking me into becoming a bludger player, but now we seemed to have no time to think about who the culprit was. I could see Hooch approaching me, as if the timeout was about to end. I decided to quickly voice my opinion. "Listen, I appreciate you protecting me, but if both beaters focus on me, I can't win the match. If I have two beaters flying around, I can't catch the golden snitch. We can't do that. So I want you to leave that bludger to me. Don't be ridiculous. Your head will be blown off." I responded to Fred's shout. "But if this continues, we will definitely lose. We can't lose to Slytherin just because of one bludger." Everyone was stunned by my words, but they didn't seem to agree with my view. Meanwhile, Hooch also arrived. "Can we start the match?" Wood's eyes were shining. If he listened to my opinion, perhaps he could break through the current predicament, but at the same time, it meant putting me in danger. So Wood was confused. He wanted to defeat Slytherin, but he would have to put his teammate in danger. He looked at me with a confused expression. I just nodded in response. "I'm fine, trust me." Seeing this, Wood seemed to finally make up his mind and said only one thing, as if to settle my concerns. "We will leave the bludger to Harry." Draco's perspective. Since Potter is a better seeker, it was highly likely he would find the golden snitch before me. That is why I flew near Potter immediately after the match started, in case he spotted the golden snitch first. Boom! I looked at Potter, who was flying nearby, barely avoiding the bludger that had just rushed toward him. Shortly after the match started, one bludger suddenly aimed only for Potter. For this reason, I thought it would be dangerous to fly close to Potter, so I was currently flying a little further away from him. I don't know who was responsible, but someone did something extra to that bludger. I couldn't use this situation to shadow Potter. I changed my strategy and decided to look for the golden snitch from a position further away from Potter, although I could still see him. Depending on the location, the Nimbus 2001 might fail, but Potter probably couldn't worry about the golden snitch right now. Considering this, I didn't let Potter leave my sight, but I kept him further away from my immediate focus than before. I hardly knew that letting down my guard could be fatal. Harry's perspective. The bludger grazed my ear again. At first, I could dodge it without difficulty, but I grew tired of the bludger flying at me so persistently, and I started dodging them more and more narrowly. If this continues, it will be terrible. I must find the golden snitch before Malfoy. Thinking this, I looked around. Malfoy was watching me out of the corner of his eye, searching for the golden snitch in a position slightly below me. As I glared at Malfoy, feeling a little annoyed by the casualness with which he was searching for the golden snitch, which was unlike my own situation, I saw a golden flash. It was the snitch. This was Malfoy's blind spot. He had been staring at me. It was flying far below Malfoy. I couldn't help but think of flying toward the golden snitch. However, I gave up before I moved. He was still observing whether I had found the snitch. Even if I flew up immediately, he would have a chance to overtake me because his broomstick was faster. So I needed to start as early as possible before him. By the time he noticed, I needed to be in a position where even the newest broom couldn't catch up. So I decided to use the bludger that was currently attacking me. I believed Madame Pomfrey could easily repair one of my arms. Draco's perspective. Potter finally seemed to have run out of stamina during the relentless pursuit. The bludger finally succeeded in hitting Potter's left elbow. Crash! Even from a distance, the sound could be heard. Perhaps his arm was broken. Potter's left arm was pointing in an impossible direction, and he seemed to lose consciousness from the pain, falling straight down while clutching his broom. Watching this scene, I sighed in relief. There was an unnecessary deviation, and the plan went slightly wrong, but now the other seeker was gone. With this, I could easily win the match. Thinking this, I watched Potter fall, feeling a little nervous and wondering if he would get help, when I suddenly realized something. Although Potter was unconscious, he was tightly gripping his broom, and his legs were tangled with it, refusing to let go. I immediately looked down, thinking this must be the reason. There, a golden snitch was flying leisurely. He caught it. Did this action cause Potter to faint? I also noticed the golden snitch and was about to fly at high speed, but as expected, Potter's initial position was more advantageous than mine, despite his dangling left arm. I was very wary of Potter, and even after I was forced to leave him, I still kept him in my sight. Once I left Potter and lost the absolute advantage of the Nimbus 2001, I should have immediately turned my attention entirely to the golden snitch. But even regretting it now didn't mean that Potter and the golden snitch would become closer. My broom quickly caught up with Potter, but I realized it was too late. Potter was rapidly closing in on the golden snitch. Just as I was about to catch up to the tail of Potter's broom, Potter's right arm grabbed the snitch. 170 to 160. Slytherin lost the first match to Gryffindor. Chapter 71. Dobby is a bad boy. Dobby's perspective. Bang, bang. Every time Dobby hit his head against the wall, he felt a sharp pain. But Dobby had to endure this pain, because Harry Potter must have felt even more pain. And to save Harry Potter now would be a betrayal of Miss Dahlia. When the you-know-who was at the height of his power, house elves were treated like vermin. Every time he made a mistake, he was beaten, cursed, and tormented to the point where it would have been better to be killed. No, if this was punishment for failure, then it was even better. Sometimes it was just because his master liked to do it. All house elves served their families according to their instincts. However, deep down, they all feared their masters, and if they could, they always harbored an unrealistic fantasy of serving a better master than this one. I thought such a day would never come. However, this situation came to an abrupt end. The Dark Lord lost, and the baby should have been completely helpless. With the Dark Lord's downfall, the world became as beautiful as a lie. House elves, who had been treated as vermin, were no exception. Many house elves served ancient pureblood families. However, most of the people in those houses were Death Eaters, and they treated house elves very poorly. They were caught all at once. Many house elves fortunately gained their freedom and left to find better masters than they had dreamed of. This was indeed a new dawn. For the house servants tied to their homes, the seemingly endless darkness suddenly became bright. The light of hope that illuminated the darkness was the surviving boy, Harry Potter. Many house elves left their homes to be with their excellent masters, thanks to Harry Potter, who was born like a savior. Except for Dobby. In fact, many Death Eaters were captured. But there were exceptions. That was Dobby's master, Lucius Malfoy. After the Dark Lord fell, Master immediately claimed his innocence. He was merely under that imperious curse. I'm afraid most people didn't believe him. However, in the end, Master's story was accepted. Master received no punishment and, of course, was not arrested. Even when the Dark Lord was defeated, Master was not captured, and of course, Dobby was never released. While many house elves enjoyed their new environments, Dobby's life remained unchanged. Although the Dark Lord had been defeated, Dobby was still treated like vermin. The light did not shine on Dobby. I thought the light of hope that Harry Potter gave me would never reach Dobby, and he would die in despair. However, Harry Potter's light of salvation did not reach him. Instead, another person came to save Dobby. That was Miss Dahlia, Master's daughter. One day, Miss Dahlia suddenly came to Malfoy family. The only child his wife gave birth to in the house of Malfoy was young Draco. What's more, his wife was frail and could not bear children later. At this time, Master suddenly brought a girl from who knows where. At first, I thought I had just adopted a child from a relative. The husband gave the child to his wife, who wanted a girl. However, as the young lady grew older, she realized this was a mistake. This young lady was not human. This young lady was a vampire. Speaking of vampires, they are not as magical as pixies, but they are classified as subhumans, beings inferior to humans. It was impossible for such a person to be a relative of the House of Malfoy, which prided itself on its pureblood. I wondered why such an existence would be accepted by the House of Malfoy, but I was told that this child was entrusted to me by someone nobler than the House of Malfoy. Dobby was shocked when he overheard his master discussing this. He came from a nobler bloodline than the House of Malfoy. There aren't many such things in this world. For example, the Dark Lord claimed to be a descendant of Sorlaser Slytherin. Among the few purebloods, he possessed a bloodline superior to the House of Malfoy. What the Dark Lord proclaimed was merely the bloodline of Sorlaser Slytherin. Dobby was terrified. If Miss Dahlia truly possessed the Dark Lord's bloodline, would she do something as terrible as the Dark Lord later on? Just as Draco recently started hitting Dobby like his master, one day he might turn into a terrible person who punishes Dobby according to his mood. Until now, I always thought he was cute because he was a child, and I took care of him beyond what was asked of me, but I wonder if I did something wrong. In fact, don't you feel uncomfortable being touched by a creature inferior to yourself? Isn't that expressionless face because you don't like Dobby? Aren't you afraid Dobby will retaliate against you later? Thinking of this, Dobby couldn't help but think that more suffering than before awaited him, and he secretly despaired. But that day never came. Although the young lady had grown up, she was still kind to Dobby. Although he was as expressionless as ever, even when Dobby messed up, he didn't try to punish Dobby and even worried about Dobby. He praised Dobby's work and even put a lot of effort into him. Most importantly, thanks to this young lady, I am no longer treated harshly by Master. One day, as usual, Dobby was punished by Master. The trigger was that my husband's meal had turned brown. You're really useless. It just so happened that the young lady saw me being beaten and shouted, "Father, what are you doing?" The young lady asked Master with a puzzled expression. This was the first time the young lady had seen Dobby being punished. Recently, Dobby had finally been able to read the subtle emotions that appeared on his expressionless face. "Nothing, I'm just punishing this useless house elf. Dahlia, go back to your room." After saying this, Master looked at Dobby again, preparing to give him another punishment. "Father." Suddenly, Miss Dahlia embraced her master. Master seemed surprised by this sudden event. He lowered his raised fist towards Dobby and asked Miss Dahlia, "Dahlia, what happened suddenly?" "Father, don't fight among family." The young lady said this, expressionless, but unusually disgusted. It was there that Dobby first understood why Miss Dahlia was so kind to him. Miss Dahlia regarded Dobby as her family, so he said he didn't want family members fighting with each other, nor did he want to see family members being beaten. When Dobby heard this, he felt more embarrassed than he thought he had been saved. What had Dobby been seeing all this time? From childhood to adulthood, Miss Dahlia was an emotional girl, although she had no expression on her face, but most importantly, she was kind. He got along well with Dobby the house elf, was kind to Dobby, and treated him like family. I knew this from the beginning. However, Dobby was scared at the thought that this young lady might have the Dark Lord's bloodline and despaired about his future. The young lady said that Dobby, who was so foolish, was still family. Dobby felt very ashamed of himself. So much so that she wanted to punish herself without disturbing Master. When Dobby suddenly started banging his head on the ground, Master and Mistress looked surprised. Dobby, what on earth are you doing?" "Miss, please don't stop me." Dobby cannot forgive himself. Did you make such a big mistake? Oh, father, what did Dobby do? Apparently, Dobby seemed to regret his failure so much that Master's punishment was not enough to satisfy him, so the young lady asked Master while stopping Dobby, who was about to hit his head. Master, like the young lady, was stunned by the sudden situation. HMPH, from now on, even if I punish you, you're punishing yourself. Don't cause any more trouble for me and Dahlia. After saying that, he left as if fleeing. Only Dobby, desperately trying to hit his head, and the young lady, just as desperately trying to stop him, remained. From that day on, the masters no longer beat Dobby. Even now, Dobby is still severely criticized, but he is no longer regarded as vermin. The Malfoy family, who doted on their young lady, probably didn't want Dobby to be disliked by their young lady, who liked him. That day, Dobby finally escaped his hellish days and found a truly loyal new master. It was Harry Potter who saved the house elves, but Miss Dahlia saved Dobby. Dobby decided to pledge his loyalty to this young lady, not the House of Malfoy. It didn't matter if this young lady was a vampire or had the Dark Lord's bloodline. Dobby would definitely repay this kind young lady for her kindness and serve her wholeheartedly. That's what I swore to myself. But Dobby is a bad elf. Dobby is a bad elf. So where did Dobby go wrong? Chapter 72, Injured Arm. Draco's perspective, falling to the ground. When I turned my hollow gaze, the score, 170 to 160, showed the usual hopeless result. Perhaps I couldn't help but feel pleased at Slytherin's failure, but despite my miserable mood, the cheers of the three houses other than Slytherin still enveloped me. Was this the result of my momentary lapse in caution? Thinking of this, my eyes suddenly felt hot. With a result like this, how could I humble myself to face Dahlia? We, Slytherin, had almost nothing to lose in this match. In fact, Slytherin achieved an overwhelming victory in the Quaffle battle. If I had flown closer to Potter and hadn't relaxed my guard and stayed away from him, I could have won the Seeker Showdown. However, I stayed away from the bludger simply because it was dangerous. I had some arrogance in my heart, thinking I no longer had to worry about that snitch. So in this match, it felt like our loss was all my fault. As I lay on the ground with my head bowed, the other Slytherin players gathered around me. A grave expression appeared on everyone's face. They knew Slytherin lost because of me. Captain Flint stood in front of me and shouted, "Draco, what is the meaning of this? Your broom is a Nimbus 2001. Why did you lose to Potter, who has a Nimbus 2000? Flint was right. I couldn't argue, nor did I have the strength to argue, so I just listened silently. Exactly. Your broomstick is much better than your opponent's, yet you lost. Are you still a glorious Slytherin? As a pureblood, you are pathetic. Stop. I was silent, and Flint was about to continue, but he was suddenly interrupted. That voice was the one I always wanted to hear the most, but also the one I least wanted to hear right now. I didn't know how to look at her now. Mr. Malfoy. Hearing the sudden, icy voice, Flint turned his head in panic. The other Slytherin players were also stunned, having heard the coldest voice they had ever heard. When I slowly looked up, I saw that the person standing there was Dahlia. Dahlia stood before us, wearing clothes that exposed as little skin as possible, holding a parasol in one hand, and the expression peering out from under her parasol seemed to reveal poorly concealed annoyance. But it wasn't directed at me. "Why are you blaming my brother?" Flint, as always, responded timidly to the icy voice. Mr. Malfoy. Thanks to the Nimbus 2001 given by Mr. Lucius, this was a match I should never have lost. And Draco, what are you saying? A match you cannot lose? That doesn't exist. Dahlia sighed and continued. In Quidditch, luck is only important to the Seeker, and even if your broom is better than your opponent's, it doesn't guarantee perfection. My brother, knowing this, was careful this time. During the match, he was confused by the erratic nature of the out-of-control bludger, but he played solidly until the end. Therefore, this is not his fault. Furthermore, blaming the team's failure on one person is nonsense. If the rest of the team were better, wouldn't it be better to have a 150-point lead in Quaffle regardless of who the Seeker is? That is what having a Nimbus 2001 is for, isn't it? But, in any case, I will not tolerate my brother being mocked anymore. Come on, brother. Saying this, Dahlia reached out her hand to me. As I stared at her hand, Dahlia spoke to me kindly. This was the voice I often heard when Dahlia comforted me. Although we lost the match, both father and I know you did your best. Even during the match just now, your brother didn't look troubled at all. I thought it was cool seeing him bravely contend with his opponent. Dahlia continued, extending her hand further, while I made no attempt to take it. My brother is truly cool. That was a wonderful time. These words made me tear up for a reason different than before. Dahlia was completely different from before, looking at me with a somewhat pleasant expression. The weariness that had recently enveloped Dahlia had vanished from her face. The reason I wanted to win the match was precisely to see that expression on her face. He wanted to defeat Potter, but winning was not his goal. I wanted to win the match and support Dahlia as best as I could. With tears streaming down my face, I asked Dahlia, "Dahlia, did you enjoy the match?" Dahlia was stunned by my words for a moment, then smiled faintly. Sure enough, she had no intention of blaming me, and she seemed to have enjoyed it. "Yes, that was an interesting time." "I see. That's good then. Although we lost the match, we still achieved our goal." If that was truly the case, I had no need for regret anymore. I held the outstretched hand, feeling a sense of relief in my heart. Lucius's perspective. "Dahlia, go." As he said this to Dahlia, he looked at his son, who was flying down with an uncertain expression, perhaps shocked by Slytherin's defeat. "But what about you, father?" She must have been worried about Draco. My eyes flickered as Draco headed toward the ground. However, she seemed to be wondering if she could leave me here. "However, you don't need to worry about me, and besides, the match is over, and I must return home immediately. Dahlia, I will say goodbye here. The next time will be the summer holidays, but I hope you do well. That is all." Understood. The Christmas raid was never called off. That Weasley fellow seemed to be putting a lot of effort into this investigation, and although he was under immense pressure regarding the flying car incident, this was the only investigation that should proceed. This was just a waste of effort, as I already knew his plan. I was glad she could outwit him, but I also felt very sorry for Dahlia, who was looking forward to Christmas. In fact, when I implicitly told her we had to continue the on-site investigation, she looked sad and nodded. I think this match helped restore some of her calm. She was not as upset as before, but I suppose difficulties remain difficulties. Watching my daughter's expressionless face, I felt extremely distressed. I knew this was all Weasley's fault, but somehow, I felt as if I had done something wrong. I tried to say something to the bowing Dahlia, but I couldn't say anything. Actually, for my daughter, this year is just a matter of patience. Dumbledore will be leaving this year. I wanted to say something to reassure her, but I couldn't say it here. Dumbledore was nearby, seemingly watching the match, but his attention hadn't entirely left me. I don't know if he wanted to warn me, but because of his caution, I couldn't say anything that might jeopardize Dahlia's position, and he wasn't even trying to hide it. So all I could do was pat Dahlia's head. Dahlia always liked having her head patted by me. As the daughter of the Malfoy family, I knew I shouldn't spoil her this way, but whenever I saw her smile slightly falter, I couldn't help but indulge her like this. Sure enough, I couldn't utter a word, but I patted her head, and she regained some spirit, so I told her, "Well then, Dahlia, it's almost the summer holidays again, but if anything happens, I will write to you. Draco writes often, but even when he writes, you hide too much. Just like I said last year, I want more from you. Please be a little selfish." "Yes, father." Dahlia seemed to disagree with the part about causing trouble, but she nodded at my words. I smiled wryly at Dahlia, who didn't want to be spoiled forever. "Come on, Dahlia, aren't you going to Draco?" When I said this, Dahlia spoke as she always did. "Ah, right. Well then, father, I will write to you again soon." Dahlia rushed away from the stands, this time in a panic. Her back did not look as tired as it did before the match. Dumbledore and I watched Dahlia's retreating figure in completely different ways. Dahlia's perspective. After not seeing him for so long, I really didn't want to say goodbye to my father, whom I wouldn't see for a while, but I couldn't leave my brother alone, who must be very depressed right now. As I thought this, I bid farewell to father with tears in my eyes and stepped down from the professor's seating area. "Wait, Dahlia." A voice suddenly came from behind me. It came from a professor. However, I completely ignored that voice, because it belonged to the person who had tried to drag me into the sunlight earlier. "Dahlia, I apologize for what happened just now. I didn't know about your skin. However, I thought that even if it happened to you, you should be fine. Besides defense against the dark arts, he also has some knowledge of healing magic. I believe he can heal your skin too." This was a story that tired me just by listening to it. I wanted to go find my brother immediately, so I couldn't waste time dealing with this trash. I ran down the stairs as fast as I could, still wearing my gloves, pretending I couldn't hear his voice because I was in a hurry. However, Professor Lockhart, slightly out of breath, continued to speak, following me desperately down the stairs even though I ignored him. "I believe you will watch the next match with me, Dahlia. I will heal your skin. At that moment, I thought I would never come to watch a match again. This person seemed to have no remorse whatsoever. If this were my brother's match, I would come at any cost, but unfortunately, Slytherin lost today. Even if there is a next match, it will take quite some time. So, fortunately, I won't have to come to Quidditch for a while. My brother's excellent play and father's long-awaited comfort made me feel somewhat tired and murderous, but as I raised my parasol and walked out of the stadium, well then, let me prove it to you. Harry was just injured. I'm going to heal him properly right now. It's fine. After all, I also have knowledge of healing magic. The trash clinging behind me finally disappeared. I looked back and saw the idiot running towards Potter, who was lying on the ground on the other side. Potter, your sacrifice will not be forgotten. So in my heart, I ran toward my brother, who was lying on the ground, praying for good luck for Potter's ghost. Harry's perspective. I really wanted to beat Slytherin. As it turned out, the price of this victory was higher than expected. After catching the golden snitch, I apparently passed out as soon as I hit the ground, and the first thing I saw was a flash of white teeth. Lockhart was looking down at me, a brilliant smile on his face. Harry, you seem to have noticed. Your arm is broken. Don't worry, I can fix your arm. Oh, stop. For a moment I couldn't understand what Lockhart was saying, but the moment my brain realized what he was about to do, I started screaming. Most students at Hogwarts already realized that this professor was all talk. A professor like this could do nothing for a broken arm. But my voice didn't seem to reach him as it usually did. Come on, please lie still. I've used this spell many times and helped many people. Professor, I think I should go to the hospital wing. Chapter 73. It felt like attending a funeral. As the worst-case scenario approached with every passing second, I looked around to see if anyone could help me while simultaneously trying to dissuade Lockhart. Unfortunately, only Colin Creevey and the Gryffindor players were around me. Colin Creevey quickly rushed over to take pictures of my broken arm, while the Gryffindor players were battling the rogue bludger still rampaging in the distance. It seemed Ron and Hermione had not arrived yet. A little further away was the Slytherin team, but they were in no position to help me. In fact, they would be happy to let Lockhart do it. All right. Meanwhile, the time seemed to have come. Lockhart dramatically brandished his wand, and the next moment, he pointed it directly at my arm. The effect was highly noticeable, and of course, it was worse. Just as I thought the sharp pain in my arm had disappeared, the arm, which had been bending in impossible directions but was still straight, lost all rigidity and hung down like a piece of rubber. Instead of healing, the broken bones had vanished from my arm. Ah, right, that sometimes happens. Yes, but, Harry, that doesn't change the fact that your arm isn't broken, does it? I think that's what's important. Lockhart seemed frustrated by the result, and for some reason, he kept glancing toward the distant Slytherin team and the staff stands. Ah, here's a good spot. Miss Granger. Mr. Weasley, can you escort him? His broken arm is much better, but he still needs treatment. To the hospital wing. As he fled, Ron and Hermione rushed over to take his place. They stared at my completely altered arm for a moment but quickly decided what to do, silently lifting me and carrying me to the hospital wing. Do I have to stay here tonight? When I arrived at the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey angrily announced my hospitalization. As far as I knew, they could fix broken bones quickly, but apparently, getting the bones to grow back was not easy. He was told he had to stay in the hospital wing for a day. After Ron and I thoroughly insulted Lockhart, Ron slowly spoke. Anyway, we won. Hermione, who had seemed slightly distracted during the Lockhart cursing competition, agreed with Ron's perspective, whose face was beaming. That's right, Harry, that was a great catch, but I didn't expect him to sacrifice his arm. What if he had been seriously injured? My serious injury now isn't because of the match, but because of Lockhart. Besides, I did it to outsmart Malfoy, who was perfectly glued to me. In any case, don't do such dangerous things again. I was about to turn back to talk about Lockhart when Hermione, who had been trying to scold me, quickly concluded the conversation. Ron continued speaking after her. But that bludger, what exactly was it? It was only targeting Harry. Ron tilted his head, and Hermione said with a look of resentment, yeah, if anyone were to do something like that, it would have to be the Slytherin team. I think it might have been Draco. How did he manage it? Maybe he made his sister do it. Or perhaps Dahlia Malfoy did it herself. Ron, I've told you many times before, Mr. Malfoy. Hermione was about to comment on Ron's remark, but before she could speak, a huge commotion broke out at the entrance of the hospital wing. When I looked toward the door to see what was happening, I saw all the muddy Gryffindor players had just entered. Harry, that was a great plan, George said, patting my arm that wasn't missing bones. Just now, Marcus Flint yelled at Malfoy because even though he had a great broom, he still lost. Well, right after that, Dahlia Malfoy shut him up. Well done, Harry. Well done for defeating that sly Malfoy. Now we're one step closer to the House Cup, Aswood joyfully followed George, speaking words of delight. You, what are you doing? This child needs rest. Get out. They were all chased out by Madame Pomfrey, who had just returned with medicine. I was left alone in the hospital wing. Dahlia's perspective. With the highest quality brooms provided for all players, Slytherin was full of confidence in victory. Even before the match, everyone acted as if they had already won. What happened after the match? In the common room that night, everyone looked like they were attending a funeral. They all kept their heads down, as if praying it was just a dream and that there would be a real match tomorrow. Those who occasionally returned to reality would cast accusing glances at my brother sitting on the sofa, but when they saw me also sitting there, they quickly returned to their prayers. The air is heavy, I sighed softly. The atmosphere was too gloomy for even a post-match review. If it weren't for me, a massive blame game against my brother might have erupted. But due to the deterrent effect of my presence, everyone could only look down. Knowing this, I also stared at him from my spot. Daphne, sitting across from me, seemed to agree, looking around with a curious expression. However, as if trying to change the mood, she spoke to me in a cheerful voice, doing her best. Dahlia, how was your time with your father? She must have noticed the obvious fatigue on my face. Although it was phrased as a question, her smile seemed to hold a certain conviction. I responded with a smile. However, my expression itself probably hadn't changed much. Yes, I was happy to see your father is doing well. I heard your mother and the rest of the family are fine too. I see. Daphne smiled in response to my answer. Although I had reassured her, her brother, whose face was still somewhat gloomy after the loss, smiled next to me. Meanwhile, more than just a cat being petrified was happening at Hogwarts. Harry's perspective. The hospital wing was pitch black. Just as I was drifting off to sleep, I suddenly felt a cold sensation on my forehead and woke up with a start. I looked over, wondering what was happening, and it seemed someone was wiping my forehead in the dark. Oh, stop it. I woke up in fear, enduring the pain in my arm, and screamed. Who are you? The person who answered my voice was someone unexpected. My eyes finally adjusted to the darkness, and the creature that appeared was Dobby, the house elf who had previously tried to bind me to the Dursley family. Dobby spoke, his tennis ball-sized eyes filled with tears. Harry Potter. I am Dobby. Harry Potter, why did you return to school? It sounded like he was both worried about me and criticizing me. Dobby warned Harry Potter after all. But why did you come back? Why are you here now, even though you missed the train? Dobby's words made me angry. I asked while trying to sit up. Why do you know I missed the train? There were many questions, including why he was in such a place. But this was the only question that filled my head with dizzying anger. Dobby seemed to tremble from my anger. Harry Potter, Dobby thought he was good. I muttered. It was you after all. How much do you think I struggled after that? If Ron and I hadn't behaved so well, we would have been expelled already. I am sure Dobby blocked the entrance. But I thought it would be dangerous if Harry Potter returned to Hogwarts. Can you leave now? Honestly, I want to strangle you right now. If I had arm bones, I truly would have done it. That's how angry I was right now. But when Dobby heard my threat, his reaction was not what I expected. For a moment, he looked horrified by my threat, but then, for some reason, his expression became very calm. What's wrong? I'm serious. I continued speaking, seeing Dobby's sudden change. Dobby received threats like that 5 times a day in the manor. Dobby smiled and began speaking calmly, but with a hint of remorse. In the past, Dobby would have been embarrassed when people said these things to him. Dobby was used to it. But now, when Harry Potter says these things to Dobby, Dobby feels a shiver. Dobby was used to it. Dobby thought so too, but it seems those days have been too long for Dobby, and he has become weak again. For some reason, my anger subsided when I heard Dobby sound so lonely. I didn't want to yell at Dobby anymore, as he looked calm but somehow lost. Dobby, why are you wearing this? Once my anger subsided, the next thing that surfaced in my mind was curiosity. I had noticed it for a while, but for some reason, Dobby was wearing a brand new pillowcase. This? Dobby pointed to his clothes with some pride. When a house elf wears this garment, it signifies that it belongs to a master. When a house elf leaves home, it means the garment has been taken from the master by the house elf. It is time for him to receive clothes. If he doesn't even have a single piece of clothing, his sock was given to Dobby, and he must leave your master's house forever. Dobby continued. Dobby used to pray that Dobby would at least get a pair of socks like that, but now Dobby doesn't think that at all. Now, unlike in the past, Dobby is wearing something someone cared about you having. Dobby used to wear old pillowcases, but now Dobby wears this. After speaking, Dobby proudly pointed to the pillowcase, but his face suddenly turned serious. Dobby was saved by you, but other house elves are not the same. They were all saved by you, Harry Potter. Therefore, Harry Potter, you must go home. I told you, I'm not going home. This is my home. No, you must go home. Therefore, Dobby used the bludger. The bludger? Dobby's words reignited my suppressed anger. Was it you? Not just the letter and the delivery, but even that bludger was your doing? Were you trying to kill me? Dobby responded in shock. Killing you is impossible. In fact, Dobby wanted to help you. Hogwarts is dangerous this year. It's even possible that you will be actively targeted. That is why Dobby was severely injured. But Dobby wanted you to go home. You couldn't have been that severely injured. I nearly died. If you really want me to go home, tell me, what danger is there at Hogwarts this year? Hearing my angry voice, Dobby began to speak slowly. This year, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened again, and you, who defeated the Dark Lord, will surely become the target. Wait, Dobby. I felt uncomfortable about some of Dobby's words. According to you, there really is a Chamber of Secrets, right? And you said it would be open again, right? Then, this room has been opened before? Dobby, tell me. Dobby cannot speak anymore. Dobby suddenly froze mid-sentence. I wondered what was wrong, but I immediately noticed it. In the corridor outside, I heard footsteps approaching me. Dobby must go. Harry Potter, you must go home immediately. With that, Dobby vanished as if he had never been there. Unable to risk being seen causing a disturbance in the hospital wing, I immediately lay back down in bed and pretended to be asleep. Just as I lay down, the door to the hospital wing opened, and several people seemed to enter the room. Footsteps passed by my bed. I heard the sound of something being placed on a bed in the distance. What happened? The voice came again from the entrance. The person who had just entered seemed to be Madame Pomfrey, and she was speaking to the newcomers. You've been attacked again, this time a student. The one who answered Madame Pomfrey was Dumbledore. Surprised by Dumbledore's appearance and what he said, I slightly opened my eyes and watched. I saw Professor McGonagall, Madame Pomfrey, and Dumbledore gathered around a bed, on which lay something that looked like a stone statue. This is Colin Creevey, a Gryffindor first year. He was found on the stairs. He was probably trying to give these grapes to Potter to visit him. On the way, Professor McGonagall's words made me sick to my stomach. Indeed, if you looked closely, you saw that it wasn't a stone statue on the bed, but Colin Creevey, petrified while holding his camera. This child has been petrified too. It appears so. While responding to Madame Pomfrey, Dumbledore carefully removed Colin Creevey's camera. Do you think you have a picture of the attacker? Dumbledore did not answer Professor McGonagall's question but instead pried open the back of the camera. Then, steam poured out from inside the camera, as if the contents had melted. That's it. It is now confirmed. Dumbledore announced in a low voice. The Chamber of Secrets has been reopened. Madame Pomfrey looked about to collapse from shock. Professor McGonagall held her up and questioned Dumbledore. But Albus, who exactly is the heir? Well, but I wonder about you. Dumbledore's gaze never left Colin Creevey, who had turned to stone. A student had finally been attacked by the Nair. Chapter 74, I let you make medicine, not explode. Sunday, the day after the match ended. I woke up in the morning and ate breakfast with my brothers in the Great Hall. Due to the suspension of classes, Dahlia and I were hiding in the library reading, just like everyone else. So far, it was a normal Sunday. Every time I walked down a corridor, people would shoot wary glances my way, but that was a very normal sight. Yes, it was a normal Sunday until that morning. Around lunchtime, my daily life began to descend into chaos. As usual, Dahlia and I met up with our brothers and headed to the Great Hall for lunch. However, the scene there was quite different from the morning. In the morning, when I walked into the Great Hall, the students inside turned their heads to look at me, but they only glanced at me occasionally. But this time was different. Things had gotten much worse in the few hours since breakfast. Stepping into the Great Hall, the first thing I noticed was that there were far fewer students than in the morning. The few students present huddled together in small groups, talking while rubbing their foreheads. This was a strange sight I didn't usually see. However, that wasn't the only difference from the morning. A female student near the entrance of the Great Hall happened to look up and spotted me entering. And, Ah, 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 she screamed. A scream filled with terror echoed throughout the great hall. I thought such excessive caution was rude, but somehow, I felt that some students were even ruder than before. But apparently, she wasn't the only one. Everyone in the great hall turned their heads to look at her scream, wondering what had happened. The moment they saw me standing at the door, ah, 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 many students screamed and ran to the far end of the great hall, leaving their half-eaten lunches behind. I asked my younger brother in surprise, "Do I have something on my face?" "No, there are no attachments." After hearing their polite reply to my reality-avoiding question, I decided there was no point standing at the door, so I walked toward the Slytherin table, the only area in the Great Hall where students hadn't fled. As we moved away from the entrance, the fleeing students instantly left the Great Hall. Seeing this, I called out to one of the Slytherin students. "Excuse me, has something happened?" The boy I spoke to hadn't run away, but his eyes were filled with fear. "Mr. Malfoy, it's your day today." "No, that's fine. Could you tell me what happened as quickly as possible?" When I asked him again, annoyed at the way he was treating me as the heir, his face went pale and he began to answer. "Why yes, the news that Mr. Malfoy cleared the mudblood yesterday has spread throughout the entire school. That's why they are acting this way. Dahlia is not the heir. How many times do I have to say it before you understand?" My older brother interrupted him and shouted. The student, scolded by my brother, finally turned deathly pale and continued. I am sorry. Yes, in a place like this, yes, that's right. Mr. Malfoy is not the heir or anything. Apparently, he thought he was being scolded for saying something in the Great Hall that exposed me as the heir. He fixed his posture as if he had just received an order, then quickly walked out of the Great Hall. I muttered to myself in the Great Hall, which was almost empty except for the Slytherin students. Has that student finally been harmed? It seems so, but now it's clear. Dahlia made a cheerful sound next to my brother, who was responding to me. I can prove Dahlia isn't the heir. After all, I was with Dahlia last night. I have an alibi. I need to hurry and tell those idiots. Dahlia, I'm afraid that's not evidence. I thought he was saying this cheerfully, but Dahlia was about to run, and my brother was already waiting for her. Why? Because you're a Slytherin. They won't listen to you, especially since you've been with Dahlia all this time, and you're also from the Sacred 28. At best, you'll be considered an accomplice. Oh, I see. Dahlia, your brother is right. I interrupted Dahlia before she could get angry at her brother's words. My brother was right. If that were enough to clear my name, I wouldn't have been suspected in the first place. Ah, Dahlia. Why? This is strange. Yes, the students might think that, but the teachers. Yes, Professor Snape might believe you, but what about Dumbledore? Dahlia couldn't say anything and lowered her head. She understood too. I didn't expect Dumbledore to believe Dahlia's story. More accurately, Dahlia's word wouldn't count as evidence. Dumbledore had suspected me without hesitation even when I wasn't present during Mrs. Norris's attack. So, it was the same this time. Me being with Dahlia didn't mean I hadn't done it. Dahlia noticed this, lowered her head, and her shoulders trembled. She must have been crying, as she was occasionally sobbing. I almost reached out for Dahlia, then pulled my hand back. This is truly strange. In our silence, only Dahlia's sobbing could be heard. My younger brother watched this scene, looking somewhat sad. I wonder who the heir is. Hearing her murmur, I could only stare at Dahlia, who was crying for me. What happened next must have been some kind of punishment. For me, I didn't push Dahlia away, I just went out casually with her. Hermione's perspective. I don't have time. Oh, I see. Ron agreed with my perspective as I stirred the polyjuice potion I was brewing. But my meaning and his meaning were probably completely different. This morning, we learned that Colin Creevey was attacked last night. By chance, I overheard the teachers talking. Apparently, we weren't the only ones. By lunchtime, the students already knew about what happened yesterday. Everyone was horrified to find that the student had finally been attacked, and we need to make Dahlia Malfoy throw up quickly, or all the Muggle-born children in the school will turn to stone. Everyone had become strangely afraid of Mr. Malfoy, who was now considered the most likely heir. Whispers were everywhere. The content was all about how to escape Mr. Malfoy's grasp. Eventually, even anti-evil charms were being sold. There were even products instructing people to avoid Dahlia Malfoy. In the morning, when I discovered Neville buying things from the Weasley brothers, I confiscated them all and threw them into the fireplace. I hadn't seen Mr. Malfoy yet, but I believed she would realize the situation soon. I wondered what was truly going on behind her expressionless face when she learned of the situation. Although his expression was as cold and emotionless as ever, I couldn't help but imagine silent tears streaming from his eyes. I must finish it as soon as possible. Just as I was stirring the cauldron firmly, someone suddenly walked into the girls' bathroom. The sound of footsteps on the wet floor startled me, and I turned to see Harry walking in. "Harry, I'm surprised. Is your arm okay now?" "Yeah, it's all right." I gave a wry smile at Harry, who was vigorously swinging his arm while speaking, and then Harry's expression suddenly became serious. "Listen, Colin was definitely attacked last night. That story again. Honestly, I was tired of talking about it everywhere today. I already know about Colin, so I think I must brew the potion immediately." I turned my head back to the cauldron, pulled off a bunch of willow branches, and spoke to Harry, then continued. "That's not all. In fact, Dobby came to the hospital wing last night." This time, I looked up in surprise. Speaking of Dobby, I heard he was a house elf who appeared at Harry's house during the summer holidays. He had been told on the spot not to return to Hogwarts, and was even sentenced to prison for violent behavior. Why did he appear before Harry again? Dobby said he was controlling the bludger to make me go home from Hogwarts. He also said the Chamber of Secrets had been opened before. Apparently, Dobby had come to take Harry home again. This time, he even used the drastic measure of the bludger. Why on earth was he going to such lengths to send Harry home? There were many things I didn't understand, but I realized one thing. What I've learned so far is that Mr. Malfoy was not responsible for the bludger incident. I guess so. As Harry reluctantly nodded at my words, Ron, sitting next to me, spoke enthusiastically. "True, the bludger wasn't his work, but it's decided now. There's no doubt that Dahlia Malfoy is the heir." Why did we come to that conclusion? I suppressed my anger and let him continue. Chin propped up, Ron continued with a smug look. "Lucius Malfoy opened this chamber when he was a student and passed it down to Dahlia Malfoy. I'm certain. That was the problem before any discussion could take place. I couldn't imagine why they would jump to such a conclusion. Ron, just because the chamber was opened before doesn't mean it was Mr. Malfoy's father, and it certainly doesn't prove that Mr. Malfoy opened it. That's just what you want to believe." Ignoring Ron, who was still trying to convince me that Mr. Malfoy was the culprit, I threw the leeches into the cauldron. This was not a good time to deal with an idiot. Only a few days remained until the Polyjuice potion was complete. Only a few ingredients needed to be added. However, there was a problem with some of the components. All right, the potion is almost done. Now all we have to do is steal the remaining ingredients from Professor Snape's store cupboard. The two people in front of me, who were seriously discussing the possibility of Mr. Malfoy being the true culprit, both turned into expressions of doom. "Hermione, but how?" Harry asked, his face pale. The ingredient store cupboard was right next to Professor Snape's private office and potion classroom. Professor Snape spent most of his time in the dungeons, whether teaching class or otherwise. He was bound to find them. That's why. It's a distraction. I continued to cheerfully encourage the pale Ron and Harry. I was scared too, but if we didn't do this, the potion wouldn't be finished. I wouldn't be able to prove Mr. Malfoy was innocent. You cause a commotion in class, and you take the opportunity to steal the ingredients. I don't have a criminal record, so even if I get caught, I won't be expelled. You're only 5 years old. All you have to do is stop Professor Snape for a few minutes. I said this to encourage them and myself. If you cause trouble in class, you're likely to be killed. Harry looked even more depressed. Chapter 75, Fire and Protection Charm. It was the second week of December. Potion class. After mocking my potion, Snape walked over to Neville's desk. When Snape had his back to me, Hermione signaled him. The time had come. Suppressing my heartbeat, I quietly took out the firework from my pocket and lit it with my wand. Once you do this, there's no turning back. If I were caught, Snape would be delighted to expel me from Hogwarts. But if I didn't do this, I wouldn't be able to catch Dahlia Malfoy. If that happened, not only Colin, but many more Muggle-born children would be attacked. Among them, Hermione might still believe in Dahlia Malfoy. I had no choice but to do this, to protect my precious friends. A few seconds after lighting the firework, I aimed and threw it. It landed in Goyle's cauldron. Goyle's potion exploded, and the swelling solution he was brewing rained down on the entire class. It was utter chaos. All the students swelled up, some with noses like balloons. Everyone ran around screaming, and I could see Hermione leaving the classroom amidst the confusion. "Quiet! Can you be quiet?" Snape's shout brought some quiet to the classroom. "Those who came into contact with this potion should line up, as we will administer the shrinking potion to them." After Snape finished speaking, everyone went to him. I turned my attention to the Malfoy family, hoping they were most affected, but they weren't in front of me, probably because they hadn't touched the potion. The Malfoy siblings, and if I remember correctly, a Slytherin named Greengrass, remained at their desks and did not appear before Snape. For some reason, they seemed to be struggling. From the three of us, you saw wrong. Dahlia Malfoy's loud voice could be heard. In a normal classroom, this volume would make everyone turn their heads, but despite Snape having quieted things down, the classroom was still buzzing, and no one but me noticed. I tried to observe what he was doing closely, but I got it. Unbeknownst to me, Hermione returned and told me the mission was successful, making me lose consciousness. I looked and saw her pockets bulging. You did it. As he whispered back to Hermione, he looked back and only the three of them were left. Greengrass was there, head down, and the Malfoy siblings were not in the classroom. I tried to find out where it went, but once I find out who threw it, I will certainly expel him from Hogwarts. When I heard the sudden cold voice and turned back, I saw Snape standing there, staring at me. He held the firework I had thrown in his hand. I was busy maintaining my expression and had no time to look for Malfoy and the others. I saw it purely by coincidence. When I noticed Dahlia's cauldron spraying water, I pointed it out. Gah! Dahlia made a sound a girl shouldn't make as she tried to regulate the heat. As I watched Dahlia with a smile on my face, an incredible scene suddenly unfolded on Dahlia's shoulder. A small firework, which shouldn't have been in class, jumped into Goyle's cauldron. Seeing this, I grabbed my brother's shoulder and pushed him under the desk. Jiao! When Goyle heard his brother's groan, his cauldron exploded. The classroom was filled with a rain of swelling solution. At the same time, I took out my wand and cast a defensive spell on Dahlia. If I were my usual self, no, until last year, I would have immediately cast defensive spells on both my brother and myself. But I didn't. I thought about it, and my defensive spell couldn't protect both us and Dahlia at the same time. Dahlia was working at the desk next to my brother's. I couldn't protect both my brother and Dahlia with magic simultaneously. Next thing I knew, I had pushed my brother under the desk and cast a protective spell on Dahlia. So this might have been inevitable. A monster like me developing feelings for someone outside my family. The burden of this mistake now fell upon me. The sin I had been trying to avoid confronting since last year resurfaced in my mind. I cast a protective spell on Dahlia, and the potion mercilessly fell on me. Although the amount was small, and it was only a little on my arm, it did get on me. You hurt me. If it were me, I would be fine. Such a wound. Dahlia pointed it out to me, and I was anxiously looking at the cauldron when this suddenly happened. Suddenly, a loud bang. When he looked up in surprise, he saw Goyle's cauldron explode. The potion poured down. It happened too suddenly for me to do anything. But I never received any potion. Dahlia immediately cast a defensive spell on me. At Dahlia's own expense, Dahlia cast a spell on me, and then cast a protective spell on herself. As the entire classroom filled with screams, I did see the potion being poured onto Dahlia's arm. The potion on her arm melted her clothes, burned her white skin, and caused the skin to swell. Just as everyone was moving back and forth, their bodies growing larger, I immediately ran towards Dahlia. Dahlia, are you all right? As I spoke to her in a hurry, Dahlia looked confused. It was as if I didn't know why I was doing this. That was his attitude. Dahlia, were you hurt? She asked, as if trying to probe something. Yes, Dahlia cast magic on me, so I'm fine. But Dahlia, show me your arm. I guess you were poisoned. Saying that, I firmly grasped his arm and looked at him. However, there were no scratches or anything. Only her clothes had melted, and she was as beautiful and white as ever. Even though I did see her get poisoned. What? When I saw her arm, Dahlia's eyes instantly widened, and she frantically pulled her arm back. Dahlia seems to have misunderstood. It was a very heartbreaking sound. But, just now. You saw wrong. Dahlia loudly interrupted me. A more obvious rejection than before. Dahlia glared at me expressionlessly, then ran out of the classroom. Draco followed her out of the classroom. Oh, wait, Dahlia. I was left behind, and only now did I remember this. One of the characteristics of a vampire is its astonishing regenerative ability. Dahlia didn't know yet that I already knew she was a vampire. I accidentally stumbled into Dahlia's secret. A strong sense of regret washed over me. For Dahlia to accept me as a friend, I would one day have to know her secret. I knew that, but at least not now. When Dahlia suffers such pain, it will only make her suffer more. Because when she glared at me, there must have been tears in her eyes. I felt it looked like a lost child. Dahlia's perspective. I ran along the empty corridor. No wonder. It was still class time. I ran, fleeing, from Dahlia, who might have discovered my secret, from myself, perhaps reflected in Dahlia's eyes, out of her fear of me. Hey, Dahlia, wait! As I ran aimlessly, a voice came from behind me. It was my brother's voice. Brother! I stopped to respond, but didn't look back. If I saw my brother's face now, I would cry. That's how I felt. In the empty corridor, only my brother's heavy breathing could be heard. What's wrong, Dahlia? You suddenly ran out. Brother, I was seen by Dahlia. I'm upset. I just forgot. That's why. As I groaned and spoke, my brother silently stroked me from behind. But my words were not yet finished. I think Dahlia might have found me out. She might not know I'm a vampire, but the fact is I'm a monster. No such thing. When I suddenly heard a loud voice, I finally turned to my brother. There was a brother, with a kind face. But for me now, that expression was painful. You're not a monster. Then, brother, will your wounds heal quickly? My brother was speechless. I continued. Is your brother afraid of garlic? Does the sun burn your skin? Does silver hurt you? Is your brother stronger than a troll? Does your brother drink blood? Can you talk to snakes? I finally whispered. Do you find killing fun? My brother couldn't say anything. I opened my mouth to say something, but in the end, I couldn't say anything and closed my mouth. Yes, brother. You wouldn't do that. You are kind. I felt my voice sounded like I was about to cry. Didn't you tell me early on that I didn't want to hurt anyone? That's why I'm not a monster. But that's not true. That's wrong. I don't want to hurt anyone. I've already done things that make me afraid of myself. The corridor was as quiet as that day. But that day was far away, and the premise was different. It wasn't that I didn't want to hurt anyone. Dahlia. Last Christmas, Dumbledore showed me my deepest desire. Deep down, I wanted to kill. Your brother saw it too. Forbidden. Intimori. Indeed, at first I was completely focused on protecting my brother. But halfway through, things changed. For me, I roared and mumbled something, as if confessing my feelings. From the middle, I just couldn't help but have fun. Just like that snowy day, it was a place where there was no one but us. A similar confession. But unlike that day, my elder brother still didn't respond. What should I do, brother? I've been discovered. I'm a monster. I'll bring trouble to my family. I'm sure I'll tarnish the house of Malfoy. Dahlia will leave me, right? Coriander? I have to go. I thought so too. How foolish. I tried not to let her like me. I couldn't help but fall in love with Dahlia. This might cause trouble for your family. While he was afraid, he was also afraid that Dahlia would leave him. I don't care if all the students at Hogwarts are afraid of me, but being scared by Dahlia is something I cannot bear. I don't want Dahlia to hate me. Dahlia, it's okay. As I lowered my head and cried, my brother just hugged me and kept repeating that it was okay. From that day on, Dahlia and I were no longer together. I ran away from Dahlia. Chapter 76, Humans and Animals. In the morning, I woke up and dragged my heavy body out of bed. I felt very heavy. Since that potion class, my body has been as heavy as lead. Because, I looked at the bed next to me. Just a week ago, people were still sleeping at this time. But he is not here now. He got up earlier than anyone else, slipped out of bed to avoid being seen, and also avoided me. Dahlia should be sleeping there. Dahlia. She was the girl who saved me when I was lost. The friend I most wanted to be with. But he is not here now. For the past week, Dahlia has completely avoided me, as if escaping from me, as if you want me to hate you. Why did this happen? The answer is simple. It's my fault. I cornered Dahlia. I already knew Dahlia was a vampire, but he didn't tell her about it. I knew that if Dahlia found out I knew her secret, she would be driven to a corner. I remember what happened in the library. She was very upset when she realized what she was trying to do. I was just afraid of myself. I told her that even though I only half-heartedly understood her, I knew her secret. I didn't expect the results to be good. Even so, I didn't want this to be the time when I couldn't afford Dahlia. However, I still stepped into her secret. If you think about it for a moment, you should understand. What would a wound look like when a vampire with strong regenerative abilities is burned? However, I was careless. The result is that my bed is now empty. I'm sorry, Dahlia. Now there is no one in this room to respond to my sobbing. The only sounds in the room were Pansy and Millicent's breathing and my regret. No matter how bad you feel, school still goes on as usual. I have to go to class, and I want to. Now, Dahlia is the last to enter the bedroom and the first to leave the bedroom. Even if you wait until late at night or get up earlier than Dahlia, "Oh, good morning, Dahlia." "Yes," he replied with a sad expression on his face, then quickly left before I could say anything. In this situation, class was one of the few times I could clearly see each other's faces. He no longer sat next to me as before, not even looking at me, but sat in a seat further away from me. But this was almost the only time I saw Dahlia's face. I would see them at meal times, but they would finish their meals and go somewhere else, away from us. I changed into my uniform and walked with heavy steps towards the common room. In the early morning, there is usually no one at this time, but there was one customer there. It was Draco. Draco sat on the sofa in the empty common room, looking as gloomy as I was. Surprisingly, Dahlia seemed to be avoiding not only me, but also Draco. Although he would respond if I spoke to him, he seemed to have difficulty finding the right time to speak to me. "Good morning." "Ah, so recently, we often meet in the common room in the morning when no one is awake." They both probably wanted to talk to Dahlia alone. Besides this time, there was no other opportunity to be alone with Dahlia. Not only was she focused in class, but the rest of the time she was always distracted. The places I went were not completely secluded, but they always went to different places, and I couldn't figure out where they were on the same day. Another factor was that the school building was too large. "You're coming down means." "Yes, he seems to have gone somewhere else." "Really?" As expected, Draco slumped on the sofa, looking even more frustrated when he heard my reply. I sat opposite him and muttered to myself, "I'm sorry, Draco." "What?" Although I knew Dahlia was a vampire, I didn't care that much at the time. Draco interrupted my apology. "No, it's not your fault. I understand you knew Dahlia was a vampire." "Yes, I've seen him drink blood a few times, and last year's garlic." "Really?" When Draco fell silent, the common room fell silent again. The only sound that reached my ears was the ticking of the clock. After a moment of silence, Draco suddenly spoke. "At that time, both you and Dahlia were upset, so we had no choice. Neither you nor Dahlia were wrong, the worst was me." Draco continued in a gloomy voice. "After that, Dahlia told me that she was a monster, and she said she was a monster who liked to kill people." "Such a thing." I immediately tried to deny it, but Draco stopped me with his hand. "I wanted to say that too, but is that really the right thing to do?" Draco finally cried. "Didn't you see it either? Dahlia's expression when she killed the troll, and her expression when she killed the elf the other day, those are definitely not human, but I saw them in the Forbidden Forest." "That's it. The expression on her face at that time was also directed at humans. Even if I saw it, Dahlia wouldn't do that. Dahlia is actually a kind child, so that expression was some kind of mistake." I tried to think that. "Yes, however, if what Dahlia said is true, and I deny it," Draco said, squeezing it out. "Who can stand by Dahlia? Who can forgive Dahlia?" "Draco. So I can't say anything to Dahlia. I can't deny or confirm Dahlia's words. No matter what, Dahlia will definitely be hurt. But this is the result. I hurt Dahlia even more because I did this. This is my punishment for this. I should tell her that I still stand by Dahlia." The chat room in the early morning. Only Draco sobbing reached his ears. I'm sorry, Dahlia." As I watched Draco repeat these words, I also shed tears, thinking in my heart, I wonder how this happened. Dahlia's perspective. Watching the game with my father felt like it happened a long time ago. The glory of that time no longer exists for me. In the early morning, I walked alone in the corridor where no one was awake yet. The students, the teachers, and even the paintings hanging in the corridor were asleep. I continued to walk alone, listening to the breathing echoing from the paintings. It seemed to have no purpose. In other words, somewhere other than here. As I walked, I looked for a place where I could be alone and quiet. Maybe Dahlia hates me. Your brother might have scared you. Running away like this is meaningless. I know, even if he continues to run away like this, he will have to spend the next 5 years at Hogwarts. One day I will have to face Dahlia. But I'm scared. I think I must be so hated. Even so, I still stood by Dahlia, because that was a comfortable space. He might put his family and Dahlia in danger. That's why I found out. Dahlia finally found out I was a monster. Now that she knows about my abnormality, she will probably leave me. Who would fall in love with such a murderous monster? But Dahlia still stayed by my side. I had such an expectation in my heart. I don't know why, but Dahlia loves me so much. So, even if he knows my true identity, he will still recognize me. That sweet sense of anticipation made my heart ache even more. Even stronger than my feelings for Dahlia was an even stronger feeling that even Dahlia would never fall in love with me like this. Because even I hate myself. I hate myself. The Malfoy family loved me so much, and yet I was so abnormal. Even my brother loved me, because my body was abnormal, even though I knew I wasn't human like everyone else. You said it hurts people, but I don't think Dahlia herself intends to hurt people, right? I remember what my brother said to me in the snow garden when I was little. At that time, I replied that it was different, but the truth is that these two words are not the same. I like to kill people. Theoretically, this is wrong. There is no way you can do this. I know. However, when it really comes, my rationality is easily covered up. There is nothing more fun than hurting and killing animals and people. No one would fall in love with such a monster. When I actually confessed this to my brother, he didn't give me any answer. It would be so. Even the kindest brother would not accept such a murderer. I was just spoiled and thought my brother would accept it. Even my brother couldn't deny my fearlessness. Dahlia, brother, father, mother, I'm sorry. I felt bad for the people I loved, so I squatted alone in the corridor and cried. Crying in a place like this is useless. It can't solve any problems, nor can it reward them with anything. But, not just Dahlia. Now I am running away from my beloved brother. Because no matter how much I hope, no matter how much I am told, it doesn't matter. Because when the two of them find me, they might see a fear that cannot be erased. I'm afraid to look into their eyes and see that they really exist. So I ran away. Even though I knew it wouldn't last forever, I still continued to run away from my brother and myself. Harry's perspective. As Ron and Hermione walked through the Great Hall, they saw a crowd gathered in front of the bulletin board. When I got closer, there was Dueling Club. That's what was written on the parchment that had just been posted. Hearing what I read, Seamus Finnegan, who was also looking at the bulletin board, said excitedly, "It'll be fun. Tonight is the first time, and it's good to practice dueling. Maybe it'll be useful for escaping AI." He didn't say his name, but I immediately knew who he was talking about. I thought of the silver-haired girl and replied, "I agree. I wonder if practicing dueling with the horror in the room will be useful?" As I nodded to Seamus, Hermione was the only one who expressed doubt. However, he seemed very interested in the dueling club itself, staring intently at the overhang. "Are we going too?" Ron also seemed interested, so the three of us gathered and decided to go together. 8 o'clock in the evening. We returned to the Great Hall. Although everyone was anxious because of the Chamber of Secrets incident, I'm afraid they also expected the dueling club to attract a large number of students. The meeting would be held in Hogwarts' largest hall, the Great Hall, instead of in an ordinary classroom. This prediction was correct. In the Great Hall, the long dining tables had been removed, and it was crowded with people, as if all the students in the school had gathered there. Around the central stage, everyone was busy touching their wands, with excited expressions on their faces. "Who will teach me?" Hermione interjected among a group of chattering students. "Professor Flitwick should be fine. Apparently he was a dueling champion when he was young." Hermione spoke with sparkling eyes, but I saw the person on the stage and replied in a gloomy voice, "It doesn't matter who you are, as long as it's not him. However, reality is cruel." "Quiet!" Lockhart on the stage shouted. Lockhart, wearing a sparkling dark purple robe, showed his white teeth and continued, "This was my proposal, and Headmaster Dumbledore also allowed me to found this dueling club. It's for everyone to learn how to protect themselves, just as I have experienced countless times myself. Now, let me introduce my assistants." When I gave the instruction, two people stood in front of me. One of them was Snape, wearing a pitch-black robe. Perhaps he really didn't want to be here, and he looked even more irritable than usual. And the other, the moment I recognized her, the Great Hall fell silent. Why was he there? A cold and beautiful girl appeared on the stage. She still looked around expressionlessly as usual. "Everyone knows this, Professor Snape. She has enough courage to help us. And this is Miss Malfoy, the principal of the year, whom everyone knows." Headmaster Dumbledore, who knows her excellence, introduced her to us. The initial commotion had disappeared, and Lockhart made a triumphant declaration in painful silence. Chapter 77, Duel Club. Severus's perspective. "What do we do now? Tomorrow at the dueling club, could you and Dahlia Malfoy be my assistants?" Dumbledore suddenly called me out late at night and started saying things I didn't understand. I knew that tomorrow, that incompetent professor would be holding a dueling club event. I didn't think it would be of any use against the monster in the Chamber of Secrets, nor did I think students would learn anything from such incompetence, so I considered thinking about it a waste of time. Obviously, I couldn't be uninvolved. Why was Dahlia Malfoy also included? It was hard to imagine her going along with him for such a waste of time. Why? What? Oh, pardon me, but Gilderoy is a bit worried. Many students will gather tomorrow, and everyone is concerned. So, at least with you there, everyone can feel a bit safer, with some assurance. I think I can learn something. Although he had given Lockhart permission, he clearly knew it was useless. Furthermore, what about Miss Malfoy? She is one of Hogwarts' best students. She is a student, so she can teach from a student's perspective. Dumbledore continued. And, as I just said, many students will gather tomorrow. That's all. She cannot not participate. If anything happens during that time, it's also for her own good. Are you still suspicious of her? Before I realized it, I had shouted. He said it was because she was good, but I thought that was what he really meant. Dumbledore still suspected Dahlia Malfoy was the heir. Many students testified that she was definitely in her dormitory on the night Colin Creevey was attacked. That's what you ordered me to investigate. Her suspicion should have been cleared. As I said before, her being elsewhere at the time doesn't mean she didn't do it. Even if she were at the scene, the heir would have a way to attack. Yes, another person. I have. Then how can she be suspected? I glared at Dumbledore and said, you told me that if she didn't do anything to me, the suspicion would be cleared. So what exactly is the situation? Dumbledore didn't answer. That was his answer. You never intended to clear her suspicion from the start, did you? Looking at the principal's behavior so far, I couldn't help but feel that it was indeed true. Dumbledore was clearly fixated on Dahlia Malfoy. I didn't know why he was so obsessed with her, but I could only think that Dumbledore, who usually came up with the right answers so easily, had made the wrong decision this time. That's not true, Severus. Indeed, when it comes to Tom, I am a bit too attached to Dahlia, and I currently have no suspicion of anyone other than her. Initially, I suspected her because she looked too much like Lord Voldemort when he was a student, but now, that's not the only reason. Dumbledore continued to hold his breath. I only found out after meeting Lucius. The House of Malfoy knows something about this case. No, they have already gone. I was surprised to hear that. I don't know what Lucius did, but he did something to open the Chamber of Secrets. The moment it happened, he actively tried to get me out of the school. He was moving as if he had already prepared to start. Of course, I don't think he is the culprit. After all, he is not at Hogwarts. But, Dumbledore looked into my eyes and said, what about Dahlia Malfoy? I had nothing to say to Dumbledore's words. Lucius prepares things, and Dahlia carries them out. Isn't that natural to think? And, you seem to have been acting alone a lot lately, haven't you? As someone who had been friends with Lucius for a long time, I understood. He was a pureblood enthusiast. Even if he had a way to open the Chamber of Secrets, he wouldn't hesitate. I couldn't argue with Lucius knowing everything, regardless of whether Dahlia Malfoy was involved. Severus, I want you to test her abilities at the dueling club. How will you measure her abilities? You already know she's excellent, don't you? That's true, but what I want to know is what kind of spell she uses. If she uses dark arts, I have no choice but to suspect if she is the heir. Severus, do it. Ronno? It seemed I had no veto power. Dahlia's perspective. On the stage set up in the Great Hall, I looked around, watching Professor Lockhart's speech. A group of students watched me with wide eyes. Students from all over Hogwarts gathered here. As I watched the gaze of wild animals in a cage, I thought the cage seemed as if it could break at any moment. I guess I should ignore Dumbledore's orders after all. In the morning, as I ate alone, an owl I had never seen before suddenly came to deliver a letter to me. I read the letter with some questions. Dahlia, I am very sorry, but I hope you will be a role model for the dueling club tonight. When everyone is anxious, I think if everyone has some means of self-defense, everyone will feel safe. This might be a gathering of Hogwarts students. However, Gilderoy will teach you how to do this. I am worried about him alone, so I would like to ask you, the most talented person, to be my assistant. However, due to the events of the last game, you are also unhappy about performing with him. So I have appointed Severus as an assistant. Can you help me? Something very suspicious was written there. It was about that old man. Never take things at face value. I wanted to tear it up and throw it away, but I desperately held back. To be honest, I really wanted to refuse, but one sentence struck me. Most of the students at Hogwarts might be there. As I reread this sentence, I realized I had no choice but to go again. This was a roundabout threat. If an incident occurred during this time, your suspicion would deepen. That's what he was saying. What a clever old man. This time, I tore up the letter and silently finished the rest of my meal. When I reluctantly arrived, I was greeted by a pile of gazes that clearly didn't welcome me. Beside me, holding back a sigh. So, first, Dahlia and I will show you a sample. That's what Professor Lockhart said. Let's kill him first. Dahlia's perspective. Hey, Draco. What? Is there something wrong with my eyes? I see Dahlia over there. What a coincidence. I also think it looks like Dahlia. Draco and I rubbed our eyes at the same time, but it was Dahlia after all. To be honest, I didn't intend to come to the dueling club at first. If I had time to do such a foolish thing, I would go look for Dahlia, who was still wandering around Hogwarts. But Draco, Dahlia, let's go to the dueling club. Yes, he invited me, but I want to find Dahlia. Ah, me too. That's why I'm going to the dueling club, but I'm not actually participating. Draco said something I didn't quite understand. What do you mean? I just asked others, and it seems almost all students will participate in the dueling club tonight. So what? Annoyed by his roundabout way of speaking, I urged him to continue. Think about it, even though almost everyone is gathered in the Great Hall, do you think Dahlia alone wouldn't participate, and would wander around alone? Even now, she still walks in places where people can see her. Is that right? Dahlia is afraid that if an incident happens in a private place, she will be the first to be suspected. Draco was right. Although Dahlia was fleeing from us, she never went to an unobserved place. If Dahlia knew, she would definitely be happy to go to a secluded place, because she was always vigilant about her surroundings. But now it was different. Dahlia couldn't go to a secluded place, because I knew that if anything happened, I would be the first to be suspected. I see. Then why don't we go there? Ah, I can finally catch Dahlia. That's what I thought when I came here. I was also present, but I didn't expect it to be a citywide event. We can't be alone. Draco and I could only shrug. Now, I think I'll participate. Maybe I'll have a chance. I agree. When I turned my attention back to the podium, I saw Professor Gilderoy and Dahlia bowing to each other. Even from a distance, we could see she was tired, bowing beautifully. Harry's perspective. Lockhart is dead. As I watched Lockhart and Dahlia Malfoy bow to each other, Ron muttered beside me. Not just me, almost everyone in the Great Hall seemed to have the same impression. Everyone looked at Lockhart as if he were a calf being sold. Everyone believed that Lockhart's statue would be completed the next moment. Hermione was the only one who didn't seem to know who to cheer for. Her gaze alternated between the two. Lockhart bowed exaggeratedly, while Dahlia Malfoy performed a mesmerizingly beautiful bow. Indeed, she was very good-looking. After bowing, both extended their wands like swords. As you can see, we treat our staff with etiquette. Lockhart, unaware he was on the gallows, explained to the audience cheerfully, when I count to 3, I'll make my move. Of course, I'll be gentle. Although the opponent is a senior, she's just a student. Dahlia, you just act like a primary school student. Big ship, I'll handle it well. Don't let that guy die. Everyone was convinced. Dahlia Malfoy looked more like a theatrical mask than usual. 1, 2, 3. After counting, Lockhart raised his wand. But, at this moment, the battle was over. It was released from Dahlia Malfoy's wand without a spell being cast. A bright red flash hit Lockhart's chest. The moment it hit, Lockhart was sent flying by a huge force. Lockhart crashed into the wall and lay on the ground, refusing to wake up. Ah! A student near Lockhart screamed, thinking he was dead. I also thought he was dead, but, idiot, he's just fainted. He's not dead yet. Snape's somewhat pleased voice echoed through the Great Hall. Miss Malfoy cast that stunning spell, which is not a spell a second-year student can use. Moreover, she also used the more advanced silencing charm. Very impressive, truly a Slytherin. Hearing Snape's uninhibited praise, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. For now, no one had died. Snape poked the unconscious Lockhart with his toe. But AMMMMMMMMMCCC can be a very good example, because you sank Lockhart. After saying this with a laugh. So, Miss Malfoy, duel with me next time, and let's see what spells you use. His expression turned serious, and he said to Dahlia Malfoy. On the other hand, I see. You mean. Somehow, I thought their answering voices sounded both understandable and somewhat annoyed, but then both held their wands as before. One difficulty passed, and another passed. A situation was about to occur, and another death might happen. Chapter 78, The Legendary Era. Dahlia Malfoy is standing now, pointing her wand at me. This is an immense pressure. I can hardly believe I am dealing with a student. It is like facing the Dark Lord. The cold air gives off that impression. Of course, their facial features are completely different, but the aura she exudes is absolutely similar to his. Naturally, it is understandable that Dumbledore would be so cautious just based on this atmosphere. Considering her humanity, her family connections, and her use of Avada Kedavra last year, maintaining vigilance is perhaps natural. However, even though I understand, I still do not believe it. Her family is absolutely the House of Malfoy. Their relationship remains close, but at the same time, they know Lucius Malfoy is still one of the enemy. It is not surprising to hear that he might also be the mastermind behind this incident. Nevertheless, I cannot fully recognize Dahlia Malfoy as an enemy. Indeed, the aura she is currently emitting is somewhat cold and reminds me of the Dark Lord. Even the spell I used last Halloween could only be used in the cruel context of wanting to kill something. I cannot definitively say she is unrelated to Lucius's case. In fact, knowing that he is working secretly behind the scenes, I think it would be more appropriate to consider Dahlia Malfoy the culprit, but I still cannot bring myself to suspect her. I believe she might have used Avada Kedavra to help Granger. Regardless of how much dark magic she has used, it is too early to judge her true nature based on that alone. Just because Lucius is working behind the scenes, she is highly likely to be the perpetrator, but it is not certain. Therefore, like Dumbledore, I cannot conclude that Dahlia Malfoy is aligned with the dark forces. It is difficult to admit, but there might be a part of me that does not want to view Lucius as an enemy, even though I stand on the opposite side of him. But this is the reason. So now I must test Dahlia Malfoy's abilities. I cannot shake the impression that Dumbledore is overly fixated on her, but when I think calmly, he is logically correct. If we only look at her current situation, there is indeed a high possibility that she stands with the Dark Lord. Perhaps I am simply not entirely satisfied with my friendship with Lucius. Even so, those of us who still try to believe in her must know her true capabilities for emergencies. Therefore, if she truly is my enemy, I will absolutely not let down my guard. I must not allow Lily's child to be in any danger. Forcing myself to accept this, I raised my wand toward the girl in front of me, following Dumbledore's orders. "Are you ready, Miss Malfoy?" "Yes, anytime." She nodded slowly, exhaling a breath of cold air. "All right, then, 1, 2, 3. They moved almost simultaneously. It would be too much to use a silent spell on a second-year student, but unfortunately, the opponent is not just a second-year student. I did not hesitate, silently casting the stunning spell I had prepared earlier. If it hit, the duel would end immediately, just like Professor Lockhart, but I was confident that would never happen. Someone who creates this kind of atmosphere cannot possibly be defeated by just this much power. Sure enough, the spell I cast vanished before it hit her. She likely used the Shield Charm. The Shield Charm is a spell learned by older students. For a moment, I was almost surprised to see her use it so perfectly, but there was no time for that. The moment she nullified one spell, she had already begun chanting another. Avis. Dozens of crows flew out of her wand. Some Slytherin screamed as if they remembered something, but Dahlia Malfoy continued chanting spells one after another. Opagno. Normally, this is just a spell for birds to appear, but due to her power, it transformed into something astonishing. Extemdash, a crow attacking with immense force. If you were an ordinary wizard, this would be the end. However, this kind of thing is no match for me. Beltrius. With just a thought of the incantation, I instantly eliminated the crows attacking me. Dahlia Malfoy's eyes widened slightly. She had not expected dozens of ravens to disappear instantaneously. However, as expected of her, she did not lower her guard. Before the crows vanished, she cast a spell to follow up. Petrificus Totalus. Protego. I used the Shield Charm to extinguish the incoming flash. The sheer number of techniques makes it hard to believe she only entered Hogwarts last year. Normally, I would praise her highly, but at this stage, I started to feel uneasy about her fighting style. The spells are too common. Speed, power. No matter how you look at it, it is hard to believe this is the work of a second-year student. However, the spells flying toward me are truly too juvenile. Of course, they are spells that an average second-year student could not withstand. But that is all they are. I feel her abilities are completely disproportionate. It is as if she is deliberately using only what she is not good at to hide her true capabilities. That is the impression I get. After all, why would she not be wary of Dumbledore and use her real strength? It is hard to believe the magic she is using is only at the level of a Hogwarts student. However, although her magic cannot surpass the level of current students, the speed at which she casts spells is extremely outstanding. This might even defeat a mediocre. Of course, once she uses Avada Kedavra, there will not be many people capable of defeating her. Even though she is reluctant to use her magic, I can still infer her capabilities to a certain extent. I think it is time. Dumbledore might not believe it, but I can achieve my goal. Fighting while suppressing her own power must be somewhat painful, as if knowing she could not keep this up, her usually expressionless face twisted slightly into one of regret. Although she is excellent, she is still somewhat immature and unable to control herself. No matter how excellent a person is, it is impossible for them to lose to someone so immature while suppressing their power. Furthermore, the moment my impatience peaked, I cast a spell faster than ever before. I fired a spell at Dahlia Malfoy, who seemed surprised by the fastest movement since the duel began. Expelliarmus. My spell hit her arm. Hermione's perspective. I extinguish. I do not quite understand. The speed was too fast. Harry groaned beside me. I did not groan, but I felt exactly the same way Harry did. Although the spells the two of them used were not ones learned by second-year students, I do not think they were too advanced either. Not only did they remain silent throughout, but the power seemed immense, which made me somewhat unsure. However, although the spells were not that advanced, the speed of casting was astonishing. I might have failed during the very first spell. As expected, Miss Malfoy is too amazing. Although she lost, her opponent was her professor. I can only say it is amazing that she could engage in such a duel with her professor. It seems the goal is still far away. However, she did not seem satisfied with this loss. Looking from afar, her expression held some regret. Professor Snape handed her wand back to her while speaking. Miss Malfoy, it seems your planning was not thorough enough. You only rushed because you could not keep up the pretense. As expected, Professor Snape, were you lenient with the final move from the start? No, I did not go easy on you. Indeed, I only used very ordinary spells, just like you. But in the end, I simply exploited your impatience. Is that so? I have to say you were too slow, Miss Malfoy, but that is because your movements were truly astonishing. If you had demonstrated your true potential, I might have been overwhelmed. I will award Slytherin 10 points. Thank you. Although Miss Malfoy received points, she lowered her head while replying, perhaps feeling frustrated about losing. Professor Snape awarded Miss Malfoy points, then pointed his wand at Professor Lockhart, who was currently lying unconscious at the edge of the stage. End of it. The moment the spell was cast, Professor Lockhart, who had been abandoned like a beached seal, shot up. Miss Malfoy, standing beside him, looked disappointed for some reason, and Professor Snape spoke to Professor Lockhart. What was I doing? Are you finally awake, Professor Lockhart? Professor Snape said in a mocking tone. While you were sleeping, I demonstrated the necessary examples to the students. I want to divide the students into pairs, but can you help me? Unless, of course, you wish to continue sleeping miserably right there, but that would be a different matter, would it? I understand. Is your demonstration finished? No, the spell Dahlia cast was stronger than I imagined. No, I could have handled it, but I wasted the head girl's efforts. I felt bad for you, so I did it intentionally. Before Professor Lockhart could finish speaking, Professor Snape began to emit a terrifying killing intent, causing Professor Lockhart's body to stiffen. Now then, you two, pair up. Hearing Professor Lockhart's flustered instructions, everyone started moving. At first, I tried to partner with Lavender Brown, my roommate nearby. Harry also tried to partner with Ron, but, never mind, Potter. Without realizing it, I was stopped by Professor Snape, who was walking toward me. I wondered what happened to Miss Malfoy, who had been with me, and when I turned my attention to the stage, I saw she was still standing there. Apparently, she was referred to as an example, but she had no intention of helping with the pairing. What a pity. If she had come down, I would have wanted to team up with her. Just as I felt deeply disappointed, the professor said with a smile, Weasley, you should partner with Finnegan. Potter's partner is Mr. Malfoy. Miss Granger should partner with Millicent Bulstrode. After saying this, he pulled Harry toward Draco, who was staring at the stage not far away. In contrast, only a muscular Slytherin walked toward me. I had a vague feeling, thinking to myself that she was more suited for wrestling than wizard dueling. Harry's perspective. Mr. Malfoy, you have not moved for a long time. You should judge Potter. Miss Greengrass, why do you not quickly decide on your opponent? Draco Malfoy and Dahlia Greengrass stood where Professor Snape had dragged them. Both were staring at Dahlia Malfoy on the stage, doing nothing. When Professor Snape spoke to him, he seemed to finally notice me. Professor. Sorry, did you need something? Miss Greengrass seemed to notice before Draco, and she was questioning Professor Snape in return. Professor Snape frowned at the vague reply. Right now, I am pairing people up. I was considering having Mr. Malfoy deal with Potter, but if you are unwilling, you may leave. That is all. No, I will partner up right away. I cannot go home yet. After Miss Greengrass whispered the last sentence, she went off to find her partner. Professor Snape watched Miss Greengrass go somewhere, looked at us with a twisted smile for a moment, and then left. I guess he thought this pairing would be the worst luck for me. Only Draco and I were left, and he looked extremely annoyed. Draco glanced at me, then turned his gaze back to the podium. Potter, I am busy right now and in a bad mood. Honestly, I do not have time for you right now. If you do not want to get hurt, just stay quiet. Are you scared, Malfoy? You lost to me. You lost to me the other day too. I could not help but feel angry at the way he spoke, as if he did not care about me. Draco's eyebrows furrowed tighter at my provocation, and he turned his gaze back to me. Fine, since this stupid meeting has not ended yet, I will indulge you to pass the time. Just as Malfoy turned to face me, Professor Lockhart's voice rang out at the right moment. All right, everyone, are you paired up? Now, face your partner. Bo. Neither Draco nor I bowed. Blood rushed to both our heads. Ready your wands. Draco and I both followed the instructions. All right, everyone, please do not do anything too dangerous. We do not want to cause accidents. Now, 1, 2. Before Professor Lockhart could count to 3, Draco had already cast a spell. Rictus Sempra. Draco's spell hit me, and I started laughing on the spot. Naturally, I was no longer in a state to cast spells. Draco glanced at me, who had fallen down immediately, and said, HMPH, just stay there. I am busy. I turned back toward the stage. As I laughed until tears streamed down my face, I saw Dahlia Malfoy standing there, surveying the hall with an expressionless face. Chapter 79, Books about Basilisks. Looking around the Great Hall, people were bustling everywhere. Few groups ended peacefully. Perhaps it was because Professor had Slytherin and Gryffindor team up, leading to some outrageous incidents. Some groups resorted to wrestling instead of magic. Mr. Granger looked quite distressed. It seems I can't hold back either. Unable to watch the chaos, I cast a spell. Finito incantatem, end spell. As I finished casting, the duels ongoing in the hall ceased. The only thing still continuing was the wrestling match between Mr. Granger and Millicent Bulstrode. It just didn't look like a magic school duel. I wanted to intervene, but Harry Potter had already pulled Millicent Bulstrode away before I could. Dahlia, thank you for stopping me. I could have stopped it if I wanted to, but I wanted to make the head girl look more appealing. Well, anyway, it looked like it was stopping an unfriendly technique. I think it would be better if you told me how to do it. Professor Lockhart, sitting next to me, could do nothing but shout, and he made a suggestion to Professor Snape. Professor Snape merely glanced at him, but Professor Lockhart clearly took it as a sign of approval. Then let's find someone to be a model. How about Mr. Longbottom and Mr. Finnegan? That would be disastrous. It would be a catastrophe for Longbottom. In the worst case, we'd have to take Finnegan's remains to the hospital wing. Professor Snape happily suggested, dismissing Professor Lockhart's idea. This suggestion might be amusing for the professor, but it was not amusing for me at all. How about Miss Malfoy and Potter? A duel between the head girl and the hero. Are you interested? I had a feeling I was about to be forced into something troublesome. Oh, that's a great idea. Professor Lockhart seemed impressed by Professor Snape's perspective, and without asking for my opinion, he gestured for Potter to come to the platform. I never said I would do it, but, Professor Snape, why me? Unlike Dumbledore, I don't think Professor Snape had any intention of measuring me. Perhaps he just wanted to see Potter in such a bad state. This isn't something I can say, but I wonder what kind of person he is. Since I don't know how much I'll report to Dumbledore, I only fought using the most common spells, but my voice was a bit hoarse, partly due to my disappointment that my full power was defeated so easily. I let it out. However, Professor Snape seemed so excited by Potter's snoring that he didn't seem to notice my condition. What? Are you sure you won't get hurt no matter what Potter does? I looked at Potter, who was walking towards me, but I quickly looked back at him, as I almost made eye contact with his brother standing next to him. All right. It seems the professor had a point. Of course, I wouldn't hurt him. The same couldn't be said for the other students. The closer their abilities, the more likely a fight would occur. Perhaps I was ideal in this regard. That is, if you ignored your professor's desire to sneer at Potter. Unlike before, you don't have to choose the spell. All you have to do now is cast the spell I tell you. That being said, the spell Professor Snape chose was not one to be praised. I was glad I had to choose between spells, but was this really a good idea? Are you really going to use that spell? That spell only creates a snake. It's not a spell that can be manipulated. If you do it wrong, not only Potter, but the students around you will be in danger. Yes, but I don't care. If I judge it to be dangerous, I will handle it. Besides, if you can't handle such things, you're not a hero, are you? Professor Snape looked pleased, and I had nothing to say. If anything happens, the professor will take responsibility. With that in mind, I reluctantly pointed my wand at Potter. Hermione's perspective. Oh no, Harry will be killed. You're facing Mr. Malfoy, aren't you? In fact, you're safer than with a bad student. At least, you're safer than with a broken wand. I argued with Ron while rubbing the spot where Millicent Bulstrode had hit me. The other person was Mr. Malfoy. There would be no chance of an accident. What are you saying, Hermione? Because he… All right, let's shut up. I silenced Ron, who was still trying to say something, and then turned my attention to the stage where Mr. Malfoy stood. When I turned, the two were facing each other, both holding wands. Well, 1, 2, 3. As expected, Mr. Malfoy was the first to act. Serpent Sorcerer, come out. As soon as he finished the incantation, a snake, clearly a viper, sprang from the tip of Mr. Malfoy's wand. Hermione. That's why I told you. Harry is going to die. No, it's fine. Professor Lockhart said so too. This is an example of how Harry should respond. So if an emergency arises, I trust Mr. Malfoy will act. Besides, Harry also has Professor Lockhart. With the professor accompanying him, there's no problem. I was also a little shocked by the spell, which was more dangerous than I expected. However, I still thought it would be safe if Mr. Malfoy did it, but things began to take an unexpected turn. Dahlia's perspective. What is this place? It's full of humans. The snake Professor Snape had ordered to be released was looking around with a somewhat confused expression. That's why I said it. This magic can only summon snakes. It's not like you can control them. Of course, I could control it with parcel tongue. But in a place like this, it's not something many people can do. Professor, I asked Professor Snape, but couldn't see Potter stiffen on my other side. I could handle it, but the professor originally suggested it. I hoped the professor would take action. As expected, someone like Potter can't handle it. No choice, I'll drive it away. Professor Snape seemed pleased to see Potter's panic, but upon hearing my words, he finally got up. The professor walked slowly, as if provoking Potter. However, things did not go as the professor wished. No, Professor Snape, I'll handle it. Professor Lockhart suddenly jumped out and waved his wand at the snake. Naturally, I had no way to deal with him. The snake flew several meters, then fell to the ground without disappearing. Wow! Who did that? It was you. You did it. I cannot forgive. I will bite you. Things got worse. The snake raised its side-like neck, preparing to attack the nearest Hufflepuff student, likely Justin Finch Fletchley. Disgusting. I wouldn't use parcel tongue, so I immediately tried to eliminate the snake with magic. But before that, something appeared near the snake. Don't touch. Leave. Potter, who had been standing there in horror, suddenly stepped forward and spoke. Potter, like me, is a parcel mouth. Harry's perspective. After successfully taming the snake, I smiled at Justin. I was able to help him. That's why I thought he would show a look of relief to thank me. Nevertheless, what on earth are you joking about? Justin looked angry and shouted. I was so unsettled by this unexpected reaction that Justin quickly left the Great Hall before I could say anything. What on earth happened to Justin? I looked around, wondering in my heart. Everyone was looking at me with sharp gazes. They all looked as if they were witnessing something terrible. I was panicking because I didn't know why he was looking at me like that. Harry, come here for a second. Ron whispered from behind. Hermione was also present, pulling my sleeve. Harry, hurry and leave here. Let's go out. I couldn't stand the sharp gazes for no reason, so I decided to listen to Ron and the others. It was as if I was evading them, passing through the scattered crowd, and out of the Great Hall. At the same time, Ron and Hermione said nothing. It wasn't until we reached an empty common room that they finally spoke. Are you a parcel mouth? Ron's mouth was wide open, as if he had been startled. Parcel what? It's parcel tongue. Ron repeated. Can you talk to snakes? I replied, frowning at Ron's sword. Yes, but there are many people like that here, right? Before coming to Hogwarts, I had talked to a boa constrictor once at the zoo. At that time, I only thought it was one of the mysterious phenomena happening around me. Harry, it's not there. Ron continued, a confused look on his face. Parcel tongue is an ability only Soleil's a Slytherin possessed. That's why Slytherin's emblem is a snake. Oh, that's how it is. But if I hadn't stopped it then, Justin would definitely have been attacked by the snake. So, Harry, I'm afraid I don't think so. Hermione said, looking somewhat worried. When you spoke to the snake, it was as if you were trying to entice it. We, of course, know you wouldn't do that. The students will take your appearance with parcel tongue as evidence. They might think you've enticed the snake away. Exactly, I believe everyone will start talking about you as Slytherin's grandson. Oh, so that's how it is that right? Apparently, without my knowledge, things had already taken a turn for the worse. I don't regret helping Justin. If Justin hadn't done that, he might have been bitten by the snake. But I couldn't help but feel immense anger at being suspected. Everyone present was so engrossed in the suddenly worsening situation that there was no time to look around. That's why I didn't notice it. The silver-haired girl who should have been on the stage secretly slipped out of the Great Hall right after us. Her expression was not as impassive as usual. No one noticed this. Dahlia's perspective. Ah ha ha ha. What? The answer is here. Ah, finally, you finally understand. What am I? What is a creature born to kill? Do you kill just by thinking about it? Is it instinct or reason? Why do I want to kill so badly? The answer is at Hogwarts. I must search for it. I must ask. You must understand this. In the empty library, I opened a book and burst into laughter. Ah, it's been a long time since I've been this happy. I feel like I've finally found the answer to a question I never knew and thought would continue to plague me. So, I was sure that the feeling of something flowing down my cheeks was just my imagination. Please wait, I will definitely find it, I said, walking around Hogwarts, forgetting to put the book back on the shelf. Until now, I had only wanted to escape from where my brother and Dahlia were, but now I had a goal as I wandered through Hogwarts. To hear that voice, to seek that voice, to ask that voice. The library was empty. On that table, only an open book about the basilisk remained. Chapter 80, Strange Letter. What first struck me as odd was the letter I received from my father. The day after my brother wrote saying the Chamber of Secrets had been opened, my father replied with a letter containing some information about it. It stated that the chamber had been opened 50 years ago, and after many students were attacked, one Muggle-born student finally died. Reading this, I felt a slight sense of unease. This time, the cat that was attacked did not die but turned to stone. Where did this difference come from? This feeling of unease persisted even when the next victim appeared. The next Gryffindor who turned to stone also did not die. Unlike last time, was the heir not using a different method to attack the students? I thought so too at first. However, a scene that occurred during Dueling Club led me to a different conclusion. When Potter spoke parcel tongue, I realized it immediately. Recently, when I walked around Hogwarts, I often heard a voice. It was the same voice I heard on Halloween. A voice that, as before, only I could hear. That cold voice was full of murderous intent. When I heard the voice again, I thought the recent events had finally driven me mad. But when Potter spoke parcel tongue, I finally realized what that voice was. More accurately, I realized it when I saw the students who clearly could not hear what he was saying. A voice that no one but me could hear or understand. I knew what it was. It was nothing more than parcel tongue. I wondered why I hadn't noticed it sooner. What if that voice was the sound of a snake? If it was the voice of the Slytherin monster, it would explain everything. The fear of being inside the secret room. If the so-called monster was a snake, then it made sense that only the heir of Slytherin could control it. If the monster was a snake, only a parcel tongue could control it. If the voice belonged to the monster, it would also explain why the voice suddenly started sounding when the Chamber of Secrets was first opened. I assumed the reason it couldn't be seen was because it was traveling through the pipes inside the walls. Speaking of a snake monster that could turn creatures into stone. At first, I thought the ability to turn creatures to stone and the ability to kill them were two different things. But what if it was the same ability, and the people it intended to kill were turned to stone instead, simply due to good or bad luck? The corridor where the cat turned to stone was definitely a place that was often flooded. As usual, the corridor was flooded that day. The Gryffindor student who was attacked was also a photography enthusiast and had his camera ready when the attack occurred. If they were able to look through something, that would explain why they turned to stone instead of dying. A monster that can kill creatures just by looking at them. As far as I know, the only monster capable of this is the basilisk. I had been interested in it ever since I learned about its origins. This terrifying snake naturally possesses extremely strong venom and the power to kill creatures with a single gaze. It is said that any creature that looks directly into its eyes will die. A creature worthy of being the Slytherin monster. But that wasn't what interested me most about this creature. If it were just about killing ability, there were other creatures that possessed the same power. This monster has another major characteristic. It is said that this snake can only be born when a toad hatches an egg laid by a rooster. A rooster's egg. Such a thing does not exist in nature. It can only be created through magic. And then a toad hatches such a thing. What this means is that the basilisk is an artificial monster with terrible destructive power. Just like me, a terrifying monster created by humans to harm someone. Do you know what I am? I remembered looking into the mirror before Christmas. That mirror truly reflected my real nature. I was cruelly laughing while fiddling with a black cane in a blood-stained room. At that moment, I realized I was a helpless monster, a hopeless monster who had intruded into a wonderful family. But that mirror only taught me so much. The mirror only showed me the result. The mirror did not reflect the reason why I was a monster. Where exactly did my obsession with murder come from? Why was I so fascinated by murder? Was this his instinct as a monster? Or, the answer was right in front of him. Even now, it was crawling through the castle. Even now, it wanted to attack someone. Oh, I want to meet you as soon as possible, or I won't be able to face my family. Harry's perspective. You could do very well in Slytherin. That is what the Sorting Hat told me last year. At the time, I thought there was no way that could happen. I still think so, and I am certain of it. Even if I died, I wouldn't want to stay in a dormitory full of jerks like Malfoy. Nevertheless, I bet everyone will start talking about you being Slytherin's great-great-grandson. After I stopped Dahlia Malfoy's snake, Ron and Hermione led me out of the Great Hall. Unfortunately, this had become reality. The next day, when I went to the Great Hall, everyone was talking about it. Some students looked at me curiously, while others looked at me warily. When I listened to Ron tell the story, he told me that some people believed I was either an accomplice to the heir Dahlia Malfoy, or that I was the heir myself. He didn't tell me who that person was, nor how many people believed it. Maybe that was Ron's answer. What is wrong with me? I stopped the snake sent out by Dahlia Malfoy. Otherwise, Justin would have been bitten. Why am I being suspected? I think so too. But, from an outsider's perspective, it looked like you were pushing the snake, and Parseltongue. I felt a little cold when Ron spoke apologetically. I'm sorry, Ron. I yelled at you. Ron believes me. No, it's fine. I think I should tell Justin the truth. Everyone is saying this only because what happened yesterday was so shocking, and if you think about it calmly, there is no other heir besides Dahlia Malfoy. Yeah, you're right. Once I calmed down with Ron's comfort, I decided to wait for my herbology class, where I would be able to see Justin. If I told him the truth about what happened, things would surely get better. Everyone would immediately know I was innocent. I encouraged myself while enduring everyone's stares, patiently waiting for the opportunity, but that moment never came. Due to a heavy snowstorm, the afternoon herbology class was cancelled. Now I wouldn't have a chance to see Justin in class until after Christmas. During the sudden free time, we decided to relax in the common room. But honestly, I didn't feel like relaxing. Everyone was looking at me with curious and cautious eyes. They even suspected I might be a descendant of Slytherin. I couldn't stand it. When I felt frustrated and helpless. If you are so interested, why don't you go see Justin yourself? I don't think you can enter the Hufflepuff dormitory, but they have free time just like the rest of us. If he's in the library, he'll be there. Maybe? It's better than sitting here feeling miserable. Ron suggested, unable to ignore my situation. I took Ron's advice and decided to go to the library to find Justin. Whether he would be in the library was a gamble, but as Ron said, it felt much better than doing nothing. However, it ended in failure. When I arrived at the library, Justin was clearly not there. Instead, Hufflepuff students whose herbology class had also been cancelled, like ours, were loitering and talking about me. They seemed to think I was Dahlia Malfoy's accomplice. I told Justin to hide in his room. It seems he revealed to Potter that he is a Muggle-born. He might be attacked, right? A plump male student at the front desk was saying something smugly. Clearly, they had not noticed my presence yet. Do you think Potter is the heir? The girl with the blonde braid in front of the plump boy asked, and the plump boy began to speak seriously. No, I think the heir is Dahlia Malfoy. Dumbledore thinks so, so there's no doubt about it. The reason we haven't caught her yet is probably because we don't have the evidence to arrest her. But Potter is a Parseltongue. Then he must be an accomplice of Dahlia Malfoy. Parseltongue is the sign of a dark wizard. It's impossible for someone like that to be irrelevant this time. Potter is a Muggle. I heard that the reason you hate Muggles so much is largely because you were bullied by your family. Maybe that's why you're working with Dahlia Malfoy. I could only hear this much. I was furious at this ridiculous content. Why was I being suspected of being this guy's accomplice just because I could talk to snakes? I finally couldn't hold back and decided to rush in. Hello. Their reaction was dramatic. As soon as I spoke to him, his face turned pale. What is it, Potter? Chapter 81, Compound Decoction. The fat boy asked, his voice trembling. I continued, feeling bad as I saw their pale faces. I'm looking for Justin, can you tell me where he is? Their faces finally changed from blue to dark brown. What does that guy mean? Apparently, he thought I was looking for him to attack Justin. I spoke to them with annoyance. No, I want to explain what really happened at the dueling club. It seems everyone has misunderstood. I must have misunderstood. Ernie, still trembling, started speaking loudly. It was then that I saw you talking to a snake and trying to provoke Justin. I wasn't trying to provoke you. I stood my ground and shouted. The snake became calm because I spoke to it. In fact, Justin wasn't scratched. That's right. But we're almost there. Ernie stubbornly continued. Well, first of all, I am pureblood. Even if you are one of Dahlia Malfoy's friends, I am pureblood. As long as they are pureblood. I don't care what kind of bloodline you have. I have nothing to do with Dahlia Malfoy. My patience had run out. I didn't want to be with these unpleasant people anymore. I ignored Pince, who was glaring at me, and left the library. Oh my goodness. Why does everyone suspect me? I was just helping Justin. I was angry, stomping down the stairs. Since class began, I had walked alone through the empty corridors, my shoulders hunched in anger. Now that I knew Justin was hiding in his dormitory, I had no reason to stay out. I thought to myself, I need to get back to the common room with the fireplace as soon as possible. That's what I thought. However, I never made it safely back to the common room. Just then, I reached a corridor where the torches had gone out due to a draft. Despite it being midday, the corridor was very dark. I couldn't see my feet, and I was so angry I didn't even dare to look. As a result, my foot tripped over something on the ground. I turned around angrily, rubbing my forehead which had hit hard. Justin, whom I was looking for, was lying there. He was stiff, as if turned to stone, his eyes wide open and filled with terror. Justin. A chill ran down my spine as I tried to talk to Justin, but he, of course, didn't respond. Just as I was desperately thinking about what to do, I suddenly saw something strange in the corner of my eye. For some reason, it wasn't the usual transparent pearly white, but a coal-black nearly headless Nick. His motionless expression was filled with fear, just like Justin's. This was definitely the second and third victim. One of them, though a ghost, was attacked. A shock ran through me, as if my stomach had turned upside down. To be honest, I wanted to escape from here as quickly as possible. Now I was considered the second most likely suspect after Dahlia Malfoy. If I stayed in a place like this, people might think I was the heir. But was it really okay to abandon them and run away? Was it really okay not to call for help? Just as I was thinking this, a voice came from behind me. Oh, Potter, I wonder what you're doing here. He was the worst opponent I could think of right now. As I turned to the sound, I saw Peeves, the mischievous ghost, floating in the air. He had been looking at me with malicious eyes in this spot during class, but he stopped when he suddenly caught a glimpse of Nick, also floating in the air, in the corner of his eye. After a moment of surprise, Peeves shrieked, not hearing me stop. I've been attacked. I've been attacked again. I've been attacked whether I'm alive or dead. Oh my goodness. The sound of a door suddenly opening and a large number of people pouring out echoed in the corridor. Perhaps students were coming from nearby classrooms. All the students who were in class seemed to come here even if it meant skipping. Within minutes, the corridor, which had been empty moments before, was crowded with people. Justin and Nick had turned to stone, and I stood far away beside them. Listen, it wasn't me. I loudly protested my innocence, but no one seemed to be listening to me. Everyone seemed to seriously believe that I was capable of turning not only students but even ghosts, who should be dead, into stone. Their fear of me was clearly visible in their eyes. As I stood there, stunned by gazes I had never seen before, the teachers, forced to suspend class, also arrived. What is going on? Professor McGonagall, accompanied by several teachers, pushed through the students to the front row. The professor looked in surprise at the two turned to stone, then let the other teachers take care of the situation, and then turned to me. Come, Potter. Unlike the other students, there was no fear in Professor McGonagall's eyes. However, his expression seemed a bit grim. Professor, it wasn't me. B. Potter. I'm afraid this is out of my control. After I briefly told him, the professor silently walked towards me. I guessed he was telling me to silently follow him. As we started walking, the crowd suddenly parted to the left and right. As I passed through them, most of the students stared at me, just like that time. Just like when Mrs. Norris was attacked, I walked along the path the students had made. But, unlike that time, everyone was afraid of me, not Dahlia Malfoy. Why is this happening? All I did was save Justin from the snake. I only came here to explain what happened to Justin. I walked through the crowd with downcast eyes, feeling annoyed, sad, and worried about where I was being taken. Draco's perspective. Dahlia's behavior was clearly strange again. I wasn't having as much fun as before. However, that didn't mean I was depressed. Now I couldn't understand Dahlia's expression at all. No matter how faint her expression was, I could read Dahlia's emotions from it. My family and Dahlia could all read it, but I was more confident in understanding every detail. But now I couldn't do it at all. This had never happened before. It was truly expressionless, just staring into space, gazing somewhere beyond here. He seemed to be straining his ears, trying to hear something, like searching for something, as if asking something. I thought, if this was just a temporary thing, then there would always be such times. However, if this situation continued for several days, the story would be different. He had never shown such a blank expression until the day of the dueling club, even though he was avoiding me and Dahlia. While I was focused on the shocking events Potter caused that day, Dahlia had already disappeared from the hall. The next day, I was disappointed because I missed the greatest opportunity to talk to Dahlia. Dahlia's expression had vanished. I don't understand. All I could think of that day was that Potter was a parcel mouth. Apparently, Potter caused trouble again the next afternoon, but his expression had already changed that morning, so I didn't think it had anything to do with it. Parcel tongue. An ability said to be possessed only by Slytherin bloodline. Not only Potter has it, but Dahlia also has it. However, Dahlia probably isn't proud of this ability, nor does he desire it. This is probably why he is expressionless. I have no idea what he is thinking, but that's all I understand. What I don't know is that something is happening that is detrimental to Dahlia. That's all I'm sure of. Harry's perspective. On the bulletin board in the entrance hall, there was a list, almost filled with the names of all the students. This was the reservation list for the Hogwarts Express during the Christmas holidays. Until a few days ago, there weren't that many names on this list. But the day after Justin and Nick were attacked, the list was full. The mysterious power that turns even ghosts to stone. This must have been enough to turn my vague anxiety into clear fear, and the reason why the students wanted to escape Hogwarts so much. It turned out that Dahlia Malfoy and I were not on this list. Father is very disappointed that you didn't come home for Christmas, but now everything is clear. Why would you stay at Hogwarts at a time like this? After all, I am suspicious of those siblings. We will personally catch them by their tails. If we wait until we find out he is the heir, we will naturally know what he has been hiding. Ron said, pleased that it was just us, the Malfoy family, and Crabbe, Goyle, and Greengrass who were always with them. If I could complete the Polyjuice potion, I could give them the best Christmas gift. But honestly, my feelings were complicated. To be honest, I was unhappy that it was just us and them leaving. The reasons everyone left included not only Dahlia Malfoy but also me staying at Hogwarts. In the end, I wasn't really blamed for anything the day Justin and Nick were attacked. In the headmaster's office, where Professor McGonagall took him, there were incidents where the sorting hat said unnecessary things and the phoenix in the room suddenly caught fire, but Dumbledore declared him innocent. Yes, Dumbledore is a great person after all. He didn't suspect me before I even spoke, but the students were not like that. I had Dumbledore's confirmation that I was not the culprit, but everyone else seemed to have no choice but to think I was. Every time I met them in the corridor, they would hide from me, as if you touched me, you would turn to stone. That's what he wanted to say. The only redeeming quality was that all my Gryffindor classmates believed me. Slytherin also didn't seem to believe it, but it wasn't out of good intentions. Not only Ron and Hermione, but other Gryffindors also didn't think I was Dahlia Malfoy's heir or accomplice. Fred and George even started to enjoy the situation, clinging to me. Hey, Harry is on his way. Harry is in a hurry. You guys go to the Chamber of Secrets for tea now. That's what I said as I strode down the corridor. Perhaps this was encouragement for myself. They thought it was ridiculous to consider me the heir, and the two of them also secretly told me something. Harry, I'm fine. You're all idiots. Harry can't be the heir. You can't turn someone into stone either, right? Really? And for the record, the culprit is definitely Dahlia Malfoy. This method is a bit of a trade secret, but we recently saw her wandering around Hogwarts in the middle of the night, Lucaerana. I can't tell the professor, because the method is the method. Well, I'll eventually tell Harry. With the encouragement of my Gryffindor classmates, I managed to stay sane. If it weren't for them, I might have gone crazy from being so irrational. Because You're worried I'll fail the sorting, aren't you? While waiting for the principal, I remembered the words on the hat I was wearing because I was worried that I might be of Slytherin blood. It's really hard to sort you into groups, but what I said to you won't change. You can do very well in Slytherin too. No such thing. You're wrong, because I'm not like those people. Who are those people like Malfoy? The House of Malfoy has 2 new members this year. One was easily chosen for Slytherin, but the other was difficult, just like you. Now that I think about it, you and she are very similar. What do you mean? She, like you, has a very unique future. Knowing fear, yet moving forward bravely, the patience to wait patiently, a great desire for knowledge and talent, and the cunning to try to achieve goals by any means. This is the same as you. She is very similar to you, but she chose Slytherin, and you chose Gryffindor. That's all. What exactly was the hat trying to say at the time? There's no way I could look like one of the House of Malfoy, but the hat said I looked a lot like Dahlia Malfoy. I repeatedly denied that it was impossible, but each time, I would whisper in my heart, I speak Parseltongue. Since I have a Slytherin badge, I can't not have Slytherin qualities. Everyone showed wary glances. Suspicion arose in my heart, wondering if I was really a Gryffindor. No matter how much Gryffindor told me they believed me, these things were slowly eroding my heart. However, this situation will end soon. Hermione had finally perfected the Polyjuice potion. Now you can capture Dahlia Malfoy. Chapter 82. The secret room has been opened. I want to know when it started. When exactly did I start being attracted to Mr. Malfoy? The first time I saw her was on the Hogwarts Express. When I first met her, the impression I had of her was very cold. Beautiful, flowing silver hair, pure white skin and light golden eyes. Everything was pure white, like snow. Coupled with those slightly sharp eyes and expressionless face, she was so beautiful it was hard to believe she was the same person, yet I couldn't help but feel a chill. However, only her appearance was cold. Nowadays, everyone in Gryffindor welcomes me warmly, but that wasn't the case when I first entered Hogwarts. Of course, thinking back to when I first entered, I realize I was a very unlikable woman. I was no different from who I was before I learned magic. I could only impose myself on others. I thought he was just a child with a naive sense of justice. But even so, Mr. Malfoy was still the only one who paid attention to me. When I was isolated and at my worst, she always recognized my efforts. She was the only one who looked at my abilities without jealousy or prejudice. She was not a Gryffindor, but a Slytherin, who should have been his enemy. Since she lived in a different dormitory, we didn't spend much time communicating with her. But she encouraged me, even if only for a short time. He gave me my initial wish and goal. She always helped me. On Halloween night, I saw a troll and prepared to die. I thought I would die alone, with no one to talk to or ask about me. But Mr. Malfoy saved me. At that moment, she appeared from behind the troll, and to me, she looked more beautiful than anything else. She was as expressionless as ever and eventually distanced herself from me, but at that moment she was absolutely my savior. Thinking about it now, I think from that moment on, my feelings for Mr. Malfoy changed from admiration to something different. I wanted to get close to her, to be equal to her, because she was better than me in everything, but I think this wasn't out of admiration for her, but out of a different kind of emotion. It wasn't until the second year that I realized what that feeling was. Mr. Malfoy's younger brother, Draco, you mudblood. When he said that, I realized it. For the first time, I deeply felt something I had only vaguely considered before. From Miss Malfoy's words and actions towards me, I knew she wasn't pureblood, but the things around her were different. Not only the Slytherin she belonged to, but even her family was pureblood. My girlfriend and I were in different desperate situations. When I realized this, I felt lonely. No matter how much I admired her, the reality was that I might never see her again. I felt a clear sense of loss. At that moment, I finally discovered that my feelings had changed. I finally understood the feeling that I had been unable to articulate until now. She was no longer just a desired goal, but someone I desperately hoped to be friends with. A unique good friend, just like Harry and Ron. I wanted to talk to her more. I wanted to be with her more. I wanted to be friends with her. Although she was cold on the outside and somewhat dismissive, she always helped me in a casual way. The idea of wanting to catch up to her and be equal to her came from my desire to be friends with her. However, even if you realized this feeling, the circumstances ultimately wouldn't change. I am a Gryffindor, she is a Slytherin. I don't think her situation allows her to associate with me, a Muggleborn. I couldn't help but feel lonely. Something happened while I was agonizing over this problem. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. When I learned that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened, I didn't know what it meant at first. I had heard the term Chamber of Secrets before, but I completely forgot what it was. But I quickly remembered what it meant. It was Mr. Malfoy who reminded me of this. You should be careful from now on. She said it expressionlessly, but with a hint of worry. Harry and Ron said she was still her usual cold self, but I could clearly see her expression. As always, she worried about me silently, even if only briefly. As a Slytherin, she worried that I might become a Muggle-born target. I was happy. I couldn't help but be happy that she still cared about me in her own way, even if those around her disapproved. But the first person to suspect me of being the heir was Mr. Malfoy, who was worried about me. The reason was her cold appearance, her home, and most importantly, Dumbledore had suspicions about her. Dumbledore, the greatest wizard I first learned about when studying magic. We conducted various studies on magic, including the Philosopher's Stone we protected last year. And not only in the field of research, he also achieved the feat of defeating Gellert Grindelwald, who was considered the most dangerous dark wizard before he who must not be named appeared. He is indeed the greatest wizard of the 20th century. Since he came from Gryffindor, he is absolutely the person I respect the most. But such a great figure had suspicions about Mr. Malfoy. Honestly, I couldn't believe it. Mr. Malfoy wasn't present when Mrs. Norris turned to stone. Even if he had a girlfriend, she wouldn't do such a thing. I can only assume that the great wizard was wrong this time. However, contrary to my thoughts, Harry and Ron believed Mr. Malfoy was the culprit. In fact, not only the two of them, but almost everyone at Hogwarts had suspicions about her. It was said that even Slytherin like Mr. Malfoy believed she was the heir, and feared and respected her. She had few allies. I thought this was strange. I didn't understand why she should be suspected. I couldn't calm down thinking about her pain. That's why I wanted to prove it. She is not the heir or anything like that. No matter how much I break school rules, this is the only thing I need to do. No matter how much those around me disapproved, I couldn't abandon her, because I wanted to be her friend. She always helped me. She always encouraged me. Then it was my turn to save her. That is why. Complete. Show me. Use this polyjuice potion. I walked alone in the empty corridor. The Christmas holiday had begun, and the corridor was deserted. Snow was still falling outside the window, and the castle was covered in silver white. I continued walking in the castle, which was silent, waiting for that voice to echo in the silence. I didn't recognize myself. It wasn't until the principal showed me the mirror that I realized there was such a terrible hope. Even though I knew, I still didn't understand why. I didn't know myself. There was no way to know. That's why I asked. To that voice, to that monster, to the existence that is like me. Who is the monster? Who am I? If I don't do this, I won't feel safe around my family. As I looked into the mirror, my thoughts went back to when I realized my true identity. My body and mind were unknown. The feeling of everything I had ever believed collapsing beneath my feet was unbearable and terrifying. Even so, I desperately deceived myself and continued to look away from myself. I can't do this, I won't hurt my family. But after Dahlia found his body, I could no longer escape him. Even if you run from yourself, fear will catch up to you. The thought of Dahlia finding me and knowing I was a monster made me feel helpless and unable to forgive myself. The thought of the indelible fear in the eyes that looked at me so gently was unbearable. I couldn't forgive myself for unconsciously and irresponsibly unleashing such a monster on Dahlia and her family without knowing who I was. Who would want a monster who likes to kill near loved ones? At least I won't allow it. Thinking about it now, maybe staying away from home for Christmas was the right decision. If I saw myself like this, Father and the others would definitely be very worried. I believe your mother would give you a gentle hug. I believe Father would gently pat my head. Both of them would gently hug me and make me feel safe. I really am a terrible creature. I whispered softly to myself. I believe my family will accept me like this. I'm sorry. Are you okay? The Malfoy family has always loved me, haven't they? So from now on. But I mumbled in my heart again. Is that really the case? My fathers just don't know the real me. If my parents knew, would they still love me? In fact, my brother couldn't say anything about the real me. At this time, my brother gently hugged me. He just kept calling out to me, reassuring me that everything was fine. But my brother didn't say what was in my heart. I'm talking about your kind brother. No matter what happens, you won't abandon me. But what if that's not the case? What if it's just a sense of duty because he's my brother? What if you look up at your brother and see fear reflected in his eyes? I hope such a thing never happens, and my self-loathing for being part of such a kind family is conflicting and torturing me. I know worrying like this is pointless. If I keep running away like this, I will only cause trouble for my elder brother. But I don't know what to do. I don't know myself. How can I face myself? But now it's different. The answer is not inside me, but still crawling outside. If you ask that voice, you might find out. What exactly am I? What is the meaning of my birth? Until I figure this out, I don't feel safe around my family. Chapter 83, Bloodline Theory. Harry's perspective. It felt good to be awake. I was on holiday now, and those watchful eyes were gone. You could spend any amount of time in Gryffindor Tower. However, when I woke up and saw the mountain of Christmas presents piled up in my sight, my mood was somewhat bleak. On top of the pile of Christmas presents by his bed was a gift from Mrs. Weasley. Auntie, I was always happy to receive a hand-knitted sweater. Since I didn't have parents, I felt this was the warmth of family. But I couldn't be happy now. She was sorry for causing such trouble in the car crash, and tonight she was going to break school rules again with Ron. Last year, I tasted the Hogwarts Christmas feast, and I believe I will taste it again in the future. But I don't think I will be bored this Christmas. Christmas trees lined up, adorned with sprigs of holly and mistletoe, and magical warm snowflakes drifted down from the ceiling. And the exceptionally luxurious menu was so wonderful that it made me forget that I would be taking Polyjuice Potion from now on. The only thing that bothered me was that Dahlia Malfoy, my biggest target this time, was not in the Great Hall. The other Slytherin members, for some reason, sat down with grim faces, and she was the only one who didn't look back. I don't know what evil plans they were up to these days, but even during the holidays, the dormitory had a curfew. I was sure he would be in the common room after dinner. If all went well, he would pay for his crimes in the next few hours. After the Christmas feast, the time finally arrived. Hermione chased us into the girls' bathroom, where we made our final preparations. The Polyjuice Potion is almost finished, but as we all know, one ingredient is still missing. It's part of them, isn't it? Hermione spoke seriously, and Ron's expression seemed to indicate that she was frustrated. Yes, so I want you to go and get Crabbe and Goyle's hair now. That should be easy for those two, Hermione said, pulling 2 chocolate cakes from her pocket. There's a sleeping potion in them. All you have to do is put them in front of them. All you have to do is find a few hairs and stick them in the storage room. Ron and I couldn't help but gape, because the plan was so stupid. The plan actually worked. I left. Now, in front of Ron and me were Crabbe and Goyle, sleeping in the corridor. When the chocolate cakes were placed in the foyer, the two came out of the hall and bit into them without hesitation. Ron and I mercilessly pulled out a few hairs, neither shocked nor pleased by the foolishness of these two. After finally squeezing the 2 giants into the storage room, he hurried to the Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Did you get it? Hermione asked, stirring the pot, then showed him Crabbe and Goyle's freshly cut hair. Oh, I have some clothes for you here, taken from the laundry room. I think our clothes might not fit anymore. He showed us 3 huge robes. We each changed in our private rooms, then everyone came out wearing loose robes. It seemed Hermione also intended to transform into a larger person. Speaking of which, whose hair did you use? It's this. Hermione took a small vial from her pocket. On closer inspection, there was still a strand of hair inside. This is Millicent Bulstrode's hair. I pulled some of her hair when we wrestled in Dueling Club. She went home too, so I won't run into her. Millicent Bulstrode certainly couldn't be described as petite. As she spoke, she began to pour the potion into 3 cups. The potion in the cups looked like black mud, and I didn't think it was drinkable at all. Now for the final touches. Please put your own hair here. When I added the hair as instructed, Millicent Bulstrode's hair was yellow, Goyle's hair was khaki, and Crabbe's hair was dark brown. It turned out to be a color I didn't want to drink anymore. Well then, let's drink. Although Hermione was the most active among them, she seemed reluctant to take the potion. He frowned and swallowed the potion forcefully, even before he could taste it, telling him to finish it. I poured the potion as if drinking poison. The moment I swallowed it, my whole body was filled with a burning sensation. It felt like my entire body was melting. I was so disgusted that I was on my hands and knees, and right in front of me, my hands began to grow larger and thicker. Her shoulders grew wider, and her chest grew larger. When the pain completely disappeared, I had turned into Crabbe. When I looked to the side, Goyle and Millicent Bulstrode were also there. Ron? Hermione? Oh, yes. Harry, right? Yes. To our surprise, even our voices had changed to our own. Seeing our completely changed forms, we all froze for a moment, but then Hermione, in Millicent Bulstrode's form, seemed very shocked and said, "Now is not the time for this. The potion only lasts about an hour. Now, let's go." Hermione urged us to leave the bathroom, as we had no time. Hermione seemed to know the exact location of the Slytherin dormitory, and her footsteps showed no hesitation. However, in the end, there was a problem. "What's the password?" Hermione reacted too slowly at the last minute. He had already reached the entrance of Slytherin House, but forgot to check the password. This was not something I could say, as I had left everything to Hermione. How could we forget such an important thing? What are we going to do? Come here quickly. I can't. I was busy finishing the potion. Hey, you. As Ron tried to complain about Hermione's failure at the last minute, he poked Ron in the side to shut him up. Because, Crabbe, Goyle, and Millicent, didn't you go home? Dahlia Greengrass, one of Dahlia Malfoy's confidants, appeared from across the corridor. Just like when I saw her in the Great Hall, she looked tired, gazing at me with a bewildered expression. "Oh, yes. There was a small problem at home, so I had to rush back to Hogwarts." "I see, then why are you stuck in this place?" When Greengrass asked the words he least wanted to hear right now, his face still held that strange expression. Hermione looked at me, disgusting sweat running down my back, and her face showed a somewhat panicked expression. "Huh? Oh, I forgot the password, Crabbe and Goyle. You still remember it, right?" Yes, well, but, I don't think I should ruin Crabbe and Goyle's lives." This was a rather lame excuse. However, Greengrass still felt suspicious and worried, as he seemed less interested in us. "I feel bad for Crabbe and Goyle, but I'll let you in immediately." Turning to the entrance, "Pureblood." Then he announced what seemed to be Slytherin's password. Behind Greengrass, who was facing the door, we quietly breathed a sigh of relief. I wondered what would happen for a while, but I managed to enter the Slytherin common room. As I followed Greengrass in, I found myself in a room lit by green lights. The walls and ceiling were made of roughly hewn stone, and there was an exquisitely carved fireplace in front, and on the sofa in front of it. "Draco, where's Dahlia?" Still, Draco Malfoy sat, looking as tired as Greengrass. Dahlia Malfoy was not in the common room. The Malfoy family held a small gathering for Christmas. Although it was a gathering, it was, after all, just family. It seemed Father wanted to gather all the pureblood nobles for a grand event on Christmas, but Mother and Dahlia didn't want to participate in such a large-scale event, so they decided to keep it private. For the Malfoy family, Christmas was a day to spend together as a family. This was why Dahlia considered Christmas such an important day. This became even more noticeable when he entered Hogwarts. Since entering Hogwarts, Dahlia had only experienced one Christmas, but only there could she see her parents, which presumably made her look forward to Christmas even more. However, that Christmas was suddenly taken away from them, dedicated to that damned Weasley in blood traitor. "We couldn't go home for Christmas. Even if you are at Hogwarts, you still receive gifts from your family. In fact, today my bedside had a pile of gifts." However, for Dahlia, Christmas was not a day to receive gifts, but a day to spend time with loved ones. For Dahlia, being deprived of Christmas meant being deprived of time with her family. This was why Dahlia was uncharacteristically upset when she learned that she couldn't go home for Christmas this year. Even with her father's persuasion, her expression remained gloomy, and if Dahlia hadn't appeared on the express, Dahlia would likely have remained depressed all the way to Hogwarts. Thanks to Dahlia, he regained his strength. Dahlia, who believed she shouldn't have any connection with others, would never admit it, but Dahlia truly liked Dahlia. Although they had only been together for a year, having someone her age who genuinely admired her was certainly refreshing and incredibly comfortable for Dahlia. When she learned that Dahlia would be spending Christmas with her, Dahlia's expression brightened slightly, though she might still be sad about not being able to spend it with her family. Indeed, I still felt sad that I couldn't spend Christmas with my family this year. However, even in such circumstances, I was still sure that I was looking forward to this Christmas. As an extra bonus for me, Dahlia, and Dahlia, we must have felt a touch of joy spending Christmas in the common room with Crabbe and Goyle. Even if you are not with your family, you can still have a happy Christmas. Wouldn't it be nice to have a Christmas like this occasionally? I thought so too, and perhaps Dahlia did as well. However, Dahlia was not here now. Only regret emerged in my mind, then disappeared. A happy Christmas was no longer just a fantasy. A Christmas without Dahlia would only feel empty. How on earth did something like this happen? Chapter 84, Daily Prophet. I sat down opposite Malfoy and the others, trying to look as familiar as possible. I wanted to see the Slytherin common room, which I had never been to before, but I couldn't do anything suspicious here. We watched Draco and Greengrass, who were sitting on the sofa in front of us, trying to figure out how to ask about Dahlia Malfoy. Malfoy stared into space for a while, as if his mind wasn't in this place, and then suddenly, "Why is Millicent here?" He seemed to finally notice our presence and asked Hermione, who was impersonating Millicent, with confusion. It's a family situation. Now that I thought about it, using Millicent Bulstrode's hair seemed like a terrible plan. Although there was no need to worry about the real person arriving on the way, it was illogical that someone who had already taken the express train would be here. The secret password was also like this, but Hermione thought it was a bit generous. I prayed internally that Draco wouldn't be put off by Hermione's reaction. Really? Although he listened, perhaps he wasn't interested in why Millicent was here, or perhaps he was more concerned about other things, and he sat back on the sofa with a tired expression. Even Greengrass continued to stare into space, making me wonder if he was listening to me. It seemed he had escaped punishment in the Millicent incident. The common room was filled with a strange atmosphere. Draco and Dahlia Greengrass were still sitting on the sofa, looking like they weren't in the best state, and we were struggling to figure out how to ask them about Dahlia Malfoy. However, since we were using Polyjuice Potion, time was limited. Hermione, perhaps realizing the time constraint, resolutely broke the silence. "Oh, by the way, where is Mr. Malfoy?" This was a harmless question. This way, she could continue asking about Dahlia Malfoy. Ron and I admired Hermione's action. Mr. Malfoy? It seemed to suddenly fail. Out of habit, Hermione had started calling him Mr. Malfoy. Draco wore a confused expression. Greengrass looked at me with the same expression as Draco, as if she sensed something was wrong. No, where is Dahlia? If you knew, you wouldn't be so upset. Actually, I'd like to hear it. Why yeah. While Hermione quickly corrected herself, Draco was still suspicious and worried, but he didn't seem to realize we were pretending. Apparently he hadn't figured it out, but he lost his chance to speak again, and the room was once again filled with eerie silence. Hermione, looking grim, was annoyed by the successive failures, and Ron and I didn't know how to start the conversation. I couldn't even think of a typical Crabbe and Goyle conversation to begin with. However, the silence was broken by Draco. "Oh, right. Do you want to see what Father sent me this morning?" Yes, I want to see it." Hermione nodded as if this was a revelation in her stalemate. I guessed he was just looking for a conversation starter, regardless. Ron and I understood this, so we nodded, trying to look as foolish as Crabbe and Goyle. However, what Draco pulled out of his pocket was truly disgusting and instantly destroyed our sense of pleasure. It was a clipping from the Daily Prophet. In it, Uncle Weasley was questioned about the flying car we drove. It was recorded that he was sentenced to a fine of about 50 galleons. "Isn't this amusing?" Draco said with a weak laugh. Hermione forced out a dry chuckle. As for me, I did my best to restrain Ron, who looked like he was about to hit me. I understand how he felt, but if he hit Draco in this place, we would be discovered immediately. Greengrass had been staring at us ever since Hermione said Mr. Malfoy. More accurately, she was staring at Hermione, who looked like Millicent, with a tired expression on her face. I thought she hadn't noticed, because she didn't say anything. "Didn't you notice anything about us?" "Absolutely. I can't help but wonder why the things happening in the castle aren't being reported while such a trivial article about that family is." Malfoy continued in his usual gloomy voice. "I'm sure Dumbledore is keeping it quiet, that old man. He really is doing some unnecessary things." The hand I used to stop Ron had stopped. Ron suddenly froze and looked up at me with Goyle's expression. "Father always says that Dumbledore's very existence makes the school the worst. It's absolutely true. That old man is exhausted. How can someone like him be so great?" Starting from there, that's wrong. This time it was I, not Ron, who couldn't hold back anymore. My most respected principal, who thought I wasn't his heir, was being ridiculed, and I couldn't help but scream. Malfoy is not someone who can be ridiculed. I couldn't let someone like him mock my teacher, who always guided me and always helped me. But of course, this was a bigger failure than Hermione's. Blood rushed to my head, but it took a moment for me to come to my senses. When I looked at Malfoy in panic, he was staring at me with a shocked expression, apparently not expecting opposition. That's how it was. An existence that was nothing more than a statue to him suddenly started challenging him. Moreover, a Slytherin student defending Dumbledore was an unprecedented move. Malfoy broke out in a cold sweat, and his expression quickly turned to anger. Just as Malfoy was about to say something, an unexpected voice rang out. It was Dahlia Greengrass, who had been silent and tired since she entered the room. "Hey, Crab, tell me." When I looked at Greengrass, her eyes were filled with anger, replacing the tired expression. Although her tone was calm, it gave off a terrifying feeling. "Tell me, how can you say that the people who forced Dahlia are not the worst? I thought you were on Dahlia's side, but were you really wrong? Or is there someone else who is the worst? Is there anyone worse than the person who cornered Dahlia?" "Hey, Crab, what happened?" I couldn't say anything because the expression on her face seemed to carry hatred. Part of the reason was that I was just dumbfounded by my failure, but more importantly, I didn't understand why Greengrass was so angry. "Didn't you see me like a frog stared down by a snake? Harry Potter." Hermione quickly sent out a rescue ship. I quickly nodded in agreement with Hermione. I thought about finding my trouble, but I couldn't do anything. However, this seemed to have the opposite effect. "Huh? Harry Potter? Why is he worse than Dumbledore? He does always look at Dahlia with annoying eyes, but isn't that normal in this school? He was just led. Dumbledore is the one who led all this. Why is Potter worse than him?" "Millicent, perhaps you want to say this is natural because Dahlia is the heir." Greengrass shifted her anger from me to Hermione and began pouring out everything she had accumulated so far. However, although her face showed the same expression of anger, she seemed to calm down due to Greengrass's aggressive swordsmanship. "Dahlia, calm down." Malfoy stopped her midway. Seeing Malfoy's silence, Greengrass seemed to come to her senses, her expression becoming slightly awkward, but she finally said, "Sorry, I'm a bit tired." I am sorry." I was shocked by the anger that suddenly turned in a different direction. Hermione was taken aback, but Greengrass quickly apologized for her mistake. "Dahlia, you should rest. You haven't been sleeping much, have you?" "Yeah, but isn't Draco the same way?" "I'm fine. I'm family." The two were having an incomprehensible conversation, Draco muttering to himself. "Anyway, Potter." Malfoy said the name as if it were dirty. "Everyone is pretending he's Dahlia's accomplice, but that can't be true. He's just Parseltongue. Does merely being Parseltongue prove he's a dark wizard? He is neither the heir nor the heir's accomplice. If the heir were someone so foolish, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. They are all idiots." Clearly, he didn't like people thinking I was part of the heir's gang. Perhaps he was angry that his family's achievement was being usurped. I held my breath and waited. At one point, I thought we would face a series of failures if Dahlia Malfoy herself wasn't present, but it looked like the brother might be able to prove his sister's guilt. If this continued, he and his brother might be able to catch Dahlia Malfoy. That's what I thought, but actually, I want to know who the heir is. If it weren't for him, Dahlia wouldn't be in this situation now. He did some unnecessary things. If that person is caught, I will tell my father and make sure he is truly punished. This was something I hadn't expected at all. I was completely convinced that Draco was here to prove Dahlia Malfoy's guilt, but actually, judging by the way Draco spoke, Dahlia Malfoy did not seem to be the heir. Ron, who hadn't considered this possibility at all, gaped in shock. Hermione, however, wore a delighted expression as Millicent. She was probably the only person in the school who believed in Dahlia Malfoy's innocence, and she couldn't help but be pleased to be proven right. Hermione continued to ask questions to establish Dahlia Malfoy's innocence. "But you know who the person pulling the strings is, don't you?" "No, that's wrong." Malfoy's reaction was firm. "Father hasn't told me anything about the case, not even when the chamber was opened last time. Maybe it's because it happened 50 years ago, but we might know too much. I guess they thought she would get suspicious. Dahlia would. Even if she didn't, she would be suspected, but because of that old man." Malfoy sighed deeply and continued. "All I know is that the last time the chamber was opened, a dirty blood died. I think it will be the same this time." After saying that, I hurriedly questioned Malfoy, who seemed to be lost in thought again. I still couldn't believe it, but since the possibility of Dahlia Malfoy being the culprit had almost disappeared, I wanted to obtain as much information as possible. "Who was the person who opened the chamber before?" Yeah, I don't know. Apparently he was expelled, but he might be caught now and sent to Azkaban." Azkaban? When I first heard the word, I repeated it. However, this was apparently common knowledge in the magic world, and Malfoy looked at me with an incredulous expression. "Hey, Crab, did you forget Azkaban too? Azkaban is the wizard prison, right? Seriously, how far are you going to go to be comfortable?" Malfoy complained in shock. "Anyway, I know nothing about this case. Father is angry about Dahlia being suspected, but all I can say is that this situation will end soon. I just need a little more time. The heir is doing whatever he wants. Well, my father is probably busy right now. He'll get rid of Dumbledore soon, so there are other things to investigate. I get sick just thinking about that damned Weasley. Ron couldn't say anything because he was Goyle now, but hearing Malfoy's words, Ron clenched his fists. I looked to see if Ron was going to hit me, and I saw Goyle's hair start to turn red. Greengrass was still staring at the situation. Hermione's perspective. We ran up the stairs and into Myrtle's bathroom. I'm finally back. As I gasped and muttered, Harry and Ron also nodded silently on the floor. When I noticed Ron's transformation starting to fade, he also looked at Harry and me with a shocked expression. Like Ron, we might be out of time. This guess was correct. We ran out of the common room screaming some random excuse, and as we ran down the corridor, our clothes, which had been the right size, turned into clothes that were too big for us. We continued running down the corridor, dragging our loose clothes. We managed to escape back to the bathroom without running into anyone, and as we sat on the floor, Ron slowly opened his mouth. This was a complete waste of time. Ron continued, his breathing still unsteady. I absolutely thought Dahlia Malfoy was there. And she said so too. Don't they know Father is going to investigate today? That's right. Contrary to Ron's angry shouts, my heart was delighted. I felt bad for Ron, but for me, this strategy was very successful. But now I can prove Mr. Malfoy is innocent. Hearing my bright voice, Ron's annoyed words stopped abruptly. He looked at me resentfully, but I guessed he was already convinced of Mr. Malfoy's innocence. What bothered me was that Harry was the only one lost in thought and not responding to me, but that didn't really trouble me at the moment. I was focused on what to do next. What you need to do now is take this story to Dumbledore. I believe if you tell Mr. Malfoy this story, Dumbledore will definitely believe him. Now, if you decide to do this, then let's do it immediately. At the time, I believe this would clear Mr. Malfoy's name. If you tell Dumbledore about this, I believe he will believe you. If Dumbledore believes him, everyone will stop thinking Mr. Malfoy is the heir. Yes, I naively believed it. But I knew it was you, Granger. I realized this today. To save someone, having the thought is not enough. If Mr. Malfoy had been suspected like I was this time, I am sure I would have acted again to help her. Suspecting her was wrong. This feeling held no lie, but that wasn't enough. On this day, I understood that even if your intentions are good, it doesn't necessarily lead to a good outcome. Her voice was like cold water thrown onto her previously excited mood. Surprised to hear a sudden sound at the bathroom door, I turned around. Harry and Ron were also panicking and turned toward the entrance, just as the third person who shouldn't have been there appeared. There, Dahlia Greengrass, who had just been in the common room, was staring at me with hatred in her eyes. Granger, I believed you were different. I wondered what I had done wrong. Chapter 85, Infiltrating Slytherin. The uncomfortable feeling was there from the start. Millicent shouldn't be here. Crabbe and Goyle's eyes looked smarter than usual. However, at first I didn't notice this strange feeling because I was tired. But Millicent. No, she it looked like Millicent. Mr. Malfoy. As soon as the words left my mouth, a strong sense of unease filled my heart. Firstly, Millicent never called Dahlia Mr. Malfoy. This name was used by Slytherin students not belonging to the sacred 28 families. Outside of Slytherin House, only he/she it called Dahlia that. When I realized this, I thought of how he/she it looked in the common room. When I was in the common room earlier, the girls looked like Millicent, Crabbe, and Goyle. There was only one way this could be done. I knew they could do it. Polyjuice Potion. This potion had only appeared once in the story, in Professor Snape's class. A dangerous potion that could completely transform you into someone else. Since it was a dangerous potion, students naturally couldn't make it. Even if a student tried to make Yoshiba, it would be impossible for them to know how unless they had read a book listed on the restricted section. Of course, if you were a Slytherin student favored by Professor Snape, reading such a book would be relatively easy. In fact, Dahlia easily got Professor Snape's permission to read it, and I was also allowed to read that part after she finished. But they weren't Slytherin. Normally, it would be impossible for him/her/them to read the book. But I knew. He/she it had also borrowed the book. He/she it even went to the trouble of getting permission from a teacher other than Professor Snape. Normally, I would have thought it was just a result of her curiosity, but now I understood. This was undoubtedly preparation for this operation. Once they found the recipe, they got Crabbe, Goyle, and Millicent's hair, and casually snuck into our common room, though I don't know how they managed it. For what? Why would he /she/it take such a big risk to infiltrate Slytherin house? It was already decided. During this time, he/she/it even went to great lengths to brew Polyjuice potion and infiltrate Slytherin. And many questions raised before. If you think about them comprehensively, it's easy to imagine their purpose. When I realized this, a strong anger burned within me. They entered the Slytherin common room to apprehend Dahlia, to prove she was the heir. He/she/it betrayed Dahlia. I ignored Draco, who was confused by my sudden, and ran out of the common room with a strong urge, beginning to secretly follow him /her/it. I had left the common room right after the girls jumped out, so I was able to catch up to their backs relatively quickly. As expected, the backs of the girls running down the corridor were completely different from what I had seen before. I followed the girls, running up the stairs, concealing my footsteps so as not to be noticed. As they walked through the corridor, I desperately followed them, without looking back, and where I arrived was Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Of course, this was a place no one would come. This was the best place to make dangerous potions. Ever since they borrowed that book, they must have been making the potion here, treating Dahlia as a criminal, going to capture Dahlia. In a fit of rage, I pushed open the bathroom door. Sure enough, they were there. The familiar Slytherin was gone. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley were sitting on the floor, and Hermione Granger. They were there. I knew it was you, Granger. When I walked into the bathroom and called out to them, they looked surprised. Despite what a foolish plan it was, they probably thought I wouldn't find out. But I didn't care about their foolishness now. Their foolishness was nothing new. I ignored Potter and Weasley's expressions, which had changed from surprise to fright at being discovered, and their hostility toward Slytherin, and just continued to glare at Hermione Granger. Of course, Potter and Weasley were also unforgivable, but the most unforgivable was Granger. I believed you were different. Granger, wearing clothes that were clearly ill-fitting, looked at me blankly. Like Potter and the others, she probably thought the plan had succeeded. It seemed they hadn't caught up to my sudden appearance. Unlike Potter and the others, he/it didn't feel any hostility, but his /her/its expression was filled with shock. Seeing that expression, my heart boiled even more. When I realized this, I glared at Granger, tears streaming from my eyes. I was frustrated. I was just frustrated. I was frustrated. I couldn't help myself. When I thought of Dahlia, I felt frustrated, sad, and pained, and I couldn't help but hate Granger for betraying her. Dahlia was very protective of Granger. Dahlia, who thought she should avoid people, still went out of her way to protect her. However, I couldn't help but feel frustrated that Granger betrayed Dahlia. Dahlia's pure goodness and the resulting pain and conflict. It felt like it was being trampled underfoot. When I thought of Dahlia, tears welled up in my eyes. Why? Why did everyone betray Dahlia so easily? What exactly did that child do? I believed you when you said you were different, that you wouldn't betray Dahlia. But you betrayed Dahlia, even though you received so much help, and you didn't call Dahlia the heir. Did you also suspect her? The voice I uttered, almost trembling, was probably the coldest I had ever heard in my life. I believed her. Dahlia liked her. I knew that since last Halloween. If I said I wasn't jealous that Dahlia had come to like her in just a few months, despite us being in different dorms, I'd be lying. But more importantly, I had a certain sense of trust in Granger, even though he/she/it was a Gryffindor student, he/she/it still tried to keep a close eye on Dahlia. Although we had only talked a few times, I had a strange sense of familiarity and expectation. I believed she would also protect Dahlia. He/she/it never tried to leave Dahlia alone. I believed she would also trust Dahlia. Even though they lived in different dorms, she healed Dahlia's heart. That's what I thought. Nevertheless, no, that's wrong. My words must have made him/her/it believe that the previous crime had been discovered. No matter how you looked at it, based on the properties of the potion, making Polyjuice potion was a violation of school rules. If you performed poorly, you might be expelled from school. Granger seemed to know this, and her face turned pale as she hurriedly tried to explain. But I didn't want to hear anything from Granger. Such rebellious words. Even though Dahlia was protecting her, a single word from a human was enough to hurt her. She didn't wipe away the overflowing tears, and continued to glare at Granger while speaking. Did you ever think of walking into the common room and asking us about Dahlia's criminal activities? Did you also think of trying to catch Dahlia? If Dahlia was there, did you ever think of asking Dahlia herself? Are you the mayor? No, not considering Dahlia's feelings, not considering what that child is feeling now. You cared so much about Dahlia, yet you treated Dahlia as a criminal. Do you want to treat me like this? Please listen. What exactly do you want to ask? Dahlia is not the heir. What exactly do you want to ask someone who doesn't even know this? I'm tired of it. I don't know if you're like this school, whether it's the students or Dumbledore, because there are people like you, Dahlia. Chapter 86. Problems occurred after the secret room was opened. I felt angry, frustrated, sad, and pained. I felt like I was going crazy. Things shouldn't have been like this. Last year, our relationship didn't grow as close as I had hoped, but I thought this year I would get Dahlia to call me a friend. I felt bad for Dahlia, who was frustrated because she couldn't spend time with her family, but I was really looking forward to Christmas this year. I wanted to spend a very happy Christmas with her. Everything went wrong after the Chamber of Secrets was opened. Dahlia, who was already struggling, was pushed further into a corner and eventually didn't even return to her dormitory. Christmas, which should have been lively, became empty. Everything was unreasonable. Whenever I thought of Dahlia, my heart felt like it was going to explode. I just couldn't forgive Granger. She did something that seemed to embody this unreasonableness. Oh, wait, I didn't mean that. Enough. You might have been trying to catch Dahlia, but you are the ones who got caught. I'm going to tell the professor that you brewed Polyjuice potion and snuck into Slytherin. You will definitely regret slandering Dahlia. I'll make sure of it. I walked toward the bathroom stalls, my eyes sweeping past Granger, who was about to speak, and the other two, whose faces had gone pale upon realizing the sudden danger. Now, the words of Slytherin students were treated as worthless. As proof, on the night Gryffindor was attacked, we Slytherin students were questioned about what Dahlia was doing at the time. Of course, everyone's answers proved Dahlia's innocence. But Dumbledore didn't seem to change his mind. It was said that the heirs inherited the ideology of Sorleys a Slytherin. The words of students from the house founded by Slytherin were probably not considered trustworthy. So even if I rushed to the professor now, Dumbledore might ignore the matter. But if there was evidence, it would be different. If only there was evidence, not just verbal accounts, but solid proof, that these girls had violated school rules. And it was quickly found. In the stall closest to the entrance, there was a jar containing the remnants of the Polyjuice potion they had brewed. Although the quantity was small, some content still remained. The jar contained a potion whose characteristics I recognized. Holding up the jar, I announced, "This is undeniable proof. With this, no matter how you explain yourselves, the professor will definitely punish you. I plan to take this to my professor immediately." I didn't know about the other professors, but Professor Snape would certainly happily expel Granger and the others. No matter what Dumbledore said, Professor Snape would take action as long as this evidence existed. Thinking this, I carried the jar toward the bathroom door. I stopped. As I turned, standing at the bathroom door, "Please listen to me." Hermione Granger desperately clasped her hands together. She stood out. A trace of coldness, similar to mine, flashed in her eyes. Hermione's perspective. "I've already said it. I don't want to hear any more nonsense from you. I'm taking this potion straight to the professor now. To the Professor Snape you all despise." Greengrass held a jar containing the remaining potion and told me, her eyes filled with hatred. She was truly furious. The reason wasn't because we Gryffindor students infiltrated Slytherin. She was angry because of Mr. Malfoy. We tried to corner Mr. Malfoy. That was why she was so angry. She shed tears of anger and frustration for Mr. Malfoy. This fact was unbearable to me, so much so that I didn't even care that I might be expelled from school. I looked at Harry and Ron, who were both shocked by the mention of Snape, and then spoke, trying to push them out of the way. "Please, listen to me. If you hear me out, I don't mind going to the professor and telling him about the potion." Greengrass paused slightly. "Hey, Hermione." "Ron, shut up." I silenced Ron, who was angry at my comment, and then spoke seriously to Greengrass again. "I may have hurt Miss Malfoy and her friends. I couldn't bear this fact, and without even wiping away my tears, I earnestly pleaded with Greengrass. "Please." Greengrass seemed confused that I would suggest telling Professor Snape. "What do you mean?" I don't want to be expelled. Coming to this school, I learned many things and met many different people. That's why I love this school. I don't want to be expelled from this school. I can't bear to be." I began talking to Greengrass in a calmer tone. "I love this school. When I came here, I learned for the first time that some things are more important than studying. I made a friend for the first time. I was able to appreciate a person for the first time. For the first time, I felt I wanted to be friends with someone. I don't want to be expelled from Hogwarts, which is what Hogwarts taught me, but there's more to it than that. Finally, Greengrass seemed to think I was only begging for my life, and she grew angrier and tried to scream. But before she could. But more importantly, I hate having to leave this school and letting you misunderstand me. I hate having to leave this school and letting you think I betrayed Mr. Malfoy. I didn't betray him. I didn't betray him. My suspicion of Mr. Malfoy, that's what I want to tell you. Please listen to me, and if you still can't forgive me, please tell the professor immediately. You can go to him about me. So please. If the professor found out about this potion, he might think I brewed it for the purpose of trapping Mr. Malfoy. Not only did the students feel this way, but Mr. Malfoy himself felt it. That is what I truly cannot stand. It wasn't because it was dishonorable or anything else. My actions ultimately hurt Mr. Malfoy. I couldn't forgive myself for becoming like this. Greengrass opened her mouth, but closed it again without saying anything. It seemed she was willing to listen to me for a while, but anger and doubt still lingered in her eyes. She silently urged me to continue. I started speaking, thanking Greengrass for taking the time to listen to me. I thought that if I used Polyjuice Potion to enter the Slytherin common room, I could talk to Mr. Malfoy without causing an alarm. She wasn't there this time, but her brother Draco and your friend would surely talk to me about her. That's what I thought. And then, Greengrass quickly responded, continuing to interrupt me as I tried to raise my voice in anger again. But it wasn't to catch her. I don't think she is the heir, but not everyone thinks that. Because Mr. Malfoy is from the House of Malfoy, and she is expressionless. Because Dumbledore has suspicions about her. That's why he suspects Mr. Malfoy. But I know she wouldn't do such a thing. She told me she was worried about me after Mrs. Norris was attacked. She was the first person to worry that I, a Muggleborn, would be attacked. There is no way she could be the heir. I paused there to catch my breath. I was frustrated. Mr. Malfoy was the first person to worry about me, and also the first person to be suspected. So I wanted to prove her innocence. She was defenseless. If this were a story, if you were the person closest to her, and you were the person closest to her, that would prove she didn't do it. That was my idea. Please, I can't say I forgive you, but I am not doubting Malfoy, believe me. I finished speaking calmly. I didn't want to be expelled from this school, but if Mr. Malfoy misunderstood me and left, I would hate that even more. I didn't want her to feel betrayed by me after she had helped me. I didn't want Mr. Malfoy to hate me. I didn't want to hurt her. When I finished saying what I wanted to say, Greengrass just stared at me, tears welling up in her eyes. A strange silence filled the bathroom. Harry and Ron had been standing there for a while, just watching the whole process expressionlessly. Greengrass merely looked at me searchingly. Now the only sound I could hear in the bathroom was the occasional running water from Moaning Myrtle. How many minutes passed? Maybe about a minute. In fact, it might have only been a few seconds. Conversely, the situation might have lasted much longer. Just as the tension between Harry and Ron reached a breaking point, Greengrass sighed deeply. It was as if she was exhaling all the heat inside her body, as if my feelings had been conveyed to her. The hatred reflected in Greengrass's eyes slightly faded. Are you sure you don't have any suspicion toward Dahlia? Yes, believe that. I nodded solemnly to Greengrass, who was still looking at me incredulously. That's all I wanted to say. You can do whatever you want with the rest. Having said what I wanted to say and achieved my goal, I moved away from the bathroom door. At least Greengrass's misunderstanding had been cleared up. Even if I was expelled from school, I wouldn't have to leave under the misunderstanding that Mr. Malfoy thought I betrayed him. Greengrass, having heard me out, walked toward the bathroom door with the jar tucked under her arm. I thought she wouldn't forgive me after all. As I quietly closed my eyes, I recalled everything that had happened at this school. Everything, from receiving the letter from Hogwarts until today, had been both difficult and happy. As I recalled these things, Greengrass walked past me. Granger, I'm asking you one more time. You really didn't betray Dahlia, did you? Greengrass asked softly again. I nodded vigorously in response. Of course. Greengrass stopped in front of me, seeming to think for a moment. All right, I believe you didn't suspect Dahlia. Thank you, Greengrass told me, squeezing the words out. It seemed the misunderstanding was completely resolved. But I still can't forgive you, Greengrass continued. I didn't think that even if I convinced Mr. Malfoy that I didn't suspect him, that alone would make her forgive me. Regardless of the reason, we tried to deceive them. I didn't think that would be permissible, but the reason she didn't forgive me was different from what I had imagined. Chapter 87, Gift from a Friend. Hey, Granger, how did you collect the ingredients for the Polyjuice Potion? This sudden question left me speechless. I didn't understand why he was asking such a question now. That is, It was probably one of the most likely reasons to be expelled during the making of the polyjuice potion. Suddenly, someone asked me this question, and I couldn't find an answer. Mr. Greengrass ignored me and continued. Some potion-making ingredients aren't accessible to students, right? That means, unless they break into Professor Snape's storeroom, Granger. You stole ingredients from potion class. They'll set off fireworks in there. Yes. Lying here was useless. I obeyed her words and nodded obediently. Even if you lie, if the professor tells you information about the potion, you will eventually find out. That's what I thought. Mr. Greengrass stared at me, with a quiet anger in his eyes, though he hadn't for a while. It's for this reason that I cannot forgive what you did back then. Harry's perspective. The situation changed before my eyes. Just as he thought his plan was complete, a Slytherin student suddenly appeared. Hermione became angry, desperately trying to make her believe her feelings. Just as Greengrass thought his anger had subsided a little after hearing Hermione's words, he found himself getting angry again. At that time, Dahlia was poisoned because you set off fireworks. Greengrass's words made Hermione's eyes widen. It wasn't a big deal because the amount was small, but Dahlia was definitely drugged. This pushed Dahlia to the wall. It was precisely because of this that Dahlia was so badly injured. What do you mean? I'm sorry, I don't understand. Actually, I know too. It's not your fault, I wasn't paying attention at the time. But if you hadn't done that, then Dahlia would never have been pushed to the brink like this. Dahlia would have been able to spend Christmas peacefully. Greengrass's words were meaningless. First of all, the way they spoke might not even be understandable to us. Her words sounded like she was talking to herself, not to us. But Hermione didn't seem to think so. As Greengrass spoke, Hermione's face turned pale. I'm not a good person, so I can't forgive you for doing this. I wondered if what I wanted to say was already said. This time, Greengrass left the bathroom. Only a panicked Ron and I were left in the bathroom, along with Hermione, who seemed overwhelmed by Greengrass's words. When I returned to the common room, I felt terrible. When I woke up in the morning, I felt great. A gift from a friend. It had been a long time since I could live without looking at people. Tonight we could catch those damned Malfoy siblings. That's what I thought, and I was very happy, as if the recent hard life was a lie. What now? A Slytherin didn't find evidence to capture Dahlia Malfoy, but discovered this. Now he must be happy to hand over the potion to Snape in typical Slytherin fashion. If this happens, we might be expelled from school tomorrow. Especially Ron and I, who have been confused about school this year. After narrowly escaping the Whomping Willow, Dumbledore directly told us that there would be no next time. It's terrible. What should we do? If this continues, we might be expelled tomorrow. Ron must have realized this too, his face pale and panicked. On the other hand, Hermione was completely silent. He looked as pale as Ron, but didn't look panicked. Hearing Greengrass's words, she fell silent. She returned to the common room, saying nothing, just staring at the floor, as if lost in thought. Ron screamed beside her. Although I didn't scream, my heart was in a panic. What should we do, Harry, Hermione? If this continues, we'll be expelled from school. I'm sure Mon will kill me. I'll also be sent back to the Dursleys, but I'm sure they'll be happy that I'm expelled. They'll get 3 meals from my misfortune. Ron and I were just panicking about the doom that was coming tomorrow. But when Hermione finally spoke, she spoke a language completely different from ours. I don't care about being expelled. I have to be expelled. What she whispered to us made us incredulous. What are you saying, Hermione? Why are you saying you can be expelled? Unlike us, you might not be expelled. We're already behind. No, but isn't this your first time breaking school rules this year? And, Hermione, why would you send him home like this? Are you saying you can do whatever you want to him? Maybe you'll be fine. No, but we'll definitely be expelled from school. Ron yelled at Hermione, who let Greengrass go without saying anything. But with more swords. It's all your fault for going to school. Besides, we have to be expelled too. Mr. Greengrass said the same thing just now. I wanted to help Mr. Malfoy, but I didn't know her, and I got myself into trouble. Yes, I didn't realize. It's easy to know that if I set off fireworks that day, something like this would happen. I never thought about it. I'm such an idiot. You can't stay here. Hermione screamed louder, ignoring our protests, and ran into the girls' dormitory. Ron and I looked at each other with shocked expressions. Seeing Hermione suddenly scream so fiercely, we both calmed down. What's wrong with that guy? I didn't answer Ron's question. To be honest, Greengrass's previous words made no sense to me. I couldn't imagine what Hermione was thinking. I shrugged at Ron, who mumbled in surprise, and then my tired body collapsed onto the common room sofa. I don't know how long I did this, but Ron leaned over and whispered to me, "Oh, I'm expelled, or rather, I'll be expelled from Slytherin. I don't know what we did this time. After all, we found out that Dahlia Malfoy wasn't the heir, that's it." After Hermione left, I decided to tell Ron my thoughts. In this matter, Hermione completely trusted Dahlia Malfoy. I couldn't tell her my thoughts. To distract myself from the reality that I might be expelled from school tomorrow, I started to talk about something I had been thinking about for a long time. "Are you sure Dahlia Malfoy isn't the culprit?" Hermione had already trusted Dahlia Malfoy before the mission, and after hearing what happened in the Slytherin common room, her trust deepened. But I wasn't fooled. It was true that Draco and Greengrass had never confirmed that Dahlia Malfoy had committed the crime. But, what do you mean? After all, Draco and Slytherin said before that Dahlia Malfoy wasn't the culprit. "Yes, that's right. That's true, but," I said half-believingly, "I think Dahlia Malfoy did this alone, and Draco and Greengrass just don't know." "What do you mean?" I answered Ron, but Ron didn't seem to understand my words immediately. "Dumbledore only suspects Dahlia Malfoy. Although Draco is also a Slytherin, and even a Malfoy, Dumbledore was the first to personally suspect Dahlia Malfoy. That is to say, this time he is the only one. Maybe this is a crime and his brother doesn't even know about it. This explains why Draco doesn't know about Dahlia Malfoy. Dumbledore is the greatest wizard. It's impossible for someone like that to suspect the wrong person. Must be. And, what we just found out is not only that Draco and them don't know about Dahlia Malfoy's crime, but also their previous atmosphere. Maybe Dahlia Malfoy hasn't returned to the common room recently. I guess that's how it is, day and night. Fred and George were told in advance that Dahlia Malfoy had been wandering around somewhere recently, but they always joked. This time, it was also possible that it was a white lie to make me, who was suspected of being the heir, happy. However, this action confirmed it. Dahlia Malfoy is currently wandering around the school looking for prey. This is the only reason I can think of for going out at a time like this. I understand. That guy. Perhaps he understood, Ron shouted, as if he had forgotten that he had been expelled. Yes, I think he might be looking for the next victim. Maybe tomorrow we will be expelled from school. However, this move was not in vain. If we are expelled, we can still get revenge on Dahlia Malfoy. If the professors find him wandering around the school alone, they will definitely be more vigilant than now. Maybe he will forgive us for letting him know. Not only, now we can at least protect Hermione. Hermione may not be the only one expelled from school because of this incident. At that time, we can finally protect her who stays in school. If the professors warn her, it will be difficult for Dahlia Malfoy to find the next victim. Instead, this time, perhaps his evil deeds can be exposed. In a situation where I might be expelled from school, I've found a ray of hope. I don't want to be expelled from school, but I'm not completely without hope. The information we obtained may turn the tide. The only thing left to do is to see how much we can resist Snape, who will be happy to summon us tomorrow. With this thought, we walked up the stairs to the boys' dormitory. Dahlia's perspective. I stood in the middle of the empty corridor, staring at the pot that was still slightly warm. I said I would tell the professors, but I was at a loss. Should I take this pot to my professor? It would be easy to hand this pot over to Professor Snape. This was ironclad evidence that Granger and his friends had severely violated school rules. This was about Professor Snape, who hated Gryffindor. This would definitely get them expelled from school. But is it really okay to do this? I wasn't sad for the girls who were expelled from school. Although I knew that Granger hadn't betrayed Dahlia, there was no doubt that Dahlia was drugged because of them. No matter how much I forget Dahlia's body, if it weren't for this, Dahlia would not have been harmed at all. I just can't forgive this. I want to expel them from school. Perhaps unlike Granger, I still cannot forgive Granger who planned and executed all this, although I did not suspect Potter and Weasley, who, as I originally expected, came to belittle Dahlia. But I thought at the same time, if they were expelled from school, was it really for Dahlia? This time, Dahlia naturally didn't know. If it weren't for this time, I would never have imagined that Granger would throw fireworks into Goyle's pot. Dahlia, she probably never dreamed that Granger was the one who drugged her. What would Dahlia think when she found out? If Granger is expelled from school, her actions will naturally be exposed. Of course, this also includes the firework incident. What would Dahlia think when she learned that Granger was the reason she was drugged? I don't know what Dahlia is thinking about not returning to the common room, but I'm sure she would be unhappy if she knew about this. If Granger really betrayed him, then there would be no room for hesitation. For Dahlia's sake, he probably felt that such a person should no longer be allowed into this castle. However, after truly knowing her heart, there was still a little room for hesitation. Inside me, the desire to punish Granger and them competed with my feelings for Dahlia, and the competition ended in an instant. I hope Dahlia can be happy. If it hinders, even my feelings will be suppressed. He couldn't forgive Granger, but he could quietly put it away so that Dahlia wouldn't notice. If it was just to punish them, they would have been punished long ago. Now, they must be waiting for the news of their expulsion tomorrow. Thinking of them trembling in bed, my breathing slowed slightly, then I magically wiped away the contents of the pot and hugged the pot. While I was still there, I walked towards the room and spoke. Chapter 88, Christmas. Waking up is the worst. Christmas morning is the best way to wake up. When I woke up, I saw piles of gifts. A lavish Christmas feast. It was supposed to be a wonderful day, except for the fact that I had to take a poisonous polyjuice potion that would kill me. But, overnight, my mood plummeted. Compared to yesterday, this was the worst awakening ever. Although I woke up at first, I doubted if I could really sleep. Afterwards, I went back to bed, but all I could do was tremble for my last day at Hogwarts today. Good morning. As I groggily climbed out of bed, a voice called out to me. When I turned my attention there, I saw Ron, who had huge dark circles under his eyes and didn't look very pale. From his expression, he probably couldn't sleep as well as I did. When I looked in the mirror, I felt that I also had similar dark circles. Good morning. After exchanging greetings, we dressed slower than usual. To be honest, I didn't have the strength to eat breakfast at all. Besides, I didn't really want to go to the Great Hall, because I could imagine Professor Snape waiting for us there, holding our hands. However, considering that this was my last day at Hogwarts, it would be a pity to be expelled without eating a final hearty breakfast here. For me, this might be my last formal meal. Since I had been expelled from Hogwarts, the Dursley family might treat me even more like trash than before. Most importantly, they were still treated like trash. Unlike me, Ron would not be treated like trash, but like me, he would not have a bright future either. After changing clothes, Ron and I struggled to the common room. The common room was decorated in crimson, the iconic color of Gryffindor. Hermione was already waiting there. She sat on the sofa in front of the fireplace, looking listless, contrary to her methodical personality. Good morning. Hermione's hair was messier than usual, and she looked as lifeless as the rest of us. She probably couldn't sleep either. Hermione also seemed to have no energy to reply to me, probably because she was afraid of being expelled. Most importantly, unlike the rest of us, this was Hermione's first time breaking school rules. She was the only one who believed she wouldn't be expelled from school, but after all, terrible things can be terrible. Let's go. Yes. We walked towards the Great Hall with slower steps than usual. I wanted to engrave this scene in my mind. This might be the last time. Many photos hung in the corridor, and there was no one but us. Some people were still sleeping, but since it was morning, many people were already awake. There was a moving staircase at the end of the corridor, but it did not always lead to a fixed position. When I first entered the school, I was very bothered by this photo and the stairs. These photos were generally friendly, but some were very paranoid. Sometimes they would tell me things I didn't understand, and some even lied to me. The stairs were always capricious, and I was almost late for class more than once because of the stairs. Last year, when I used these stairs to escape Filch, there was a three-headed dog in front of me, and I almost died. This was a huge difficulty. However, when I first entered college, all this was new to me, and every little thing touched me. This was an experience I had never seen or heard of before, and I couldn't help but enjoy it. That feeling still hasn't changed. This place is full of strange things, and although I often struggle with them, they always end up making me happy. There is a warmth here that the Dursley family does not have. This is where I really want to go back. But today is the last day. Today we will be expelled from school. The story of Slytherin. Falling into the hands of Slytherin is the biggest stain on the school. I'm here. Because I walked slowly, it took twice as long as usual, but I finally got there. We are now standing in front of the Great Hall door. The door was very large, and when I looked up, I somehow felt it was even larger and heavier. If you open the door, Professor Snape might be standing there. Yes, that might be the best smile I've ever seen. The scene that must be unfolding on the other side of the door made me depressed. It was about Professor Snape. I was sure he must be very happy to be able to expel us. Anyway, let's go in. I'm just going to ask Professor Snape to let me have one last breakfast. I believe Mr. Malfoy and Miss Greengrass will forgive me. Hermione mumbled the last words, then firmly opened the great hall door. Ron and I prepared to greet the overgrown bat that might be outside the door, and our expressions became gloomy, but no one was standing on the other side of the door. Dahlia's perspective. I am currently having breakfast with Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle, who were locked in the cabinet next to the Great Hall until this morning. Dahlia didn't even come to breakfast this morning. Yesterday, when I returned from the girls' restroom, I bypassed Draco, who was suspicious of my sudden departure, and the two of us waited until late at night, but Dahlia did not return. There was no separate class. In the worst case, I could stay awake until morning, but in the end, Dahlia never came back. Dahlia never appeared for our Christmas. Even now, I am talking to Draco, who has the same gloomy expression as me, and is having breakfast. Dahlia, I don't know what you've been doing these days. No reply. No wonder. If I had been able to respond in the first place, I wouldn't have felt so anxious. Draco couldn't not want to know. After all, Draco is Dahlia's brother. Sorry. I apologized for asking such a stupid question, and Draco's answer was as if he didn't really care. I wish this kind of holiday would end quickly. If you were an ordinary student, you might be very happy to spend this holiday, and even wish it would last forever. Some students might be unwilling to return to the Hogwarts dormitory after the holiday ends. I believe everyone will have a meaningful Christmas with their loved ones and friends, but Draco and I are different. We have always hoped that this holiday would end as soon as possible. It is painful to spend a meaningless holiday. Time without Dahlia is worthless. Hogwarts without Dahlia is nothing but miserable. Unless it's a holiday, we can only see Dahlia in class. Is Dahlia okay? I wonder if Dahlia is sleeping well? Is Dahlia eating normally? Anxiety filled my mind, but at least I could confirm that I was attending classes normally. I could confirm that Dahlia was indeed here. I felt a little relieved about this, but not during this meaningless holiday. We can't see Dahlia. That child will never come back to us. Dahlia continued to live in places where we were not, without classes, and without worrying about others' attention. Even at this time, I couldn't help but worry that something bad had happened to Dahlia. I couldn't help but want to take a look at Dahlia. I just wanted to make sure she was okay. Really, I wonder where you are, Dahlia? I looked at the great hall door and whispered. I believed that if I prayed like this, Dahlia would come out from there. I believed that with such a look, a Dahlia would accidentally appear. I want to see that girl. Even if I can avoid it, I just want to see that girl doing well. I just want to know that Dahlia is doing well. As I wished at the door, the great hall door slowly opened. I opened my eyes, not expecting this. I looked at the door as if praying, and the door opened immediately. Although I felt it was impossible, my heart was instantly filled with anticipation. Perhaps my wish came true. Christmas was impossible, but perhaps my wish was a day late. Dahlia. But of course this could not happen. My involuntarily raised voice quickly quieted down. The person who actually entered the Great Hall was not Dahlia, but the trio who had entered the Slytherin dormitory last night. They didn't know that I hadn't told them anything, and all three of them were as pale as if they hadn't slept last night. His behavior was obviously suspicious, and he sat down while looking around the partition. When I realized that this was not the person I was waiting for, but the person who came in, my sense of anticipation quickly disappeared. All that remained was a somewhat empty feeling. I don't care how anxious their night was. Although Dumbledore encouraged him to do so, he was not interested in what would happen to those who doubted Dahlia. Granger didn't seem to have any doubts, but he still continued with yesterday's breaking and entering plan. Even after one night, I couldn't forgive myself for hurting Dahlia. What's wrong? I thought I had suddenly raised my voice, but when I sat back in my seat with a gloomy face, Draco called out to me suspiciously. I shook my head. No, nothing. Just what's expected, I said, turning my attention back to breakfast. Breakfast without Dahlia was still bland. However, at first glance, he was just talking to other teachers as usual, but Agent stared at them intently. Harry's perspective. Finally, Professor Snape never came to breakfast with a smile. Although Professor Snape not being at the door relieved him, he still trembled while eating breakfast, and his heart was still uneasy, but in the end nothing happened. I thought he might just be gloating at us being afraid of being expelled from school, but apparently that was not the case. I only saw him eating breakfast in the Great Hall, which had almost no students because of the holiday, with his usual temper on his face. It seemed that he was not particularly paying attention to me. What do you mean? I thought Professor Snape would be the first thing in the morning to tell us we were expelled. As soon as I left the Great Hall, Ron tilted his head in confusion, his expression both anxious and relaxed. Ron and I both thought that since it was Professor Snape, he would be the first to give us guidance. Even if Gaikorn didn't come before breakfast, I thought he would do something during this time. Although there were various excuses to expel us, it was impossible for nothing to happen. When we were curious about the usual breakfast scene, Hermione replied with a gloomy face, "Let's wait a little longer. Maybe Miss Greengrass just hasn't told Professor Snape yet." There was something in Hermione's voice that made her want to be punished. A gust of wind came. When we finished lunch and dinner, Professor Snape never came to see us again. Why isn't Professor Snape coming? No, I really don't want him to come. But isn't this very strange? He would be very happy to tell us to expel him. As soon as I left the Great Hall, Ron tilted his head and started talking, realizing that the day would end safely after dinner. Although I didn't want it to happen, I couldn't help but feel strange that something I thought would happen didn't happen. For us. I'm sure Miss Greengrass is keeping silent about this. Hermione started saying impossible things again. What do you mean? Ron responded to Hermione's strange answer with a short voice. That polyjuice potion is indeed a dangerous potion. If it is found to have been made, it is not surprising to be expelled from school. That's why it is called the strongest potion. It is on the forbidden bookshelf. However, there is only one reason why the teachers have not come to us so far, Hermione said in a tired voice. Miss Greengrass didn't give the potion to Professor Snape yesterday. She missed us. But that's impossible, isn't it? He's a Slytherin, right? He wouldn't miss such an opportunity to expel us. I nodded at Ron's words. The opponent is Slytherin, where there are only those disgusting people. And for some reason, Miss Greengrass was very angry yesterday. I can't imagine such a person remaining silent about our weaknesses. When we ask such questions, Hermione said with her usual pale face, "Then how do you explain this situation?" Hermione glanced at the Great Hall she had just come out of, then said, "All the teachers are here as usual today, and they don't seem to be paying special attention to us. If they knew of our existence, they should be reacting now." Hearing this, I remembered how the teachers looked today. That's right. As Hermione said, Professor Snape and the other teachers must have been having dinner as usual. If we knew each other, it would be strange if you didn't pay attention to us. But this does not mean that he cannot agree with Hermione's guess. Slytherin, and even Miss Greengrass, a follower of Dahlia Malfoy, would not miss us. If Hermione was right, Professor Snape probably still didn't know what we did. But I can't imagine this means they missed us. It's more natural to think that this is Slytherin and they are plotting something. I'm sure he has already informed Draco and is playing some cunning trick with him. This is about Draco. Just like Professor Snape, he must have a genius mind when he makes us suffer. Ron seemed to have the same idea as me. Maybe he just didn't tell Professor Snape. He didn't tell Professor Snape last night, and after seeing how scared we all were, he plans to tell us today. I can only think this way too. I didn't look at the Slytherins because my attention was focused on the teachers' seats, but I'm sure they would be happy to watch us. Seeing us tremble in fear seems to be a great spectacle for Draco and Slytherin. However, Hermione seemed to disagree with our perspective. Chapter 89, Mirror of Ares. The longer it takes, the more evidence we'll have of making that potion. If you leave that potion for a day, it won't be something like Polyjuice potion anymore. It'll just be a hodgepodge of stuff. We don't understand. That's why we kept heating that thing in the bathroom when no one else was around, right? That's why he didn't put out the fire even when we weren't there. I don't think Greengrass is still lighting that thing. I don't think so. There's no benefit for her to take the potion to Professor Snape. So I stuck to my opinion. Ron and I thought about refuting Hermione's eccentric viewpoint but ultimately decided not to, as it was pointless. Whatever Greengrass was planning, if Hermione's statement was correct, then the evidence of us making the Polyjuice potion should lose its significance. I was angry that they saw us trembling, but in the end, maybe we don't have to get expelled? Ron asked timidly, and Hermione nodded, looking as if she had swallowed a bitter pill. Hooray! Ron and I were ecstatic. I couldn't help but be glad I didn't have to drop out, even though I had been trembling all day. My mood had been terrible since this morning, and this seemed like a lie. He comforted himself that even if he was expelled, he could at least protect Hermione, but he absolutely didn't want to be expelled. Ron and I couldn't help but dance on the spot, showing our joy. But, yes, Greengrass must have missed it. That's why we're turning ourselves in. Hermione's words stunned both of us. What are you saying, Hermione? Are you crazy? You didn't have to get expelled. Ron yelled as if he was about to bite, and Hermione yelled back. Because I can't stand it. I heard Mr. Malfoy a long time ago. I absolutely cannot let something like this happen. Dahlia Malfoy is the heir. Do you know what he'll become? Look at him. Ron's words made Hermione even more anxious. Ron, what are you saying? Didn't we just find out yesterday that Mr. Malfoy isn't an heir? Ron and I looked embarrassed by Hermione's rebuttal. Hermione was still a firm believer in Malfoy, and we hadn't even discussed the possibility of him being the heir. I thought she didn't need to know, because unlike us, she wouldn't be expelled. If she knew, it would only make her more worried. But now that I didn't have to drop out, for Hermione's safety, it was best to talk about it. Ron and I hesitated for a moment, then, Hermione, this is how it is. As if we had made up our minds, we began to talk about the possibility raised yesterday. Perhaps Dahlia Malfoy is attacking students on her own. What do you mean? I spoke slowly to Hermione, who was clearly showing anger. Indeed, Draco and the others don't believe Dahlia Malfoy is the heir. But I guess they just don't know that. I think he's calling himself a person. If that's the case, it all makes sense. Dumbledore suspects Dahlia Malfoy not just because she's a member of the House of Malfoy or Slytherin. It would be strange if he didn't suspect Draco, but Dumbledore only suspects Dahlia Malfoy by name. Perhaps Dumbledore has a reason to suspect only Dumbledore. Hearing my words, Hermione's head gradually drooped. I couldn't see her expression, so I continued. Also, he wasn't in the common room yesterday, and it might not have just been yesterday. From what Draco and the others said, it might have been a long time. I can't believe he would do something like this in a person's time. At such a moment, I think he's the heir. That's what I said. Hermione was betrayed by her beliefs. As she lowered her head, I began to hear sobbing. Ron and I didn't know what to say, so all we could do was get closer to Hermione. When Hermione just cried without speaking, I started to think about what to do. What? Hermione began to speak. Then, what did I do? I understand what Harry and they are saying. I want to prove that Mr. Malfoy is innocent in this case. Proving this doesn't mean she did it. I don't agree with your story at all, but that's why what did he do? Hermione? Hermione's voice was trembling. I wanted to give back what I got from her, so I wanted to offer her some help. I wanted to protect her, but all I did was help her. All I did was prove I was alone, and in the process, I only hurt her. And I can't even be expelled. With a final shout, Hermione ran off. As she drove away, the side of her face I saw was indeed tear-stained. Ron and I were left behind, unable to keep up with the sudden events. What happened to him? That's what I wanted to hear. I shrugged in response to Ron. I stood there without a trace, but I thought it was too late. Let's go back to the dormitory. Yes. Saying that, we also started walking towards the dormitory. At that moment, good evening, Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. It was the voice that always gave me courage. When I hurriedly looked back, Headmaster Dumbledore stood behind us, with his usual friendly expression on his face. Although it's still Christmas break, both of your faces look gloomy. Aren't you worried about something? Professor Dumbledore. Ron and I cried out in surprise when the professor looked as if he had been there from the beginning. He. It seems I surprised you. No. Dumbledore was smiling, and his voice was as kind as ever, but the professor's sudden visit made us all panic. I thought we wouldn't be expelled, but Greengrass had already handed the pot to the professor, and I thought it was Professor Dumbledore, not Snape, who came to expel us personally. However, despite our impatience, Dumbledore continued in a calm voice. Professor S., why are you here? No, just as I said, although it's just after Christmas, your faces have been pale since this morning, and I'm a little worried about you, especially Harry, because of the mirror last year. It's just an old man's worry. The professor was clearly not here to expel us, but only to worry that we would get into trouble again like last year, because our faces hadn't been so good since this morning. Indeed, it was during the Christmas holiday last year that I fell in love with the mirror of Erist. In the mirror that reflected people's deepest desires, I saw a family that no longer existed in this world. My parents and relatives, killed by Lord Voldemort, stood behind me. I was helplessly drawn to this sight I could no longer see, but it was just an illusion. What was reflected in the mirror was only hope. It never reflected reality. But I couldn't think that way, and in the end, I was so fascinated by the mirror that I almost forgot to live. I ignored Ron's silence and his worries about me, and sat in front of the mirror as usual. At that time, the person who saved me was Professor Dumbledore. He taught me the truth about the mirror. He gently guided me and pulled me away from the mirror. Now that I think about it, that was the first time I talked to Dumbledore. Since then, Professor Dumbledore has always guided me when I needed him most. At the time of the mirror, at the time of protecting the Philosopher's Stone, and at the time of being suspected of being the heir. Professor Dumbledore's gentle tone made the unease in my heart seem to lessen a bit. I thought this man was really just worried about us, but Ron didn't seem to think so. There's nothing wrong between us. It seemed he wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. I wasn't as anxious as Ron, but I also agreed with the idea that it was better to return to the dormitory sooner. Even if Dumbledore only came because he was worried about us, he might get angry if we talked for too long. Professor Dumbledore is the greatest wizard I know. Even with our insignificant anomalies, he might be able to find out the truth. The fact is that we violated school rules. Chapter 90 Develop Future Plans. But perhaps it was already too late. Professor Dumbledore looked at our suspicious behavior with that heart-like gaze, then nodded and said, "Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley." He began to speak in a soft tone. "I trust you are both in good health. But besides that, is there anything else you wish to tell me? For example, about the sad events currently happening at Hogwarts." Regarding this matter, the question was sharp, as if it could see through my heart. Why do you think that? What? That's just an old man's intuition. I've lived longer than you fools. Dumbledore chuckled happily again, then said, "However, if you know anything, please tell me. It's embarrassing, but I haven't found any relevant evidence yet. It's insignificant. Everything is fine. If you have any concerns, please tell me." For Granger's Sake. That last sentence shocked us as if we had been struck by lightning. That was it. I didn't dare to tell them because I was afraid of being expelled, but without a doubt, this was information that should be conveyed to a professor. Unlike the voice story I heard before, this story was deeply related to this matter. For Hermione, who might be betrayed by Dahlia Malfoy, I felt it was absolutely necessary to tell a professor what he was doing. Furthermore, if it was a potion, Greengrass had it now. Hermione's story was likely no longer evidence. Given that, I thought I could tell him about Dahlia Malfoy while keeping our involvement well hidden. Professor, actually, we began to talk. Dahlia Malfoy was wandering the castle at night. That might be because he was looking for his next victim. We told Dumbledore most of the information we had learned yesterday. The only thing they didn't say was how they got this information. After Dumbledore listened to us quietly, "I see. Dahlia went out for a walk at night. Isn't that what you two wanted to say?" "Yes, I said that to understand the facts." "Yes, Professor. If this is true, that's truly astonishing information. Of course, it doesn't necessarily mean she is the heir. However, I thought she was a more polite, model student. To know knew. We were happy to be able to convey to Dumbledore the evidence that Dahlia Malfoy was the heir, but that wasn't the only story." Hearing the next sentence, our expressions froze again. "But, Harry, there's one thing missing from your story. How exactly did you get this amazing information?" It seemed he hadn't fooled me at all. That. We could only answer hesitantly. The story we just told was as if we had unknowingly obtained the information. His joy suddenly shifted, and due to fear of being expelled from school again, his behavior became suspicious. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, didn't I just say that if you violate school rules again next time, you must be expelled?" As we opened and closed our mouths, Dumbledore continued quietly. "As for me, I'm very curious about how you obtained this information. I thought it was all over. I thought I had miraculously dodged the Slytherin accusation, but I desperately realized that I had to confess to Professor Dumbledore myself." At his next words, we both desperately bowed our heads, not knowing if Dumbledore would expel us. "But I began to suspect that you might have violated school rules because there was no evidence." Ron and I looked up as if we had been rejected. "And you both acted out of friendship, didn't you? That's commendable. No matter how difficult, as long as you have this friendship, everything will be fine. Cherish this. Gryffindor, I want to give you points, but unfortunately, I'm currently on vacation, so I don't know if you can bear it." Having said that, Dumbledore handed us lemon drops and finally walked away with a smile. Only Ron and I were left, and we both stiffened when he handed us 3 lemon drops. Dahlia's perspective. The last night of Christmas break before students returned to school. I was still walking alone in the empty corridor. I heard a bell ringing in the distance. This sound indicated that there was only a short time left until curfew. The few remaining students at Hogwarts must have heard this sound and returned to their dormitories. But I didn't go to the common room in the basement. Instead, I moved in the opposite direction. I can't go back yet. I can't go see you yet. I can't stay by his side yet, until I get an answer from that voice. Although, as we entered the Christmas break, I started spending more time looking for that voice. There were no classes during the break, and no annoying stares from students. I could focus on finding the monster without worrying about time or people's attention. With this, at least I could get an answer during the break. That's what I thought. But, before the break, I often heard such sounds. When I realized the identity of this sound, I didn't really hear its voice, perhaps because the timing was wrong, but if I concentrated, I could always feel its presence coming from within the wall. How was that? Since I went on vacation, I haven't heard any voices. In fact, I haven't even noticed it. It's as if such a thing never existed in the first place. Why? Why can't I find the monster? Even though I've looked for you so much, slept so much, eaten so much, why haven't I heard your voice yet? Even though I desperately want and need a monster. If you believe the writing on the wall, then the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. The monster must still be crawling within the walls. In fact, before the break, I could hear sounds everywhere. Why did I stop hearing it as soon as I went on vacation? Why did it stop appearing as soon as I started looking for it? If monsters are creatures that love to kill, then why don't they look for prey that airs enemies? This is absolutely wrong. Otherwise, the basilisk. The break is almost over. Tomorrow, that disgusting gaze will appear again. I worried that I had only a little time left and averted my gaze from certain possibilities, walking forward at an almost running pace. If I didn't run, my mind would be filled with anxiety, and this fear, and I couldn't get rid of this fear. If I didn't move forward, I would feel scared. I thought, running quickly up the stairs and through the hall. It shouldn't be like this. He should have gotten an answer from the basilisk by now. What is a monster? What am I? I, who knew nothing, could finally know myself. Where does this fearlessness deep within me come from? I want to know if I can continue to exist with the people I care about. I ran up the stairs in front of the hall, trying to shake off the feeling of fear in my heart. Then, I climbed the stairs and was about to enter the corridor but stopped. No, I had no choice but to stop. Looking at the scene before me, I had an indescribable sense of unease. Although I said it felt strange, it didn't mean I saw anything particularly unusual. I just felt there was something there, something. It felt like a transparent thing was staring at me. Although I couldn't see him, I did feel something in front of me. Is it my imagination? No, that's impossible. There was indeed a feeling that a transparent thing existed here. This is a magic school. There are many beings that can become transparent, but there aren't many people who can see through my spell. I am currently using a blinding charm. I have been using this spell since my first year and am full of confidence. I'm not boasting, but it's simply impossible for an ordinary wizard to see through this spell. However, this transparent figure was clearly looking at me. She could use advanced magic like invisibility and had the ability to see through my magic. As far as I know, there is only one such person. What are you doing? School/principal/professor/student. When I spoke to him in a hoarse voice, an old man with a long beard appeared in the empty space, as if he had always been there. As expected, Dumbledore appeared. Although the old man already knew about my magic, he didn't care at all, just looking like a carefree old man. I met a troublesome person at a troublesome time. Good evening, Dahlia. What? This is just a little prank by some old man. I understand anyway. As always, Dumbledore tried to act cheerful and talkative. In response, I replied, expressing the dissatisfaction on my face that had never been shown in my voice. I just noticed a sign. Sure enough, you are the president. I was also the president during my student days, but I was not as good as you. Just kidding. Besides, although you are transparent, you don't really want to hide, do you? Someone like Professor Dumbledore can't use magic that would be noticed like mine. This old man is indeed the greatest wizard of this century. If he really intended to hide, a little girl like me would not be able to find him. So, this is probably just a prank, just like this guy said. If he can see through it, he can prove my ability, and if he can't see through it, he might want to surprise me. If you surprise them at the beginning, you can even make the conversation slightly in your favor. At least I know he's not here to chat with me. The proof of this is that this guy's eyes, as always, showed caution. You bought too much. Well, I did want to talk to you. If you noticed, I was about to call you. Dumbledore took a breath. Dahlia, if you don't look so silly, I think it's almost curfew. But where are you going? As I remember, Slytherin's common room is in the basement. Should that be a potato? I apologized, suppressing the urge to click my tongue. Obviously, Muir would not be allowed to do this. Sorry, it's like this. I don't think so. Although it's a holiday, I don't mind you going out so late. I won't deduct points because of the holiday, but you should be more careful in the future. Yes, a normal student might be relieved that their points were not deducted, but I was not fooled. This guy was waiting for me right here, even invisible. The story can't end like this. This is how this guy works, and I learned that the hard way last Christmas. As expected, this person's story continued. Dumbledore dropped his cheerful mask and said with a serious expression, "It's about you, Dahlia. Unlike the Weasley brothers, you wouldn't wander around aimlessly at night, would you? This is a question I don't want anyone to ask me. Why did you decide to walk around at night? No, not just at night. Recently, you have been away from the friends who have always been with you. Are you worried about something? What can I say to you? I have never been more grateful for my expressionless face than I am now. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to maintain a calm expression." A dark feeling churned in my heart. It was different from when my brother was attacked in the Forbidden Forest or Lockhart's class, but my heart was equally filled with anger and murderous intent. "What do you know? I'm not staying away from my brothers because I want to. The reason I'm walking around so much at night is because you won't give me a mirror." I instinctively reached for my wand, then stopped. "Calm down. This guy is observing my reaction. I can't reveal my heart to this person. Besides, there's nothing wrong with what this guy said. In fact, I know. As for the mirror, this guy just showed it to me. The reason I saw that scene in the mirror is because I'm a monster. This person is not responsible. The reason I left my brother and Dahlia is because I'm a monster. That's it. This is my sin. It's wrong to blame this person." I barely convinced myself, but my answer was a bit blunt. "I'm thinking too much. I just feel like I can't sleep yet." Despite my conviction, the anger in my heart never disappeared. "I don't want to see this person's face again. Otherwise, I'll kill this guy again." "Excuse me, it's already curfew. Can I go home now?" I declared before Dumbledore could respond. From his tone, he seemed wary of me being out at such a dangerous time. So I took advantage of that. I implicitly asked him if it was acceptable for me, as a student, to be in such a place at such a time. "Since you haven't answered any of this person's questions yet, you might be a little wary, but it's too late." Dumbledore's gaze instantly became wary, but at the same time, he also seemed to feel that he could no longer keep her. "I understand. I'm sorry I kept you. Good night, Dahlia." "Yes, it set me free." Dumbledore's eyes remained wary of me until the very end. Dumbledore's perspective. Looking at Dahlia's retreating back, I remembered the past. This scene was exactly the same as before. That time, just before Tom accused Hagrid. Even so, Tom was still energetically walking around Hogwarts at night. Unlike Dahlia, Tom had prepared an excuse, saying that Professor Dippet had called him at the time, but Tom did go out at night. He was looking for sacrifices to bear his sins. Everything about Dahlia and Tom matched so well, it was hard to believe it was a coincidence. Now that I think about it, the place where Tom and I talked at that time was on the stairs in front of this great hall. The regret from that time resurfaced in my mind. At that time, I foolishly perceived Tom's schemes but ignored his crimes. I was too foolish not to leave Tom alone. As a result, Hagrid was expelled from Hogwarts and ordered to break his wand. Eventually, due to the Eagle's plea to Professor Dippet, Hagrid remained at Hogwarts as the gamekeeper, and his wand was hidden intact in his umbrella. However, this did not change the fact that his life was greatly disrupted. What should I have done at that time? I have always been smarter than others. However, I have made more mistakes than others. As he got older, he was hailed by those around him as the greatest wizard of the century, but in reality, his life was full of regrets. About Harry, about Lily, about James, about Hagrid, about Tom, about Gellert, and about Ariana. The longer you live, the more regrets you have. No, maybe there are many people who live as long as I do, and it would be good if they had regrets. Even now, one of many regrets still torments me. How could I have stopped Tom? How could they have avoided sacrificing Hagrid? No one answered. Everything has become the past. I can't do anything anymore. Even if I think about it, it's just a matter of course. However, this is all I know. Don't repeat what happened that year. Just like that time, a boy lost his place, a boy fell into darkness. We cannot let such a thing happen again. However, even though I know this, there is little I can do. Even if Dahlia Malfoy is the heir, there is no evidence that she committed a crime, just like Tom. So I can't do anything openly. If I do something obvious, Lucius Malfoy, who may be connected to Dahlia behind the scenes, will kick me out of here. That shouldn't happen. I can't be driven out of here before Harry can fight Tom. So the least I can do is, while planning for the future, I am also thinking about the future. This time, I hope no one dies. Don't let anyone blame you. I hope that students with the same aura as Tom will not fall into darkness again. Chapter 91, Overhang. After the Christmas holidays ended, the students returned to Hogwarts. Those of us who stayed at Hogwarts might have had the worst Christmas ever, but they probably didn't. As a Christmas gift, they were with their families for the first time in a while. The expression on everyone's face was joyful as they poured into the dormitories, as if the Christmas holidays had just ended. However, among all the bright-faced students, the expressions of my roommates, Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown, were slightly different. Contrary to the cheerful atmosphere around them, the two called out to me, their faces clearly showing anxiety and unease. Parvati Patil hugged me as we chatted in the common room, which was much more crowded than yesterday. "Hermione, are you all right? I couldn't help but worry about you during Christmas." Parvati's first words gave me a terrible premonition. "Me too. Hermione, you were the only muggle left at Hogwarts. I was afraid you'd be attacked during the holidays. And you know, Christmas, that girl is still around." It wasn't hard to imagine who that girl was. I felt my thoughts rapidly freeze. I knew there was no malice between the two of them. As fellow Gryffindor students, they were simply worried about me being a muggle-born. But now, I felt incredibly frustrated, because every word they spoke implied that Mr. Malfoy was the heir. "It's fine. I'm excited too." Somehow, I managed to squeeze the words out of my brain, which hadn't had a decent night's sleep since Christmas Eve. "Let it be. I can't say anything right now. Originally, I should have cleared Mr. Malfoy's name. She had been helping me, and now I should be the one helping her get out of trouble. Breaking school rules and brewing polyjuice potion. If that were true, the results here should have eliminated their misunderstanding. But this was a huge mistake. All I did was give her some medicine. Because of the drug, we don't know exactly what happened between Mr. Malfoy and Greengrass, but I was sure it would hurt her. In the end, all I managed to do was hurt Mr. Malfoy. Once again, it seemed I was the one who hurt her. I don't think so. Hermione, your face is completely pale. Did Dahlia Malfoy do something to you? It seemed my complexion was worse than I thought. Contrary to my insistence that I was fine, they seemed to misunderstand my pale complexion. I shook my head, looking exhausted. That's not true. She didn't do anything. She didn't. In fact, I hurt Mr. Malfoy. As if forcing the words out, I walked heavily toward the bedroom, looking at Parvati and Lavender, who stared back with confused, suspicious faces, not understanding what I was saying. I didn't want to hear them anymore. Otherwise, I didn't know what I might do to these girls who were worried about me. I returned to the bedroom, avoiding their gaze, and collapsed onto the bed as if I were jumping into it. My body was heavy. Although there were classes tomorrow, my body felt as heavy as lead. As I lay my heavy body on the bed, I tried to think about the classes starting tomorrow. But no matter how hard I tried to think, my thoughts wouldn't move forward at all. What should I do starting tomorrow? I had no idea. Starting tomorrow, I wondered what I should look like when I saw Mr. Malfoy. When I thought of Mr. Malfoy, my heart was filled with an overwhelming sense of guilt. I didn't intend to betray her. I just wanted to prove her innocence. Yet, I ended up betraying her anyway. Regardless of my feelings, my actions put her in an even worse situation. The more I thought about it, the stronger the guilt became. I wanted to apologize. I just wanted to apologize to her. To say that I had been drugged. Although it was the outcome, my actions led to suspicion falling on her, just like the previous year before the Hogwarts Express. But even though I wanted to apologize, I couldn't apologize to her. She didn't know what I had done. If she knew, I would surely cause her more severe harm than I already had. If I couldn't apologize, I wanted to be expelled from school. This was the only punishment I could think of that fit my crime right now. But I couldn't do that either. The reason I would be expelled was because I brewed polyjuice potion. However, telling the teachers about this would be the same as telling them about my activities in Slytherin House. If the information we obtained proved Mr. Malfoy's innocence, I would tell the teachers without hesitation. But the truth was different. The information we obtained did not prove her innocence, it only indicated that she might be the sole perpetrator. The news that she was moving around at night might not mean she was the culprit, but it certainly deepened the suspicion against her. I didn't think the teachers would believe Harry's opinion. However, Harry's story, while understandable, was merely circumstantial. If he told the teachers about this, he might cause Mr. Malfoy more trouble. That was something that shouldn't happen. I couldn't help Mr. Malfoy ended up hurting her, and I couldn't even bear the punishment for it. I felt a crushing sense of guilt with nowhere to go. I wanted to sleep but couldn't, and my face became paler and paler. This also fueled rumors about what Mr. Malfoy had done to me. Everything was a vicious cycle. Anyway, let's sleep first. The Christmas holidays were over, and classes were starting tomorrow. Only the Gryffindor children could see it today, but starting tomorrow, children from the other houses would see it too. If I looked pale then, I would be hurting Mr. Malfoy. Even though I knew this internally, I still couldn't sleep. Finally, I fell asleep after Parvati and Lavender, who were probably talking about souvenirs in the common room, went to bed. This time, I understood that even if you thought something was a good thing, it wouldn't necessarily lead to a good result. The thought that I could never move forward. Yet, despite this, I unconsciously made this decision. If there was a next time, if a next time was allowed, I wouldn't make a mistake next time. Next time, I would be more careful and complete the task perfectly. Otherwise, I felt sorry for Mr. Malfoy and her friend Greengrass. Next time, we would definitely learn from this failure. If I couldn't apologize and couldn't be punished, then I would have to save her next time. Yes, that's what I was thinking about in my groggy state. I didn't know if I would truly be forgiven next time. Maybe I believed something. Maybe I was spoiled. What happened next was, even in this situation, I might have felt complacent to some extent. Protected by Mr. Malfoy, I might have unwisely hurt her. But this was different. From now on, I would use this failure and make things right. Yes, somehow, I thought too easily. But I never thought that the result of my actions this time would hurt her, both before and after. Foolishly, I didn't notice it when I first saw it. Daphne's point of view. The first day after the holidays. Classes started again today, and the common room was more crowded than yesterday. However, despite the crowd, the common room was filled with an eerie silence. Everyone was silent, as if holding their breath. It was as if you didn't do so, you would turn to stone next. At this statement, everyone's expression was filled with fear, and under everyone's gaze, Dahlia stood in the only empty space in the crowded common room. She stood in front of the bulletin board, expressionless, as usual. Only, the aura emanating from her was so unsettling that even those near her could feel it. Usually, only Draco and I could see Dahlia's expression. But now, everyone could understand Dahlia's anger. The aura radiating from her was so cold and painful. Dahlia was staring intently at a piece of parchment with a fury that would never happen under normal circumstances. The notice had been posted in the common room this morning. All students must return to their house common room before 6 p.m. At 6 p.m., the house administrator will conduct roll call. After this time, leaving the dormitory is forbidden. However, this rule does not apply during club activities. Please obtain prior consent from your respective house administrator. Chapter 92, Magical Threat. Draco called out to me as I stared at Dahlia standing in front of the notice board. That old man, what do you mean? Draco's suspicion was justified. First, such measures should only be taken after the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. The old man had not taken any special measures, merely ignoring the situation. I only suspected Dahlia, and she wasn't even considered an heir. This kind of thing was tantamount to ignoring it. However, as soon as the Christmas holidays ended, the old man suddenly took such strong measures, despite no incidents occurring during Christmas. And the content was also strange. Why only at night? In fact, Mrs. Norris and a Gryffindor were attacked at night, but Hufflepuff was different. He was attacked during class, when the sun was still high. There was no reason to target only at night. Normally, not only should precautions be taken at night, but also during the day, such as assigning security personnel when moving between classrooms. The timing was right after Christmas, and there was a warning posture specifically for the night. Many incomprehensible things happened, but I stood next to Draco, who was still staring at Dahlia, trying not to notice the blood draining from my face as I stood still. Unlike Draco, I might know when this foolish notice was put up. If my imagination was correct, I might have done something irreversible. Something strange happened during Christmas. As far as I know, there was only one such thing. Those three idiots went to great lengths to brew Polyjuice potion and infiltrated Slytherin house. That was the only thing I could think of. I don't remember saying anything detrimental to them about Dahlia. Except for Granger, I was sure he hadn't said anything to suggest Dahlia was the heir that Potter and Weasley liked. But at the same time, Dahlia wasn't in the common room. If the girls were possessed by some delusion, thought, etc., they should tell one of their teachers if I tell you. At this thought, I ran out of the common room, which was still silent due to Dahlia's anger. The holidays were about to end, and Dahlia suddenly returned. Even before the holidays, just after curfew, I hadn't gone home. Although Draco and I waited in the common room, I had a vague idea that we wouldn't see Dahlia until after the holidays. But we couldn't give up. No, I must not give up. After hurting Dahlia, we shouldn't give up on her return. At the same time, when Dahlia unexpectedly returned, Draco and I were overjoyed. Since there were no students on the way, I thought this might be an opportunity to talk to Dahlia, but Dahlia still blatantly rejected us, and I saw the fatigue on her face, so I stopped. We gave up on talking to Dahlia and decided to immediately ask her to go to the bedroom. At that moment, Draco and I were really happy. I couldn't have any necessary conversation with Dahlia, but I was able to ensure Dahlia's safety as soon as possible. I hoped my holidays would end quickly. I always thought so. Holidays without her were simply worthless and meaningless. But that was over now. I had a lot to say to her. I wanted to apologize for what I had done. I wanted to admit that I knew Dahlia was a vampire. I wanted to tell her that I loved Dahlia, even if she was a vampire. I wanted to say that no matter what happened, no matter what Dahlia was like, I was on Dahlia's side. But this wasn't what I should have done at the time. At that time, I just wanted to make sure Dahlia was okay. Was she hurt? I wanted to know if her diet was normal. Did she sleep well? That's what I wanted to confirm first. At that time, I just wanted Dahlia to rest because she looked very tired. We couldn't talk, but Dahlia finally came home at this time. She hadn't forgiven us until now, but maybe she was willing to forgive us a little. Maybe it could still be avoided, but Dahlia was definitely back. Starting tomorrow, I would begin to rebuild my relationship with her, even better. Yes, I was looking forward to it, and I was happy. Yes, I was happy. I didn't think deeply about why Dahlia came back so late, just holding a naive idea that it was just a possibility. Thinking about it a little, it was impossible for Dahlia to come home at that time. Everything I did to Dahlia cannot be easily forgiven. Although I want to understand her pain, somehow, I find myself relying on her strength. I just ran. Please don't let this happen. Don't add to my sins. I don't want to betray Dahlia again. With such thoughts, I continued to run and finally reached my destination. Everyone gathered in the Hogwarts Great Hall for breakfast. The hall was filled with sounds that were unimaginable yesterday. Unlike the Slytherins who were trapped in the common room, people from other dorms had already started eating breakfast. Since it was the end of Christmas, Dahlia had not yet arrived, so the atmosphere in the hall was very bright. In such a disgusting atmosphere, I opened my eyes wide and walked towards the Gryffindor seats instead of my own Slytherin. Along the way, people looked at me with suspicious and hostile eyes, wondering why I, a Slytherin, would walk towards the Gryffindor seats, but I ignored them and continued walking. To me, almost everyone in this school was worthless. I didn't care about those narrow-minded people who suspected such a kind Dahlia was the Nair. I searched for the person I was looking for among all this existence and absence. She was the only student in this stupid dorm who didn't suspect Dahlia, but at the same time, she was also the one who hurt Dahlia the most. But he was nowhere to be found. I wondered if it hadn't arrived yet. I spoke to Longbottom, who stood beside me, looking at me in horror, without concealing my inner anger. Longbottom, where's Granger? Longbottom began to speak hesitantly, probably afraid of me, a Slytherin. Why are you looking for Hermione? Maybe you're not going to do anything to her. Although his eyes were full of fear and wariness, he acted as if he was trying to summon what little courage he had. She must have thought that I, a Slytherin, was trying to do something evil to her. I was even more annoyed by his misleading attitude and tried to raise my voice. Mr. Greengrass? A voice came from behind me. Looking back, it was the student I was looking for. What's wrong? What do you need? Hermione Granger. She looked a little paler than when I last saw her, and Potter and Weasley stood behind her. Unlike the hostile and cautious expressions on Potter and the others' faces, Granger seemed only to want to know if I was here. I told her, Granger, there's something I want to ask you. Yes, I spoke in a hostile voice. It hasn't been confirmed yet, but all I could think of was that they might have done something. These people had no sense, but they had the power to act. I couldn't help but think that the notice board was an attempt by these guys. Greengrass, why should Hermione follow you? This is the Gryffindor table. Slytherin, go to your seats. In response to my hostility, or rather, in response to the green tie I was wearing, Weasley tried to bite me, but, Ron, shut up. I'm going. Mr. Greengrass, where shall we talk? Granger interrupted me and gave me her approval. It saved me a lot of time. If there was any more delay, I would have threatened them with magic and then dragged them away. I didn't say anything to Granger, just silently gestured for her to follow and started walking. Granger seemed very worried, as if she could see that I was as angry as I had been on Christmas night. Then, perhaps out of concern for her, we walked out of the Great Hall accompanied by Potter and Weasley, who had come along uninvited. Ignoring Granger's worried Gryffindors, we left the Great Hall and entered the room next to it. Previously, this was the room where first-year students waited before being sorted. After confirming that the door was closed, I immediately asked Granger a question. "I'll ask you directly, Granger. What did you do? What do you mean?" Her careless attitude aroused murderous intent. Why would such a notice appear without any action being taken? Don't be fooled. This was posted this morning. Dumbledore wouldn't have posted something like this unless something like this happened over Christmas. I'll ask you again, what did you do? What? Even if you ask me what I did. Granger still didn't respond. I could no longer control my inner anger and was about to reach for the wand in my pocket when Greengrass. Hermione didn't do anything. We did it. Potter, who had been staring at me, now began to speak. He moved into a position to protect Granger. What do you mean? After Christmas, Dumbledore came to hear our story. Hermione had nothing to do with this. He knew we might know something about Dahlia Malfoy. So I told him. Dahlia Malfoy. They said Malfoy went out in the middle of the night. My worst predictions came true. Chapter 93, Approaching Dahlia. Now everything was connected. Dumbledore took the guy's story seriously and came to see Dahlia that night. Then, after Christmas, they sent Dahlia back to the dorm and put up a notice like this. The dangling object was for Dahlia. Dahlia Malfoy wasn't in the Slytherin common room when we entered. And you said he hadn't been home recently. Rare. Once upon a time, I was a foolish pureblood supremacist. I even cursed Muggleborns and blood traitors to death. But it wasn't serious. However, he was just a silly child, unable to find peace of mind without saying it. I never seriously thought of killing him. I just wanted to look cool. They foolishly regarded pureblood as a fashion. But now it's different. Perhaps, this is true murderous intent. I really want to kill Potter now. You and Draco don't seem to know he's that heir, but I'm sure he's been doing things recently at night when no one's around. Dumbledore thinks so too. So isn't today the day? A notice was posted to stop Dahlia Malfoy's evil plan. Shut up, Weasley said proudly, following behind Potter. I'm telling you, it's useless to tell us we infiltrated Slytherin. Dumbledore also doubted the source of our story, but please forgive us, we can't do anything without evidence. Yes, I don't know, although you mean well, the potion in your hand doesn't mean anything at all. So, I told you to shut up. Weasley, why? Why isn't it working well? I just wish Dahlia could be at peace. I just wish that. Why can't even such a simple wish come true? I should expel these guys from school. If I expelled her from school, Dahlia wouldn't be so angry. No, isn't that right? Even if these guys are expelled from school, Potter and the others will definitely talk about Dahlia. I can't imagine that the old man wouldn't react to this. From the moment these guys entered the Slytherin common room, this future was already sealed. I believe Dahlia also noticed. They might not know they told Dumbledore, but they probably know why Dumbledore posted that notice. That's why Dahlia was so angry. Dumbledore warned Dahlia, I know you're going out at night planning something. I ignored Potter and Weasley, who were staring at me with obvious hostility, and silently walked towards the door. I had already heard everything I wanted to hear, but I didn't want to breathe the same air as these guys anymore. If I listened to these guys any longer, I don't know what I would do to them. But just before leaving the room, Mr. Greengrass, I'm not going to do that. Granger, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. I turned around and looked at Granger's face. As Potter and the others talked, Granger's face grew darker and darker. She probably didn't know anything. Seeing this, Granger herself probably didn't want to tell Dumbledore. I can imagine Dumbledore contacting Potter and the others without Granger's knowledge. But even so, I'm sorry to doubt you, Granger. Things aren't as you say. I'm sorry to doubt you, but I want to ask you something. I said this before closing the door. Don't go near Dahlia again. Harry's point of view. Needless to say, from now on, you are not allowed to leave your dorm. I know it's early, but this is also a measure for everyone's safety. After confirming that everyone except Colin was present, Professor McGonagall announced, rolling up the parchment with their names written on it. The professor was about to leave the Gryffindor dorm. How long will this measure last? Lee Jordan, a good friend of the Weasley brothers, shouted at the professor's back. He, like Fred and George next to him, seemed very nervous about being confined to the dorm so early after the holidays, when they could usually wander around the castle. The professor looked back at him and said, until the culprit is caught, the only ones attacked were two people, a dog, and Nicholas, but if the attacks continue like this, we might consider closing the school. I know nothing about the culprit. Some students strongly urged me to apply. Professor McGonagall spoke, and this time she left through the hole behind the portrait. As soon as the professor left, the gathered Gryffindors began to chatter, and among them, the loudest and most attention-grabbing was Lee, who had just asked the professor a question. So far, we've had one Gryffindor student attacked, one attacked by a white spirit, and one attacked by a Hufflepuff. Besides Ravenclaw, the only most suspicious student in this situation is that student. Lee continued. Didn't the professors notice? Slytherin is bound to do such a thing. The heir of Srin, the monster of Srin, everything is related to Slytherin. And there's a guy in that dorm. Do you know who the culprit is? It can't be anyone other than Dahlia Malfoy. No, only him. No, undoubtedly, the other Slytherin support him, even if they are not heirs. If that's the case, why don't you kick all the Slytherins out? Almost everyone agreed with Lee's speech, nodding and applauding, except Hermione, who stood at the end of the common room, pale-faced. Hermione, whose face was even paler than yesterday, didn't applaud, but just sat on a chair hugging her legs, staring at the sky, doing nothing. During Christmas, Ginny's complexion had improved compared to Hermione, but she didn't seem to respond to her repeated attempts to talk to him. She hadn't been like this since Greengrass spoke to her before breakfast. Since then, I haven't gone to class, just sat on a chair in the common room. For the first time since last year, Hermione, who was so serious she would shit herself, skipped class and locked herself in the bathroom because she was hurt by our relentless words. Huh, Hermione, are you okay? I'm sorry, Harry. Leave me alone now. I want to be alone. I don't want to talk to you right now. It was always like this. Not only Ginny, but even when Ron and I talked to her, she was the only one who wouldn't bother me. I looked back at Ron behind me, but he also seemed helpless, just shrugging. In the end, no matter how we tried to talk to Hermione, Hermione didn't respond properly. Yeah, what's wrong with this guy? Skipping class is really strange. Even if the end of the world comes, he'll still come to class. That's true. After Hermione was dragged back to her bedroom by her roommate, we all worried about her in the bedroom, but still got no answer. Honestly, I couldn't sleep because I was worried about my girlfriend. Let's go see him, but if he says he's not going to class tomorrow, I'll take him to the hospital wing. That's right. It's the only option. Indeed, I didn't know what else I could do for Hermione, who even refused our help. Unlike yesterday, classes will also continue tomorrow. Now, I decided to go to sleep and think about how to deal with Hermione tomorrow. As Ron changed from his robes to pajamas, I also began to change. When he took off his robes, he found something else in his pocket, so he put the item on the table. This is what I picked up during the day in the bathroom where Myrtle was mourning. This afternoon, as I moved to the next classroom, worried that Hermione couldn't come to class, I noticed that the third-floor corridor was wetter than usual. When I walked into Myrtle's bathroom, which I was already familiar with, I found that Myrtle, as expected, seemed to be throwing a tantrum. What's wrong, Myrtle? For some reason, I couldn't leave her alone, so I talked to Myrtle. What's wrong with you? It's ridiculous. Anyway, you're here to throw things, aren't you? Apparently it was a jungle snake. This had become very troublesome, but I continued anyway, because I couldn't ignore it. We wouldn't do that. Did someone throw something at you? Myrtle looked at me confused. There was a book there. I don't know who threw it, but I was thinking about dying in the U-bend, and suddenly it fell on my head. After saying that, she ran back into the toilet and cried. When I heard Myrtle's giggling sobs from behind the bathroom, I turned to where she had indicated earlier. A thin book had fallen under the sink. What is this? The cover of the fallen book was tattered black, and like everything else in the toilet, it was soaked. Harry, you shouldn't touch it. It could be dangerous. Even if it doesn't look like it at first glance, there are many books that can be dangerous. Ron looked at the book confused. But until you see it for yourself, you won't know if it's dangerous, right? I ignored Ron's attempts and picked up the book. In retrospect, it was all a bit strange. Why did I pick up a tattered book despite Ron's attempts to stop me? There shouldn't be any problem leaving such a tattered book aside. But I picked it up. In fact, I even took it home. It looked so tattered that I usually wouldn't have any interest in it. But when I saw it, for some reason, I felt a sense of nostalgia. Just like this book, I felt like I was writing a story that I wanted to read to the end. Sitting on the bed, I opened the book. The book with Tom Riddle written on the cover was full of blank pages. But sure enough, I had an inexplicable sense of nostalgia for this book. View. Everything should proceed as planned. Using the information gathered from the little girl, he calculated which students Harry could attack, and he meticulously planned for Harry to appear at the ritual site at just the right time. Because of this, the students who originally only suspected Dahlia Malfoy also seemed to begin to turn their suspicion towards Harry. As I planned, Harry became isolated, but that's not enough. He said that although many students began to suspect him, none of his Gryffindor classmates suspected him. You insult me, the greatest wizard. He needs more loneliness and more punishment. Thinking this, I tried to create the next victim but I couldn't. To my frustration, the little girl, Ginny, began to suspect me. The little girl no longer opened my diary, let alone wrote in it. Finally he threw me into the toilet. The little girl poured her soul into me, which gave me strength. In return, I poured my soul into her body, controlled her body, and opened the Chamber of Secrets. But that's all I can do now. I haven't fully absorbed the little girl's power yet. The only thing I can do is temporarily use my daughter's body. Even this became impossible, because the little girl no longer used me. The fortunate benefit of this was that the little girl didn't tell anyone about me. If I told others, even Dumbledore, what happened in this castle would end. Unfortunately, no matter how great a wizard I am, now I am just a diary. In his current state, it is simply impossible to contend with Dumbledore. But this girl didn't tell me about me. Although this girl was possessed by me, she was also afraid that others would know what she had done. He was afraid of being known, being looked down upon, and even being expelled from school. If you let me go, there might be more victims. He's such a silly child. However, even though I threw my great self into the toilet, my fate is indeed linked to this foolishness. He also had the merit of writing Harry's information into my body. So, if there's a next time, as a reward for your foolishness, next time I will completely absorb your soul. It will become food for my great self. I believe he will feel very honored. Thinking this, I patiently waited for the next victim to pick me up. Despite the little girl's foolish actions, she successfully isolated Harry from everyone outside of Gryffindor House. The next person to serve me had better be someone close to Harry. If that were the case, isolating Harry this time would be much easier. And the time finally came. But the person who grabbed me was not someone close to Harry. However, I was never dissatisfied with this, because the person holding my hand was Harry himself. Chapter 94, The Air. Winter had passed, and pale sunlight shone upon Hogwarts. As the thick blanket of snow covering Hogwarts began to melt, it felt as though a brighter atmosphere was also beginning to permeate the castle. After all, no one had been attacked since Justin and Nick were petrified. Hogwarts had been peaceful since the Christmas holidays. There was another piece of good news. One afternoon, Madame Pomfrey told Filch, "The mandrake is almost ready for harvest, and Mrs. Norris will be back soon." I saw him speak kindly to me. This meant that if the mandrake could be harvested, not only Mrs. Norris but all the students attacked so far, including Colin, would return to normal. If that happened, they might be able to tell us who and what attacked them. We hadn't gotten any solid evidence on Christmas night, but once the potion was ready, Dahlia Malfoy's end would come. The entire school was so tense and vigilant that Dumbledore would soon have solid evidence, even if no further crimes were committed, making it impossible for them to open the Chamber of Secrets. His expression was as impassive as ever right now, but internally, he must have been terrified that the time for his capture was fast approaching. Thinking about it this way, I could tolerate being confined to the dormitories at 6 o'clock tonight. These were all very positive developments, but not everything was moving in the right direction. Although most students believed Dahlia Malfoy would likely be captured soon, many still suspected I was the perpetrator or an accomplice, especially Ernie Macmillan of Hufflepuff. Every time he saw me, he still looked at me with a wary gaze. Peeves must have found this situation amusing, as every time he appeared in the corridor, "Oh Tilda Malfoy, Tilda Potter, Tilda, how disgusting Tilda," he would sing. Although Hogwarts had become peaceful, that didn't mean the suspicion directed at me had vanished. Another problem currently bothering me was Hermione. Hermione's face had become pale, as if she had taken Ginny's place. There was a time I worried about being bored if I missed a day of class, but now I was able to attend classes normally. However, the current situation was vastly different from before. She couldn't seem to fully concentrate during lessons. Even outside of class, when Ron and I called her, she still didn't respond well. How could Hermione have fallen into this state? I didn't quite understand at first. However, as I listened to Hermione's occasional monologues, I began to grasp what was troubling her. After all, Hermione still trusted Dahlia Malfoy. Hermione still didn't believe Dahlia Malfoy was the heir and seemed to think Dahlia had been forced into this situation. Her trust was so strong that no matter how Ron and I tried to talk to her, she just shook her head. In this situation, what would happen if solid evidence against Dahlia Malfoy was presented? She attacked students as the heir, so it was impossible for her not to be caught, and therefore impossible for her to be allowed to continue this. but if that happened, Hermione's trust in Dahlia Malfoy would be betrayed. I didn't understand why Hermione would trust Draco's sister, a Slytherin, who always wore a cold expression. But although I didn't know why, there was no doubt that Hermione's trust in her was genuine. Hermione, please snap out of it. But now that we knew why Hermione was depressed, there was little we could do. When we tried to talk about Dahlia Malfoy, Hermione seemed suspicious of whether we were listening. In the end, all we could do was patiently stay by Hermione's side until she recovered. Even now, after class, we were just talking to Hermione, who sat dazed in the common room. I didn't know if she had the energy to review her studies, so she kept her textbook open. However, the pages never seemed to turn. Hey, Hermione, this isn't like you. You can't concentrate at all. You certainly study too much, but doing absolutely nothing is kind of creepy. Although Ron kept talking to her, after speaking, there was no reaction. Ron was, what should I do? He looked at me, seeming to want to say something, but I couldn't think of anything and just shrugged. Hermione never reacted to us. We hadn't had anything useful to do for a long time, but we couldn't leave her, so we decided to spread our textbooks out next to Hermione. There's still a long time until the exams. Ron muttered discontentedly, opening his herbology textbook, but sure enough, he couldn't seem to concentrate. Within minutes, the textbook had turned into a Quidditch magazine. I couldn't focus on studying either, so I looked up from my textbook and casually pulled a diary labeled Tom Riddle from my pocket. The more I looked at it, the more mysterious the diary seemed. It was completely blank inside. The only thing that intrigued me was the name of a magazine shop on Hawkshaw Street in London on the back cover, suggesting that this student, Tom Riddle, was Muggle-born. Despite this, I was helplessly drawn to this ordinary diary. As I casually opened the diary and flipped through the blank pages. Harry, you still have that book? Ron looked up from his magazine, appearing surprised. You haven't written anything in that book, have you? Why don't you throw it away? I don't know either, but I'm genuinely curious. Ron looked at the diary suspiciously and said, is that right, Tom Riddle? When I saw the name written on the cover, I reacted. I know that name. T.M. Riddle. 5 years ago, he won the Special Services to the School Award. How do you know that? I asked admiringly. That guy's shield has been polished more than 50 times. You see, we were punished because of the Whomping Willow incident, right? You were replying to fan letters with Lockhart, and I was in the trophy room. So this was silver polishing. I was under Filch's supervision at the time, so I had to constantly polish his shield. I didn't like it, but I learned it. Ron's words reminded me of some unpleasant things. That time was really difficult. Lockhart kept talking to me for no reason, and I kept hearing that voice the whole time, so that day was boring. As Ron and I relaxed for a moment, I noticed that Hermione, who hadn't shown any reaction until now, was staring at me. To be precise, Hermione was staring intently at the diary in my hand. Hermione, what's wrong? We shouted at Hermione, pleased that she was finally showing interest after ignoring us and showing no reaction. Hermione stared at the diary and asked, hey, Ron, the owner of this diary won an award 50 years ago, right? Yes, but... Ron responded, frowning because of Hermione's fierce expression. As soon as Hermione heard Ron's answer, she snatched the diary from my hand. Perseum, appear, she shouted, but nothing happened. Then, she pulled a bright red rubber eraser from her bag and began scraping it forcefully across the blank paper. What are you doing, Hermione? This is Phantasm rubber. I bought it in Diagon Alley. This is it. Hermione ignored my restraint and scrubbed the page until it was torn to shreds. Nothing came out. Again, nothing happened. It was just a blank piece of paper, just like before I rubbed it. What's wrong, Hermione? You suddenly did that. Ron asked tentatively, as Hermione had suddenly become more active. Hermione replied, her expression returning to weariness. This diary is 50 years old. Draco said the Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago. He also said the person who opened the Chamber of Secrets was banished. What if this Tom Riddle won the award 50 years ago for capturing the Slytherin heir? This diary might tell you everything. It looks like nothing is written inside, but if the chamber was written in a diary just lying around, wouldn't that be inappropriate? So I thought it must have been written in a way that ordinary people couldn't understand. But, Hermione continued, slowly standing up, I couldn't do it. That diary is just a piece of paper, and maybe I was just overthinking things. But even if I am right, I can't decipher the secret. I'm still. Having said that, Hermione walked toward the dormitory with shaky steps. I looked at the clock, it was indeed late. Only Ron, I, and a diary that made me feel forgotten remained in the common room. Dahlia's perspective. Annoying. This was the only word I could use to express my feelings recently. I knew it was impossible for Dumbledore to let me wander around at night. I just didn't expect him to make such a blatant move. The curfew only issued a warning that night. It politely stated that only club activities were allowed, but it was clearly aimed at me. I thought I had considered this point, and I would take notice of it. Since the Chamber of Secrets was opened, that old man had been doing things that were neither quite a warning nor quite a non-warning to me. In a way, this might be an extension of that. However, this latest warning annoyed me more than any I had seen so far. Of course, if you ask me whether I can tolerate everything I've experienced so far, I find everything I've experienced so far irritating. I always worry that my secrets will be exposed, and although they are not important to me, having them constantly stare at me with overt hostility and cautious eyes never feels good. However, as to whether I can endure it, it is still within the tolerable range. I have no intention of indulging it, but this time is different. This time, it's not just about me. How close should I get to the person I love? I need to know this to make a decision. He deprived me of the time I needed to find what I required to preserve my precious time. I am afraid that old man did not mean that. That old man surely only wanted to interfere with my work as the heir. This is the correct stance for a principal. He has a responsibility to protect the safety of the students. Indeed. In fact, doing nothing would be worse. Of course, the premise is that I am truly the heir. Since I am not the heir, this has no meaning. It only consumes my time. That old man's incorrect reasoning ultimately wasted my time. I must find the monster as soon as possible. Curfew doesn't matter. I have a responsibility to search for the monster. This is the only way for me to know myself. Even after classes started, I was frustrated because I couldn't hear that voice at all, and I completely lost the mental clarity I had been lacking for some time. It's truly disgusting. Even if I ignored the curfew and tried to sneak out, that old man might ambush me again. The next time I am caught, I might receive some form of punishment. Perhaps that is why I would be called to the headmaster's office again for some reason. All sides are blocked. Now I can't even search for that voice. Chapter 95. You are my sister. Hello, Dahlia. Professor Lockhart kept clinging to me. Even though the hallway was crowded with students, Mr. Lockhart bravely spoke to me as I was on my way to the next class. This was another factor that took up my mental space. In fact, this professor was not the only one trapped. Without a doubt, he was the professor I least liked talking to, but except when Mr. Lockhart seemed to be in charge, there was always another professor around me. Although it didn't seem like it at first glance, the professors were always standing around me, as if they were always catching me in the corner of my eye. If I even tried to go somewhere without students, they would come up with some excuse to talk to me. The only free time I had was until the first class of the day. The moment class ended, the professor in charge of that class was somehow always by my side. After all, I was being monitored by students and professors not only at night but also during the day. Dahlia, your expression is as stiff as ever. What's wrong? Are you nervous because I'm so famous and I'm calling out to you? Incorrect. I answered in a flat voice, but Professor Lockhart's irritatingly aggressive voice did not stop. Then are you worried about the Chamber of Secrets? If so, don't be. The Chamber of Secrets has been permanently closed this time. The culprit must have thought it was only a matter of time before I caught him. You are a very clever person for stopping before I got too strict with you. The atmosphere around the students solidified. From their perspective, Lockhart seemed to be provoking me, the heir. The circle of students around the professor and me suddenly widened. However, Professor Lockhart paid no attention to or was unaware of this atmosphere as he tried to continue speaking. Professor, we still have our next class, please excuse us. Dahlia and her brother suddenly jumped out of the circle around us. Then he forcibly pulled me up from the spot and began to walk. From behind my siblings, they tried to get me out of the place as quickly as possible. Oh, really? That's a shame. By the way, I'm planning something next time to cheer everyone up, so please look forward to it, Dahlia. Professor Lockhart was loudly spouting nonsense. But by then, my consciousness was no longer focused on Professor Lockhart, and all I could think about was that I needed to get away from these precious people as soon as possible. I shouldn't be with these people. I still know nothing about myself. My brother and Dahlia either weren't aware of my feelings or deliberately ignored me, walking with me silently for a while, but when Professor Lockhart completely disappeared from view, they suddenly started talking. Maybe it was because the silence was awkward, but it was also perhaps because they were kind and concerned that I was talking to them for the first time in a while. Exactly. Why does he always get involved with Dahlia? Dahlia is undoubtedly beautiful. Not at all. Well, unlike other idiots, I can appreciate the fact that he doesn't consider Dahlia to be the heir, but still. Brother, and Dahlia. When I interrupted them by speaking, they turned their heads to look at me, their expressions awkward. I quickly turned my head away, avoiding eye contact. I was still scared. The two people talking to me like this must be very kind people. This is what I knew from the start. But this is why I couldn't help but feel afraid whenever I thought that maybe I had truly frightened those two people. I trembled at the thought of the lingering fear in their eyes. I didn't have the courage to look them in the eye. I, who fundamentally didn't believe in myself, could not resist this fear. Thank you for earlier, but please don't bother me now. So I could only say words of rejection. I didn't want to say this to my siblings, but if I didn't, my siblings would chase after me forever. Onyi-sama and Dahlia are both kind. I can't do that. You're my sister. There's no way I can leave you alone. Oh, right. Me too. As expected, my kind siblings did not seem to let me go because of those words. I tried to keep my voice cold as I interrupted Dahlia. No, brother, Dahlia. Please stop bothering me. This is for your brother Sake. Yes, this is for both of us. Such a monster, it's impossible for the two of them to exist. It's wrong that these two people, who are just human, are kind to a monster like this. If I didn't think this way, I wouldn't be able to stand life without my siblings. What does that mean? My dear brother doesn't need to know. Just please don't come near me again. It's troublesome. I turned and walked away without answering my brother's question. It had been a while since I last talked to my siblings. Although this was still something I couldn't forgive, even though the time was so short and the conversation was so biased and unreasonable, this moment felt irreplaceable to me. Maybe it was because, somewhere deep inside me, I thought this moment might never come. I was glad that the class I had just attended was Mr. Lockhart's. Fortunately, there was no longer any supervision from the professors. Professor Lockhart probably wasn't aware that he was monitoring me. When he was in charge, as long as he could get away, it was free time. Otherwise, the professors under Dumbledore might have seen the coldness streaming down my cheeks. The seasons changed, and the coldness of winter gradually disappeared. The atmosphere in the castle was brighter than ever, but on the other hand, Dahlia and I felt a dark cloud gathering. Due to the overhang, Dahlia only returned to the dormitories at night, but the mornings were the same. In fact, I had the impression that she left earlier than before. I had the impression that she was trying to recover in the morning what she couldn't do at night. She sat separately from us during class, ate when we weren't around, and although she stayed in the dormitory at night, she never made eye contact with us. Unlike the holidays, I could see that she was spending her time safely, but Dahlia and I still couldn't have a proper conversation with Dahlia. Our only recent conversation was the day I rescued Dahlia from Lockhart's entanglement. This was the first time I had spent so much time without Dahlia. Now that I think about it, Dahlia and I always spent time together. Even when I was unilaterally jealous of Dahlia, she was always by my side. Since I was born, I had never been separated from Dahlia. It was natural for me to have Dahlia by my side. When I was happy, when I was joyful, when I was angry, when I was sad, when I was distressed, and even when I was in pain, Dahlia was always by my side. Dahlia always stood by me. But when Dahlia was in trouble, I couldn't help her in any way. I couldn't understand Dahlia's pain at all. Even though I was able to rescue Dahlia when I was entangled with Lockhart that day, in the end, I still couldn't truly solve anything. At that time, I didn't understand what Dahlia was saying at all. Until just now, Dahlia's expression was completely blank, just like before Christmas. A truly expressionless face that even I couldn't read. But at that moment, when Dahlia told us not to come near her, Dahlia's expression was filled with helpless sorrow. Your brother doesn't need to know. Just please don't come near me again. It's troublesome. I don't need to know. Don't come near me again? Is there such a thing? If I don't know, who will know Dahlia's pain? If I'm not by Dahlia's side, who will be by Dahlia's side? From the expression on Dahlia's face, which was streaming with tears at the time, I knew those weren't her true feelings. But why was I so helpless? No matter how much I screamed inside, reality did not change. Ultimately, even after that, I didn't have a chance to talk to Dahlia. There were many students around, and for some reason, even when there were no students, a professor was always nearby. I couldn't talk to Dahlia. In the end, I was still a helpless and useless brother. I couldn't even save the only sister I wanted to save. Time just passed by fruitlessly. After a while, the 14th of February, it happened. That day, Dahlia, I, and the members other than Dahlia came for breakfast. Dahlia, as usual, was doing something elsewhere. I opened the great hall door with a gloomy expression and then gently closed it. Draco, what's wrong? It's just a little bit. I thought I was finally starting to see hallucinations. The hall must be a magnificent space built of marble, but for a moment, it looked like a fancy pink space to me. Rubbing my eyes, I opened the door again in despair. Clearly, what I saw was not a hallucination. The walls of the hall were covered with bright pink flowers, and heart-shaped confetti was constantly floating down from the ceiling. The solemn atmosphere of yesterday was gone. I sat at the table, speechless, looking at the sight that had been making me sick since morning. Just then, the incompetent professor sitting in the professor's chair stood up and signaled for silence. The incompetent one was wearing the same fancy pink robes as this nightmare of a hall. I immediately realized he was the culprit behind this disaster. Happy Valentine's Day. Professor Lockhart began his performance. I made a few small preparations to surprise everyone. It seems you all love it. Without a doubt, at least the professors standing next to him were not included in you all. All the professors were expressionless, and I suspected they had already been turned to stone by the air. Dahlia might be more expressive right now. However, it's too early for surprise. I've prepared more than just this. Chapter 96, Strange Diary. Apparently, the destruction of this hall isn't enough. Lockhart clapped his hands, and a dwarf, looking very unfriendly, walked in through the door leading to the antechamber. In fact, they all had golden wings as a courtesy, which made the dwarf look even more out of place. Today they will be distributing Valentine's Day cards around the school. Valentine's Day isn't just about that. The teachers also want to get into the festive spirit. Now, teach Professor Snape how to brew a love potion. Why don't you ask Professor Flitwick to teach you enchantment magic? Judging by the expression on Professor Snape's face, he was sure he shouldn't have uttered the letter in love potion at all. It's a blessing in disguise that Dahlia isn't here. I silently nodded, hearing Dahlia's gloomy words. Even we felt like throwing up in this situation. If Dahlia were here right now, she might have already fainted. We had to escape this sickening space as quickly as possible, a place where we felt disgusted no matter where we looked. After finishing our meal at twice our usual speed, we ran out of the hall as fast as we could. What's the first class? Defense against the dark arts. I just hope he doesn't wear those robes with toxic colors to class. As I walked and answered Dahlia's question, I found myself standing on the stairs in front of the Great Hall. It's Potter. This is a song message for you. It seemed the first victim of this crazy project had been found. The stair landing. No matter how you looked at it, Potter and the dwarf were occupying an inconvenient spot. Apparently, Potter had fallen and was caught by a dwarf. His belongings were scattered on the stairs. I approached them. What exactly are you doing? He spoke to me in a cold voice. Potter probably didn't like reciting his song in front of me, so he panicked and tried to run away, but the dwarf seemed stronger than he looked and held him tightly, seemingly unable to let go. Then the dwarf began to sing. Your eyes are green, just like freshly pickled blue frogs. Your hair is as black as a blackboard. I wish you were mine. You are amazing. You conquered the Dark Lord. You are a hero. When the song ended, everyone in the room started laughing. Potter also had a deceptive smile on his face, though he probably didn't mean it. But Dahlia and I didn't laugh at all. As for Dahlia, she kept looking at Potter as if he were trash. Normally, I would have laughed with Crabbe and Goyle behind me, but I didn't have that luxury right now. When Dahlia was going through such a difficult time, I couldn't help but feel angry at those who engaged in such trivial interactions with her. I couldn't help but hate those who lived their lives like this, unaware of Dahlia's suffering. It was unforgivable that those who tormented Dahlia were laughing like that. I didn't want to breathe the same air as these guys anymore, so I forced my way past Potter. However, along the way, for some reason, my eyes kept staring at a book. What is this? It was one of the books that had scattered when Potter fell. A diary and a book. It lay in spilled ink. Why? I wanted to leave here as soon as possible. This book didn't look particularly interesting to me. Why did I? Draco, what's wrong? Dahlia seemed to wonder why I had suddenly stopped in the middle of the stairs and called out to me with a concerned look. No, but what is this book? I picked up the book, looking confused. The more I looked, the more I realized it was just a book, an ordinary diary. Even so, but why did I pick this book? Draco, give it back to me. I looked up at Potter's voice. Apparently, he thought deeper than I imagined. As I looked around, I saw that the onlookers, who had been stuck because of Potter and the dwarf, had quieted down when they heard Potter's whispered angry voice, and were now staring at us, holding their breath. Amidst all this, it suddenly occurred to me that only the youngest Weasley girl was staring at the diary with a pale face. No, I'm just looking. However, despite many people watching, I couldn't ignore the strange feeling I got from this book. I ignored Potter and continued to examine the book. But, Expelliarmus. Apparently, Potter thought he could see the contents of the diary, so he forcibly snatched it from my hand. The book in my hand flew towards Potter. As I looked at Potter with hatred, there was a triumphant look on his face, as if he thought he had defeated me. Weasley next to him also showed a satisfied smile. In anger, I tried to point my wand at Potter, but, Harry, no magic in the corridor. You too, Malfoy. If you don't put down your wand now, I'll report you too. A troublesome interruption occurred. I believed Weasley's brother, P.T. Weasley, heard the commotion. I wanted to ignore Weasley's trash opinion, but this guy was also a prefect, which was troublesome. I thought it would be the end of the world if someone like Weasley was chosen as a prefect, but it was foolish to create unnecessary trouble here. I clicked my tongue at Potter, who was looking at me arrogantly, and then decided to quickly leave this place. In pain, he glanced mockingly at the youngest Weasley girl, who seemed to have sent the poem to Potter earlier, and then began to climb the stairs. If you think about it carefully, there's no reason to be obsessed with that book. The discomfort I felt from this book earlier might just be my imagination. Draco, is there something wrong with that book? To me, it's just a diary. When Dahlia was far enough from Potter, she spoke. No, that's right. I'm sure it's nothing but a diary to me. But, what? As I spoke in confusion, Dahlia urged me to continue. On the other hand, I was still very confused. For a moment, I felt the same atmosphere from that diary as I do from Dahlia. I answered as if I had narrowed it down. It shouldn't be like this. That's just a diary. A diary can't create the same atmosphere as Dahlia. I know, but somewhere in my heart, I felt that book was very much like Dahlia. The same atmosphere as Dahlia? What do you mean? Dahlia didn't seem to understand what I meant. Of course, even I, who said it, didn't understand what it meant. Never mind, besides, I'm going to class soon. What's your first class? There was no point in thinking about this question. Besides, it was just my imagination. I thought it was because I had been feeling tired lately. To clear my head, I asked Dahlia about her plans for the day. Didn't you say it yourself? It's defense against the dark arts, and now that I think about it, next time we'll be teamed up with Gryffindor. I've been feeling tired since morning. Lockhart would be involved this day. Moreover, the already depressing class was combined with Gryffindor. My mind was already filled with thoughts of the upcoming moment, and just thinking about it made me feel sick. At this point, the previous discomfort was no longer on my mind. Of course, even if the next class wasn't a joint class with Gryffindor, I would have forgotten that strange feeling. What happened in the first class of the morning was so shocking to me. This made us very frustrated, but at the same time, it was also fatal for Dumbledore. Chapter 97: The Consequences of Killing Pokémon. Since I killed the pixie, Mr. Lockhart has not brought any living creatures into the classroom again. No matter how disappointed Mr. Lockhart was, it seemed he at least understood that it had been a failure. For me, the first class brought catastrophic results. My brother was almost injured, and I accidentally killed a pixie. However, by actually bringing magical creatures into the classroom, students can learn how to deal with them through first-hand experience. I believe the idea itself is very sound. If possible, I wish the professor who might come next year would continue this work. The root problem of the incident was that the pixies were released without a plan. The fact was, Professor Lockhart had absolutely no ability to control that pixie. Although there were many of them, the pixies themselves were not that dangerous. In terms of the content of Defense Against the Dark Arts, it could be said to be a very basic introduction. It was strange that a professor at Hogwarts, one of the most prestigious schools of magic in the world, could not handle such a thing. Moreover, if he had truly done what was written in his books, it would look strange no matter how you viewed it. Nevertheless, no matter how incompetent Professor Lockhart was, since he was already in position, I just had to tolerate it. I could only hope that this incapable professor would be dismissed next year and a better one chosen. I hoped Professor Lockhart would quietly finish the rest of his term. That was what I thought, but the class currently being held in front of me was worse than the first one in some ways. In fact, it could no longer be called a class. Come on, Harry, don't be shy, show your fangs. Right now, before my eyes, Mr. Lockhart was performing, coaching, instructing, and directing Potter. If I remembered correctly, Defense Against the Dark Arts class should be where the professor teaches students how to defend against the dark arts. But no matter how you looked at it, all Potter was doing now was practicing for a performance. Potter, with a hint of resignation on his face, slightly opened his mouth as if he had no choice. Potter did not even try to hide his look of disgust, but the professor seemed not to notice. When Potter opened his mouth, the professor nodded in satisfaction. This trivial class had devolved into a theatrical performance, which had become a habit since the first tragedy occurred. I thought only Slytherin, where the first class ended in tragedy, would do this, but judging by Potter's resigned expression, this might be something Gryffindor did frequently too. I could imagine that the villain chosen by the professor would be Potter, as usual. Mr. Lockhart reenacted some of his books in these dramas, sometimes having his students play the villain, who could be defeated by his partner, usually the professor. I was referring to Professor Lockhart, who must secretly envy Potter's popularity. Judging by the professor's personality and Potter's facial expression, it was easy to imagine that the Gryffindor class would be happy to play him as the villain. If that was all there was to it, then I would only have the vague impression that fame is difficult. But unfortunately for me, Potter was not the only one involved. Because, now, Dahlia, you are about to be attacked. Please scream for help loudly. Because, like Potter, I was now required to act. Professor Lockhart smiled and issued instructions to me, and I was forced to stand like Potter. Unlike Gryffindor, Slytherin did not have famous students like Potter. So in Slytherin, the student called upon to play the villain was completely random. Random male students were always called to the front to receive acting instruction, with completely unmotivated expressions on their faces. For some reason, this time I was summoned along with Potter. She was not playing the villain, but the heroine rescued by Professor Lockhart. First of all, there were no heroines in Professor Lockhart's books. From beginning to end, the professor's novels / stories focused on him defeating enemies in fun and exciting ways. It must have been a content issue. Although there were stories about him helping girls as a result of his actions, there were no stories about the women he helped becoming his girlfriends. However, this worthless play suddenly had a heroine added, and for some reason, I was assigned this role. This not only made no sense but was also extremely frustrating. Come on, Dahlia, don't be shy. Even if they conceded to let me play the heroine, I did not think I was suitable for the role, as I was always expressionless. Initially, I subtly told the professor this, but he seemed to think I was just shy, and I was still forced to waste this time. I was forced to step forward. Help. The sound I was forced to make was predictably flat. I knew this was not a cry for help. It was absolutely the most unemotional sound I had ever heard. My voice was not always full of emotion, but today's sound was especially bad. Because, Dahlia, you need to speak with more empathy. You are about to be attacked by a terrifying vampire, a blood relative, a demon. Because I was now forced to play the role I least wanted to play. After the professor pulled Potter and me onto the stage, he announced, "Today, I will be presenting a scene from Vampires and Vampires." I had a bad feeling from the moment he announced it. As the name suggested, the book was about a certain vampire and Professor Lockhart traveling on a cruise ship. In one scene, he was attacked by an evil, wicked, blood-sucking demon, unlike the vampire traveling with him. Then, as usual, he eliminated the evil vampire in a cheerful, pleasant, painful, and enjoyable manner, and finally, he ate the vampire, the content of which was simply laughable. This book seemed to be one of Professor Lockhart's best-selling books due to its novel method of extermination. I felt very uncomfortable when I first read this book. As a half-vampire, it was impossible for me to be interested in this book. The vampire traveling with Professor Lockhart was also portrayed as a kind-hearted but somewhat foolish creature. The vampire that attacked the professor was also terrifying, but there were some foolish aspects to it. In short, vampires were depicted as creatures different from and inferior to humans. When I read this book, I remembered I was not human. I felt I was being ridiculed, that I was not a real person, and not a creature truly worthy of the House of Malfoy. It felt like someone was telling me I did not belong in the Malfoy family. It was not that I disliked the discrimination against vampires or anything like that. It was just that being forced to remember I was not a true member of the Malfoy family made me sad. I had the opportunity to play a role in something already depressing. Moreover, I felt utterly sick because I was forced to play a weak person attacked by a vampire, rather than the foolish vampire. It was not that I particularly wanted to play the vampire role. However, the fact that I, a real vampire, was forced to act like a weakling in front of a performance of a foolish vampire filled me with immense disgust. For me, the only person in this classroom, or even this school, who was not truly human, everything in this scene seemed contradictory and somehow horribly twisted. Of course, I tried to refuse the role at first. However, if they started acting semi-coercively, there was nothing I could do. Even if I tried to forcibly cancel the role, if someone asked why I hated the role of being attacked by a vampire so much, I couldn't answer. It was impossible to say, because I am a real vampire. Even if I refused outright, Professor Lockhart would not notice, but Dumbledore might, and he might be monitoring my every move. They might not immediately realize I was a vampire, but they might realize there was something about the role. The scary thing about old men was that they could deduce the truth through association games. Since I did not know where his eyes were now, I could not do anything wrong. As a result, I was forced to participate in this meaningless and unpleasant drama. However, despite thinking this way, I still could not suppress the irritation inside me. As the conversation continued, my irritation seemed to leak out, and the expressions of the Gryffindors, who had been watching me with wary eyes at the start of the class, also began to turn cold. As usual, I did not check the expressions on the faces of the Slytherin students sitting opposite Gryffindor. If I looked at Slytherin, I believed I would also see the expressions on my brothers and Dahlia's faces. At first, Mr. Lockhart did not seem to notice the gradually chilling atmosphere in the classroom, but he finally seemed to sense that something was wrong with my unemotional voice. Of course, it was in the direction of his habit. Although Professor Lockhart noticed I was acting strangely, I thought he misinterpreted my flat voice as meaning I was nervous, as usual. Dahlia, your expression and voice are stiff. Are you still shy? I believed he truly lacked the ability to learn. When had I ever been nervous in front of the professor? No matter how many times I denied it, he seemed to think my expressionless face was due to nervousness towards him. It was hard to understand why people could be so overly confident. Help. That sound was probably not very modulated either. Honestly, in my current state of mind, it was difficult for me to respond to Professor Lockhart. The fruitless search for the monster, the life without my brother, and the constant wary gazes of those around me. The repeated stress had definitely taken a toll on my mental state. But Professor Lockhart could not possibly care about my condition, and his momentum was undiminished. Then what happened? Oh, Dahlia, are you still worried about the Chamber of Secrets? Did I not tell you? The chamber is already closed. I think he was scared of me. He seemed to understand that I was not nervous about becoming a famous professor, but he seemed to have misunderstood me again. Even if the Chamber of Secrets was unfortunately closed again, it was clearly not the professor's fault. As I was thinking about how to respond to the professor's nonsense, the professor suddenly started saying something intolerable. You see, Dahlia, your expression is still stiff. Even though I said that, are you still worried about the chamber? Dahlia is just a worried person. It's all right. Even if an heir suddenly opens the chamber in anger, you will be fine. Not only do you have me, the most experienced person in this school against the dark arts, but there are also many professors, and I am watching you and protecting you. The already cold air in the classroom completely froze. This was a clear admission that Dumbledore was using the professor to monitor me. Chapter 98, Heirs. I was probably going through the period in my life that required the most patience. I desperately clenched my fists, restraining myself from instinctively trying to unleash the best spell I knew. Dahlia, who was sitting next to her, was probably doing the same. Just now, in my peripheral vision, I saw a tightly clenched fist with blood seeping out. But even under these circumstances, we had to remain patient. This was because Dahlia was suffering more than we were, and we could only stand by and watch. The trigger was the usual delusion of an incompetent professor. Potter and Dahlia were his favorites. The fellow seemed ecstatic that both of them were in the classroom simultaneously, and he started saying outrageous things right at the beginning of the lesson. So, today, Gryffindor and Slytherin are taking my class at the same time. I invite the rather famous Harry Potter of Gryffindor and Prefect Dahlia to perform this grand show. For a moment, I couldn't understand what he was saying. His chosen victim had always been one of the male students. The role this guy was looking for was the foolish villain he always played. Lockhart continued excitedly, half pushing Dahlia to the front, leaving Dahlia and me unable to comprehend the sudden situation. After hearing that, our understanding finally caught up with reality, although this was never a good sign. Today, I will be presenting a scene from Vampires and Vampires. Dahlia's and my eyes widened simultaneously. The word vampire gave me a very bad feeling. This time, with Gryffindor and Slytherin in my classroom, I have arranged this moving scene in my own way to liven up the class. As part of this, I have given Dahlia the role of the glorious heroine. I want you to play a weak girl whom I can save. On the other hand, I will have Harry play a terrifying vampire who attacks her. When my comprehension caught up with me, I felt intense anger. Wait, was this guy trying to make Dahlia play the role of someone attacked by a vampire? I knew Dahlia was a half-vampire. No, including my mother and father, didn't care about such things. Regardless of what Dahlia's body was like, regardless of what kind of being she was, Dahlia was our precious family. No matter what others said, Dahlia was an important member of the House of Malfoy. But even though Dahlia knew we thought so too, she seemed to feel guilty about her origins. It wasn't that Dahlia didn't consider us family. On the other hand, because Dahlia loved us, she couldn't ignore the conflict within herself. Dahlia continued to blame herself for not being a true Malfoy. Just as we loved Dahlia, Dahlia loved us too, which was why she couldn't accept the foreign presence inside her. The role this guy was setting up was the one thing that could most exacerbate Dahlia's self-reproach. Professor. Just as I violently suppressed the urge to stand up, Dahlia next to me wanted to speak. Even if Dahlia didn't fully understand Dahlia's situation, Dahlia probably understood intuitively. Dahlia shouldn't play this role. Having Dahlia play this vampire role was absolutely not a good thing for Dahlia. But I liked her. Stop it, Dahlia. She stopped. Although I knew this would hurt Dahlia, I still stopped her. Because, why? Why did you stop me, Draco? Yes, I can't say I completely understand Dahlia's situation. But I still understand this much: Dahlia won't be like this forever. I know that too, I replied, trying to keep my voice down so others wouldn't hear. But you're raising your voice here. How are you going to justify that? Such a thing. Dahlia's comprehension finally seemed to catch up with my words. Her words trailed off. Dahlia understood too. This was the meaning of protecting Dahlia. Of course, if I protected Dahlia here, I could help her temporarily. But what about later? Unlike the previous entanglement with Lockhart, he was currently teaching a class. I couldn't use the next class as an excuse. Most importantly, the content of the play Dahlia was being forced to perform was the problem. If this were about werewolves or something completely unrelated to vampires, I would take Dahlia out without hesitation. The fact that Dahlia was in trouble would be enough justification for why she should interrupt us. I wouldn't care how the professor looked at me, even if I was punished. However, the content of this play was vampires. Since Dahlia's body was a secret, we had to proceed carefully. One careless move from me could ultimately put Dahlia in danger. Of course, I didn't think Dahlia would be discovered just by interrupting this incompetent professor's worthless game. Except for Dumbledore. Dahlia had already revealed a lot of information to the school. Clothes and an umbrella to block the sun. Gloves to suppress her power. All of these were essential for Dahlia. However, even if they weren't connected one by one, when I realized Dahlia was a vampire and looked at this information again, I realized they were damning. If she revealed one more piece of information to the old man, he might figure out the truth that Dahlia was a vampire. Dahlia's secret was built on such a dangerous bridge. So we had to be careful. If I interrupted the play and gave even a slight possibility of connecting Dahlia to vampires, if he suspected Dahlia was a vampire in the slightest, he might discover Dahlia's secret. Normally, it would be fine. Under normal circumstances, the students and Dumbledore wouldn't pay that much attention to Dahlia. Moreover, even if Dahlia were discovered to be a vampire, her father would ultimately protect her. Although her social standing might drop somewhat, I believed her father would eventually counteract Dahlia's bad reputation. But now was different. Now, if Dahlia was discovered to be a vampire, it would be bad. Since she was suspected of being an heir, we had to eliminate anything, even the slightest thing, that could be used against Dahlia. If she were discovered now, Dahlia might be called the horror of the Chamber of Secrets. Dahlia probably knew this too. Clearly, she grew increasingly unhappy as time passed, but she seemed unable to strongly refuse Lockhart. So for Dahlia, we had no choice but to silently watch her suffer. We couldn't waste Dahlia's patience. Damn it. Dahlia and I could only watch. The feeling of helplessness only increased with each passing day. This sort of thing had been happening often lately. Why did Dahlia have to go through this? What exactly did Dahlia do? Dahlia was just not good at making facial expressions. Dahlia always wore a cold expression on her face, but that didn't mean Dahlia lacked feelings, nor did it mean she was truly a cold person. Dahlia's body was just slightly different from others. She just had a little bit of non-human blood mixed in. Vampires and didn't necessarily mean attacking people. They just had different needs than humans. But that was all. Just because of this, why did Dahlia have to suffer so much? The more I thought about it, the more unfair I felt Dahlia's treatment was, but Dahlia and I could only remain silent. The feeling of helplessness made me feel like my head was going crazy. It was at that moment. The incompetent man started saying outrageous things. Of course, I have the most experience fighting the dark arts in this school, but there are many other professors who will also be monitoring and protecting you. This was the second shock during this worthless time. What did this guy just say? What did Dahlia mean? Clearly, we weren't the only ones who felt uncomfortable. The classroom was silent, and a Gryffindor student was about to raise his hand. Professor, what exactly does that mean? If I remembered correctly, he was Seamus Finnegan, Potter's roommate. Finnegan asked timidly, and Lockhart, as usual, seemed unnecessarily excited in his reply. Is that so? Actually, Professor Dumbledore made a request to all the professors, including me. It was to guard and protect Dahlia by her side. The moment I heard it, I immediately understood the principal's intention. Yes, I also thought Professor Dumbledore's view made sense. Indeed, my presence must have scared that heir, and he closed the chamber. However, I must also admit that besides me, there is one other person who can pose a slight threat to him. That is the principal and Dahlia. The principal probably figured out who the most likely target among the three would be if the Chamber of Secrets was still open. She is a master who has defeated him multiple times, and Professor Dumbledore seems to think she has some experience. But no matter how talented Dahlia is, she is still just a student. You must have thought you would be targeted, right? Ina seemed to get more excited the more he spoke, and his face grew redder. Stop. Please stop. You have already pushed Dahlia this far. Are you saying that is still not enough? Dahlia is not that heir, even though Dahlia is innocent despite all this. That is why the principal ordered us to have a professor constantly by Dahlia's side, so she can be protected at all times. Of course, I alone am enough to protect Dahlia. Unfortunately, teaching you defense against the dark arts is also an important job. So, Dahlia, don't worry. You don't have to worry at all. No one was listening to Lockhart anymore. Everyone was pale, staring at Dahlia, who was standing in front of the podium with her head lowered. Months had passed since the Hufflepuff attack, and no one had been attacked since. Everyone wanted to know, why was the heir no longer creating new victims? The nighttime curfew had become stricter after Christmas, but could that really suppress the situation? This was the doubt in everyone's hearts. The only measure Dumbledore had taken was restricting people from going out. Why was this so effective? But everyone foolishly thought the answer had just been revealed. Hogwarts was peaceful now, and not just at night. Even in the mornings and afternoons, Dahlia was being monitored. This was the reason. I understood. There was no evidence that Dahlia was the heir. This was because Dahlia was not the heir or anything of the sort. But what if Hogwarts suddenly returned to peace without any warning, and only Dahlia was being monitored so thoroughly? Wouldn't that prove that Dahlia was the heir? Only Lockhart's voice was echoing, and Dahlia spoke to me in a voice only I could hear. Hey, Draco. That voice was the angriest I had ever heard from Dahlia. The voice was filled with intense fury and killing intent, but I paid no mind to it. That was because I was furious right now. When you eliminate that person from society, please give the Greengrass family a chance. Hearing Dahlia's words, I nodded silently. He was the only one I would never forgive. I glared at the incompetent person next to me who was still speaking excitedly, while Dahlia patiently looked down at the floor. Dahlia knew. She was being monitored. Dahlia knew she was being watched not only by students but also by professors. This was why Dahlia hadn't acted alone recently. Dahlia returned to Slytherin not because the semester started, nor because she was willing to forgive us, she simply couldn't leave us. If I had left, I didn't know what would be said later. Looking back, there were many signs. I always felt like there was a professor present during class breaks, but I also thought it was just a coincidence. It couldn't be like this. Again, despite the fact that Dahlia had noticed this early on and was enduring all of this alone. Lockhart glared at me resentfully, next to Dahlia, who was still looking down, expressionless. Dahlia was lonely, as always. Lucius's perspective. So, may I have your signature here? I simply announced this to one of the governors sitting in front of me. This person was one of the 12 governors. The rest had already signed the document. Only this fellow hadn't finished explaining. Lucius, I understand how you feel, but I do not want to expel Dumbledore from the school. The other governors were similar, but this one also seemed unwilling to sign. Even after all this time, this fellow still seemed to believe Dumbledore was the right person to be the principal. Don't be ridiculous. What kind of greatest wizard of the century harms Dahlia? Suppressing my inner fury, I continued in a flat voice. The school failed to take necessary measures to report this situation, and even sent a professor to monitor my daughter, who has nothing to do with this matter. Do you find such a thing acceptable? I found out about this during lunch today. Suddenly, Draco sent an urgent letter. Draco had been ordered to contact me immediately if anything unusual happened at Hogwarts. If this letter arrived at this time, something must have happened this morning. I immediately checked the contents. It was said that during the morning class, that incompetent fool revealed that Dahlia was being monitored. Since Dahlia was suspected, it was that old man's doing. I had assumed some kind of surveillance was always going on. However, there wasn't enough evidence to prove it. He would claim he was doing it for all the students, that he only wanted to ensure student safety. There was no evidence of a surveillance system targeting only Dahlia. But now it had been proven. Now he will not be able to escape. Even if you try to blame Lockhart's lack of control, given his track record, you cannot avoid the resulting scandal. It was checkmate now. I had originally intended to apply a certain amount of pressure on him, but now the other governors had no choice but to agree to his expulsion. No matter what others said later, with so much evidence, any excuse could be found later. If this was true, I also wanted to get rid of Lockhart, but the governors had the authority to appoint the principal, not the professors. That was the principal's power. If I fired the principal now, the matter would only be delayed further. Once everything was settled, I would definitely reward him. But, Dumbledore, it seemed this idiot still didn't understand the current situation. He knew that allowing Dumbledore to remain principal meant making an enemy of the House of Malfoy. I decided to use my final resort on this idiot who still refused to sign. It seems there is some misunderstanding. The fool in front of me fell silent when he heard my cold voice. I am not here to negotiate with you, this is a decision. If you oppose this matter further, I also have a way. After a pause, I continued speaking, as if addressing a child. I heard your mother is currently at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. The poor thing was accidentally bitten by a snake while working in the garden. I'm sure it's not life-threatening, but she'll need to stay in the hospital for a while, won't she? I had thoroughly researched this person's family connections long ago. From the family composition to the details of what they were currently doing. That is why. In fact, the Malfoy family also holds shares in St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. I have a good relationship with some of the staff, and some of them will do anything I ask. They are also there. This is what happens to healers. Your mother, don't you think it would be better for her to leave the hospital alive? There were many ways to avoid getting into trouble. Nothing was worse than eliminating a member of such a foolish family. I think I finally understood. I understand. I suppose all I have to do is sign. He finally agreed to sign the document. Indeed, it would have been better if they had done so from the start. I see. It is truly helpful to know that you understand. After confirming the signature, I immediately rolled up the document, ready to go home. I must hurry. We need to get rid of this old bastard as soon as possible. The longer it takes, the more Dahlia's heart will ache. I'll be going then, I still have things to do. I closed the door, cutting off the suspicious gazes, and immediately vanished to my next destination. To the Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge. The time is near, Dahlia. I am ready to protect you. Chapter 99, Invisibility Cloak. In the letter Lucius suddenly sent, today at 9, please go to the gamekeeper's cabin with Fudge. Fudge will go first. I have something to discuss with the principal. Only this simple message was written. There was no text explaining what kind of business it was. However, I had a rough idea of what was going to be conveyed to me. Eventually, Lucius put Hagrid into Azkaban, and he also obtained the consent of the other board members to have me dismissed. It seems you are still too naive. I asked the teachers to keep an eye on Dahlia to prevent more casualties. When Nick and Filch were attacked, I realized that relying solely on students was insufficient to monitor her. More importantly, even the students' supervision had relaxed slightly due to their suspicion of Harry. Since Dahlia always goes out for walks in the middle of the night around this time of year, there is no doubt she still harbors some goal. With such relaxed vigilance, I believed it was only a matter of time before she committed another crime. To this end, I decided to strictly restrict evening outings and requested the teachers to closely monitor Dahlia. Severus was the only reluctant person, but many teachers, including Minerva, nodded their heads, agreeing with what I said. However, a problem arose here. There was a severe shortage of teachers. Even if they wanted to mobilize elective course teachers, if those teachers were sent to monitor Dahlia, they would be unable to fulfill their original duties. The only feasible solution was for Dahlia's class head to monitor her. Although I was worried, I could only rely on Gilderoy. No matter how much effort he put in, he probably couldn't do anything besides watch over Dahlia. Yes, I thought about it too simply. This was my failure this time. I didn't expect Gilderoy to reveal this to his students, that was what I hadn't anticipated. I didn't expect him to make such a careless move. Perhaps the monitoring system set up by the Eagle worked, and now Hogwarts has returned to its previous calm. Perhaps the students all knew this, their suspicion of Harry had vanished, and now everyone was once again suspicious of Dahlia, the heir. However, this was only the student's story. In the eyes of the world, I was just a fool who monitored a student without any evidence. That was when Lucius struck me. Until now, I had been pretending not to harbor any suspicion toward Dahlia, but this time, my suspicion was finally exposed. Lucius claimed that I groundlessly suspected, monitored, and harmed the student. Based on this, I was ultimately forced into expulsion. We haven't found anything yet. Regarding this incident, I have not yet obtained any evidence. The same thing happened 50 years ago. Although the culprit was known, how she committed the crime and where the Chamber of Secrets was located could not be determined. This time, they took more in-depth measures based on the previous failure, but sure enough, they were unable to obtain any new information. I cannot leave the school under these circumstances, abandoning the students and Harry. No matter how he was chosen, he is still only 12 years old. I think he still needs my help to face the darkness. However, even though I think this, there is nothing I can do. Now that the surveillance I instigated was exposed, the board members, though reluctant, ultimately had no choice but to agree to my dismissal. Even if you are unwilling, Lucius will definitely take the sign away, even if it means threatening you. Everything is about to end. Ha ha, I have no choice. I sighed wearily and spoke to Fawkes, who was watching me from behind with worried eyes. Fawkes, I am afraid I must leave Hogwarts temporarily. Now, I need you to take my place and help Harry in an emergency. I continued looking into Fawkes' beautiful eyes. That boy is still a child who doesn't understand anything, and unfortunately he still lacks the strength to face the great darkness. Perhaps, if the eagle roars from here, Dahlia, the heir, will make her move. When that time comes, I want you to help Harry. If you are his master, you can find Harry quickly no matter where he is, right? So, without the eagle, Fawkes might be the only one who could find Harry in an emergency. In addition, it possesses wisdom superior to that of ordinary people, tears with healing abilities, and powerful wings capable of carrying heavy loads. I believe it will come in handy when Harry faces the darkness. In response to my hopeful plea, Fawkes nodded gently and firmly. I'm sorry. The eagle stroked Fawkes, and then he took something off the shelf. At first glance, it looked like an old hat. It was the sorting hat. I hope you give this to Harry in an emergency. Harry is wondering now, was it really a good idea for him to go to Gryffindor? He is starting to lose himself in the possibility of becoming a Slytherin. Oh, that hesitation in an emergency could cost him his life. Therefore, in an emergency, I want you to give him this hat. If he receives this hat, I believe he will pull it out. He is a true Gryffindor and has proven that his courage is real. After speaking, I handed the sorting hat to Fawkes, nodded to it, and then left the room. Fawkes stared at the eagle's retreating figure with concern. Harry's perspective. Ron. Hermione. It's Hagrid. 50 years ago, it was Hagrid who opened the door to the Chamber of Secrets. When he rushed into the common room, he spoke loudly to Hermione, who still didn't seem to know where she was looking, and Ron, who was next to her reading a Quidditch magazine, but no one nearby could hear him. As soon as you hear my words. What is this guy talking about? I started telling the two of them about the scene I had just witnessed, and they looked at me as if they were trying to say something similar. It all started with a small idea. I realized this when I got the diary back from Malfoy. Although the diary had been drenched in spilled ink, there were no ink stains on it. When I opened it, the contents were still blank. Feeling uneasy about this, I decided, as soon as I was forced back into the dormitory, to leave Hermione and Ron in the common room, lock myself in the bedroom, and investigate the mystery of the diary. I placed the diary on the table beside my bed and immediately dropped a spot of ink onto it. Then, sure enough, the ink disappeared as if it had been sucked inside. When I saw that scene, I thought of something. This is what I wrote in the diary. This time, I excitedly picked up the quill. I am Harry Potter. The change was instantaneous. Just as I thought the letters were instantly sucked in, they began to reappear. My guess was correct. This book was trying to answer me. Hello, Harry Potter. I am Tom Riddle. I was thrown into the toilet, but luckily someone picked me up. What does this mean? I wrote it down, delighted that my guess was correct. I left some unpleasant memories about Hogwarts in this diary. I don't know if you are a person, so I cannot let you infect that student. Perhaps that terrible memory is about the Chamber of Secrets. Hermione's words surfaced in my mind. What if Tom Riddle was awarded 50 years ago for capturing Slytherin's heir? If her deduction was correct, what exactly was the terrible memory Tom was talking about? That is correct. It opened when I was still a student. Several students were attacked, and one female student was eventually killed. I caught the culprit, and he was expelled. As a reward, I received a trophy, but the principal at the time did not give me the trophy. Instead, he asked me to remain silent about the matter. Perhaps he was concerned about what was happening. But I knew, even if the culprit was caught, the monster was still alive. That is why I left this diary, to help Hogwarts when the room reopened. Furthermore, although the culprit was expelled, he was not yet imprisoned. Hermione's guess was correct. This diary knew the truth of the matter. Now the room has reopened. Please tell me, who exactly is the mastermind behind this incident? If Dahlia Malfoy is the current heir, then the previous heir should have been Lucius Malfoy. If it was him, it would also explain why that heir is not currently imprisoned. I was very excited when this fact finally came to light. The fact that Lockhart revealed in class this morning. In fact, the teachers were watching Dahlia Malfoy. Everyone was convinced that they now understood why no one was being attacked. But this alone was not enough. Based only on this, he could not truly corner Dahlia Malfoy. So I had high hopes. This diary would provide conclusive evidence. If Lucius Malfoy's name appeared here, he could finally drive Dahlia Malfoy into a corner this time. That's what I thought. But the truth began to unfold in a direction I hadn't expected. I can show you if you wish. Let me take you back to the night I caught the culprit. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. When the word riddle appeared, the book suddenly began to glow. In that dazzling flash, a young man I had never seen before seemed to be smiling cruelly at me. That was the feeling I got. I would witness everything. The truth of that day. I was summoned by Principal Dippet, the principal at the time. On the way back, I met Dumbledore on the stairs in front of the Great Hall. Dumbledore was informed that the school would be closed if the damage continued. Tom did not want to return to the orphanage, so he decided to catch the heir. While I was waiting in front of the dungeon classroom, a student passed by. That student was hiding a monster that was furry and had tangled black legs. Tom let the monster escape, and the student hiding the monster was our friend Hagrid. After he finished telling everything, Ron and Hermione looked as if they had swallowed a bitter worm. Ron muttered, confused by the unexpected truth. No, but it hasn't been decided yet, right? Of course, I'm talking about Hagrid. It's not strange for him to keep one or two old monsters, just because he feels sorry for them. Is there no evidence that this was the monster from the Chamber of Secrets? Riddle must have misunderstood. I really wanted to agree with Ron. But, without a doubt, Hagrid was expelled from Hogwarts. Since he was expelled, I am certain he wouldn't attack anyone. Otherwise, Riddle wouldn't have received the honor. Ron immediately wanted to refute, but he seemed unable to find the right words for a moment. And rightly so. As soon as Hagrid was expelled, no one was attacked again. Strangely, this was the same situation as when Dahlia Malfoy stopped being attacked once she started being monitored. While we all remained silent, confused by the sudden suspicion of our friend, Hermione, who had been quiet the whole time, suddenly began to speak. Harry, go get the invisibility cloak right now. I showed a look of shock at this sudden request. Huh? Why do we need the invisibility cloak? Chapter 100 Sneaking into the Secret Room. Last Christmas, Dumbledore gave him an invisibility cloak, a memento from his father. I don't understand why that name suddenly appeared now. However, Hermione seemed annoyed by my actions. I'm going to see Hagrid right now. If you don't know, just ask him directly. No matter what the truth is, we can't move forward unless we ask Hagrid for it. I can't do it. So you'd better go ask him as soon as possible. But, that's Hagrid. Yes, this might be an insensitive question for Hagrid. It will rehash what happened 50 years ago. But, we don't have time to spare. Today's events, my suspicions about her feelings have deepened. I can't just leave her alone. If I'm just afraid of failure, I can't move forward. I can't let her get hurt like this. I can't stand by and do nothing. So, to do this, we're going to find Hagrid now. We must find out the truth as soon as possible. Listen, if you find it, hurry up and get the invisibility cloak. No. Hermione's excitement made me nod involuntarily, but Hermione did have a point. Of course, this wasn't the story where Hermione thought Dahlia Malfoy was innocent. Indeed, as Hermione said, there might not be much time left. When we snuck into Slytherin House on Christmas Eve, Draco was hinting. Dumbledore's exile. This will happen very soon. At the time, I thought it was just Draco's nonsense. But if that were true, I don't know what method Mr. Malfoy would use to get rid of Dumbledore, but if he knew about Dahlia Malfoy's current situation, he would immediately try to eliminate Dumbledore, who was interfering with their plans. Dumbledore is a great wizard. I don't think the House of Malfoy can easily kick him out, but I also don't know what means they are using. If Dumbledore is expelled, the current temporary peace will end. So far, everyone has only been turned to stone, but this time, someone might be killed. That person might be Hermione, who still believes in Dahlia Malfoy. Considering this, and Hermione's enthusiasm, I hurried back to the bedroom to retrieve the invisibility cloak. Hermione's perspective. I carefully took one step at a time, suppressing the excitement in my heart. The invisibility cloak was too small to fit 3 people. If you accidentally take a step, some parts of your body will stick out. This will lead to fatal mistakes. Stop. Following my whispered instructions, Harry and Ron behind me also stopped. 2 ghosts walked steadily past us, and we stood still, trying not to make a sound. After confirming they had completely passed, we gently sighed. I don't know how many times I brushed past someone. When I went out last night, the castle wasn't this crowded. They all seemed to be working in pairs, just like the teachers, prefects, and ghosts I just saw. Everyone always moved in pairs, keeping an eye out for any suspicious movements. The thought that all of this was due to fear of Mr. Malfoy made me sad. When I thought that all this vigilance was the result of our own actions, my heart was filled with guilt, and I felt paralyzed. Don't get any closer to Dahlia. I remembered Mr. Greengrass's angry words. Her anger at the time was understandable. I had done something irreversible. From the moment I decided to make the Polyjuice potion, I had unconsciously hurt Mr. Malfoy, and the consequences of my actions still affected her. He had no way to face her. I even felt that for a fool like me, who only knew how to study and do more things, it was a sin. But now I was starting to try to perform again. The truth might be right in front of you. The hope of solving this case might be just around the corner. When I realized this possibility, I did what I had done before. I thought he was truly a foolish person. Even though I had deeply hurt Mr. Malfoy, I still tried my best to act without regret. This time, I might push her to the brink again, but I took action. He could help her, but he couldn't ignore it. You can't just stop because you're afraid of failure. I remember she just lowered her head, looking at me cautiously and hostilely. I couldn't bear to see her like that and not act. What's more, all the attention in the school is now focused on her. She is not the heir. I can absolutely say that this is not the case. If that were the case, the current surveillance system would definitely be a waste of time. I don't know why the real heir would be quiet, but there is no doubt that the real heir is not currently under any form of surveillance. So the next victim is only a matter of time. I must find out the truth as soon as possible to avoid another victim and to spare Mr. Malfoy more suffering. Let's go. Margeau suppressed his enthusiasm and started to move forward again. After that, we passed several interrogations from teachers again, and finally passed through the main gate, walking towards the cabin where we could see lights in the starry night. Finally, we arrived, breathed a sigh of relief, and knocked on the door. Harry's perspective. I knocked on the door, and Hagrid immediately came out, while carrying a crossbow. Who? We took off the invisibility cloak in front of Hagrid, who looked very panicked. It's us. When Hagrid confirmed that it was us who had suddenly appeared in front of him, he asked with a relieved expression, "What are you doing here? You should be in your dorms by 6 o'clock. Yes, but I just wanted to hear about Hagrid's story." Hagrid looked at me suspiciously, and I mumbled, what's the matter? It's no use standing here, please come in first. We entered the cabin, and Hagrid urged us to find a place to sit. As I and Isoso prepared tea, we fell into a strange silence. Even though he had come this far, he still didn't know what to ask Hagrid. Even the enthusiastic Hermione seemed a little uncomfortable here. But apparently we weren't the only ones who felt awkward. Bailing. The sound startled me, and I turned to find that Hagrid had apparently dropped the pot. "Hagrid, are you okay?" No, it's fine. No, it's nothing. My hand just slipped. He tried to reassure us, but he didn't look comfortable at all. If you look closely, you'll see he's anxiously looking out the window. Is there something out there? Hagrid, sit down. I'll make you some tea. Hagrid seemed restless, but Hermione, probably wanting to distract herself, got up to make tea. I'm sorry. Hagrid obediently sat in the chair, but still looked out restlessly. Even after Hermione distributed tea to everyone, there was still a strange silence in the room. We couldn't find a way to start the conversation, and Hagrid seemed as unmoving as ever. How much time had passed? As we looked at each other, Hagrid finally spoke, trying to figure out who was going to talk to him. I'm thinking now, what exactly are you here for? We just had tea, and I have something I want to ask you. I understand. We have something to ask Hagrid. Hearing Hagrid's words, Hermione seemed to have finally made up her mind and started to speak. Hagrid, please listen calmly. We are not blaming you, nor are we suspecting you. Please understand. Hermione quietly asked Hagrid after introducing herself. Hey, Hagrid, we're here to hear about the last time the Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago. The change was immense. Hagrid put down the tea in his hand, his eyes wide like saucers. Why are you doing this? We've already found out. 50 years ago, you were exiled as the heir. Please, Hagrid, tell us what you know. We'll blame you. There's no such thing. I just want to know the truth. If I don't know, there might be another victim. Please, Hagrid. Hagrid stared intently at Hermione. Ron and I looked at each other, both holding our breath. I knew I was doing something extremely cruel to Hagrid. If I could, I wanted to let my friend face his terrible past alone. But that was impossible. This was something you had to know at some point. Hagrid stared at Hermione for a while, then suddenly sighed wearily. Hermione, and Harry and Ron, I want you to understand this. At that time, I had no intention of killing anyone, and I never would. Please understand. Of course, we're not suspecting you. I see. Well, yes. Hearing Hermione's quick response, Hagrid finally spoke. Do you know why I was expelled back then? Yes, because I had a monster, right? The scene in the Diary of Hugary. There was no doubt that Dodd was raising monsters. It was about him. It seemed he was going to release the monster, saying how pitiful it was to be trapped. That's right. Back then, I raised a spider named Aragog. Apparently, the monster I saw in the diary was named Aragog. I wasn't interested in the name of the giant spider, but apparently Hagrid wasn't one of them. Perhaps remembering the monster from back then, his expression was completely different from before, with a hint of confusion on his face. I raised him from a young age, and he had 8 eyes, but his round eyes sparkled and were very cute. His long legs moved busily in my hands. Hagrid. Hermione's cold voice interrupted the seemingly endless monster conversation. Oh, right. And then one day, Aragog was discovered by a student, so everyone believed that he was the monster in the Chamber of Secrets. Because, Aragog isn't a monster? No, he would never hurt humans. His fangs are indeed deadly and poisonous, but he couldn't possibly do anything that would kill someone. The credibility was absolutely zero. I don't understand how they could claim they wouldn't kill anyone, even though their fangs contain deadly poison. Did Hermione think so too? Hagrid, how are you sure Aragog didn't kill anyone? His gaze was now completely focused on the culprit. Hagrid seemed to notice this too, and continued in a panic. Aragog didn't kill anyone. Aragog isn't the Chamber of Secrets monster, and he didn't even let him out of the storage room. The victim's student was found in the bathroom. So, there are other monsters. That's what Aragog said. Huh? Can the spider Aragog talk? Ron, who apparently disliked spiders, his shoulders jumping every time the word spider was mentioned, asked with a look of disgust. Yes, he's a smart one, and he can even speak human language. I just talked to him the other day, and I'll introduce him next time. Where is that spider now? Hagrid spoke cheerfully to Ron, who was clearly determined not to go near the place he was asking about. That's the Forbidden Forest, and my family lives there now. We heard the unsettling word family, but we deliberately ignored it. I wasn't even willing to imagine tons of venomous spiders in the forest. Moreover, if we didn't get back to the main topic soon, we would boast about monsters forever. So, Hagrid, Aragog said there were other monsters, right? What does that mean? Chapter 101 Danger near Hagrid. As he answered Hermione's question, Hagrid seemed to recall the reason we were there. Yes, Aragog just told me recently. No, not just the other day. He said the same thing before he was discovered. There's a monster living in that castle. That monster. Apparently, it's an ancient creature, and spiders are what it fears most. It used to feel, and still feels, like it's walking around in the castle. That's why he told me to be careful. Isn't he some kind of monster? Hey, the one he said is walking around in the castle now is the monster. That creature. Just as I was about to ask Hagrid a question. Knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Hagrid spilled the tea again, and Ron, Hermione, and I quickly put on the invisibility cloak and rushed to the corner of the room, almost in a panic. Hagrid made sure we were completely invisible, then slowly opened the door. Good evening, Hagrid. Professor Dumbledore was outside. We almost breathed a sigh of relief, but Dumbledore wasn't the only one there. Behind the solemn Professor Dumbledore stood another person he didn't recognize. The person who came in after Professor Dumbledore was a short, stocky man with curly grey hair. Ron whispered beside me when he recognized the person. "It's the Minister for Magic. It's my dad's boss, Cornelius Fudge." Fudge spoke to Hagrid, who looked at me, pale, as I used the invisibility cloak to quiet Ron. "Things aren't looking good, Hagrid. That's why I had to come. 2 Muggleborns have been attacked, and Dumbledore not only did nothing, he's senselessly attacking the lives of women, children. Someone inside the Ministry of Magic insists he's harming the people of the Ministry of Magic. His voice can no longer be suppressed. Unless the Ministry of Magic takes action, nothing will happen. I can't handle it. But I would never do anything. Professor Dumbledore knows that, right?" Hearing Hagrid's words as he looked at Professor Dumbledore, the professor said, "Cornelius, I have complete faith in Hagrid. I've told you many times, there's no point in doing something like this," he said with a frown. "But Albus, he has a criminal record. The Ministry of Magic can't do anything. Please do the same for me. We have to take him away." Take me away? No way, Azkaban." Hagrid bit out hoarsely as Fudge spoke awkwardly to Professor Dumbledore. Fudge was about to respond to that even more awkward expression. Knock, knock. Another violent knock at the door. When Dumbledore opened the door. "Ah, good evening. It seems everyone is here. That's good." Mr. Lucius Malfoy stood there, a satisfied expression on his face. Lucius's perspective. I entered the hut, looking around at everyone present. Foolish Fudge. He had a mysterious face, but his eyes were burning and old. "Get out of my house, Malfoy. You can't come into my house," the savage shouted in an angry tone. "This is also a good thing, even if you don't say it. I don't want to stay in your house for too long." "Well, Fudge and I don't have much free time. Let's go pack up quickly. It will be done soon." "Ah, finally the time has come." I took out 2 parchments with a heavy heart. "The reason I gathered you all here is for you to see this. At first, I wanted to gather you in the headmaster's office, but Dumbledore might not call Hagrid there. That's what I thought. The idea," I said sarcastically, fully understanding the old man's shallow thoughts. "What exactly do you mean, Lucius?" Dumbledore's words were polite, but the fire of anger still burned in his eyes. "I don't think they will forgive what I'm about to do. He's just a very foolish old man. This guy isn't qualified to be angry. The only person I truly need to be angry with is Dahlia." I continued to suppress the anger within me. "Why, it's simple, Dumbledore. It seems you're in a situation at Hogwarts where you can't take the necessary steps. I've even taken steps for you." I took out the first parchment. It stated that Rebus Hagrid was ordered to be imprisoned in Azkaban. "It's Dumbledore. It's hard to understand. Why are you letting the last criminal go unpunished? It's the same as doing nothing. This is the first thing to do, isn't it? But what I'm saying is to protect him. Even if I called you to the headmaster's office, I think you would come up with some reason to protect Hagrid again. That's why I called you here." "Oh dear. Let me tell you in advance, there's no need to ignore this order. Fudge has already agreed to it." I announced this with a laugh to the old man and the savage, who immediately wanted to protest. Then he showed them both his favorite second piece, and they glared at Fudge, who still stood there looking as if he had nowhere to go. This was Dumbledore's indefinite suspension order, signed by 12 governors. "Well, my story isn't over yet, Dumbledore," I continued, acting as if I could make it look sad. "I'm very sorry, Dumbledore. It's reported that you didn't take the necessary measures and ordered me to monitor my daughter. I ordered you to monitor an unrelated student. What are your intentions, Dumbledore?" However, my performance was erased by Dumbledore's words. "I don't know what you're talking about, Lucius. As I said before, this is all a misunderstanding. Don't be fooled, Dumbledore. I've already said it. If you doubt Dahlia again, I will take appropriate measures. Despite this, you still made my daughter suffer. Atone for it now," I shouted, thrusting the parchment at the old man's nose. "This is an indefinite suspension order against you. After I told the other governors about your actions, they all willingly signed it. The other governors also felt it was time for you to step down. No matter how hard you try to cover it up, this matter has been decided. Even if you claim you didn't instruct Dahlia's surveillance, all the students think you did it, so you're shirking responsibility. You simply can't take the necessary measures, and what's worse, you've become so clever that you've taken the wrong measures." After I finished speaking, there was silence in the cabin. The 3 animals seemed to be so engulfed by my anger that they couldn't even make a sound. Now I could only hear the unstable breathing caused by my sudden raised voice. But the silence didn't last long. The first to break the silence was Fudge, who seemed to finally understand the current situation. Wait a minute, Lucius. You mean you're going to suspend Dumbledore, and indefinitely? No, this will definitely be troublesome now. So, does the Minister for Magic mean he wants my daughter to suffer at the hands of this old man? I glared at Fudge, who, looking shocked, quickly averted his gaze. I mocked him, then turned to Dumbledore. The appointment and suspension of the principal are the rights and obligations of the board. This decision cannot be overturned by the principal or the Minister for Magic. You've helped, Dumbledore. You are powerless to stop this, because all 12 governors have acknowledged this. How many people did you threaten? When I looked at the savage who interrupted me, I saw he had just stood up. Malfoy, how many people did you threaten? Otherwise, who would agree to Professor Dumbledore's suspension? Who knows what you did? Try your best to stop Professor Dumbledore, and this time there will be murder. Let's start. Well, it's hard to understand why such an old man is so revered. Besides, this savage only needs to worry about himself. Considering you're going to Azkaban, Hagrid looks very energetic. I hope you don't disturb them. I let him spit it out, and this time I told Dumbledore, resign. Would you like a drink, Dumbledore? His bright blue eyes met my grey ones. He silently looked into my eyes, and after a while, he spoke in a low voice. If the governors wish me to resign, Lucius, I will obey. 1. A surge of joy went through me. With this, I can protect Dahlia. Dahlia can finally have peace again. I can finally fulfill my duties as a father. But Dumbledore's words were not over. But, Lucius, I've said it before, but as long as there is one person loyal to me, I will stay here. My leaving here is only temporary. I am seeking help, because as long as there are people, I will never truly leave this school. Dumbledore's gaze temporarily left me and turned to a corner of the hut. Although I looked there, there was nothing. I was a little curious about what the old man wanted to do, but it didn't matter anymore. I was powerless against this person. I told him with the joy that still remained. I'm sure you're in good spirits. I'm sure one day I'll miss you, your unique way of doing things. Don't worry, I'll choose your successor immediately. You're exempt. You just need to think about what will happen after you find a job. After speaking, I strode out of the hut. I could no longer bear to be with such a dirty person. As I walked through the nostalgic campus under the starry sky that seemed to celebrate victory, I whispered to myself, Dahlia, now you are free. I was able to protect you. Harry's perspective. It's too hard. All the people who had been speaking here were gone, and the moment we took off that invisibility cloak, Ron said in a hoarse voice, if Dumbledore leaves, someone will be killed every day. I don't know what we should do now. I couldn't answer that question. My worst prediction was correct. We didn't make it in time. Before this happened, I wanted to do something about Dahlia Malfoy, but before I could catch him, Dumbledore disappeared. Ron and I were both plunged into despair. Meanwhile, Hermione suddenly said, in the end, everything started all over again. As she whispered, there were 4 steaming cups in front of her. Chapter 102, Hagrid was arrested. Hagrid was detained, and Headmaster Dumbledore was dismissed. This news quickly spread throughout the entire school. I didn't even need to consider the reaction to this. I really hated it. I'm sure it was Azhu. I'm sure Azhu told his parents to get rid of Dumbledore, who was monitoring him. When the news broke a few days ago, Seamus's screams echoed in the common room. Just when she thought Dumbledore was controlling her, Dumbledore vanished. Everyone was extremely frustrated. Since then, everyone has remained in confusion, their faces showing fear. As for Neville, even though he is pureblood, he seemed to believe he was being targeted by him/her. And this scene was not limited to Gryffindor. When Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw passed each other in the corridors, they all looked tense. There were no laughs or conversations in the corridors. Everyone was afraid. With the departure of Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the century, it seemed he believed nothing could stop the heir now. The reason I barely maintained my sanity was the strengthening of the security system. I also agreed with this idea. No matter how much Headmaster Dumbledore doubted that he had misjudged the student, there was no doubt that the presence of the professor was a deterrent to the heir. Undoubtedly, it was only a matter of time before the next victim appeared. The good thing about Hagrid was that no one considered him the heir. However, the thought that this was because I had identified him/her as the culprit made me quite displeased. An overwhelming sense of fear was spreading throughout the school. The once lively school had become quiet. The only ones shouting in the corridors were Fred and George. It seemed the two were desperately trying to liven up the school, but it didn't seem to have much effect. No matter what the two did, they only received vague smiles. The two seemed to understand this as well, wearing expressions of seriousness I had never seen before. No, it seemed it wasn't just the two of them acting this way. There was only one student still shouting loudly in this situation. This happened on the way to the next class for the professor. In the quiet corridor, many footsteps rang out. The moment I saw the color of their ties, the students in the corridor filled with fear. A group of people wearing green ties, led by Professor Snape, appeared in everyone's line of sight. They were second-year Slytherin students. Of course, one of them had a boyfriend/girlfriend. This group of passing Slytherin students looked much more normal than the other houses. They must truly believe that most Slytherin students are pureblood and do not have to worry about being attacked. Or perhaps it was because he thought he wouldn't be attacked since he was close to his boyfriend/girlfriend. However, although their expressions were more normal, there was a hint of fear on their faces. Among them, 3 students showed no fear at all. One of them was Mr. Malfoy. She was expressionless, devoid of any emotion, and stared at him with fearful eyes. I didn't know what she was thinking behind that expressionless face. No, what foolishness was I thinking? She couldn't possibly be painless. I couldn't judge her feelings because she was expressionless. I shouldn't be thinking these things. I gently shifted my gaze away from her, suppressing the rising sense of guilt. Over there. HMPH. It's hard to understand why everyone is so gloomy. This school is better off now that Dumbledore is gone. Without a doubt, Dumbledore was the worst principal since the school was founded. It's only natural for my school. My father did it. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Mr. Malfoy's older brother, Draco Malfoy, was the only person besides Fred and George walking loudly through the corridor. Greengrass next to him just looked at Mr. Malfoy with concern, raising his voice with an expression of neither anger nor joy. I just hope that next time we have a more decent person as principal. It is said that McGonagall will take over as principal for a while, but that is only to fill the gap. Next time, I want someone more normal, proper, and judicious. Someone with real power should do it. Ron next to me tried to hit Draco, but Harry firmly held him down with his arm, grabbing his neck and stopping him. However, Harry seemed to be thinking he didn't want to stop. He stared at Draco, his face contorted with discomfort. They were both angry. Professor Dumbledore, whom I respected, had been insulted. In this situation, Draco seemed pleased that the heir's biggest obstacle had vanished. But unlike Harry and the others, I could barely understand my anger towards Draco. On the contrary, a part of me even sympathized with his feelings. My respect for Dumbledore remained. Without a doubt, that man was the finest wizard of the century. Everyone knew what that man had done. But I could only think that the professor's decision this time was wrong. Dumbledore had become suspicious of Mr. Malfoy. This was about Professor Dumbledore. I was sure he suspected her of being the culprit for reasons I couldn't even imagine. But I can say this. She is not the heir. Whatever reason Dumbledore had for suspecting her, he was definitely wrong this time. That's why I didn't want to blame Draco for his attitude. I wanted to be Mr. Malfoy's equal and friend. Therefore, she was in so much pain because she could only watch herself being cornered despite her innocence. But my feelings were probably much smaller than those of her family member, Draco. Whenever she looked at Mr. Malfoy, Draco was right next to her. When he spoke to Mr. Malfoy, he exuded a kind aura, and considering how he usually attacked us, it was hard to imagine his friendliness. And Mr. Malfoy always looked at him kindly. This could be felt even on her expressionless face. They always made me feel the warmth and true love of a family. Just by watching them nearby, I felt they genuinely cared for each other. That is why I thought Draco's feelings when Mr. Malfoy was disparaged were unimaginable. I even thought it was impossible to tell him not to be angry at Dumbledore, because he cared so much about his sister. He had every right to be angry at Dumbledore. I truly don't know who this heir is. As I watched the Slytherin students pass by, I muttered loudly enough that no one could hear me. Mr. Malfoy was expressionless, making it hard to tell where she was looking, while Draco and Greengrass spoke as if venting their inner rage. As I watched them, I felt an overwhelming impatience. I had wasted too much time, and I didn't have time to stagnate. I had to take action. If the truth wasn't found out soon, Mr. Malfoy would surely break down. I felt a sense of impatience. I remembered what had happened a few days ago. What I heard in Hagrid's hut that day. The truth behind Hagrid's monster in the Chamber of Secrets. At that time, I thought I could finally see the truth. I felt bad for Hagrid, but I thought this might give me a chance to prove Mr. Malfoy's innocence. But in the end, the information we obtained did not prove Mr. Malfoy innocent again. The truth always slipped through our fingers. Nothing was filled in the outer moat, nor was there any information that could be definitively used. But was that really the case? Along with this feeling of helplessness, I also felt a sense of discomfort. It was like all the pieces of the puzzle were in place. It just felt like I couldn't put them together correctly. That's how I felt. The truth might already be in my hands. The Slytherin monster, the monster that can turn people into stone, the monster that has existed since ancient times, the monster that spiders fear the most. There was one more thing. All I needed was one more piece of the monster puzzle, and the puzzle would be complete. I had this premonition. I hadn't realized yet that I already possessed the final piece. The final curtain of the incident was about to rise. Harry's perspective. The Quidditch match was approaching. I thought that since Dumbledore was gone, there would be no more Quidditch matches. That wasn't the case. I thought the professors would make such a decision. However, Dumbledore seemed to have left a message for Professor McGonagall before he disappeared. Headmaster Dumbledore has ordered the school to proceed as normally as possible, even during times like these. That is why we are still holding the Quidditch match. I actually oppose holding the match at such a time, but I am willing to proceed. Headmaster Dumbledore said this would also help relieve the stress of everyone who has been restricted. Professor McGonagall seemed happy when she spoke, contrary to her tone. After defeating Slytherin, if Gryffindor won the next match against Hufflepuff, they would win the Quidditch Cup. The professor probably didn't want to miss that. Upon hearing this good news, all the Gryffindor students in the dormitory rejoiced. Dumbledore's exile, and the corresponding significant strengthening of the surveillance system. Although it was to prevent further victims, activities were strictly limited, and the pressure was immense. If I didn't like Quidditch, I wouldn't have been able to handle this. In a life where fear ran rampant, we focused entirely on the few bright topics that remained. This became more apparent as the match approached. The topics in the common room were either Dahlia Malfoy or winning the Quidditch Cup. Everyone looked scared when they walked into the corridors, but when they returned to the dormitory, they enthusiastically talked about Gryffindor winning, trying to forget what was happening outside. Such a simple, happy life continued. However, something happened that dampened this joyful mood. That was the day before the match. I was climbing the stairs back to the bedroom after training. Neville stumbled down in panic. "Harry, I just found out I don't know who did it." When I returned to the bedroom, confused by Neville's incoherent words, I found the room had been ransacked. My trunk was overturned, and the contents were scattered everywhere. Not only that, not only the cloaks, but even the bed covers were ripped to shreds, feathers flying. Behind me, I was shocked by the terrible situation. "What on earth happened?" Ron's voice came. He still couldn't grasp the reality. "I have absolutely no idea," I just responded. The three of us stared at the completely altered room for a while in surprise, then Ron suddenly spoke. "Let's deal with this and clean it up." Hearing that, Neville and I fell silent. I nodded, trying my best to restore the room to its original state. Along the way, I realized something. That my belongings were missing. "It's gone," I said to Ron, lowering my voice so Neville wouldn't hear. "My diary is gone." Of all the diaries we possessed, this one was probably the closest to the truth of the Chamber of Secrets. If Hagrid's words were credible, then Riddle's actions were nothing more than a misunderstanding. However, it was still the only evidence we had to understand what happened when the Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago. Ron and I quickly returned to the common room. Then he spoke to Hermione, who still had her book open but didn't seem to have advanced a page. "Riddle's diary is gone." The room was ransacked, and the only thing missing was the diary. It was stolen. Hearing my voice say, "It was stolen," Hermione looked up in confusion. "Stolen? Who exactly?" I answered Hermione's question without hesitation. "I see, that was the diary that told you everything about the Chamber of Secrets, right? To steal that." I tried to say Aju's name, but I couldn't. "I'm telling you, he couldn't have. This is the Gryffindor dormitory, after all, isn't it? No one knows the password here, if they stole the diary." Hermione was confused, but even I understood what she meant. A password is always required to enter the dormitory common room. Although each house has certain characteristics, the password, which changes every month, is unpredictable. Therefore, it is impossible for students from other houses to enter the Gryffindor common room. Impossible. If that wasn't the case, then who stole the diary? This could only have happened to a Gryffindor. But why a Gryffindor? Why that diary? Chapter 103, The Student's Anger. Hermione simply fell into thought, not responding to my whisper. Despite such a mysterious and unpleasant incident, it didn't mean that Quidditch matches would disappear. I didn't know why a Gryffindor classmate stole the diary. Hermione strongly suggested I report the theft, but I never did. If you did, you would have to tell your teachers everything about your diary. If that happened, Hagrid's suspicions would deepen. Now that Hagrid was in custody, I didn't know if everyone suspected him of being an heir. Fortunately, they didn't. Even if they did, it was about as much as Lockhart. Hagrid's capture was just an excuse. Everyone thought the real heir, Dahlia Malfoy, was a poor sacrificial lamb chosen to distract her. But if this diary and the events of 50 years ago became known, this situation might not last forever. If Hagrid knew that he was banished as the heir 50 years ago, Dahlia Malfoy might have some suspicions about him. That's what he thought. For Hagrid's sake, and to keep everyone from noticing the real culprit, I decided to put the diary issue aside for now. Moreover, today's championship was more important to me than yesterday's culprit. That's why today's match was so important. After all, winning the Quidditch Cup was also directly related to winning the House Cup. I lost to Slytherin in the House Cup, so I really wanted to win here. Harry, do your best. Today is a perfect day for Quidditch. If we win today, we Gryffindor will be champions. For that, be sure to eat a good breakfast. After finishing the hearty breakfast prepared by an excited Wood, Ron, Hermione, and I left the Great Hall. The view from the front door was indeed as refreshing as Wood had said. A perfect day for a Quidditch match. With it, you could fly in the sky with the best feeling. Just as we were about to enter the eagerly anticipated match entrance, I heard it. I will kill you, I will tear you apart. It was the same chilling voice I had heard before. Hearing this chilling voice, I couldn't help but scream. It's that voice. I heard it again. Did you hear it? Ron shook his head in surprise. Hermione tried to follow suit and covered her mouth with her hand, her expression shocked. I don't know why I only noticed now. Maybe I already knew everything. I'm sure of it, if that's the case. Hermione mumbled something, then suddenly ran in the opposite direction. Hermione, what on earth happened? Ron called out loudly to Hermione's retreating back. I'm going to the library. You guys go ahead. Hermione shouted as she ran. What do you think she finally figured out? It's immeasurable. The sudden turn of events left the rest of us stunned, but we realized that match time was approaching, so we quickly rushed to the stadium. We were caught off guard. Usually, he wouldn't leave Hermione alone. However, with the recently strengthened surveillance system, I was a bit caught off guard, and despite Dumbledore being expelled, the castle was safe. I lowered my guard, excited for the match. My mind was numb with these things. Ginny, what's wrong? Nothing. You go first. I can still do some errands. Dahlia's perspective. I heard cheers in the distance. There would be a match between the Gryffindor team and the Hufflepuff team. The winner of this match would win this year's Quidditch Cup. All the students and teachers in the school would probably go to watch this match to vent their extremely cramped lives. Except for me. While everyone in the school gathered at the stadium, I was the only one who didn't go to the stadium, but wandered around the castle, looking for monsters. This was the only time I had freedom, because there was no place for me there. Even though Dumbledore was gone, it didn't mean he was no longer under my supervision. In fact, it had been strengthened. In fact, the decisive factor in Dumbledore's expulsion was the excessive surveillance of me personally. Perhaps the teachers also realized this, but now that the old man was banished, they no longer openly monitored me. However, what was implemented was a system of safety and security for all students. The idea seemed to be that if I was not good personally, I should target the entire school. Immediately after Dumbledore's expulsion, students were required to be supervised by a teacher in each dormitory. Officially, this was to protect the students, but no one believed such a thing today. Everyone knew. The real purpose of this guard was to monitor me. The students' gazes became sharper. Moreover, unlike before, I now had a surveillance system led by the teacher next to me. My free time was completely over. Even in the morning, I couldn't move freely. That's why this was my only time. When the Quidditch match came, all the students would gather at the stadium. At this time, there might be no students left in the school. Some people might be surprised that I wasn't sitting in the usual teacher's seat, but gathering at the stadium was not a student's obligation. With no students to potentially sacrifice, I could be fully loaded in the castle. I couldn't let this time pass. Besides, I couldn't help but look for monsters now. Now was your biggest chance. Because there must be monsters crawling in this castle now. I felt it this morning. Since this morning, I had been feeling the presence of that monster, but it hadn't done so. Today, I was finally able to feel what I had been looking for. Your steps naturally became faster. I'm here. Hurry to me. I am not pureblood, not even human. Your attack conditions have been met. So please hurry and find me. I need you. I must see you for myself, and most importantly, for the people I care about. I must see you and get answers. I wandered through an empty castle, looking for monsters, so that you could notice my presence. But the first meeting, Mr. Malfoy, that was when I passed the library door, a corridor where no one should have been. For some reason, it shouldn't have been here. No, a girl who shouldn't have been there was standing there. She looked at me as if she was about to enter the library. Like me, the expression on her face seemed to not understand why the other person was in such a place. Why was Mr. Malfoy in such a place? At first, my mind was filled with such questions. Students from all over the school were now gathered in the stadium. No one in the school, including students and even teachers, should be in such a place now. Since Headmaster Dumbledore was gone, everyone had to go to the stadium today and safely escape their cramped lives, I thought. I thought so too, but I quickly realized it was a mistake. What on earth was I thinking? She couldn't possibly go to such a crowded place to relax. Indeed, everyone was excited about this holiday, which could be said to be the first in a long time. Quidditch was the most popular game in the magic world. Moreover, today's match would determine the champion. I believe that everyone would be able to temporarily forget their current crowded lives in this long unseen fun activity. Let Mr. Malfoy be an outcast. No matter how enthusiastic the students in the school were about Quidditch, he/she was not the only one. Mr. Malfoy was now suspected of being the heir of the entire school. For her, the space where students and teachers gathered was the most cramped space. Wary eyes always watched you. Every time we met, a fearful voice would sound. Even during the Quidditch match, it was the same. And today the weather was clear. For those with sensitive skin, such open weather must have seemed even more oppressive. I lowered my gaze slightly, feeling a little guilty in my heart. I didn't even realize it was so simple. She was forced into a difficult situation because of me, but I remembered it and didn't realize it was obvious. I didn't know what to say. She was in an unreasonable situation, and I didn't know what to say because I was also part of this unreasonable situation. Don't get any closer, Dahlia. I couldn't get close to Mr. Malfoy. Even if I had already approached this point, I couldn't apologize, forgive myself, or even say anything that could alleviate her worries, even a little. My thoughts revolved around the same place. Due to my eagerness to get close to Mr. Malfoy and my guilt towards Mr. Malfoy, my thoughts couldn't move forward at all. I couldn't say anything, just kept opening and closing my mouth. To me like this. Why are you here? A cold voice sounded. There was obvious anger in Mr. Malfoy's voice. This time, my thoughts completely stopped because of her anger. When I looked up, my gaze met Mr. Malfoy's cold face. Why? Mr. Malfoy's sudden anger made me react quickly. I didn't understand why my being here made her angry. For a moment I thought Mr. Malfoy knew what I had done, but I don't think that was the case. Mr. Greengrass was indeed very angry with me at the time, but I knew from Mr. Malfoy's initial reaction that she hadn't told him what we had done. Otherwise, Mr. Malfoy wouldn't have come to talk to me at all. That's what I did. So why was she so angry? This question would soon be answered. Chapter 104, Opening the Secret Room. You Muggleborn, why are you walking around here alone? For a moment, I couldn't understand what she was saying. I didn't understand why she cared about these things. But the moment I understood its meaning, I felt a huge shock, just like that time. Her words left no doubt. She made me worry. The day the Chamber of Secrets opened, her first concern was me. She was worried I would be attacked by the heir. Even now, as a Muggleborn, she is still worried and angry about me carelessly walking around. Despite Mr. Malfoy's difficult situation, he was still concerned about my safety. I lowered my head, letting the tears fall. Wrong. Suspecting her of being the heir was absolutely wrong. Someone as kind as her could not be the heir. Her cold exterior doesn't mean her heart is frozen. A warm heart is always hidden beneath her expressionless face. Now, besides Draco and Mr. Greengrass, I am the only one in this school who knows Mr. Malfoy is not the heir, so I must have her. I told you before, didn't I? You should be careful. You are Muggleborn, which means you are the perfect target for the heir. So, Mr. Granger? You're crying. Mosquito? Mr. Malfoy noticed my tears and asked me in confusion. I quickly wiped away my tears and answered in as cheerful a voice as possible, so as not to worry her further. No, nothing. Mr. Malfoy, I'm sorry for worrying you. You warned me. Hearing my loud voice, Mr. Malfoy seemed surprised for a moment, his light golden eyes widening. But, no, I truly don't care. I don't care about you. I just think that if there are more victims, it will tarnish my father's reputation as a director. She spoke coldly, as always. Those words seemed to push me away. On the other hand, as always, I just gave a bitter smile in response. It's okay even if you're cold to me, I know. It turns out she is a kind and warm person. Even if everyone at Hogwarts suspects her, I am the only one who doesn't. I think that's enough for now. Mr. Malfoy just looked at me suspiciously, and I replied with a bitter smile, but for some reason. Are you okay? I murmured to myself. That voice was completely different from the previous cold one, sounding ruthless and lonely. What? I didn't understand the meaning of this sudden remark, so I simply asked back. Mr. Malfoy hesitated for a moment, then began to speak, her tone sounding like she was talking to herself, as if confessing her feelings. You know I'm suspected of being the heir, right? When I heard Mr. Malfoy's words, my heart felt warm. Mr. Malfoy continued, looking at me with such warmth in her eyes that I temporarily forgot the guilt I had felt since Christmas. Everyone in this castle now suspects me. You know Dumbledore suspects me. You are with me like this. I am not afraid. I'm not afraid, I responded loudly, interrupting Mr. Malfoy. The guilt towards Mr. Malfoy was still strong. Honestly, I didn't know if it was okay to continue speaking like this. But this is what I felt I needed to say now. I know you're not the heir. Everyone else is wrong. No matter what everyone says about you being the heir, only I am different. I will answer. That's why I'm not afraid. There's nothing to be afraid of. There's no reason to be afraid. After all, she's not the heir. There's no need to be afraid. As I screamed as if to release the heat within me. I understand. Mr. Malfoy looked confused, glancing back and forth. But she seemed to come to her senses immediately, cleared her throat, and asked me again. Then why are you in this place, after all? Honestly, it's really annoying. I'm sorry, but I really want to know something about the Chamber of Secrets horror. As I spoke, I turned my back to Mr. Malfoy and opened the library door. Come to think of it, it was true. I had almost forgotten my conversation with Mr. Malfoy, but I had another purpose for being here. The reason I came to the library was to find the book I wanted. If my thoughts were correct, the true identity of the monster must be written in that book. If the true identity of the monster is discovered, perhaps there will be an opportunity to uncover the truth behind the Chamber of Secrets. If that were the case, Mr. Malfoy would be able to clear her name this time. I excitedly walked into the library. The moment I spoke the monster's true identity, Mr. Malfoy's eyes, which had been looking at me somewhat gently, began to turn cold. Dahlia's perspective. Did I make the same mistake again? Thinking this, I stared at Mr. Granger's back. Since I have a secret, my family is enough as people who are important to me. As for Dahlia, I shouldn't even think that this monster, am important. But why, when I knew Mr. Granger didn't suspect me, did a part of me feel relieved? Indeed, I like Miss Granger. Let's admit it. Her thirst for knowledge and the way she looks at me with pure admiration. For someone like me who lives under pressure, these things must have helped alleviate my feelings to some extent. But that's all. She couldn't possibly be as important to me as the Malfoy family or Dahlia. First of all, there's no point of contact. Slytherin and Gryffindor don't have much time to interact with each other. Even though I helped you last year, if I just abandon you like this, something deep inside me will disappear. I'm just driven by that sense of fear. It's not because Mr. Granger is an important person. That's how it was. That's how it must be. I want to know why I felt so relieved when I knew Mr. Granger hadn't abandoned me. This feeling is wrong. This absolutely should not happen. I must hate her, and at the same time, make her hate me. As for Dahlia, I was like this from the start. However, I fell in love with Dahlia. Dahlia fell in love with me. So the person I least want to know knows I am a monster. He hurt himself, and most importantly, he hurt Dahlia. He hurt the heart of someone as important to him as his family. Will I make the same mistake again? I must never make such a mistake again. That's why I must prove this now. Mr. Granger is obstructing my goal. I will erase it. Right in front of me was Miss Granger's unguarded back. As she just said, she probably trusts me from the bottom of her heart. As a monster, I have no such value. This book, it's about the Chamber of Secrets monster. Mr. Granger excitedly opened Dark Magical Creatures. Dark Magical Creatures. Coincidentally, this was the book that made me realize I was a vampire. Mr. Granger passed the vampire page and searched for the page he wanted. Behind her, I gently placed my hand on my cane. But inside, I hope I'm wrong. I reluctantly hoped she guessed wrong, suspecting a completely different creature was the monster. I despise myself for having such unrequited love somewhere. The only thing that matters to me is my family. Why should he care about a girl he's known for a short time and hasn't had much contact with? Besides, no matter how much I hope, the conclusion won't change. That's it. This is it. The basilisk. I don't know why I didn't notice it sooner. This is a monster that only the heir of Slytherin can control. Besides snakes, I can't think of anything else. Even though Harry was right nearby, I didn't notice it sooner. I noticed it. And this spider is the creature it fears most. This makes sense with what Hagrid said. Mr. Granger paused, then finally turned to me. In her eyes, my emotionless expression was reflected. I know the monster's true identity. If I can figure this out, I can finally exonerate you, Mr. Malfoy. What's going on? She must have finally noticed the change in my mood. Mr. Granger looked at me in confusion. Well, it's natural to be confused. She couldn't possibly understand. Because she doesn't have any problems. It's all my fault. Because it's all me. On the contrary, she did something commendable. Although she was only a second-year student, she discovered something that even Dumbledore hadn't noticed. But this is something I cannot accept. Because, Mr. Granger, you know too much. Yes, that's right. The monster's true identity is the basilisk. That's why you've become an obstacle to me. The monster's true identity. I already know it now. Because it's a basilisk. Nuisance. Mr. Granger responded to my words with a hint of fear in her eyes. What are you saying? Well, if they know the monster is a basilisk, we can take countermeasures. No, that's not all. If we know the monster's true identity, I'm sure it will be a clue to finding the heir. The fact that you are innocent will also help. No, there's no connection. Even if we know the monster's true identity, we can't find out the heir's true identity. In fact, I still don't know who that monster, the heir, is. What do you mean? I guess you don't know what I'm talking about. I told the confused Mr. Granger. Because I discovered long ago that the monster is a basilisk. This is what I know. The true identity of the monster. But I didn't say. The basilisk could cause casualties. Despite this possibility, I still didn't tell Dumbledore the monster's identity. I can't let the teachers or Dumbledore know about the monster. I don't care about the heir's identity. However, Dumbledore has no way to take action against the basilisk. I desperately need a monster. To understand myself, the existence of the basilisk is crucial to me. Why didn't you tell me the monster's true identity? If you told the teachers and Headmaster Dumbledore, they would suspect you. You don't need to know. Besides, you don't need to know. As I spoke, I readied the cane in my hand. The fear in Granger's eyes became clear. I found myself hurt by the fear in those eyes. Then I suddenly realized. I'm not happy at all right now. I am a monster. It is an evil that only loves to kill. I have always enjoyed killing, even last year in the Forbidden Forest and with the Pixies. But for some reason, I couldn't imagine killing Granger. Even though I pointed my wand at her, for some reason, I couldn't bring myself to cast magic on her. For my family, I would kill those who stood in my way. This should be the perfect situation for me. No, it's probably because he knows that killing is clumsy and rational. I can't kill it. This is too short-sighted, isn't it? Now, there might only be Mr. Granger and I in this castle. Of course, someone has already noticed Mr. Granger's absence, and I, who cannot watch the Quidditch match anywhere except the teacher's seat, am also absent. What if Mr. Granger dies in this situation? No need to think. I gladly ruled out the option of killing him and changed my plan, deleting my memory of the basilisk. Deleting memories is even less likely to succeed than killing. The biggest obstacle to memory erasure is integrating things. Even if memories are erased, the relationships with those around them will not disappear. I can't help but feel uneasy about my own memories. To minimize discomfort, one must be an expert in the art of forgetting. Unfortunately, I'm not very good at forgetting techniques. But there really is no other way. You might feel a little uncomfortable afterward, but as long as you can't kill him, there's nothing you can do. Mr. Malfoy, what are you doing? Even if I came up with gentler, more convenient methods, it wouldn't change Mr. Granger's situation, who was being pointed at with a cane. He didn't know what was happening, just looked scared. I tried to use Obliviate on her. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you to pieces. I'm going to kill you. Suddenly, a voice reached my ears. It was the voice I had been waiting for, but at the same time, it was also the voice I least wanted to hear right now. Chapter 105, The Monster's True Identity. Hufflepuff and Gryffindor, the players from both teams, wearing their respective house colors, rushed onto the field. The winner of this match will win this year's Quidditch Cup. Not only the students of Hufflepuff and Gryffindor, but even the students of Ravenclaw were excited, waving their house flags. The Slytherins did not wave flags, but they watched the players with deep excitement, because this was Quidditch after all. The players were met with thunderous applause. Everyone was immersed in the long-awaited thrilling atmosphere, cheering and jeering loudly, as if competing with each other. I felt very upset about these people. Although it was called Quidditch, my heart was not excited at all. In fact, the frenzy on the field now looked so ugly that it made me feel sick. Dahlia and I tried to leave the stadium, leaving the noise behind us. With Dahlia in such distress, it was impossible for her to simply watch a Quidditch match casually. The reason I came here was because I thought Dahlia might have been forcibly brought here by the teachers. Although Dumbledore had left, the surveillance of Dahlia continued. While they claimed these were precautions taken to protect the students, even I could tell they were actually keeping Dahlia under constant watch. They were foolish people, monitoring Dahlia because they suspected that old man. He thought he might have to force Dahlia, who disliked this, to watch him during the Quidditch match. However, it seemed my worries were unfounded. Dahlia always sat in the shaded area of the teachers' seats. I checked with binoculars, but Dahlia was not there. If they insisted on monitoring her, they likely wouldn't let Dahlia, who is sensitive to sunlight, sit anywhere else. The fact that she was not sitting in the teachers' area meant Dahlia was clearly not here. I sighed in relief and called out to Dahlia next to me, "Let's go back. Since Dahlia is not here, she must be in the castle. If Dahlia isn't here, this place is useless." "Yes, exactly. Let's hurry back." After confirming Dahlia's nod, I walked toward the stadium exit without regret. The moment we walked out of the exit, we heard an especially loud cheer. The match must have started right then. It was truly something. The people who tormented Dahlia were excited about a match Dahlia was absent from. I didn't hear the entire school cheering to announce the start of the match, but rather people celebrating Dahlia's absence. Don't be ridiculous. Unconsciously, I clenched my fist until blood seeped out. This was unpleasant. Everything was unpleasant, and at the same time, my heart ached faintly whenever I thought of Dahlia. I wonder if Dahlia in the castle could also hear this cheering. What exactly would Dahlia think when she heard this cheering? The stadium where everyone was gathered and excited for the match. In contrast, Hogwarts Castle was quiet and empty, with only Dahlia left. I wonder how Dahlia would feel hearing this cheering in the corridors, devoid of students and only echoing with the occasional sound of paintings. That was an extremely twisted sight, and I couldn't help but feel it was an extremely lonely one. Without realizing it, my walking speed increased. "Dahlia, where are you?" Dahlia and I walked toward the school, trying to escape the noise and sounds coming from behind. We needed to find Dahlia as quickly as possible. The silver lining of this misfortune was that there was no one from the school in the castle now. It was infuriating to think that his enthusiasm for Quidditch had made Dahlia an outcast, but given the current circumstances, this was actually a good thing. Now, I could talk to Dahlia alone. No, if I included Dahlia, I could talk to the three of us. Even though the surveillance continued, Dumbledore had been dismissed. The person we needed to be most wary of was gone. Dahlia would no longer be tormented by that old man. Even if Dahlia refused, it wouldn't matter. Was this something I could still bear? I could not leave Dahlia alone anymore. Dahlia and I walked toward the school as fast as we could, thinking of Dahlia. That day, 2 students went missing from the castle. Hermione's perspective. I did not understand what Mr. Malfoy was saying. I realized a long time ago that this monster was the basilisk. I didn't understand what this meant. He couldn't imagine why she would keep the monster's true identity a secret, even though she knew it. If Mr. Malfoy was the heir, that might explain why he remained silent about the basilisk. But that was absolutely not the case. Even if the sky fell, that would never happen. Then why was she silent about the monster? I didn't know. I looked into Mr. Malfoy's eyes, searching for an answer. But what I saw was not an answer, but something else. I blinked my eyes in confusion. The usual pale gold was gone, replaced by blood-red eyes staring at me. The moment I saw Mr. Malfoy's red eyes, my heart suddenly froze for some reason. I was excited when I found the book I wanted. There were werewolves, witches, vampires, blood, and demons. When I found the monster I was looking for among these dangerous creatures, I was so happy I almost cheered. This gave him a chance to prove Mr. Malfoy's innocence. Up until now, I had experienced a series of failures, finally cornering Mr. Malfoy, but now I could finally repay Mr. Malfoy. That's what I thought. But now that excitement was quickly fading. My previously fervent heart had completely cooled, turning blood red. When I saw Mr. Malfoy's bright red eyes, a distinct fear surfaced in my mind. As I looked into her bright red eyes, alarm bells rang in my heart. I must escape from here now. I felt like my intuition was desperately trying to tell me that. So much so that her red eyes were filled with an unsettling aura. However, even though it was about to run, I tried my best to keep my body rooted in place. Why should I run away? Her eyes are a beautiful pale gold. I'm sure it only looked red just now because of my imagination. Besides, why should I be afraid of Mr. Malfoy, even if it made me blush a little? This was an unacceptable feeling. A feeling that should not be expressed toward a benefactor suddenly surfaced in my heart. I was now afraid of Mr. Malfoy, even though he had been very kind to me, just because her eyes looked somewhat red. This was absolutely impermissible. I kept moving my mouth, as if to ward off the fear inside me. If I didn't do this, I might run away right now. Why didn't you tell me the monster's true identity? If you had told the teachers and Headmaster Dumbledore, they would suspect you. The words burst out suddenly, because I wanted to understand, even just a little, her reason for doing this. In order to shake off this fear, however, the small but definite feeling growing inside me became clearer the next moment. She was holding a pitch-black wand in her hand, which looked as if it was filled with darkness. Mr. Malfoy slowly raised the wand, pointing the tip toward me. Her eyes were still red. The warmth I had always felt in her eyes was now gone. You don't need to know, and you won't need to know. In the world of magic, a wand is essential for using magic. A wand is a tool that supports life, but it is also a weapon that curses people. Mr. Malfoy suddenly changed, and his wand was pointed at him. My thoughts could not keep up with the rapidly changing situation, but even though my heart was dominated by fear, I could understand this. She was trying to cast a spell on me, and it was a type of magic that could never be called good magic. That type of magic is generally called the dark arts in the world of magic. Mr. Malfoy, what are you doing? I shouted at Mr. Malfoy, who seemed to be holding the wand and moving slowly. I wanted to believe. This was just a joke. This couldn't be happening. Mr. Malfoy couldn't hurt me. She always cared about me. I didn't know what was wrong with her, but she couldn't possibly use dark magic on me. But Mr. Malfoy's tone and atmosphere shook my trust in her. Her eyes were not joking. She genuinely intended to cast a spell on me. I must run away. That's what my heart was telling me. However, the reason I didn't run away right now was because although my mind was dominated by fear, I tried my best not to flee. Just as Mr. Malfoy was about to wave his wand at me, I heard it. No, I didn't just hear it. I saw it. Hiss. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed in the library, but I never considered what was making that unfamiliar noise. Oh, no way, the basilisk. Because, as Mr. Malfoy held the wand, a bookshelf could be seen over his shoulder. From the other side, the largest snake head I had ever seen appeared. It had toxic, bright green skin. Its body was as thick as an oak tree. Everything was exactly as described in the book. But even if you hadn't read the book, you would immediately know this was a real monster. Majesty that was evident at a glance. This was a monster that, even if you had never seen it, you would instantly understand was the strongest and deadliest venomous snake in the world of magic. The monster that appeared from the other side of the bookshelf had a shape fitting for the King of Serpents. The monster appeared suddenly. This sudden turn of events terrified me even more severely than my fear of Mr. Malfoy. And the legendary monster left behind by Sorlaser Slytherin was about to turn its golden eyes toward us. Don't make eye contact. That's what I thought, and I tried to look away, but I couldn't. A glance at the basilisk, that is to say, anyone who makes eye contact with the monster will instantly die without exception. I knew this, but I was so captivated by the eyes of this legendary monster that I forgot everything. There was no captivating magic in the basilisk's eyes. However, in the terror of seeing the monster appear before me, I suddenly felt they looked very similar. The basilisk had golden eyes, and Mr. Malfoy had pale golden eyes. Not only were their colors similar, but the auras they emitted were also similar. Both were cold and strong, yet, I felt a deep sadness within them. When I realized how similar they looked, I was mesmerized by their eyes and couldn't help but look at them. Just like when I first started to like Mr. Malfoy. My gaze was about to meet the basilisk's gaze. You mustn't look. Just as Mr. Malfoy shouted that, he covered my sight with his hand. Unconsciously, he had already put the pitch-black wand into his pocket, placed a hand over my face, grabbed my arm with the other hand, and started running frantically toward the library exit. Dahlia's perspective. I will kill you. What exactly am I doing? As I grabbed Miss Granger's arm and ran frantically through the corridor, I was still thinking coldly. All the answers were now behind me. These past few months, The answer I had been searching for in my life was now right behind me. I wanted the answer as quickly as possible. What exactly am I, an outsider of the House of Malfoy? Why was I born? What exactly is the meaning of my existence? Now was our chance to get the answer. Why did I want to mock it right now? Why was I running away with Granger like this? Miss Granger was an obstacle to finding the answer here and now. I couldn't use Parseltongue while she was present. Parseltongue was like being a vampire, only worse. Parseltongue was the best proof that the Dark Lord's blood flowed in me, proof that I was not a true member of the House of Malfoy. That is why I had to let go of Miss Granger's arm now. Once I let her go, I could talk to the basilisk without worry. The problem was that I was also an object of the basilisk's destruction, but I didn't think that was an issue. The point was, you didn't even have to look into its eyes. It seemed its fangs were highly venomous, but if no one looked at it, attacked it, or engaged it, it could even fight without gloves. Perhaps because of its immense size, the snake was not as agile as I thought, so it was not a formidable enemy. I knew many dark art spells that could even quiet the most venomous monsters. The basilisk may indeed be a monster, but at the same time, I am a monster no less than the basilisk. Monster. It is a collective term for creatures created to kill humans. It refers to the basilisk created by Sorlaser Slytherin, and also refers to me, created by the Dark Lord. I only recently noticed it. That mirror Dumbledore showed me. Until I saw that, I hadn't even realized what I was. I don't know myself at all. I know my body is a monster, but I didn't realize that my heart is also a monster. So you must know. And for the sake of my dear family who loves me, I have a responsibility to try my best to find out the truth, so I don't hurt them. I must do everything possible to understand myself. In a place like this, I don't even have a second to spare. Thinking this, I tried to let go of Granger's arm, but for some reason, I couldn't. I tried to let go many times. Again and again. I tried to abandon Miss Granger, but in the end, I failed. What would happen if she let go of this hand? Whenever I tried to release my grip, such a deep, profound, and intense image would flash through my mind. I wanted to know what would happen if I let go of this hand and left Miss Granger behind. The answer was simple. Miss Granger would surely die. Unlike me, she is a sincere person. It's impossible for her to know the dark arts capable of fighting the basilisk. Miss Granger had no way to fight the basilisk. That is to say, if she let go, she would definitely be killed by the basilisk. Thinking of this, I couldn't let go. Although this is troublesome, I need to know the answer as soon as possible. Miss Granger should be someone I don't care about. Abandoning her was the most rational choice I could make for myself. Why was I running down the empty corridor? The only thing that stopped me from thinking about this question was when I could no longer hear the basilisk voice. I ran towards the hall, and when I came back to my senses, I could no longer hear the sound I was looking for. How far did I run? Unknowingly, I had already reached the front of the great hall. The corridor was empty. The only sounds around were Granger's heavy breathing and cheers coming from a distance. I couldn't hear the basilisk's voice anymore. Do it. I ultimately didn't have a chance to get the answer. Instead, she did her best to protect Granger. I truly am hopelessly stupid. A sigh. That was the basilisk. Mr. Malfoy, thank you. If you've already come this far. Why? The words I spoke unconsciously interrupted Miss Granger. Miss Granger looked at me, seemingly surprised, but I was so angry at myself that I didn't notice. Why? Why did I run away? I need the basilisk. I don't have time. Why did I? This was my last chance. If the basilisk is exposed, I'll never get a chance to see him again. Why did I do something like this? Mr. Malfoy, I felt like I was going crazy. I didn't know what I was thinking. Even though it's about me, I completely failed to understand the monster's thoughts. The crying continued. Even though Miss Granger was right next to me, I couldn't stop my fragmented words. Anxiety and fear about myself. The loneliness of not being able to see my family. Constant fear and cautious stares. A narrow life of surveillance. My heart was already on the verge of collapse. Why did I help Miss Granger? I should be a monster. I'm not the kind of creature who would do such a thing. If I could do such a thing, why would I do this? I don't know what I am. The answer slipped through my grasp. I couldn't trust anything anymore. In the pitch black, I couldn't see an inch ahead, and I was all alone. I don't know why I did this, but one thing is clear. I foolishly gave up the only chance I had to understand myself. Helping Granger. To compensate for this meaningless act, all I was left with was immense anxiety and loneliness. When I felt lonely, I selfishly started seeking the warmth of the people I cared about. I wanted to see my father. I wished my father would gently pat my head, just like always. I wanted to talk to my mother. I wished my mother would hug me gently, just like always. I wanted to be by my brother's side. I wanted to see my brother, who was always so affected toward others, smile gently only at me. I wanted to eat the food Dobby made. I wanted to check on Dobby, who hadn't been feeling well lately, and Dahlia. I wanted to be with her. I wanted to continue being with Dahlia, who has always been by my side, taking care of me. My only wish was one thing. I just wanted to be with the people I cared about. But this was impossible, because I am a helpless monster who must be alone. I didn't know myself well enough to make even such a rational judgment. You cannot allow a creature that doesn't know when it might attack to be near the people you love. You simply cannot understand what I mean. I understand. Miss Granger just looked at me with a shocked expression, saying nothing. To her, go. You are safe now. Since it's come to this, there's no need to cast a spell on you anymore. Anyway, you won't see him again. Go wherever you want. That's enough. Please don't bother me now. I told her to squeeze it out. Honestly, I don't know what kind of harsh words I would say to her if I stayed with her any longer. She has nothing to do with my problems. I just helped her. Besides, I had previously tried to cast a spell on her. It must have been terrifying when someone pointed a wand at her. Without a doubt, the first thing I should say is sorry. However, I wonder why you were there, and I was on the verge of attacking a completely unrelated girl. Really? How foolish do you have to be to feel comfortable? As I sank into dark thoughts, she looked at me with a confused expression. I understand. Finally, she mumbled a reply. I felt selfishly hurt by that answer again. She walked past me, heading toward the exit. This was like someone completely opposite to me. Granger walked outside, where lights were flickering and the cheers of Quidditch could be heard in the distance. I, on the other hand, was left alone in a castle where there were no people, only monsters that attacked humans. Everything was the exact opposite, and I was helpless and lonely. Wait. My voice unintentionally slipped out. The sound was so small only I could hear it, but it was definitely mine. For some reason, the moment I thought I was about to be abandoned by Miss Granger, I suddenly raised my voice. Strange. I was completely terrified. I felt a little lonely, and I wondered why I was crying so hard. Moreover, the person was Miss Granger. Although she said she didn't care, I desperately withdrew my outstretched hand, clenching my jaw behind a mask of indifference. If I didn't do this, I might start complaining again. Miss Granger quickly reached the front door, and just before she walked out, "I'll be right back. I'll tell a professor about the basilisk. You can't go outside in this weather, can you? Mr. Malfoy, please wait here for a moment." Having said that, she rushed out. I was the only one left in the castle. As soon as Miss Granger left, I collapsed onto the floor. I felt really tired. If I could, I wished I would just disappear like this. Just as I was staring gloomily at the floor, suddenly, a beam of red light struck me. In that moment, I let down my guard. In my gradually fading consciousness, seriously, you've been getting in my way. It's truly pathetic, even though you are a member of the House of Malfoy. Well, now that I think about it, you're human, aren't you? Tiny. I felt like I saw a nauseating red-haired girl whisper this. Draco's perspective. With the cheers from the stadium behind us, Dahlia and I walked toward the castle. On the way, we saw a student running out of the castle. All students in the school should be on the field right now. The only one missing from the arena should be Dahlia, who has no place there. Most importantly, it's impossible for a Muggle-born to be in an empty castle. No, nothing could be wrong. Why is she here? I frowned and asked Dahlia, but Dahlia just shrugged silently. She even looked at her with disgust. Dahlia didn't think she had any special feelings for her, but was something wrong? As we spoke, the figure of a person who shouldn't be in a place like this gradually grew larger. The student who finally approached close enough for us to hear her breathing was indeed Hermione Granger. She seemed frantic, running toward me breathlessly. "Why are you here? Draco, hurry! Mr. Malfoy is already in front of the Great Hall. I don't care what happens to this person, but if she gets hurt, Dahlia's heart will be hurt too." Thinking this, I wanted to say something sarcastic, but Granger's desperate voice interrupted me. Seeing Granger's unusual behavior, my frown deepened. Usually, I wouldn't even listen to someone like her, but this person said something I shouldn't ignore. What happened to Dahlia? I was attacked by the monster in the Chamber of Secrets. When I was attacked by the monster, Mr. Malfoy helped me escape. She is now in front of the Great Hall. She didn't bring an umbrella today. That's why I couldn't leave the castle. I have to tell a professor about this as soon as possible. She is pureblood, so I think she'll be fine, but please don't leave her alone again. The child looked sad for some reason. So hurry up there. Dahlia and I only half listened to Granger's words until the end. We left the breathless Granger and ran toward the great hall. Why would Dahlia encounter the monster? My mind was filled with question marks, and I ran frantically. Dahlia is pureblood. Moreover, she is the daughter of a family recognized as being of a higher rank among the pureblood families of the House of Malfoy. The only ones who know this isn't true are the Malfoy family and Dahlia, who knows that Dahlia is a vampire. It is impossible for them to attack Dahlia. Since that heir believes Dahlia is pureblood, Dahlia cannot be attacked. It was precisely because I thought this way that I allowed Dahlia her independence. So if Dahlia was attacked, there is only one reason. Dahlia just happened to be present when Granger was attacked. Dahlia was only troubled by Granger's reckless actions. Granger said earlier that Dahlia allowed her to escape. This is the best proof. Dahlia, running beside me, seemed to realize this too, clenching her teeth. The reason she didn't raise her voice in anger was probably because she felt now was not the time to be angry. That Granger person, Dahlia, was in danger. If anyone was going to be attacked, it should have been me alone. Don't involve Dahlia. After finding Dahlia, I will definitely deal with Granger. Thinking this, we ran toward the great hall, but Dahlia was nowhere to be seen. Instead, there was, hey, Deidraco, that thing. As I stood in front of the great hall, looking around desperately, a voice called out to me, and the place Dahlia was pointing to. On the wall in front of the great hall. His /her/our skeletons will lie forever in the secret room. Yes, it was written in bright red paint. Without a doubt, just like the writing in the third-floor corridor, this was a message from the heir. That day, 2 students disappeared from the castle. What broke through the storm and engulfed me were overwhelming cheers. Not only the Gryffindor team waving red flags, but even the students from the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff teams, who were fighting, stood up and shouted enthusiastically. Beyond that passionate gaze, in other words, in my right hand, which I now held up, I grasped a shining golden snitch. That was the moment Gryffindor won this year's Quidditch Cup. My cheeks naturally relaxed amidst the unprecedented cheers around me. I was very happy. Gryffindor won the Quidditch match. This was the best thing that had happened to me amidst a series of dark events. But more importantly, seeing this stadium now made me happy. Almost everyone in this stadium was smiling now. Everyone outside the teams, regardless of their house, was wearing green ties and giving enthusiastic applause to the players who had just competed. As I looked at the spectators whistling and cheering outside the window, I thought to myself, I was called the boy who lived, but in reality, I wasn't much better than anyone else. Since he lived a life away from the magic world, it could be said that he had no common sense about this world. Even when compared to others who grew up in the Muggle world, it couldn't be said that he was better than anyone, let alone Hermione. The only thing I'm truly good at is Quidditch. From the moment he got on a broom, Quidditch was his forte. It's something I can never lose to anyone. Unfortunately, the only thing that makes me think this way is Quidditch. But seeing the enthusiastic crowd, I think it's still okay for now. As I walked through the corridor, everyone looked terrified. The anxiety of not knowing when they would be attacked. Everyone must have been terrified by the fact that even Dumbledore had been dismissed. But now, everyone was extremely excited, completely forgetting about the events in the castle, and laughter, which was absolutely impossible in the castle now, filled the air. The initial suspicion towards me was now replaced with admiration and excitement due to the thrilling match. This is it. This is the power of Quidditch, which I love and am best at. No matter how much fear Dahlia Malfoy spread throughout the castle, the power of Quidditch remained unbreakable. Dumbledore might have been dismissed, but we would never succumb to fear. This scene seemed to be enough to prove that point. His Gryffindor teammates, led by Wood, rushed towards him, his nose bleeding from excitement. I glanced at my friends beside me, glaring with disdain at the spot where Jin usually sat. Headmaster Dumbledore will definitely return, and we won't yield to you either. I made up my mind and looked at the only dark spot on the teachers' seats, but he wasn't there, the seat he usually occupied. The silver-haired girl was nowhere to be seen. Instead, what he saw on the teachers' seats was Hermione, who for some reason, ran up to Professor McGonagall, who was enthusiastically applauding. Why was Hermione there? Hermione looked frantic, seemingly shouting something as she ran to Professor McGonagall. Seeing this scene, an inexplicable anxiety welled up in my heart. I don't know what Hermione said, but it probably wasn't good news. Professor McGonagall's expression turned serious, as if her previous excitement was a lie. She picked up the megaphone Lee was holding, and Students, please wait here for a moment. After we teachers confirm the castle is safe, please return to your respective dormitories with the teachers as soon as possible. The unsettling news was suddenly announced. The students' enthusiasm vanished like a receding tide. I don't know what happened. However, although it was right after the match, the announcement was made with great urgency, which indicated that something related to the Chamber of Secrets had happened in the castle. This prediction was correct. A little later, as we returned to our dormitories with the teachers, we saw it. Their skeletons will lie in the Chamber of Secrets forever. Those familiar painted letters were enough to tell me what had happened in the castle. That day, Ron's sister, Ginny, disappeared from the castle. Hermione's perspective. It's him. Ginny was kidnapped by him. You found out the monster's true identity is the basilisk. In a fit of rage, he kidnapped Ginny to the Chamber of Secrets. Then, Ron, I've told you many times, Mr. Malfoy saved me when I was about to be attacked by the basilisk. Mr. Malfoy is not the heir. The only sound in the Gryffindor common room was our shouting. Almost everyone from all the dormitories had gathered in the common room. Apart from Ron and me, no one dared to speak, but it was obvious who they supported and who they opposed. Everyone nodded at Ron's story but frowned at mine. Percy, George, and Fred, Ginny's brothers, were no exception. They all listened with their heads down when Ron raised his voice. No one in this space was no, Mr. Malfoy's a lie. Mr. Malfoy is not the heir. When we were escaping the basilisk, she never let go of my hand. If she were the heir, what about giving the basilisk to me? You would never do that. And it also says she /her/us on the wall. Mr. Malfoy was also taken. Hermione, I don't know why he would help you, but that's certainly not a good reason. In fact, the fact that it says girlfriend is likely proof of his absence. Ginny and Dahlia Malfoy are the only ones missing from this school. Now, so, if they are not the heir, then who are they? Ron's words left me speechless. Indeed, he couldn't overturn Ron's opinion now. When I told him the monster was a basilisk, I thought this could clear Mr. Malfoy's suspicion. I told the teachers everything except the monster's identity, the attack on Mr. Malfoy and me, and what happened before the basilisk appeared. Seeing the teachers learn the monster's true identity and immediately go to check the castle's safety, I thought this year's events would end there, and Mr. Malfoy's suspicion would only be a matter of time before it was cleared. That's what I thought. But reality did not unfold as I imagined. When we returned to the castle, the first thing we saw was the ominous writing on the wall. When I returned to the dormitory, I received the news that Ginny and Mr. Malfoy were gone. If this was merely circumstantial evidence, if we ignored the fact that Mr. Malfoy had helped me, then I could only suspect that the heir was Mr. Malfoy, as Ron claimed. Currently, no one else is missing except for two people. She is not only not pureblood but also despises purebloods. The other is the daughter of the Malfoy family, known for her cold expression and belief in pureblood supremacy. There's no need to think about which one to suspect. As I remained silent, Ron continued. He is a pureblood. Even if he's not the heir, he couldn't be a target. Ginny is also a pureblood. If this theory is correct, then Ginny also has no reason to be attacked. I protested, but Ron no longer listened to me. I walked over to my roommates, who looked at me with concern, and there I heard comforting words about Ginny. I was left behind, sitting in a corner of the common room, feeling completely inexplicable. Ron and I stopped talking, and an unsettling silence returned to the common room. Harry and Neville's desperate attempts to comfort Ron could be heard. Only the Weasley brothers occasionally sighed loudly. I felt uncomfortable. The looks of reproach from the Gryffindor students stung me. I didn't know if I had behaved well, nor what to do next. I know Ron meant no harm. Not just him, but Percy, Fred, and George were also worried about their sister. She only cared if her only sister was safe. Of course, I'm also worried about Ginny. Ginny is my junior at Hogwarts, and to be honest, she's as adorable as a little sister to me. It's impossible for me not to worry, but just because you understand their feelings doesn't mean you can let their suspicions fall on the wrong person. If it was Mr. Malfoy, that would be understandable. She, like Ginny, is a pure victim. Indeed, there are still mysteries in her behavior. His words and actions suggest he understands the basilisk. A cane suddenly pointed at me. They all seem to be more or less involved in this matter. But that's all. I don't know what she's thinking. But I'm sure she helped me. Although she tried to attack me, she ultimately chose to help me. Furthermore, I remember the situation at the time. Mr. Malfoy was holding his wand. At that time, when she tried to wave her wand at me, the expression on her face was not blank. Her expression, movements, and eyes were different. She looked like she was about to cry. This was the first time I had seen Mr. Malfoy's expression. It was an expression I had imagined many times this year, crying alone like a lost child. I thought about it while recalling my expression at the time. She must have wanted to cast a spell on me, but did she really cast a spell on me? No need to think. She probably wouldn't use magic on me at all. I was angry when they pointed their canes at me. I was just scared by the aura emanating from her and the way her eyes inexplicably turned red. But deep down, I was sure Mr. Malfoy, judging by his expression, would never do anything to harm me. That's why I didn't run away. I was so scared of Mr. Malfoy that I decided not to run until the last moment. Will she be okay? As I recalled Mr. Malfoy's expression at the time, my already anxious feelings intensified. Ginny and Mr. Malfoy, will they be safe? Especially Mr. Malfoy, who seemed to involve me. If I wasn't Muggle-born, could she have avoided being caught in the Chamber of Secrets? As I walked towards the stadium, I remained vigilant, thinking it was safe here and that Mr. Malfoy couldn't be attacked. I don't know if she could have avoided being kidnapped if I had stayed there. And no answer. Only time was passing. As time went on, Ginny and Mr. Malfoy's chances of survival became smaller and smaller. Is there anything I can do? As I began to think these depressing thoughts. Damn it. Thanks to Hermione, I already know the monster's true identity. Where is the important Chamber of Secrets? At a time like this, it would be great if Dumbledore were here. Ron's voice reached my ears. Headmaster Dumbledore. As Ron said, if the principal were here, he might be able to do something about this situation. He wrongly suspected Mr. Malfoy was the heir, but a great teacher will always eventually realize his suspicion of Mr. Malfoy is wrong. And even in this situation, the greatest teacher of the century would surely be able to resolve it safely with both of them. But Headmaster Dumbledore was not in the castle. The principal, the strongest ace of this school, was no longer here. Headmaster Dumbledore is gone. Who should we turn to for help? It's not that the other teachers aren't excellent. However, compared to Headmaster Dumbledore, their power seems to be lacking. No matter where you look, you can't find anyone who has left such a great legacy as the principal. There wasn't just one person. As I looked at a book on the common room table, the image of a great person came to mind. That's right. If it's that person. I wondered why I hadn't thought of this. I forgot that besides Dumbledore, there was another great person in this school now. He might not be as good as Dumbledore, but what he did was inimitable by others. I'm sure it's him. Even if we do this, it won't improve the situation. In that case, let's go ask that person for help. As I stood up and thought, Hermione, what's wrong? Harry stood beside Ron, who had his head down, and called out to him. Let's go find the professor. I believe he will help you. Besides, this is better than sitting here. I knew this was a rash move. Even Mr. Malfoy was involved because I walked around unguarded as a Muggle-born. But now we still have to act. If I don't act now, I won't even have a chance to apologize to Mr. Malfoy. As I showed impatience, Harry seemed to be thinking, yeah, let's do it. It's much better than doing nothing here. So I'm going too. Besides, you just got attacked. I can't let you go alone. Yo. After saying this, I turned to Ron again. Ron, we'll go, but what about Ron? I spoke to her in a gentle voice, trying not to provoke her. Like Harry, Ron thought for a moment, then mumbled, I'm going too. Perhaps he also couldn't bear to do nothing. After getting Ron's consent, we quietly left the common room. Everyone was completely depressed, and I also felt sorry for the Weasley brothers, so I couldn't say anything. In the end, no one stopped me until I left the dormitory. After leaving the common room, we ran down the dark corridor. At the same time, Harry asked, so where are you going? Professor McGonagall, I screamed in the dark, without looking back at Harry. Professor Lockhart. I believe Professor Lockhart can do something. Since they didn't look back, I couldn't see their expressions clearly. Snape's perspective. It finally happened. Inside the suddenly gathered staff room, the current acting principal, Minerva, began to speak softly. 2 students have been kidnapped by the monster, right in the Chamber of Secrets. Everyone here knows. No matter what I hid, we teachers were the first to see these letters, not the students. However, he probably wasn't willing to admit it. I came here hoping for something different, but Minerva's words easily shattered my hopes. Everyone's screams and groans echoed in the silent staff room. I didn't scream either, but I found myself gripping the back of my chair tightly. At the same time, Hooch suddenly spoke. Who is it? I slumped into my chair, muttering. Which child was taken? As everyone looked at her, Minerva softly announced the names. It's Ginny Weasley and Dahlia Malfoy. Minerva's answer surprised everyone but me. Dahlia Malfoy, was she really taken? Sprout's words indirectly represented the feelings of most of the teachers present. We teachers have been keeping an eye on Miss Malfoy for some time. To prevent her from going to unnoticed places, her movements were restricted under the pretext of being led by a teacher. For some reason, the answer was simple: because Dumbledore told us to. This was because Dumbledore suspected Dahlia Malfoy was the heir. Of course, Dumbledore didn't explicitly state anything. However, it was clearer than fire that he harbored suspicions about her. As for whether the teachers were satisfied with Dumbledore's order, they were probably not entirely convinced. I don't think any faculty member fully believed it like I did, but in some areas, they weren't completely convinced. Of course, it was obvious that no one else had the ability or family background to cause this incident. However, based on this alone, he considered her the heir. Despite the lack of clear evidence, he might have been reluctant to conclude that she was the heir. But ultimately, surveillance was carried out, because Dumbledore was always right. Besides Dahlia Malfoy, no other student could be suspected. Although I was the only teacher who knew that Dumbledore's words were not always correct, I personally carried out the surveillance. On one hand, it was because he had sworn to obey Dumbledore's orders to help Lily, and on the other hand, it was because the surveillance was for all students. For Miss Malfoy, both might have been the same surveillance. As I thought of Miss Malfoy, the conversation continued. Minerva considered Hoocher's words, then said, "I don't know, but one thing is clear. So far, Ginny Weasley and Dahlia Malfoy are the only ones missing from this castle." He merely stated the facts, but precisely because it was an undeniable fact, it best conveyed what Minerva wanted to say. The staff room fell into a heartbreaking silence once more. Anxiety, fear, anger, and regret. Everyone's face showed a different expression. At the same time, the door suddenly burst open with a loud bang. On the other side of the door stood Lockhart. "I'm so sorry, I was dozing off. Did I miss anything?" My already agitated heart grew even more so. I looked over, my heart even filled with hatred, to see Lockhart standing there with his usual annoying fresh smile on his face. I didn't have time to be with such a person at such a time. Looking at Minerva, she seemed to share the same sentiment. "Large books. Please do so." I looked at him as if to say this, and nodded gently. I nodded and took a step forward, eager to get rid of this idiot. This is the right person. Normally, he was so dull that one would doubt if such a dull person existed, but this time he seemed to sense some unease in my voice. His smile stiffened slightly. "Exactly the right person, Lockhart. 2 girls have been kidnapped by a monster. One is a Gryffindor girl, and one is a Slytherin girl. If you believe what the heir says, then they are now secret. It seems you are in the room. Now, it's finally your turn." As my words progressed, Sprout attacked Lockhart, whose blood began to run dry. I guess he understood what I wanted to do from my first sentence. "Yes, Gilderoy, didn't you always say you discovered the Chamber of Secrets very early on?" I. Flitwick interjected, and the incompetent man blurted out words he didn't understand. "That's right. You knew the monster was a basilisk before Miss Granger discovered it. Didn't you say that in the stadium?" "Oh, really? I don't remember." "I remember too. Oh, now that I think about it, when Hagrid was arrested, you said you were disappointed because you didn't get a chance to face the monster. At that time, the monster was already a basilisk, wasn't it? Did you know?" Lord Xiaofu said something different. Having said so much, I turned my attention to Minerva, letting her deliver the final blow. In response, she said, "Well, Gilderoy, everything is up to you." As Lockhart desperately looked around, she gave him an ultimatum. "This is an excellent opportunity for you to prove your abilities. Please feel free to confront the monster alone, no one will disturb you. You know where the Chamber of Secrets is, right? The monster is a basilisk, you know that, right? Well then, do whatever you want." Lockhart still looked at him as if seeking help, but he seemed to realize that no one would help him. "All right, well, let's go back to our rooms and prepare." No matter what he thought, he announced in a tone unlike someone going into battle, and finally left the staff room. Just as everyone in the staff room seemed to have finished some work, Minerva began to speak again. "The disturbance has subsided. Housekeepers, please return to your dormitories. Tomorrow, we will send the students home on the first express train home, and we must be prepared. Other teachers, please return to your dormitories in pairs and look around." As soon as her announcement was made, everyone immediately began to move. I headed straight for the Slytherin dormitory, walking down the empty corridor. As I walked alone to the basement, my thoughts began to return to Miss Malfoy. In her current state, there was no doubt, I couldn't help but suspect she was the heir. Since only 2 people were currently missing from the castle, it was most reasonable to suspect one of them was the heir, and when asked whether the youngest Weasley daughter or the Malfoy family's daughter was more suitable to be the heir, 10 out of 10 people would say Dahlia Malfoy. However, despite my rational thinking, there was definitely a part of me that couldn't believe Miss Malfoy was the heir. I knew this wasn't like me. It would be foolish to believe Miss Malfoy wasn't the heir based solely on emotion rather than reason. However, her actions, completely contrary to her cold exterior, did shake my suspicions about her. So foolish, there's no point in thinking about such things. And, whether she is the heir or not, what I need to do is the same. As a teacher, all I can do is get the students home as quickly as possible. I forced myself to change my thoughts and opened the door to the Slytherin dormitory, which I had just reached. After some time, I would realize this. Besides Dahlia Malfoy, another student was missing. I didn't notice this immediately because I was too focused on Draco Malfoy, who seemed distraught by his sister's disappearance. At this moment, Dahlia Malfoy's parents / friends, Dahlia Greengrass, was nowhere to be seen in the common room. Hermione seemed to believe not only Dahlia Malfoy but also Lockhart. She walked with bright steps towards Lockhart's room. If you rely on Lockhart, you can do something. Ginny was kidnapped, and Dahlia Malfoy and Lockhart successfully rescued her. It seemed he believed this and had no doubts. Inside the dark corridor, as Hermione hurried forward, Ron and I shrugged at each other. To be honest, I really didn't think things would go smoothly. Hermione still seemed to think Lockhart was great, but Ron and I didn't know anyone so incompetent. I didn't think he was capable of managing the basilisk and the heir, Dahlia Malfoy, at all. But now I had no choice but to persevere, and that was also a fact. This guy was utterly incompetent. But if by any chance, he really did what was written in the textbook as he claimed, then in this desperate situation, the foolishness of an insider might possibly prove it. Unfortunately, now I had no choice but to gamble on this 1 in a million possibility. I quickly arrived at Lockhart's room. One reason was Hermione's light footsteps leading the way, but another reason might be that she didn't encounter any watchful teachers. If she had run into a teacher, she would definitely have been locked in the dormitory again. Although Ginny was kidnapped, I couldn't bear to stay in the dormitory any longer, feeling anxious. So far, so good. All I had to do now was formulate a plan with Lockhart. That's what I thought, but from the moment I walked in front of the room, things started to get a little suspicious. There was a very hurried sound from inside the room. The sound reminded me of people rushing to grab their belongings. However, Hermione seemed too excited to notice the sound and continued with her momentum. Thump, thump. I knocked loudly on the door. The sound from inside suddenly stopped. Then the door opened a crack, and I saw Lockhart peering out from the gap. "Ah, Miss Granger, and Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley." It was a very annoying voice. I'm very busy right now. Can you hurry up? "Professor, there's something I really want to ask of you. Please, help Ginny and Mr. Malfoy. I have no one else in this castle to rely on but you. Please, Professor." Hermione was so excited that she almost pushed the door open and screamed. Lockhart heard Hermione's complaint, and his expression momentarily became anxious, as if he had heard her loud voice. However, Miss Granger, please don't shout too loudly. The other teachers can hear me." "No, never mind. No, it's fine." As if making up his mind, he opened the door, trying not to make a sound. Ron and I followed Hermione into the room, and Hermione looked as excited as ever. However, Hermione's excitement was quickly dampened. "Because, Professor, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm talking about you, Professor. I believe you are already preparing to help Ginny and Mr. Malfoy. But we just can't sit by and do nothing. That's why I thought I should ask the Professor." Almost everything in Lockhart's room had already been cleared out. Lockhart's own photos, which had long hung on the walls, were now hidden in a box on the desk. Several brightly colored robes, just like Lockhart's, protruded from a box on the floor. No matter how you looked at it, he didn't seem to be preparing to rescue Ginny. It looked like he was preparing to escape. The 1 in a million possibility was impossible. "Sir, where are you going?" I quietly asked on behalf of Hermione, who stood with her mouth open, still unable to comprehend the scene she saw as soon as she entered the room. "Ah, that's right. Well, I wonder what that is," Lockhart said, taking down one of the few remaining photos. "I have urgent matters to attend to, so I have no choice." This was Lockhart's answer. The tidy room, and his current actions. From these, I understood everything this guy wanted to do. Although this guy was a teacher at the school, he seemed to be abandoning Ginny. Despite the castle being in distress, he decided to escape early. What about my sister? Chapter 106 Created Monsters. Ron yelled, his face red. However, Lockhart paid no attention to Ron's anger, only showing an annoyed expression on his face. Ah, my sister. Yes, I'm really sorry about that. But I'm also sorry. Yes, unfortunately, this is the worst thing about this school. I think so. I lost patience with his way of speaking. Aren't you the defense against the dark arts teacher? But, oh, Harry. Indeed, but that's not in my job description. So I must go. I was too stunned to speak. Ron and I were shocked by his pathetic behavior. Meanwhile, Hermione, who had been silent, finally spoke. Teacher, are you joking? You can't just run away like this, can you? After all, you've accomplished many amazing feats recorded in books. So this time, because, Miss Granger, you seem to have misunderstood. Books can be misleading. Lockhart said softly. If you think about it, you'll understand why. Why do you think my books sell so well? Because the stories in them are written by me. I won the Charming Smile Award. I am the winner. Lockhart's nonsense continued. Hermione just listened to him, silently weeping. What do you think? What if you wrote a true story? What if you wrote the truth in a book, saying it wasn't me who did it, but that ugly magic warrior? The result is obvious. No one would do that. No one wrote this book. I didn't buy it. Sales wouldn't even reach half of what I expected. In short, that's the truth. Then, teacher, Hermione asked in a choked voice, are the things you wrote in your books really done by others? You wrote about things others did as if you did them yourself. Is that what the teacher said? I didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to think that the teacher I believed in was just a shallow person, or even just a charlatan. It was as if I could feel Hermione's feelings. The voice was full of sadness, but Hermione's prayer went unanswered. Hermione's trust was betrayed by Dahlia Malfoy, and even by Lockhart. Miss Granger, it's not that simple. I've done my job, and my job is to first find those who have accomplished such great things, and then find out how they did it. I asked him, and finally, my job is to forget his achievements. No, of course, my job is not just that, is it? Forgetfulness charm, I have to complete it into a text that can attract the public. Then I sign, take advertising photos. This is a job that requires continuous effort to become famous, that's it. As soon as this unbearable story ended, he probably prepared to run away. He closed the door, took out his wand, and turned to us. Well, I'm ready. I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do. I thought she was the right woman for me, but I'm really disappointed. I will pray for her soul in the distant sky. Then, I will spend my last moments in this castle. As part of my job, I must erase your memories. I don't want you to tell all my secrets. As Lockhart spoke, he raised his wand at the three of us with a fluidity I couldn't have imagined. Not only Ron, whose wand was broken, but even Hermione, who seemed to still be in a daze, couldn't cope. Lockhart tried to wave his wand at them. Expelliarmus. The magic I fired sent him flying backward. He fell onto a pile of boxes, tossing his wand high into the air. I quickly caught it and snapped it without hesitation. Holding a dueling club was a mistake. When I finished speaking coldly and pointed my wand at him, Lockhart looked back at me with a horrified expression. What are you going to tell me? I'm making you come with me. You should fulfill your duty as a teacher. I angrily stood up Lockhart and chased him out of the room. I'm out of time. You might not even have time to rely on other teachers anymore. To save Ginny, we had no choice but to take action ourselves. I left the room, pointing my wand at Lockhart, followed by Ron, who, like me, was determined to save his sister alone, and Hermione, who was vigorously wiping away tears. I don't know what we can do. Even if we knew the true identity of the monster, the location of the Chamber of Secrets is completely unknown. But if they don't act, Ginny will surely be killed by Dahlia Malfoy. We cannot back down like this. With renewed determination, we walked into the dark corridor. The footsteps of 5 people echoed in the corridor. Dahlia's perspective. When I woke up, I was lying in a very dark place. Here, I looked around, feeling like I hadn't fully grasped it. Then, beyond my dim vision, I saw a stone pillar carved with coiled snakes. This wasn't just a book either. Many similar pillars lined the surroundings, towering upwards. I looked up along the pillars, but it was too dark to see clearly, as it was located very high up. This was a completely unfamiliar space. Where exactly was I? I should have been in the Great Hall by now. Just before I passed out. As I was lost in thought, a strange voice suddenly sounded behind me. It seems you're awake, Dahlia Malfoy. When I looked around, he wasn't there, but I looked back. The first man was standing in front of me, a tall, dark-haired boy. The boy looked to be in his teens, wearing a Hogwarts uniform with a green tie. Could Slytherin have such a student? I didn't have many friends, but I could at least remember the faces of people in Slytherin House. There was no such student among them. And this boy. I quietly observed the boy, searching for a wand in his pocket. The handsome boy stared at me with a charming expression. The contours of such a young man somehow became blurred. It was like looking at someone through frosted glass. It might be dark here, but the contours were too blurry. He was clearly not human. What exactly are you? I whispered to him while searching for my wand, but I couldn't find it. A boy who was clearly not human, in a strange place that was clearly not normal. I couldn't help but be wary. I asked, suppressing my chaotic thoughts with reason. In response to my cautious attitude, he said, "What? That's quite a greeting." "Not at all, I just don't want you to say it." The pleasant smile that had been on his face disappeared, replaced by a mocking expression. "There's a lot to ask you." "Well, it doesn't matter, we have plenty of time. It seems it will be a while before anyone comes. I'll try my best to answer some of your questions. Anyway, As he spoke, he put his hands in his pockets. "You'll never leave here." I took out my wand. At this moment, I was sure. When he woke up, a mysterious man appeared, and his tone and attitude. This guy was my enemy. "Can I have it back?" "No, you don't need this anymore." Despite hearing my annoyed voice, the boy merely fiddled with my wand. It seemed he had no intention of returning it no matter what. On the contrary, if this guy was right, he wanted to kill me, but at the same time, I'm afraid he had no intention of acting immediately either. He wasn't doing anything special, just playing with his wand, as if mocking me. "I see. Well, that's a shame. So, who exactly are you? And what exactly is this place?" I had no intention of being killed here. I still had work to do. To be killed in such an incomprehensible situation by such an incomprehensible person, wasn't that unbearable? I asked him what he was currently concerned about, just looking for an opening. The boy must have sensed that there was no fear in my heart from my motionless expression. He looked at my expressionless face for a moment. "What am I?" Before answering that question, let me first answer where we are now. The young man spread his hands and declared, "This is the room left by the great Sorlaser Slytherin. Yes, this is what you call the Chamber of Secrets." Hearing the boy's loud words, like a speech, I couldn't help but look around again. This is, indeed, the interior structure here was very suitable for a Chamber of Secrets. There were snake carvings everywhere. It's an honor, isn't it? After all, before I opened it, I was able to enter a room that was considered a legend. Opened? So that's right, I am the heir. Not even Harry, not even you. I am the heir. Well, unfortunately, this time I can manage the Chamber of Secrets with my own power alone. However, I didn't open it. Saying that, he pointed to the back of the room. When I looked into the distance, a terrifying red head of hair lay in the darkness. "Is that Ginny Weasley? Why are you in the Chamber of Secrets?" "No, from what you said, she opened this place. Just before I passed out, I did see that damned red hair, but why the youngest child of the Weasley family? Yes, as you think, the little girl of a blood traitor couldn't possibly open the Chamber of Secrets. That foolish little girl isn't worthy of being such a great person. That can't be true, can it? But yes, that's the answer to your first question." He pulled out a diary from the opposite pocket where my wand was. "I am a memory from 50 years ago. It allows me to reopen the Chamber of Secrets to continue my great achievements." He continued, lovingly flipping through his diary. "I've been waiting for a long time, and I was chosen by that little girl. By sucking her soul and injecting my soul into hers, I have once again successfully accomplished this feat." I slipped past Dumbledore's eyes. I quietly took off my gloves, listening to him speak, sounding somewhat intoxicated. A list of meaningless words. Perhaps he didn't intend for me to understand at first. As he said, it might just be a way to pass the time. I, too, only half listened to this person's story. Admittedly, when this guy said he had the memory of opening the Chamber of Secrets, I was a little interested in him. Are you trying to say this person is like me and the basilisk? I thought so, but apparently that's not the case. This guy called opening the Chamber of Secrets a great feat. For this guy, opening the Chamber of Secrets was his goal, and the sacrifices that came with it were probably just a result. Unlike me, if I were a monster and I were the heir, sacrifice would be my goal. This guy is not like me. This guy is not human, but he is not a monster either. I don't know what that means, but I do know that this guy used the youngest Weasley daughter to open the Chamber of Secrets. I don't know what kind of being this guy is, but oh well, it doesn't matter. Now this is a small problem for me. I have only one purpose. That's enough. This guy might have time, but I don't. Besides, he now has another chance to talk to the basilisk, which disappeared instead of helping Granger. If this is truly a chamber of secrets, there must be a basilisk here. Even without a wand, I still have many ways to suppress an opponent. Originally, I had no interest in the heir at all. I ignored the heir's command and tried to take action. Well, that's enough of what I can say. Rather than you asking me what this is, I'll answer that question directly. My movement stopped. What exactly are you? Hermione's perspective. I can't believe I wanted to rely on you. This is the biggest stain on my life. It's him. I followed Harry, who was in front of me, and kicked Lockhart's foot. Just thinking about how I had believed this guy before made my stomach churn. Looking back, there were many signs. The course content wasn't very practical. The way Harry was treated during the Quidditch match. Once you started counting, there was no end to it. However, I always looked away from them. He also had his bad moments. He was just testing us. Thinking this, I embraced the illusion he created. But I was betrayed. Those great achievements were not accomplished by this incompetence. I thought this person was nothing more than a charlatan who used the forgetfulness charm to steal others' achievements. It's him. Helplessly, I kicked the limp leg again. The beautiful voice I once thought I heard now sounded like the most unpleasant sound I had ever heard. As I continued walking, my foot was about to kick out again. Hermione, I know how you feel, but I just don't like you right now. Can you put this aside for a moment? Yes, that's right. I really don't have time to spend on this guy. Harry's voice came from Harry, who was walking ahead. I was shocked by my incompetence and momentarily forgot the current situation, but I had no time to deal with horses and deer right now. Meanwhile, Ginny and Mr. Malfoy's chances of survival were dwindling. So, what should we do now? After all, we still don't know where the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is. Ron was right. I thought I could do something with my incompetence, but that was just a fantasy. In this situation, we had to find our own way out. Just as I was thinking this, I suddenly heard a commotion from the other side of the corridor. It might be a teacher checking around for students walking around. Anyway, I need some time to think. A place where no one comes. Right, let's go to the bathroom in Myrtle's place, it's close. After hearing me, we went down the stairs, with Harry in the lead, running through the dark corridor where Mrs. Norris was attacked. Then I ran into the girls' bathroom, which had become our secret base, and quickly closed the door. Hermione, when something like this happens, you're the only one I can rely on. You've figured out what the monster is, and you're the only one who can find the entrance. Harry pleaded with me, pointing his wand at the trembling liar. I know, just a little bit, give me some time to think. That being said, I don't think we can find the entrance in the short term. Sure enough, I discovered the true identity of the monster, but that's all. Beyond that, I haven't touched the secret. Nevertheless, I still had to find out the truth about the Chamber of Secrets now. If I couldn't do this, Ginny, whom I loved like a sister, and Mr. Malfoy, whom I admired and hoped to be on equal footing with, would both die. Why do its victims turn to stone instead of dying, if the basilisk is a snake that can kill with a single glance? I muttered as I paced around the flooded toilet. There was very little information available. I wondered if any of the information I had gathered so far held any clues. The only sounds in the bathroom were my murmuring and Myrtle's giggling. The reason they didn't die but turned to stone is because they didn't look directly into the basilisk eyes. Justin through Nick, Colin through the camera, and Mrs. Norris. I quietly looked at the bathroom floor. The floor was soaked, just like it was at the time. I just saw its reflection in the water. I know, but I can't find the entrance with this. I shifted my thoughts to other things. How does the basilisk move? Such a huge body would attract too many people if it moved normally. Also, the sound Harry heard. As I swam, a tube appeared in my field of vision. That's right, it's a tube. Gyrisks use tubes to move. But this isn't good. This also. I thought desperately. Reconsider all the information you've obtained so far. Otherwise, Ginny and Mr. Malfoy. I tried my best to suppress the thoughts that were starting to panic. There's more. My information isn't exhausted yet. To prepare for this occasion, I even hurt Mr. Malfoy to get information. What did Tom Riddle and Hagrid say 50 years ago? If I remember correctly, when the Chamber of Secrets opened, a female student was found dead in the bathroom. Pipes, toilets, girls. I felt that this information was somehow related. Somewhere, I felt like I had received information that hinted at all these things. I walked around the bathroom, feeling a bit strange about my thoughts. As I passed the toilet in the small room at the back, "Hey, you've been noisy for a while. I've been wondering what happens after I die. If there's no use, then leave." Suddenly, Myrtle shouted at me. Our presence must have been quite troublesome for her, but I didn't have time to date her right now. I thought dejectedly to open my mouth, but I stopped. Thinking quickly led to possibilities. No, is there such a thing? Such a magical possibility. After all, we've been here 4 months. If my current thought is true, we will forever. But if this is correct, I calmly asked Myrtle, trying to suppress the excitement in my heart. "Myrtle, I'm sorry to interrupt your thoughts, but if you don't mind, could you tell me what happened when you died?" Myrtle's change was instantaneous. Her expression, which had been looking at me with annoyance, suddenly became incredibly happy. "That was terrible." I was proud of the content. "That's right, I died here. I remember it very clearly. That day, I was teased about my glasses, so I hid here and cried for a long time. Then he came in, and I couldn't understand. I don't know what he was saying, but from his voice, I knew it was a man who came in. This is the girls' bathroom." I came out of the room, and then, after a long time, Myrtle, "He's dead." "Sure enough," he said proudly. "I know he died here. But how did he die? I don't know. I just remember the last thing I saw was a big yellow eyeball. The moment I saw it, I died." A big yellow eyeball. No doubt, it was the core of the basilisk. She was definitely the victim from 50 years ago. I had never thought that such a thing would actually happen. I gently pressed my forehead, convinced in my heart. "Here, this is the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets." When I suddenly fell silent, Harry called out to me, "Hermione, what's wrong?" "Here, this is the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets." I don't know why I didn't notice. "We've been spending time here." I looked at Harry and the others, who were surprised by my sudden loud voice, and then began to investigate the bathroom. If this was the entrance, there should be a landmark indicating the secret room. I checked the pipes, toilet seats, and everything I could see, and I found it. The faucet on the wash basin. There was a carving of a small snake there. We finally found the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Hermione suddenly looked around the bathroom, and then suddenly, "I found it." He pointed to one of the brass faucets and shouted, "As you get closer, you'll see a snake carved on the faucet." It was just an inconspicuous girl's bathroom, unrelated to Slytherin. There couldn't possibly be a snake sculpture symbolizing Slytherin in such a place. So this was the place. It's true, Hermione is right. This is it. This is the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. As I said this excitedly, Ron looked as excited as I was, while Lockhart looked terrified. "Harry, say something in Parseltongue. If this really is the entrance, Parseltongue should be the password." "Well, I'm sure it's Parseltongue, even though it's hidden. You shouldn't be able to control the basilisk." Listening to Ron's words, I desperately tried to speak Parseltongue. All the snakes I had talked about were real snakes. There was a snake in the zoo I went to a long time ago. The snake Dahlia Malfoy gave me at the dueling club. They were all real, living snakes. I stared at the carving on the faucet, desperately trying to convince myself it was real. As I gazed at it, the candle's light flickered. At the same time, the snake carving also swayed, as if moving, and open. Although these words were spoken by me, I couldn't hear them clearly. Only hiss. That was the only sound I heard, but that was undoubtedly the password to open the room. The faucet suddenly began to glow, and the next moment the wash basin began to rotate. Just as I thought it was going to sink, a thick pipe began to emerge. After all the dust settled, only a hole large enough for an adult to crawl through remained. No words. I, Ron, and Hermione, seeing the legendary entrance to the Chamber of Secrets suddenly appear, all three of us were stunned and held our breath. At the same time, Lockhart spoke first. His voice was much weaker than his usual confident tone. "Well, it seems you don't need me anymore. Well, that's it for me." But Lockhart's words stopped there. As soon as Hermione recognized Lockhart's voice, she forced him to stand in front of the pipe. "Oh, stop. I'm really useless." I threw it into the pipe. The bathroom where Lockhart disappeared was filled with a strange silence. As Ron and I watched with shocked expressions, Hermione looked into the hole and said, "I was able to confirm safety." I whispered in a somewhat refreshing voice. As soon as I heard it, I heard Lockhart's groans from inside the hole. Of course, even if I went down, I didn't think I would suddenly encounter the basilisk. I regained my composure and raised my gaze to look at the two of them. "I have to go. Honestly, Ginny's chances of survival are slim. But as long as there's a little bit, I have to go." I'm going to rescue Ginny from Dahlia Malfoy. Then I'll get off, you guys. If possible, I don't want to involve the two of you. Dahlia Malfoy isn't the only one there. There's also a monster waiting below that can kill with a single glance. I can't bring my friends into this, but I'm sure I'll go too. Ginny is my sister. I have no reason not to go. Me too. Besides, you guys, I can't deal with the basilisk alone, can I? Ron and Hermione interrupted me. The two of them must have been terrified. My hands were trembling a little, but his eyes were filled with determination, not fear. It was the same last year. The two of them followed me to the end despite the danger, protecting the Philosopher's Stone. They always gave me courage. It was because of these two people that I was able to take action. Truly, I have good friends. They didn't need any more words. When I realized that the two of them were determined, I just nodded and jumped into the pipe without another word. It descended quickly along the smooth slide. The pipe stretched everywhere, but none were thicker than the one I was sliding down now. I wondered how long it would last. I felt like I was already deeper than the dungeon, and just as I started to worry if I would really fall to the bottom, wow! Suddenly, the pipe seemed to flatten, and I was thrown out of the exit. It was a dark place. Also, the air was humid. As I was thrown out, I stood up and looked around for the basilisk, but she was only with Lockhart, who held her waist a little further away. As I put down my wand with a sigh of relief, Ron also fell, and Hermione followed. It's miles beneath the school, probably under the lake. Hermione stood up and said, looking at the slimy, wet walls. I nodded at Hermione's words and lit my wand. Lumos, light. The effect was minimal. Even with the light on, I could only see beyond my eyes and nose. But we had no choice but to move forward. For Ginny, let's go. We moved through the dark night. I turned on the light first, then Lockhart, with Hermione pointing her wand at him from behind. Everyone held their breath, and the only sound was Lockhart's occasional gasp. On the way, we all jumped when we heard a loud noise behind us, but other than that, we didn't hear any other loud sounds. Everyone was very careful, trying not to make too much noise. At the same time, Ron suddenly spoke. Harry, oh, that. The sound was never very loud, but to us, it seemed louder than any scream. Because, where Ron pointed, something big was there. There was something that looked like a curve. Everyone was nervous. Although I was prepared, when the monster actually appeared before me, I inevitably felt fear. We stood still, as if frozen. However, despite our nervousness, the huge shadow lying there did not move. Maybe he's asleep. I held my breath and spoke as quietly as possible to the three people behind me. Then he slowly approached, illuminating the shadow with the light of his wand. Draco's perspective. The common room was noisy. Everyone was raising their voices. However, what they were talking about was all the same. Everyone was discussing why Dahlia had kidnapped the youngest Weasley child. Isn't it because they discovered the monster's true identity was a basilisk? Lord Malfoy was about to use that blood traitor family as a hostage to negotiate with Dumbledore. No, do you think Lord Malfoy would do something so childish? Besides, just because we found out it was a basilisk, wouldn't that immediately become clear evidence that Lord Malfoy did it? You might have plans beyond imagination. This is too foolish. I don't even want to be involved in something so idiotic. I agree that if Dahlia were the heir, she wouldn't make such an easy move. A student kidnapped. I don't know what kind of room the Chamber of Secrets is, but one day it will come out, and Dumbledore or the Aurors might be chasing it everywhere. For Dahlia to do something that could only be called a desperate gamble, simply because the monster was discovered to be a basilisk, is completely unimaginable. That's why these guys are trying to think about the reasons behind Dahlia's actions. First, the premise is different. These people are talking about what would happen if Dahlia were the heir. Since Dahlia is not the heir, this discussion is worthless. As someone who knows the fact that Dahlia is not the heir, I don't want to waste time on such meaningless discussions. Even if it's a different topic, I don't want to join in. When I saw this sentence, I felt like time had stopped. Their bones will lie forever in the Chamber of Secrets. Miss Granger had said it, and Dahlia was in front of the Great Hall at the time. However, when Dahlia and I arrived in front of the hall, Dahlia was nowhere to be seen. This only indicates one fact. Dahlia was kidnapped. That's impossible. I denied this fact at first. Dahlia's strength is enough to defeat anyone. She is my proud sister. There's no way Dahlia could lose to an heir who only petrified a few students. Even the monster in the Chamber of Secrets couldn't defeat Dahlia. So this news is just a lie. Or, though unlikely, there were other students besides Dahlia who didn't go to the Quidditch match. No, it must be so. Otherwise, it's wrong. Yes, that's what I tried to think. However, reality is cruel. Even when all the students returned to their dorms under the teacher's instructions, Dahlia was not in the dorm. According to the students around me, the Weasley girl and Dahlia disappeared at the same time, but that's not important. I don't care what happens to anyone besides Dahlia. When I finally had to accept the fact that Dahlia might really have been kidnapped, my mind went blank. Will Dahlia be okay? After being taken to a place like the Chamber of Secrets, can Dahlia really come back alive? Dahlia, who shouldn't have been kidnapped, was kidnapped. What happens no longer matters. I can no longer naively believe that Dahlia is safe. I muttered to myself, feeling uneasy. Dahlia, I am now filled with anxiety. I'm afraid you won't come home. But why can't you stay with me now? When I'm in trouble, you're always by my side. Because of Dahlia, no matter when I'm sad, upset, or angry, I can stand up. Without you, I would become a hopeless person. So please come back quickly. Don't leave me alone. Life without you has no meaning or value. The time you're not by my side, I'm really suffering. I suppressed the urge to rush out of the dorm immediately, and just prayed, D.D. Dumbledore, please bring Dahlia back quickly. I took advantage of you, so I'm asking you to bring Dahlia back quickly. I mentioned the name of another accomplice at this school who knew Dahlia's secret. Hermione's perspective. What was illuminated was a huge snake's shell, the same poisonous green skin I saw back then. The enormous shell eloquently proved the basilisk's immense size. Oh my God! Ron let out a faint sound. His feelings are understandable. Even I, who had seen a real basilisk, trembled at the sight of this empty shell. I wonder if Ginny and Mr. Malfoy are still safe. Looking at the basilisk's empty shell, I felt an immense unease in my heart. I don't think it's possible for humans to survive in front of such a monster, and we, who are going to the room to rescue them, are no exception. I desperately suppressed my trembling hands. I want to run away. I want to escape from here right now. Such a huge monster, none of us can deal with it alone. Even Mr. Malfoy, facing the monster, could only choose to flee. If we run, no one will blame us. With that thought, I took a step, moving forward. The feeling of fear is real. To be honest, if I pushed forward desperately, my feet would unconsciously move in the opposite direction. But this is impossible. After all, her desire to help Mr. Malfoy was sincere. I don't know what we can use against the basilisk. In fact, it's very likely that we can't do anything. But we just need to take action. If we don't act, Ginny and Mr. Malfoy will surely die. I don't think anyone besides us, besides Ginny, would do anything to help Mr. Malfoy. Mr. Malfoy is now considered the heir by the whole school, and the one who kidnapped Ginny to the Chamber of Secrets. Even if others besides us discovered the Chamber of Secrets, I don't think they would do anything to help Mr. Malfoy. In the worst case, Mr. Malfoy will be seen as the heir. I desperately suppressed my fear and tried to step over the basilisk's empty shell. Harry and Ron also didn't succumb to fear, their faces turning pale, but they continued to move forward. With renewed determination, we tried to go deeper into the Chamber of Secrets, but we couldn't. My other companion, Lockhart, collapsed to the ground. I wonder why I was so sure this guy was so great. Get up, Ron declared coldly, but Lockhart didn't get up immediately, probably because he was too scared to be an empty shell. Ron clicked his tongue and pointed his wand at Lockhart, trying to make him stand up. With the wand pointed at him, the charlatan finally understood he had no choice but to move forward, and tried to stand up and pounced at Ron. Harry and I couldn't react to this sudden event. I thought he, with an agility unimaginable from his usual incompetence, grabbed Ron's wand, and then, with a brilliant smile, pointed the wand at us. It's just for fun. What can you do against such a monster? The charlatan shouted excitedly. I understand you want to be famous, but it's also important to stay connected. I can't keep up with you. So, I'll take this skin home and report that it was too late to save the girl. Let's just say you all went crazy when you saw their bodies. If this continues, you'll all die. In that case, even if you lose your memory, it's best to come back alive. Isn't that great? Your empty shell will definitely come in handy. Come on, you can say goodbye to your memories. The charlatan shouted, raising Ron's wand. Obliviate, obliviate. I was shocked by the explosion of the staff. A roar echoed in the tunnel. The ceiling must have collapsed, and a large rock fell. As dust clouds blurred our vision, Ron and I immediately hid in a nearby rocky area. After the sound stopped, confirming the collapse had ended, we quickly checked our surroundings. Fortunately, it didn't seem to have collapsed behind us, but a wall was built on the way to the Chamber of Secrets. A rock blocked the way. Furthermore, Harry, are you okay? I shouted across the rocks. Harry was nowhere to be found. Ron was right next to me. The charlatan who caused this situation was also lying nearby. It's him. Ron tried to kick the charlatan's shin, who was clearly still alive. My gaze went past Ron, who was about to kick him again, waiting for Harry's response. I hope you get a reply. Otherwise, Harry would be under this rock. I'm fine. I'm here. But it seems my worries were unnecessary. Harry's voice came back from beyond the rock. I breathed a sigh of relief and shouted again. Wait, I'll use a spell to break the rock. But if I break it all at once, it might collapse again, so I'll break it little by little. So just a moment. No, Hermione. We don't have time. My desperate voice was met with an equally desperate voice. I'm going ahead. You two wait there with Lockhart. If he doesn't come back in an hour, you go back. No, we'll be there right away. Please, Harry, wait there. I can't back down here. I must help Mr. Malfoy. Harry seemed somewhat hesitant at my words. A moment of silence fell between us. But finally, Harry seemed to realize my resolve was strong, and after sighing, he replied, I understand, but I'm going to keep moving forward. You can come later. Take your time. If you collapse again, you're gone. So, Hermione, you come. After saying this, Harry seemed to continue moving forward and no longer replied. Harry left. We have to hurry. It's too dangerous for Harry to face the basilisk alone. While suppressing my inner impatience, I shattered the rock at the fastest possible speed. I really wanted to collapse it all at once, but if the tunnel collapsed again, I would have nothing. It's frustrating, but we have no choice but to be careful here. I carefully chipped away at the rock, while Ron kicked Lockhart's shin. I must catch up with Harry as soon as possible, to rescue Ginny and Mr. Malfoy. At this moment, I was completely focused on smashing the rock in front of me, without paying attention to what was behind me, so we didn't notice. A female student stood in the darkness behind us. Then she stood motionless, holding a wand pointed at us. We never noticed. Harry's perspective. I'm glad Hermione is behind the rock. That's what I thought as I walked through the dark tunnel. Hermione still believes in Dahlia Malfoy. She naively thinks she and Ginny are victims of the same thing. What will she think when she sees what's about to happen? No need to think. You'll definitely feel betrayed. Hermione had just been betrayed by Lockhart. I can't let her experience such painful feelings now. I don't want my friend to get hurt. When it's all over, if she knows the truth, she'll definitely be hurt. But at least he wants to leave her alone for now. I know this is just procrastination, but I want to give her a reprieve, even if only for a little while. I kept moving through the winding tunnel. As I progressed, my heart began to make unpleasant sounds. It's terrifying. Although they had to move forward for Ginny, the basilisk might appear around the corner. I couldn't help but feel scared, thinking that the heir, Dahlia Malfoy, would attack me. My feelings were complicated. I wanted to reach the Chamber of Secrets as soon as possible, but also wanted to avoid going there as much as possible. And that moment finally arrived. How many turns did we take? It's right there, just around the corner. A wall carved with two snakes. Large emeralds were set in the snake's eyes, glaring at me, the intruder. Undoubtedly, this is the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. I swallowed, carefully approaching the entrance. There's no need to assume it's real. Even if I don't want to believe it, the snake's eyes are filled with hopeless vitality. Open. A hoarse voice escaped my lips again, and just at the moment the strange sound escaping my lips echoed around me. Go, go, go. The wall tore in half. The entangled snakes began to move, slowly crawling somewhere. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets finally opened. There's no turning back now. I walked in, trembling all over. I can't let my guard down anymore. I tried my best to walk forward, trying not to miss even the slightest sound. Suddenly, my ears heard, Avada Kedavra. A scream came. This was definitely Dahlia Malfoy's voice. A green light flickered at the back of the room. What are you talking about? No matter how you look at it, I'm human. Please don't confuse me with yourself. What the mysterious heir said was what I least wanted to hear. I responded to these words with a firm tone, clearly indicating my cautious attitude. There's no way this guy could know I'm not human. If I were judged solely by my appearance, I wouldn't be much different from a normal person. The only unique feature others don't possess is that their skin is a bit paler than others. When we first met, this guy couldn't possibly understand. WKATTII. Normally, I would dismiss this as baseless sarcasm. Just a casual remark that slipped into my true feelings. I would never pay it any mind, but I want to know why. I simply can't believe he's just saying things casually. There's something hidden in his words, something that seems convincing. Sure enough, the reply he received was, HMPH. No matter how I look at it, you're human, I'm certain. Even I wouldn't notice you touching me, but when I first saw you like this, I was absolutely convinced. My feeling at the time wasn't a misunderstanding. You are not human. Haven't you realized it? Fundamentally, you truly are a ridiculous person/figure. I can't believe my plans were disrupted by such a thing. I want to say this is truly disgusting, but, well, it looks like I will achieve my ultimate goal. Well, by bringing you here, I'm sure he will come here without taking a detour. This is your reward. Your time for questions is over, but I want to ask you a special question. I will grant it to you. It was harsh and cruel. After mocking me for a while, the heir began to speak in a tone that sounded like he was talking to a small child. I can touch the souls of others, and by touching their souls, I can understand their worries and weaknesses, and even manipulate them. But you, I cannot touch your soul. Your soul is too far separated from your body, as if you forcibly shoved your soul into a body that doesn't belong to you. Heh, but that's not the only reason. This alone doesn't bring me closer to you. So far, soul and body. In fact, so am I. While I stood there bewildered, he continued, your soul, no, that's not accurate. The reason your soul is separated from your body, that is your soul, it's not something that can be called anything. What do you mean? I asked in a hoarse voice. Actually, I wanted to cover my ears. With every word he spoke, I felt like my feet were about to crumble. Everything I believed in was collapsing. If his words were true, then I was ultimately just a person, a figure, a character, whose sole purpose was to kill. At the very least, I could no longer call myself human. I really didn't want to hear this. If I could, I wanted to escape immediately, but that was impossible. I had a responsibility to know. For me, and also for those I cared about. Gathering what little courage I had, I gently urged him to continue, but I would soon regret it. Because the truth he spoke was so incredibly cruel, there was no way to salvage it. That's what it means. Your soul is not human. It's just an inorganic substance. It's like a substitute, existing only to move and fill the body. But there's no doubt it's not a human soul. This might be why your soul isn't familiar with the body. The evidence is, he pointed at my face. Despite my heart feeling like it was exploding, my expression remained still. You have no expression. My little daughter wrote that you are always expressionless, and she was right. I'm very good at reading other people's facial expressions, but I can't even read yours. I gently placed my hand on my face. My face, as always, was motionless. Rarely in my life had I cared about the fact that my facial expressions didn't move. Sometimes even I didn't understand, but my family could always read my expressions. That's why I rarely had any trouble with this expressionless face. I believed that if my loved ones could read it, there was no need for anyone else to. Especially since entering Hogwarts, I even found myself grateful for this expressionless mask, lest Dumbledore read my emotions. But now it was different. I had never hated this expressionless face as much as I did now. This motionless expression on my face was merely proof that I was not human, nor a member of the Malfoy family. When I met Dumbledore, I was grateful for such a thing. What a ridiculous, foolish monster. The corner of his mouth, which had been covered by his hand, seemed to drop a little further. Now, have you realized you're not human? Then, this time, let me answer your question. What exactly are you? How can someone like you, a pureblood of the Malfoy family, be called a pureblood girl? The Malfoy family, does it exist? I stared at the air through the gaps between my hands, my bag, and my fingers. When I was told I was not a member of the Malfoy family, my emotions shifted from sadness to anger. Precisely, what exactly is Lucius Malfoy thinking? Although the Malfoy family is said to be pureblood, I can't believe he would invite someone as mysterious as you into their home. There's something to it. I knew from the beginning that I wasn't human. I was created by the Dark Lord, an existence purely for killing. The happiness called everyday life was a monster existing in the complete opposite direction. That was me. However, the Malfoy family welcomed me as a member of their family. The Malfoy family treated me as a real person, even if it was because they didn't understand my truth. I was honored to be welcomed by such a kind Malfoy family. I was proud to be a member of the Malfoy family, but this guy trampled on my pride. They made fun of my family. This guy didn't say anything wrong. In fact, now that I knew the truth, I began to deny my existence with the Malfoy family. It wasn't wrong that I wasn't suitable for the kind Malfoy family, but I didn't want him to say that. I wouldn't allow you to mock my family who welcomed me. I didn't want some mysterious non-human, non-demon creature to tell me what my family was like. I heard everything I wanted to hear. This time, it was useless. You mock the great Malfoy family, but you are the truly foolish one. I didn't expect you to incapacitate me just by taking my wand. Even though he knew I wasn't human, he still despised me as just a little girl. I didn't expect you to be able to deal with me from such a distance. You yourself should know how foolish this is. I suddenly bent down and pounced on the heir, who was still speaking with a mocking smile on his face. Hermione's POV. There's no point in rushing, but we have to. As my mind was filled with such contradictory thoughts, I continued to dig this hole. Harry had to hurry, and Harry would have to face the basilisk and the heir's true self alone. I knew he was a greater wizard than I. Unlike me, who only had knowledge, he was a great wizard with true courage, even without knowledge. He could even fight the basilisk. A part of me definitely believed that. But this time I couldn't leave things to him alone. No, I couldn't leave it to you. I had to help Mr. Malfoy, not anyone else. I was the one who hurt her. That's why I had an obligation to help her, both as atonement and as repayment for some of the kindness she had shown me. But even knowing that, I had no choice but to work as carefully as possible. Sure enough, the falling rocks were much larger than expected. It was also possible to blast all the collapsed rocks away at once, but then the tunnel was very likely to collapse again. I thought it might be faster if we did it together since Ron was there, but when I saw the complex rock layers, I decided it would be safer to work alone. Ron seemed to be throwing a tantrum and was now kicking the charlatan who caused this situation. Sweat ran down my forehead from excitement and tension, carefully and quickly using magic to move the rocks one by one. Although working from a distance was safe, if one mistake was made, it would have to be started from scratch, so extreme caution was necessary. But all of this would soon be over, because I nervously placed the last stone gently beside the tunnel. Before me was a gap wide enough for one person to pass through. Even touching it with my hand, it wouldn't crumble. With this, we could continue forward. You did it, Hermione. Now we can go save Ginny too. I was wondering what we'd do when this idiot managed it, but you're a genius after all. I nodded at Ron's voice, but I didn't look back as I gazed ahead. I could finally move on. It took a while, but not going wasn't an option. Wait, Ginny, Mr. Malfoy. I'm coming to help you now. Thank you, Ron. But now is not the time. Now, leave that idiot alone. I wiped the sweat from my forehead and tried to look back at Ron behind me. Good work. A red flash shot out from behind Ron. It was the stunning spell that Mr. Malfoy had used before in Dueling Club. I fell onto the uneven ground. In my fading consciousness, Dahlia Greengrass. Why are you here? Are you one of Dahlia Malfoy's friends? Friends? Isn't it obvious? I felt like I overheard that conversation. When the red light illuminated the cave again, my consciousness completely plunged into darkness. I ultimately failed to save Mr. Malfoy. Riddle's POV. This little girl was just bait. This was just bait to lure Harry into the Chamber of Secrets. If Harry thought this guy was the heir, then once the Weasley girl and this guy disappeared from Hogwarts, he would surely come looking for the Chamber of Secrets. Ginny alone would have been enough, but then Harry might end up going to Slytherin House instead of the Chamber of Secrets. Therefore, I decided to take Dahlia Malfoy and Ginny to the Chamber of Secrets together and reward my loyal servant, Malfoy. The only concern was whether Harry would reach the Chamber of Secrets. As for whether he could, I didn't think there was anything to worry about. Ginny said that Harry had already gotten a lot of information about the Chamber of Secrets from Parseltongue, and his friend, the Dirty Blood, had also been attacked. He would do whatever it took to solve the mystery and reach this secret room. Even if he only escaped from me with a scar. If they didn't do that much, it would be a pity. Well, it took Harry some time to find the entrance, which couldn't be helped. Although I came from the Great Slytherin bloodline, it still took me 5 years to find the entrance. Although there were many hints, it was unlikely that a 12-year-old child without special powers would find it right away. I was lenient. I hadn't fully absorbed Ginny's soul yet, so I would wait a little longer. Even if that person later turned out to be the fool who insulted me, I would wait for him. With that in mind, I wanted to pass the time with a doll that was no longer of any use to me. What was this situation? As I stood dumbfounded, Dahlia Malfoy stood there, pointing her wand at me. Impossible. This was absolutely not an act a human could perform. This doll-like creature suddenly pounced on me with incredible speed, as if it were a human. Then, just as I was stunned by the sudden situation, he grabbed my wand and snatched it back from my hand. Chapter 107, Snakes and Monsters. Dahlia Malfoy is not human. I know. Without a doubt, this little girl, whether from the state of her body and soul, or from her expressionless face that even I couldn't understand, was at first glance a thing that looked human. But that's all. Even if I'm not human, I have a staff, and this one doesn't. There's no way a mere girl could get out of this situation. I thought so, but reality was different. Although I knew this doll wasn't human, I still looked down on it, treating it as just a little girl. How humiliating. To be fooled, treated as a puppet, and even pointed at with a staff. It was simply a disgrace. What was even more infuriating was that when his staff was taken away, the diary he held in his other hand also fell to the ground. Since this guy's wand was pointed at me, not the diary, whatever spell he cast on me would have no effect on me, who was just a memory. But there's no doubt that this situation was just a humiliation. None. I glared at Dahlia Malfoy's expressionless face. As she pointed her wand at me, my expression contorted with anger. You're not human after all. Humans can't move like that. Really, what exactly are you? Although I trembled with humiliation, I still analyzed this doll with the calm part of my mind that remained. Most of the information Ginny gave him was about Harry, but there was also some about the doll. As a formidable senior, he would occasionally chat about daily things, but there was also some interesting information among them. According to him, Dahlia Malfoy was sensitive to sunlight and always tried to minimize skin exposure when going out. To be honest, I only heard half of the information, but if I consider it in conjunction with those inhuman movements from before, I see. The movements you just saw, and what Ginny wrote, your body isn't exposed to sunlight. I've learned a few things about you. Your body isn't human after all. This alone is enough to destroy your soul. I can't explain it, but there's a part of you in your body. But my words didn't last till the end. Because before I could say anything, Avada Kedavra, Dahlia Malfoy, as expressionless as ever, cast a spell on me. My vision was enveloped in green light. I clutched my chest, which was ringing like an early bell, and walked towards the back of the room. The dimly lit room was lined with pillars carved with snakes. I walked forward step by step, trying not to make a sound. It's terrifying. He's almost here. It's great that I've gotten this far, but I think if I confront him head-on, I'll never win. If I saw his performance in the exam and the abilities he displayed in the dueling club, it would be crazy for someone as powerless as me to win. But no matter how terrifying, we have no choice but to move forward. As long as Ron's sister Ginny is here, whether Dahlia Malfoy or the basilisk exists, she cannot escape. I must fight. That's why I must proceed as carefully as possible. To increase my chances of defeating him, even by a tiny bit, I picked up my staff and quietly walked in the direction of the sound. Then, the scene finally appeared. Ginny, and? Why is he here? Looking out from behind the pillar, I saw Dahlia Malfoy, who for some reason looked bewildered. You could see Ginny lying on the floor behind her. And then Tom Riddle, the one who told me the truth about the Chamber of Secrets, who shouldn't have been here at all, was standing there. Why is he here? My mind was filled with question marks. He should only exist in the diary. Moreover, he was the same person from 50 years ago. Why was he still the same, confronting Dahlia Malfoy in a place like this? As I looked out from behind the pillar, Dahlia Malfoy's voice entered my ears, unable to comprehend what was happening. Avada Kedavra didn't work. No, it didn't even feel like it hit you at all at first. Are you really there? Dahlia Malfoy made a confused sound. I thought I told you. I'm a memory. Your spell won't work on me because I'm still just a memory. Tom responded with a slightly mocking expression. As he spoke, he looked up and saw a book lying on the floor. It must have been the diary I found in the bathroom that told me what happened 50 years ago. His tone of voice still carried a hint of mockery, but, well, because of your useless actions, you couldn't say the last sentence. You, shut up, I am. They were interrupted by Dahlia Malfoy's scream. Dahlia Malfoy looked more agitated than usual, screaming and raising her wand. Avada, Expelliarmus. He was hit by my spell, and his staff was blown away. Her dark staff bent and fit into my hand. Dahlia Malfoy. That's it. Tom, are you all right? I said excitedly, pointing my wand at Dahlia Malfoy. I don't know why Tom is here, but the fact is, Dahlia Malfoy used some bad spell on him. And, at that moment, Dahlia Malfoy was so focused on Tom that she was completely distracted. If I missed this opportunity, I wouldn't be able to save Ginny. He's right. Just like that, I solved Dahlia Malfoy's case this year. It's shockingly simple. Ha ha ha. Harry, you're here. Wait. And thank you. Thank you. I saved you a lot of time and effort. Yo. As I walked towards Dahlia Malfoy, Tom spoke to me, and she glared at me, pointing her staff at me, not letting her guard down. Instead of the mocking smile he usually gave me, he gave a relieved smile, and I replied, feeling a little confused. Tom, why are you here? You're supposed to be from 50 years ago, right? Are you a ghost? No, it's not like that now. Thank you for your help. Thank you, Dahlia Malfoy. P. Potter, I don't know how you know him, but it's best not to get any closer to him. Harry, I'll borrow your wand. Dahlia Malfoy was about to say something, but Tom interrupted her and snatched her wand from my hand. Silencio, shut up. He cast a spell on Dahlia Malfoy. She was silent as if gagged. Brachiorbindus, armbind. Then she was bound by the spell he released. You must be quiet here, or I might tell Harry your secret. Even though she was tied up, she still glared at me, and I felt her eyes widen a little. I don't remember Ginny asking me about any part of your body. I mean, you've kept the secret of your body from everyone in school, and you threw your wand to Harry. When he did that, he should have moved again like before, but he didn't. Did he think Harry would find out if he did? Or Dumbledore was behind him? Well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, if you don't want to be exposed, just watch quietly from there. Now that Harry is here, he won't ask about you until everything is over. Tom, what do you mean? What secret does this guy have? No, Harry, I don't have time to tell you this. Besides, she's already incapacitated like this. She can't even speak now. I'm sure the basilisk is the same. He won't come unless I call him, and besides, don't you have something to do? As Tom said something to Dahlia Malfoy, I was about to ask him what he meant, but he cut me off and looked at Ginny, who was still lying on the ground. Yes, Ginny. I screamed and ran towards Ginny, who was lying at the foot of a wizard statue at the back of the room, a statue so large that when I looked up, its face was like an old monkey. Although I shook her knees and called her name, she never seemed to wake up. Ginny, you can't die. Ginny. I finally threw my staff aside, grabbed Ginny's shoulders tightly, and lifted her up. But Ginny's face was as pale and cold as marble. I shook Ginny's shoulders again, as she didn't seem to open her eyes at all. Ginny, please, wake up. Screaming desperately. Even if he could defeat Dahlia Malfoy, it would be meaningless if Ginny died. Please, you must live. I tried screaming again, hoping at the same time. The child won't wake. A low voice came from nearby. Before I realized it, Tom had approached me and picked up the staff I had thrown away. Tom looked down at me. What do you mean, you won't wake? He's alive. But barely. He'll die soon. How do you know? I really don't know what kind of person he is. However, despite Ginny's condition, he spoke calmly, and I shouted in frustration. Even if I was saved, I didn't want a stranger casually saying my friend's sister was going to die. But the answer that returned was, how do you know? Well, Harry, I am the heir of this chamber of secrets. Tom smiled as usual, saying there was no problem. He said something intolerable to me, as if he was speaking to me casually. The only sound in the silent chamber of secrets was my breathing. It was, this guy. This guy is the one who will kill my parents and many other wizards and muggles in the future. Fear, anger, hatred, sadness. With mixed emotions, all I could do was stare at Tom's face. But I was still a little reluctant, trying to open my mouth. Different. You can't be the greatest wizard. You're simply a murderer. That's what I wanted to say. But I couldn't. Because, ah ha ha ha. Suddenly, laughter echoed in the silent space. The source of the laughter was Dahlia Malfoy, who should have been suppressed by magic. When she laughed, she didn't have her usual expressionless face, nor was it the kind of smile I saw in the Forbidden Forest. She just laughed loudly, her expression tinged with sadness. Dahlia's perspective. This is ridiculous. I laughed from the bottom of my heart and cried from the bottom of my heart. Ah, what an interesting story. This guy is the Dark Lord, the man said to be the most terrifying dark wizard in the future. This is the true identity of the boy in front of me, the one who created me. This boy is the one who created me to be the leader of the Death Eaters. But he rejected me. You rejected me because I'm not human. Although this was my own creation. Although it was mixed with my own great blood. What a ridiculous and desperate story. Ah, I can't stop laughing. How foolish, how desperate. For something like this, I have no choice but to laugh. I have to laugh because my heart can never recover. If I think I'm a monster created by such a person, I truly lose the value of my own existence. The separation of soul and body is indeed troublesome. Perhaps this magic doesn't work on you. But Dahlia Malfoy, what's so interesting about my story? I don't know what my story is about. As Lord Voldemort, what resonated with you? No, the Dark Lord, humiliated to the point where his story was interrupted, opened his mouth and glared at me. Ah, I guess you haven't noticed yet. I smiled slightly and said to the boy who would become the Dark Lord in the future. When I stopped laughing, only helpless sadness remained in my heart. What's so funny? I'm sure it's interesting. You're a really interesting person, aren't you? You said I wasn't suitable for the House of Malfoy. Heh. You're talking nonsense. Was it you who chose to join the House of Malfoy? Hearing my words, the boy named Tom Riddle widened his eyes. He knew I wasn't human, and from my screams, he must have understood part of my secret, part of the truth about who I am. Who exactly created my existence? Harry Potter just looked at me with a bewildered expression, as if he didn't understand what I was saying. You have no way of understanding it. No, I have no way of doing that. A boy who has never touched darkness cannot understand the situation of this kind of monster. Who would have thought that I wasn't even human? I am a desperate and terrifying monster that only those immersed in darkness can understand. Not worthy of being a pureblood? I return that statement to you. The bloodline of Slytherin is greater than anything. Isn't it because you thought so that you created something like a monster? Yours. To make our power even stronger, the blood of a vampire and the blood of the Dark Lord flow within me. My father told me this when I was a child and first learned that vampire blood flowed within me. The Dark Lord said he created you with his own blood and the blood of a vampire, as one who stands above us Death Eaters. It was impossible for the Dark Lord, who revered pure-blood vampires, to easily place them above the Death Eaters, even though they were inherently subhuman. This is why he must have tried to convince himself that even subhuman vampires could stand above the Death Eaters by being mixed with his great Slytherin blood. Vampires, as subhumans, are inferior to us wizards. But more importantly, my Slytherin blood is excellent. So this monster, even with a trace of my Slytherin blood, can stand above the loyal Death Eaters. The Dark Lord probably thought the same thing. How about that? However, this guy, who knows nothing about me, didn't even notice my situation and even said I wasn't worthy of being pureblood. That's why I noticed it. This guy's pureblood status is just an excuse. It has no substance. It's just because they want to think they are special. It's just an excuse prepared for that purpose. If not, the moment you saw me, you would have known that the same blood flows in my veins. Overwhelmed with grief, I raised my voice, not realizing that the young man before me was the Dark Lord. Everything you've done is nothing but deceit. Didn't you say before that your father was a muggle? If you deny that, you've only tainted your mother's bloodline. For you, there's no such thing as faith. After all, what you're doing is what you're doing. Stupefy. Before I could finish speaking, a red light emanated from the Dark Lord. In my fading consciousness, I heard the Dark Lord's voice. It seems I have many questions for you too. I'll ask you slowly after I take care of Harry. I think you'd best remain silent. I stared at Dahlia Malfoy, who had just fallen to the floor, and averted my gaze from Tom, who was about to say it was disgusting. I don't know what she was talking about. Not suitable for pureblood? Did you create a monster? Her words were so disjointed that I couldn't understand what she was trying to say to Tom. But that's all I understood. Dahlia Malfoy was still hiding something. Although she wasn't the heir, she was still a dangerous person. But I don't have time to ask Tom about this now, because, now, no one can stand in your way this time. So, Harry, let me give you an answer. How did you escape from me? I'll tell you everything you know, so you can continue to do so for as long as possible. I can live. As time passed, Tom's blurry outline, pointing his wand at me, became clearer. There's no time left, I know, but both my wand and Dahlia Malfoy's wand are now in Tom's hand. I'm completely unarmed. What will you do? What should I do? Just as I desperately tried to find a way out of this situation, I opened my mouth, giving Tom an opportunity. I don't know why you lose your power when you attack me, but I know this much: the reason you can't kill me is because my mother protected me. Every time I opened my mouth, anger would surge in my heart. This guy is simply a murderer. This guy has taken many lives. My parents were among them. If I hadn't been killed by this guy, I might have grown up in a warmer family instead of with the Dursley family. Without him, I wouldn't have lost my family. I couldn't help but scream in anger at this person who took my family from me. You lost to my mother. You are not the pureblood you are so proud of. You lost to your muggle-born mother. I saw the real you last year. You were barely alive. You had degenerated into a human remnant. All you can do now is run and hide. You are so filthy. Are you a great human? The greatest wizard in this world is Dumbledore. You are at your peak now. You are no match for Dumbledore at all. And you are still running away from him. I finished, panting. Tom's handsome face twisted, but he forced a sinister smile. I see. You don't have any special powers after all. Harry, I was wondering, perhaps you possessed powers that I couldn't even feel. Because you and I are similar in some ways. You are a half-blood, an orphan, and were raised by muggles. Since you and I have so much in common, I thought you might have some abilities that could rival mine. But it seems I was wrong. After all, your salvation was just a coincidence. Just before your mother died, she cast a spell on you. Tom continued, his smile growing wider. He still held my wand in his hand. And Dumbledore is greater than me? I'm sorry to disappoint you, but Dumbledore lost to me, is just a memory. He's been banished and is no longer in this castle. Dumbledore didn't lose. He said he would leave Hogwarts without anyone loyal to him. Then I believe he will be back soon. It won't be as long as you think. Dumbledore hasn't gone far. Of course, I didn't believe this. This was just a wish of mine, because I wanted revenge on Riddle. I hope so. I hope things turn out that way. It's just a wish. But this will come true in an unexpected way. Suddenly, music came from somewhere. Riddle must have heard him too, and he looked around with a cold expression. The music gradually grew louder, and then suddenly, a crimson bird, engulfed in flames, appeared from the dome ceiling. The flying bird, with long golden tail feathers shimmering like peacock feathers, was definitely Fawkes, the phoenix I had seen before in the headmaster's office. This must be the reinforcements Dumbledore sent. Lucius's perspective. Teeth. Bailing. The sound of an inkwell shattering echoed in the quiet study. Ink splattered everywhere, staining the expensive carpet in the study. It was a very expensive carpet, passed down from my distant ancestors, but I couldn't worry about that now. I opened my eyes, only able to stare at the contents of the letter I had just opened. At first, I was simply annoyed by the sender's name on the letter. That old man. Although expelled, he still seemed immature, writing such a letter. Anyway, he must have just been begging for mercy. A letter to the principal seemed unsatisfied, just asking for reinstatement. I didn't think it was worth reading, but I thought it might be interesting to just look at the pitiful words, so I opened the letter. What was written was neither a request for reinstatement nor an apology to Dahlia. Dahlia Malfoy has disappeared in the Chamber of Secrets, along with Ginny Weasley. I want you to go to Professor McGonagall's room immediately. The content was written very simply. I just stared blankly at the words written in the letter. After a while, my heart finally began to understand the meaning and taste of the sentences and words, and as my understanding deepened, my heart began to become more confused. Disappeared in the Chamber of Secrets. I don't understand what this means. The sender of this letter might have meant something different when he said Dahlia disappeared, but I correctly understood Dahlia's current situation. Dahlia is not the heir. I understand this better than anyone, because I know the real heir. However, precisely because of this, I couldn't understand the meaning of Dahlia's kidnapping. Why would Dahlia disappear in the Chamber of Secrets with the sacrifice I chose? That child should have nothing to do with this. No, on the contrary, Dahlia is a member of the Malfoy family. He cannot be the target of the heir. Many things don't make sense. A letter written by an old man who shouldn't be principal anymore, and the content written inside means that Dahlia was kidnapped by the heir. My thoughts couldn't keep up with this incomprehensible situation. But one thing I understood. Dahlia's current situation is very bad. Whether this letter is true or false, Dahlia is definitely in a critical situation right now. What I need to do now is not worry. Anyway, I need to gather information. I can't judge Dahlia's situation based on this letter alone. It's annoying to follow the old man's orders, but now it seems there's no choice but to obey them. I tried to disappear to Hogwarts to speed things up, but I stopped. I remembered this wasn't the fastest way. It's impossible to disappear within Hogwarts. Even if it were possible, it would only be at the gate outside the vast grounds. From there, students would have to cross the grounds to reach the deputy headmaster's room. This is a waste of time. Dahlia might be in danger, so I don't have time to be complacent. After a moment of hesitation, I decided to use a method I wouldn't normally employ. As a great pureblood wizard, I was angry at the thought of borrowing help from such a humble, lowly creature, but it was indeed the fastest method. The pride of pureblood and Dahlia don't need to be compared as to which is more important. Dobby, come! Accompanied by my loud voice, a shattering sound echoed in the study. When I turned my gaze in that direction, I saw my house servant looking up at me with a terrified expression. Sir, please, please. Dobby, take me to Hogwarts immediately by disapparating. Your destination is the deputy headmaster's office. Even spending time with lower beings is a disgrace. Thinking this, I interrupted Dobby and slowly walked towards him, but, hello. He just squatted down as if startled, and didn't try to disapparate. Seeing his foolish reaction, I really wanted to kick him. Although Dahlia was in danger, how stupid this fool was. I impulsively wanted to kick Dobby, but soon I changed my mind. It's easy to lose my temper here. I kick this guy every day until Dahlia stopped me, but I can't do that. Dahlia doesn't like it, but most importantly, now is not the time to do it. Dobby, I'll only say this once, listen carefully, Dahlia has most likely been kidnapped by that heir. I suppressed the urge to distract myself and just told Dobby the simple truth. That's right. Dobby's expression, which had only been fearful before, now completely changed, becoming shocked. Of course, it's more likely that I'm wrong. Dahlia is a member of the House of Malfoy, and the heir has no reason to attack Dahlia. Besides, I am the heir. Well, this is irrelevant for now, I don't think so. Anyway, there's no doubt that Dahlia is in a dangerous situation right now. Since I received that old man's letter, I have to go to Hogwarts immediately. The rest is up to Dobby. No matter how stupid you are, you'll understand what I mean. Although he was a foolish creature, it was certain that he was loyal to Dahlia. Dobby's reaction to my words was very dramatic. Where had the terrified expression from before gone? Now it was a look of determination? Yes, immediately. He grabbed my sleeve and immediately performed disapparition. When I felt a pull in my stomach, I saw a stone corridor in front of me, with a wooden door at the end. This was definitely a corridor at Hogwarts. Let's go. I immediately started walking towards the door. I had wasted a few seconds on some worthless creature. I pushed open the door with all my might, feeling Dobby right behind me, and I half ran. I looked around in a panic and found 4 people in the room. One of them was Minerva McGonagall, the owner of this room. She looked at me with a somewhat troubled expression. There was also the Weasley family, whose reason for being summoned was probably the same as mine. The 2 of them must have foolishly thought that Dahlia had kidnapped the little girl, and they glared at me, as if they wanted to say something. But I didn't have time to worry about these useless people. I ignored the 3 of them and just stared at the other person standing in front of the fireplace. Oh, it seems Lucius has arrived too. I thought you would be early. Albus Dumbledore, the former principal who I had expelled, was staring at me, his eyes burning with anger. Riddle's perspective. Phoenix, is that the Sorting Hat? The bird that suddenly appeared was definitely Dumbledore's pet Phoenix. For a moment, I thought my worst fears had come true. Now I am just a memory. Unfortunately, even if I were to fight Dumbledore now, I would have no chance of winning. That's why I thought Dumbledore, who should have been banished for a while, had returned. Apparently, that was not the case. Even with the Phoenix's appearance, Dumbledore himself was nowhere to be seen. Instead, the Phoenix brought nothing more than the Sorting Hat. He. Ah ha ha ha. What? Both that bird and that hat were sent to you by Dumbledore. Harry, this must be very reassuring. This must be a true relief. Well, I must thank you for your help, he said, his voice filled with a strange power. Let me tell you, everything I wanted to ask you, I have already heard. Finally, as the boy who lived, let's see how far you can fight with the gifts from the greatest wizard you speak of. That old man must be very clever. I didn't expect that by only sending Harry a small bird and a hat, he could directly confront the horrors of the Chamber of Secrets. Dumbledore is no longer to be feared. He is just an old man. His glorious era is over. I turned around, feeling very pleased, and opened my mouth to face the statue of Sorlaser Slytherin. Slytherin. It is the strongest of the 4 houses of Hogwarts. Speak to me. More evidence that I am of Slytherin blood. I used Parseltongue, which only great wizards can master, to release the basilisk. From the gaping mouth of the stone statue, a monster that had been imprisoned in the Chamber of Secrets for many years crawled out. No matter how many times I see such a scene, I can't help but feel excited. A monster that can kill with a single glance. A tool created by Slytherin with wisdom to accomplish the greatest deeds in the world. Now it is completely under my control. After all, I am a special person. Who else besides me can control a true monster, the basilisk? Not even Dumbledore can do it. A truly great wizard, even surpassing Dumbledore. That is I, Lord Voldemort. Dumbledore is already very frail. Indeed, I once considered him an enemy I had to defeat, a wall I had to overcome. In fact, he always stood in my way. Everyone said Hagrid was the culprit, but he was the only one who saw through what I was doing. As an excellent student, my disguise was perfect. However, from the moment we met, he harbored suspicions about me, and when I used the monster to kill a female student, he finally stopped hiding his wariness towards me. To my frustration, he always looked at me as if he could see through the truth. What about that? All he's doing now is sending an old hat to a desperate Harry. Instead, he might still be mistaking different things for an heir. He gave Harry that hat to fight against Dahlia Malfoy. What you're doing is nothing but deceit. As I thought of Dahlia Malfoy, a clamor entered my ecstatic thoughts. This must be what Dahlia Malfoy said to me earlier. My mood was excellent for a moment, but as soon as I thought of something superfluous, my excitement faded. I glanced at the fallen basilisk, then quietly turned to the doll. This doll, Dahlia Malfoy, now lying miserably on the ground, is likely one I will create in the future, to strengthen my faction. Besides vampires, what else are they mixed with? Due to incoherence, I can only imagine now, but if my worst-case imagination is correct, there's a possibility that my blood is mixed with vampires. The future me is still me, after all. The thought process is exactly the same as mine. In that case, if I use vampire blood to create my subordinates, I will use my own blood to purify their impurities. Or, by contaminating my blood with vampire blood, I can create subordinates with special characteristics that cannot be matched by me. But if this is true, I would be disgraced. If my blood is in there, it is absolutely unsuitable for the House of Malfoy. The Slytherin blood in me is so great that nothing can tarnish it. Even if it is half Muggle-born, it will not fade. The blood must be that precious. However, I said Dahlia Malfoy was not worthy of being pureblood. These are definitely the words I wanted to say to myself. No, what are you thinking about? I forcibly cut off all thoughts that were about to lead to something fatal. First, my premise is different. I am a person, but that person was not originally human. That's it. I was about to think of something foolish. I am a great human, but that person isn't even human, let alone a subhuman. That's just a doll. Of course, a drop of my blood flows in him, and he presumably has the ability and qualification to lead my subordinates. But that's all. In the end, they are just pawns. A tool to let the world know my greatness. It's really embarrassing to compare him to me. I shook my head and turned to Harry Potter, a boy who escaped his future self twice. This is not because you are special like me. That boy, who survived by luck, now stood there with a look of terror. My irritable heart was filled with an even more sadistic feeling. Oh, poor you. Since you just escaped from me, you must experience this fear. He should have died as an infant. If he had, he wouldn't have to face the basilisk like this. He would have been able to die without fear or pain. So let's end this now. I will correct the mistake your mother made right now. With a sadistic feeling, I commanded the basilisk that had landed on the floor. Kill him. Harry, being a Parseltongue, probably understood what I was saying. Harry closed his eyes and started running in the opposite direction of the basilisk. Ha 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 ha. Harry, what happened to your power just now? It must have been Dumbledore's help. So don't run, go and fight the basilisk. Harry's incredible appearance made me laugh. After all, his survival was merely a coincidence. It's frustrating to think that my great work was tarnished by such a pathetic boy. But this will end soon. Harry will be unable to help the basilisk and will die in the Chamber of Secrets. Thinking this, I watched the basilisk about to extend its fangs towards Harry, and an incredible sight met my eyes. The beak of the phoenix, which I thought was useless, was stuck in the basilisk's eye. Terrifying screams echoed through the Chamber of Secrets. The basilisk thrashed in pain, black blood dripping from its eye. When I saw its tail swinging wildly and accidentally knocking the sorting hat into Harry's hand, I again raised my voice in annoyance. Don't bite the bird. What agreement do you have, that because your eyes are blinded, you cannot complete my command? You are a monster created by the great Slytherin. If you cannot see, then use your sense of smell. Quickly kill that boy. With this command, I shifted my gaze from the basilisk and refocused on Harry, who was crawling on the ground. Sure enough, the phoenix is a powerful helper. I don't know what Dumbledore was thinking when he sent that bird, but it certainly doesn't seem worthless. But that's all. The basilisk's eyes have been crushed, but its deadly venom remains. If Harry is bitten by that thing, he will surely die. Even if the phoenix can protect the eyes, there is no way to protect against the basilisk's fangs, because Harry is completely unarmed. I opened my eyes and looked at Harry. Impossible, that's impossible. I've never encountered anything like this before. Where did that come from? As I stared, Harry stood there, holding the sorting hat in one hand, and a sword radiating a dazzling light in the other. Harry was no longer so unarmed. Harry's perspective. This was a selfless act. Although my eyes were blind, there was no unease in my heart. The basilisk had a huge body and deadly venom. They were enough to kill me. I desperately put on the sorting hat and moved away from the basilisk, which was thrashing about in chaos. Dumbledore couldn't possibly do anything meaningless. Even Fawkes was fighting the basilisk. So this hat must have some meaning. I lowered the hat, hoping something would happen. and my wish would come true. Suddenly, the hat became very heavy. There was nothing inside it just now, but now there was definitely something in the hat. I immediately took off the hat and reached inside. There was definitely something long and thin in there. I pulled out everything I touched in one breath. This was the weapon Dumbledore sent me, and it would surely defeat the basilisk. This idea was correct. What came out was a sword, and it wasn't just any sword. A silver sword, radiating a dazzling light. The hilt of this sword was inlaid with an egg-sized red philosopher's stone, emitting a mysterious light and power, bringing courage to the user. With this sword, you might be able to defeat the basilisk. The sword gave me courage, and I stood up, ready. In front of me, a basilisk, slightly calmed, raised its side-like neck. Come if you want to. I will not run or hide now. As I made up my mind and picked up the sword, the basilisk attacked me with its gaping maw. A huge mouth that could easily swallow a person approached me. I thrust the sword in my hand into its mouth. I could feel something being inserted into my hand. When I turned my gaze, the sword I had raised high was deeply embedded in the basilisk's upper jaw. Gah! The basilisk's scream rang out again. It pierced through its upper jaw. This was clearly a fatal wound. Dumbledore was right after all. This sword could even defeat the basilisk. The next moment, I was certain of victory. Bizuyuri. I felt a sharp pain above my elbow. When I turned my eyes, I saw a basilisk's fang deeply embedded in my arm. Without a doubt, that was the basilisk's venomous fang, containing deadly poison. I did defeat the basilisk, but I ultimately failed to emerge unscathed. The basilisk fell, leaving only its broken fang in my arm. Gaga. The basilisk lay trembling on the floor, and I placed the sword beside it, pulling out the fang embedded in me. My whole body was hot. Perhaps the poison was circulating throughout his body, and his consciousness gradually faded. Although I could have defeated the basilisk, I failed to save Ginny. As I lay on my chest with a mix of satisfaction and regret, I saw some faint red. Fawkes. This must be Fawkes, sent by Dumbledore. I saw Fawkes crying in my blurry vision. Fawkes, I'm sorry. Even though you tried so hard, Harry, you did very well. I didn't expect you to defeat that basilisk. By chance, you did very well. But now it's all over. The great Lord Voldemort. Although you were able to escape, it's finally over. In fact, it's been too long. You lived for 12 years, only to die so painfully. You die hating your worthless mother. You should go. I will witness your last moments here. A very unpleasant voice interrupted my conversation with Fawkes. When I turned my eyes, I saw Tom sitting in front of me, a smile on his face. I guess I must have lost to such a person. Ginny, I'm sorry. I couldn't save you from this guy. As I thought of this, I tried to close my eyes, feeling weaker and more painful, but I opened them instead. The pain disappeared. Instead, my consciousness became clearer. When I looked around, my vision was very clear. He was about to die just now. What on earth happened? Considering this, I tried to check the wound pierced by the fang and found that the wound had disappeared. Get out of the way. Bird. I heard Tom's annoyed voice. I pointed my wand at Fawkes and cast a spell. Tom mumbled under his breath, looking at Fawkes with disgust, and Fawkes dodged the spell and flew up. I forgot. Yes, Phoenix tears have healing power. I didn't expect them to also cure basilisk venom. Damn it. This is what you did to me. Tom's expression twisted with frustration, then he stared at my face and continued. But the result is the same. I will kill myself, not the basilisk. Just as I thought he was shouting, Tom tried to swing his wand down. However, this attempt ended in failure. I thought Fawkes had flown somewhere, but he threw something in front of me. What landed at my feet was Tom's diary. I didn't hesitate. As if it were the most natural thing, I grabbed the basilisk's fang and plunged it into the diary. The effect was very significant. When the fang pierced the diary, Tom let out a deafening scream. Ink spewed from the diary, staining part of the floor black. Simultaneously, Tom writhed, agonized, shrieked, and then vanished. All that remained was the basilisk, still emitting faint sounds of pain, myself, barely breathing, and Ginny and Dahlia Malfoy, still lying on the floor. Dahlia's perspective. Ginny, you're awake. This was the first thing I heard upon waking. If I recall correctly, I was hit with a stunning spell by the Nair. As I opened my eyes, trying to understand my surroundings, I heard a different voice than before. Harry, oh, I wanted to tell you so many times, but every time, I thought I might get expelled. I just couldn't bring myself to say it. I did everything. I did, but I didn't mean to. Tom made me do it all. Tom possessed me so. I know, Ginny, I know everything. It's all right. I'm sure Ginny didn't do anything wrong. Apparently, things had changed while I was asleep. Since the Dark Lord / King's voice hadn't been heard for a long time, and the story was told so casually, it was highly likely that the Dark Lord had been defeated by Harry Potter. Earlier, the only voices I could hear were Potter's and the youngest Weasley's daughter. If I looked closely, I could see my wand lying right beside me. He was truly a foolish person. I didn't even need to do anything to lose to this boy. The thought that such a person created me truly disgusted me. He constantly flaunted his Slytherin heritage, for reality, to escape, but I didn't need that. All I wanted was Malfoy blood. Well, now that the Dark Lord had been defeated, I couldn't pretend to be asleep forever. With that thought, I gently tried to get up. It's all right, Ginny, look, that's all for Tom. He destroyed the diary, and the plan would change quickly. Potter's tone was enthusiastic, saying things I absolutely could not accept. And the basilisk. Thanks to this sword Dumbledore sent me, I was able to defeat the basilisk. So now, Paralyse. I immediately jumped to a nearby wand and awakened Potter, who widened his eyes, surprised to find me awake. Harry, Dahlia Malfoy, you fool. I silenced the redhead who had been trying to say something, then quickly looked around for answers. And it was quickly found. Because it had a massive body, a poisonous bright green body. Its body was as thick as an oak, so huge that I didn't even need to look for it. However, his body was not as strong as when I last saw him. The body that had been crawling forcefully on the ground was now lying helplessly. The basilisk was clearly dying. I ran quickly towards the basilisk, shouting, "Basilisk, are you still alive? Please respond." I spoke to the basilisk that had just been lying there. I didn't want him to die. I hadn't gotten an answer yet. "I've been looking for you. Death is not an acceptable end." My initial purpose was not to be an insignificant heir. What I had been looking for was this monster, like me. So please, give me an answer. Tell me who you are. No, who I am. My wish will come true. Who is it? Oh, how dare you speak to me in Parseltongue? Alive. Good. If so, please tell me before I die. Do you have an urge to kill? Why is that? Is it something from instinct? Or does it stem from reason? You and I, we are both created beings. So, you should understand. What is a monster? The meaning of our birth. What kind of existence are we? By talking to someone like me, I can better understand myself. Who am I? Is it safe to be with my family? This is what I have always hoped for. A monster like me. The chance to talk to such a person. It happened. I was finally able to talk to the basilisk I had been looking for, but all I got was the chance to speak. Because, little girl, what on earth are you talking about? An urge to kill? That kind of thing. His answer was too cruel for me. I don't. My eyes widened slightly when I saw a crimson bird circling high above me, a place I wouldn't have noticed unless I looked up. Draco, I'm going to see Dahlia. In the common room filled with chatter, I quietly stood up and told Draco. I had been waiting. Wait, keep waiting. I just waited absent-mindedly for Dahlia to return. I could only hope that Dahlia would feel calm again. Isn't that just doing nothing? Do you have student eyes? Is there a teacher supervising? Is Dumbledore vigilant? That was just an excuse. Dahlia was in pain. With no one around, Dahlia bowed her head alone under everyone's gaze. Even so, I shouldn't have been allowed to do nothing. I couldn't forgive it. I couldn't forgive him. I should have been smarter. Whatever I did with my hands, however much I was hated, I should have acted first. Yet all I did was wait for Dahlia. And so Dahlia disappeared, kidnapped in the worst possible way by the heir of the Chamber of Secrets. I just couldn't act. There was no time left. I couldn't even worry anymore. This time I had to act. To save Dahlia, this time I had to do whatever it took. This wasn't always a good thing, but the vigilant eyes of students, teachers, and Dumbledore were no longer on Dahlia. Dahlia had been taken to a place where those things couldn't reach her. Of course, I knew there were many other problems. But Dahlia and I no longer had the luxury of worrying about such things. Don't know where the Chamber of Secrets is? That's no excuse. If you don't know, look everywhere in the school. Why do I have 2 legs? Even if my legs are torn off, I will find the Chamber of Secrets and show it to you. Is there a legendary monster in the room? The basilisk said to kill with a single glance. That's all right. No matter how dangerous these creatures are, as long as Dahlia is there, I must go. Even if I die, I will not leave Dahlia alone. Not only is there the basilisk, but also an unknown heir. That's no excuse. In fact, there are some things I wish I had. It seems he was hiding behind Dahlia anyway. Dahlia couldn't possibly lose, and I wouldn't let such a person get away unscathed. He tried to blame Dahlia. I will make sure you receive your reward. With such determination, I bid farewell to Draco. This might be the last time we see Draco. The chances of successfully reaching the Chamber of Secrets were extremely low. But more importantly, even if I could reach the Chamber of Secrets, my chances of returning were slim. That's why I couldn't take Draco with me. It was enough for me to go find Dahlia. However, my feelings didn't seem to convey to Draco. Draco received my statement and simply nodded. I see. Yes. What do I want to do waiting here? Should I go to Dahlia? With that, he stood up, ready to leave the common room. It seemed Draco also intended to follow. I quickly stopped Draco. Wait, Draco. Draco, stay here. What are you saying? Draco turned to me, his eyes burning with anger. I'm Dahlia's brother. If I don't go, who will? I. That's why, Draco. You are Dahlia's brother. That's why you shouldn't go. I interrupted Draco's scream and simply told him the truth. As Dahlia's brother, you are the most watched person in this school besides Dahlia. Although everyone says Dahlia was kidnapped, you still seem to think Dahlia is the heir. How foolish. I looked at the people around me, who were all discussing for a while, then continued. If you leave here now, the teachers will do everything to find us, and we will immediately meet up with the heir Dahlia. Don't worry about this. If so, our chances of reaching the already low Chamber of Secrets will be even lower. That's why Draco stays here. I was sure the teachers were still patrolling the castle. If it was strengthened, it would be troublesome. But Draco still didn't believe it. But still, I am Dahlia's brother. When Dahlia is suffering, when Dahlia is in danger, I can't just stand by. Right? Draco mumbled, clenching his fists tightly. He probably understood rationally. What did leaving here mean to me? If I left here, the already low possibility would become zero. But even so, Draco still loved his family. The feeling of wanting to act for Dahlia was so strong that it couldn't be suppressed by logic. That's why I said this in a very cold tone. Otherwise, Draco would never give up, because there was no chance to save Dahlia. Draco, I'm sorry, but waiting here is the only thing you can do. When you come, your legs, arms, and feet will be affected. Not only will the teachers remain highly vigilant, even if you can reach the Chamber of Secrets, you can't do anything. In fact, you are just an obstacle. You can't even deal with pixies, so you can't deal with the basilisk, right? I knew what I was saying was extremely contradictory, and what I was saying was extremely cruel. Dealing with the basilisk, even I couldn't do that. The monster in the Chamber of Secrets that Granger discovered. I heard that the basilisk is a monster that can kill with a single glance. Among all the students, Dahlia is probably the only one who can handle this kind of thing. It's foolish for someone like me to deal with them. He might be stronger than Draco, but in front of the basilisk, the difference between the two doesn't mean much. He's just another helpless person. It only takes 1 to 2 seconds to kill. Nevertheless, I forced Draco to wait. Even Draco must have thought he was tired of waiting. I wasn't going to be defeated by my feelings for Dahlia, but Draco was still Dahlia's brother. I couldn't bear to be the only one left. I couldn't take it anymore, but I still couldn't take Draco with me. I was going to pick up Dahlia. To increase even a small possibility, I had no choice. My tone softened slightly, and I continued, Draco staring at me with tears in his eyes. Since it's about Dahlia, I don't think the basilisk will take care of her just because she was kidnapped, right? When I reach the Chamber of Secrets, I will have already defeated the basilisk, because it's about Dahlia. But what if Dahlia is still fighting? What if you, her brother, are present when Dahlia fights? You'll definitely be in trouble. Dahlia will never abandon you, but I'm different. In an emergency, Dahlia will abandon her. If it's me, she will abandon her too. So I don't have to be Dahlia's obstacle. So Draco, please stay here. I want you to play the important role of welcoming Dahlia here. After listening to my words, mixed with some lies, Draco stared at me regretfully for a while, but then he collapsed onto the sofa, feeling a little weak. Draco didn't wipe away his tears, looked up at the uneven ceiling of the common room, and began to speak. You're a terrible person. You can't make me, my brother, wait here for Dahlia. You're a cruel, cunning person. But more importantly, I'm truly a pathetic person, I think. Chapter 108, A Gentle Monster. Draco continued speaking, his expression twisted with frustration. Most of what you said is true. Just as you said, even if I go, there's nothing I can do. In fact, I would even be an obstacle if I don't admit that. In that case, I just have to admit it. If only I had more power, I could be of more help to Dahlia. If only I had that power. Just as he was about to shout this, Draco slammed his fist onto the desk so hard that it bled. The surrounding students glanced at me but quickly averted their gaze. I didn't want to get involved in the anger of the heir's relative. I guess that's what you wanted to say. Draco sighed deeply, pounded his fist, and spoke softly to me. Go. I'll draw the attention of the professors here. That's the only thing I, as her older brother, can do. But don't you dare forget, you must bring Dahlia back. My waiting here is your doing. Yes, I am doing this at your command, so I will never forgive your failure. You must bring Dahlia back. If you fail to do so, I will never forgive you. I just nodded, and Draco glared at me with bloodshot eyes. Words were unnecessary. Of course, this was also my intention. Not only would Draco never forgive me for failing to bring Dahlia back, but I would never forgive myself either. I nodded and immediately headed toward the exit of the common room. Although it was only to persuade Draco, it took a lot of time. I couldn't waste any more time. For Dahlia, and for Draco, who agreed to wait here. Then, naturally, you are truly a cunning person. If it were you, could you abandon Dahlia? Take a break, idiot. Dahlia would never abandon you, and you should know that. You really are cunning. He deserves to be a Slytherin. I ignored Draco's whisper behind me and quietly left the common room. This happened just minutes ago, and I happened to find a group of 4 who must know something about the Chamber of Secrets. I had no choice. Dahlia's perspective. What are you talking about? Please stop joking around at a time like this. Facing the basilisk's gasping words, I began to speak in a whisper. You don't have the urge? That can't be true, can it? You and I are both monsters created to kill. If that's the case, there's no way I could possess something that you don't. This is how we were created. He belongs to Soleil's a Slytherin, and I, presumably, belong to the Dark Lord who came here not long ago. We are beings they created, whose sole purpose is to kill those who stand in our way. Then there should be no difference. No, that shouldn't be the case. Well, don't hesitate, answer me. Who exactly are you? Is that it? How exactly have you lived until now with this same helpless urge as me? I looked up and asked. Since a moment ago, the basilisk's breathing had gradually become shallower. There was no time left. I really needed to get the answer before the basilisk died. From what he told me, I had to understand what I was. Furthermore, he might know a way to suppress this desperate desire to kill. I looked expectantly at the dying basilisk. Hurry, tell me the answer. Please put my mind at ease as soon as possible. These feelings of despair and fear that we have are absolutely not our fault. Even monsters like us can spend time with the people we love. With that thought, I rushed toward the dying basilisk, and it turned. The basilisk gasped out words, as if they were being squeezed out, barely able to do so. But this was also completely different from what I expected. What exactly did I think about while I was alive? Is that what you parcel tongue speakers are asking? Don't be silly. Because of your parcel tongue, I have never truly lived. His words were clearly full of anger. I have always been sleeping. Since the moment I was born for Slytherin, I have only been woken up once, and even that was momentary. Immediately, he started speaking to me again, using things like parcel tongue. His angry voice continued, and I just listened quietly. I was enchanted. Parcel tongue is supposed to be just us being able to talk to snakes, but I am different. Since birth, I have been forced to obey the commands of those with Slytherin blood. I was so overwhelmed by this fact that I fell into distress. His intent to kill was not his own. I lost the will to stand and could only kneel on the ground. Even so, the basilisk's words did not stop. Although he might have suffered a fatal injury, he still forced himself to utter the words. Because that is what I ordered. I don't have a drop of Malfoy blood in me, only Slytherin blood and vampire blood. This clearly indicated that his words were true. He continued speaking painfully. So I never thought of killing anyone. All I felt was a helpless hunger and a sense of duty, responsibility, and obligation to kill the person I was ordered to kill. The urge to kill? There was no such thing for me. Following the sense of duty you instilled in me, I just saw what I was told to see. The moment I saw it, you humans just died on your own. There was nothing interesting or anything about it. You even decided I was a parcel-tongued speaker just because I could see things. Having finished speaking, the basilisk coughed up blood, and his breathing became heavy again. His lifespan was likely shortened even further by being forced to speak. His breathing was heavier and quieter than before. Clearly, his days were numbered. But I no longer had the luxury of worrying about this, because I had the answer. The desperate and cruel answer was, I am just a monster. I had a premonition. I truly felt this way. It would be a lie to say I never considered this possibility when I was searching for the basilisk, but I couldn't admit it. I didn't want to admit it. That is why I desperately sought the basilisk. to feel reassured as quickly as possible by getting the answer. If I didn't do this, I would hate myself even more. I had known the legend for a long time. The horror of the Chamber of Secrets. When the heirs opened the Chamber of Secrets, they used it to drive out students unsuitable for Hogwarts, namely, Muggle-born children. When I learned this was about the fearsome basilisk, I became suspicious. Why would a monster called a basilisk adhere to such human values? If the basilisk was a monster that truly enjoyed killing, then it should have killed every student there, not just called them Muggle-born. What kind of students were in the school shouldn't matter to the basilisk. Even assuming they were locked in the secret room, the room itself was still open this year. In fact, there was one time I could hear his voice everywhere. Although he could attack anyone, he stubbornly only attacked the Muggle-born. This year, his only human victims were Muggle-born people, although there were also some non-humans among them, ghosts, cats, and me. This fact gave me hope. If the basilisk was created to drive out the Muggle-born, then using a basilisk that could even attack pureblood students would be too dangerous. So Sorlaser Slytherin likely had a way to suppress the basilisk's killing tendencies. Slytherin might have some method of controlling the basilisk, or perhaps they had the ability to control themselves. Considering this, I had always turned a blind eye to the possibility that basilisk had the answer. By meeting the basilisk, I would finally be able to get the answer. This is what I tried to think honestly. I tried to stick to the simplest method and the most imaginative idea, and I was betrayed by the truth. My naive hope was shattered by the cruel reality. Indeed, the basilisk had been controlled. However, the premise was different. The basilisk was not originally a monster that would attempt to kill anyone. He was merely a giant snake that could kill a person with a single glance. Unlike me, he was not a monster that enjoyed killing. Killing was neither his instinct nor his will. What? I stared at the damp floor, hearing the basilisk's heavy breathing, thinking this in my heart. I am a monster born to kill, and I enjoy killing. That is because my existence was created this way by the Dark Lord. I always believed that all created monsters should be like this. So when I learned of the basilisk's existence, I held great hope. I wasn't the only one in this world with this helpless urge. I wasn't alone. This is what I tried to think. But the situation was different. I am the only monster in this world, and the basilisk is not a monster. I am the world's lonely monster. Moreover, this was not the only truth revealed by his words. It was even possible that I had a more serious misunderstanding about the basilisk. Why exactly do I find killing interesting? The reason I want to kill might not be because of the Dark Lord. I always believed that. We absolutely do not have these terrible feelings. It is just because it was created this way. It is because the Creator made us terrifying. Even so, perhaps we could control these terrible emotions. Somewhere inside me, I believed I could exist for the people I cared about, not according to the Creator's will, but according to my own will. But even though the basilisk was created for the same purpose as me, he did not have the terrible urge that I did. Even though he, like me, was born to kill. This fact could only lead to one answer. The reason I am so terrifying is not because the Dark Lord created me this way, but because I myself was such a monster from the very beginning. The Dark Lord only created my body. The Dark Lord had nothing to do with it. The reason I have such a terrible heart is because that is what my soul is like. In other words, the reason I am so afraid is that it is no one's fault, it is only my fault, my own fault, my very own fault. A sob naturally escaped. My chest hurt. My heart felt like it was about to burst, and I knelt on the ground, clutching my chest. I don't like it. I don't like it. Why is this happening? I can't even do anything anymore. Why is this happening? I just hope to see the basilisk, that's what I thought. I could get the answer. But I can't even be with the people I love, because someone made me this way. There is no such thing. What scares me is that I was that person from the beginning. If that was the case, I didn't want to know in the first place. I wasn't looking for such a helpless answer. I just wanted to be with the people I cared about. I shouldn't have wanted anything else. However, what I learned, was only that I was an absolutely terrifying creature. I just let out silent sobs, the grief surging in my chest. Then suddenly, too noisy, little girl, be quiet for the last time. A voice came from beside me. It belonged to the basilisk, whose breath had become like that of an insect. His 2 eyes were crushed, blood dripped from his head and mouth, and his throat seemed pierced, yet he was now gathering his last strength to speak. At least spend your last moments quietly, to be freed from a life of bondage, just for this last moment. I feel good now, so you should shut up. You disgusting Slytherin human voices. Can you still hear their voices in the end? I quietly looked at the basilisk. This must be very painful. This must be very painful. He had an antagonistic attitude towards someone with Slytherin blood like me, but I could tell he didn't have much time left. He coughed up blood occasionally. Looking closely, I could see various parts of his body convulsing as if enduring pain. I agree. Considering your life up until now, you probably don't want to hear my voice. Unlike me, you don't seem like a monster. I guess you want to die peacefully in your last moments. I silently stood up and asked, forcefully suppressing the sadness deep in my heart. No matter how much I didn't want the answer, despite the pain, he answered me. 1,000 years had passed since Slytherin locked the basilisk in his room. According to him, he had spent almost his entire life in this room. He probably spent all day aimlessly waiting for his heir, without having to do anything, make wishes, or do anything at all. But I still forced him to answer. It must have been painful, yet he still gave me the answer. A cruel answer that offered no help. I called out to the basilisk out of pure goodwill, kindness, and sincerity. It's painful, isn't it? Can I make it easier for you? When I slowly raised my pitch-black staff, the basilisk immediately responded. Her voice was filled with anger towards me, but also with desperate joy. Rejected. My life until now has only been forced upon me by you all at the last moment. I will decide for myself. No matter how painful, I am definitely still alive right now. After saying this, he fell silent again. Perhaps he finally ran out of time to speak, but that might not be the only reason. He stopped speaking, to enjoy even a fleeting moment of freedom that was given to us. He was only allowed to live freely until the moment of his death. Understanding him, I irresponsibly thought, at least he and I are the same. Eventually, despite such a fatal wound, he died after a while. His vitality, which could have lasted 1,000 years, presumably prolonged his suffering. I'm sure he was happy, but I don't know if that's a good thing. All I could do was listen as their breathing grew fainter and fainter. I may be good at killing, but I cannot heal creatures that are clearly fatally wounded. And so, the basilisk, a legendary figure of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry for 1,000 years, died. Indeed, when I received news of his death, I felt deep regret for killing him. Only Potter and the youngest Weasley daughter remained in the room, lying on the floor, and just the corpse of a basilisk. The only one standing was me, this monster. For example, a library illuminated by moonlight. As I read under the moonlight, Mother spoke to me kindly. Mother always invited me to gatherings with her loving family. For example, a train station platform where people gather. Father gently stroked me when I felt sad about being separated. My father, who was once sweet to me, was still sweet to me, and he gently caressed me when I was held in my mother's arms. For example, a snow-covered garden. When I learned about my background, my brother kindly comforted me when I felt down. My brother was always by my side when I was hurt. When I closed my eyes, countless scenes that had once happened flashed through my mind. Although they were random, they were truly irreplaceable. I thought they were a wonderful family. Mother's smile was elegant. Father's smile was somewhat insincere. And my brother, who resembled my father, but whose smile somehow reminded me of my mother's gentle smile. The daily life of the Malfoy family was pleasant and a beautiful sight. I can absolutely say this. The House of Malfoy is the greatest family in the world. There is no kinder or more beautiful family than the Malfoy family. However, the beautiful scenery of daily life was hopelessly defiled by my existence. Although it was so beautiful, the countless memories once cherished in my heart now seemed terrifying and filthy. The daily life of a beautiful family. Among them, a terrifying monster had infiltrated. A monster with a human appearance but a non-human soul. A monster that seemed to enjoy horrific acts of murder, disguised as a human, blended into a beautiful family. I was so happy it felt like a lie. Even though he knew my body was a monster, he still loved me. Even though we weren't related by blood, he said I could be a member of the House of Malfoy. Not only my body, but even my mind was a monster. So now I can't go back to my family, to the people I care about. No, don't go home. No matter how much I love my family, I am just a monster. I cannot bring my heart, my desires, my urge to kill someone, my monstrous self, the desires of things, closer to the people I care about. The hope I placed in the basilisk was nothing more than a fantasy. No one in this world could save me from the beginning. I have nowhere left to belong. Knowing that the hope I had always held was just a delusion, I stared blankly at the basilisk's corpse and muttered to myself. Of course, no matter how I looked, there was no response. He finally gained his freedom, and died with that fleeting freedom in his heart. Even if I responded, I would never get the answer I wanted. He was just a basilisk, not a monster like me. I am the only monster in this world. I don't want to do anything. Nothing matters anymore. If I can't live with the Malfoy family or be loved by them, I see no value in life. The dreamlike happy days became extremely distant, and all that was left for me, this monster, was lost emptiness and sadness. What do we do now? I immediately laughed at my own foolish self-talk. Although these words came out of my mouth, I had already made up my mind. Even if I didn't have the energy to do anything, I knew what I had to do. If I can't be with the Malfoy family, there's no meaning in my life. Although the Dark Lord created me, this life belongs to the House of Malfoy. So, to protect my family from the monster, I gently pointed my staff at my own head. If I want to kill, I will fulfill that wish, before I harm the House of Malfoy. That wonderful family doesn't need such a monster. Could that beautiful scenery be further defiled? No fear. No need to hesitate. I also know what to do. This is very good. I thought of the smiles of the people I cared about, which would remain in my memory. I don't think this is particularly fun when you're trying to commit suicide. After all, maybe it's because I'm not human. Thinking of such a useless thing, I tried to cast the spell, I like. But, Dahlia, hearing a voice that shouldn't be heard in this place, I couldn't help but turn around. Sure enough, the person I was expecting was standing there, the girl who was about to become important to me, Dahlia Greengrass. Because of this sudden event, I couldn't help but look into those eyes I had avoided for so long, for example, a library lined with bookshelves. When I suddenly looked up from my book, I found her looking up at me too. We exchanged glances and smiled at each other, somehow finding it amusing. When I thought about it, her gaze was always friendly and warm, even though it was a bad thing. Because I had nothing but secrets, I couldn't let her care about me. However, unknowingly, I had already fallen in love with her kind gaze. Even now, she was still screaming and looking at me with the expression I liked. In those eyes, there was not a trace of the fear I had always worried about for myself. Dahlia, I've come for you. Let's go home together. Dahlia's perspective. Finding the four of them was truly just a coincidence. It was good to jump out of the common room, but there was no particular expectation for the Chamber of Secrets. As I walked along the third-floor corridor, carefully avoiding being discovered by any teachers who might be patrolling, I felt I was going to the first crime scene, rather than trying to catch them when I found them. They, like me, should not be here at all right now. Potter, Weasley. Also, for some reason, there was an incompetent professor walking around with Potter holding a staff. And then Hermione Granger brilliantly discovered the monster's true identity. When the four clearly unusual-looking people appeared in my sight, I immediately hid in the shadows and watched them. In this situation, in this place, I encountered some people whose behavior was clearly very strange. It showed more clearly than merely watching the fire that he knew something about the Chamber of Secrets. I think I'm really lucky. Watching the four of us rush into the girls' bathroom, I muttered. If that group had been a trio without Granger, I would have left this place without any particular thoughts. It would have been impossible for Potter or Weasley to find the location of the Chamber of Secrets, let alone an incompetent professor. But they had Granger now. This was the story of Granger, who discovered the monster's true identity was a basilisk. Setting aside the fact that she unknowingly pushed Dahlia into a desperate situation, there was no doubt that she had the ability to easily discover the location of the Chamber of Secrets. My prediction was correct. When the grumbling stopped, I rushed into the bathroom, and the first thing I saw was a hole large enough for an adult to crawl through. The faucet that should have been there was gone, and a hole that shouldn't have been there appeared before me. Without a doubt, this hole was the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. In this situation, I could only take one action. I don't know what kind of scene is unfolding below. Since they are gone, Granger and the others must have all gone down there. It would be great if they could leave safely, but it's very likely they won't. There's a basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. It's even possible they've already been eaten, and I'm about to go down there, but that doesn't matter. I jumped into the unnatural hole in the toilet without hesitation. I'm not waiting any longer. At the end of the long tunnel, a dark and damp space unfolded. Because the exit was suddenly in the way, I couldn't react in time and ended up falling to the ground. Thud! A very loud sound echoed around me. I quickly pointed my staff around, being careful at the same time. This can no longer be called a safe zone. Not only is there a basilisk here, but there might also be four people who came down before me. However, it seems my worries were unfounded. I looked around and saw neither the basilisk nor the four idiots. I sighed in relief, lowered my staff, and began to walk forward, carefully not to leave any footsteps. I know I shouldn't be impatient, but I don't want to leave Dahlia alone anymore. With such an impatient heart, I tried to move forward as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. My journey didn't last long. Dawn. A moment later, a sudden roar echoed in the pitch-black tunnel, followed by the sound of collapsing rocks. And, wait, I'll break the rocks with a spell. Hermione Granger's voice came from beyond the darkness. I quietly hid in the darkness and watched them. I'm going first. You two wait there with Lockhart. If he doesn't come back in an hour, you two go back. No, we'll be right there. Please, Harry, wait there for a moment. It seems, just as he suspected Dahlia, he is now staging some worthless drama. Instead of listening to nonsense, I focused on understanding the current situation. I found that they seemed to have been separated by the collapse of the tunnel. Harry Potter was on the other side of the rocks. He was the only one who could continue, while Granger, Weasley, and these incompetent people, and I, seemed unable to continue. I desperately suppressed the urge to stick out my tongue while desperately thinking about what I should do. Should I jump out now and repel the rocks blocking the tunnel? No, that's not possible. First of all, these idiots are likely still thinking Dahlia is their heir. In that case, I can easily imagine that even if Dahlia's friends and I jumped out now, things wouldn't go in the right direction. I don't know what Granger is thinking, but she's not the only one here. We want to minimize the risk as much as possible. So what should I do? There's only one answer. Fortunately, Granger was on my side. Unfortunately, she was better than me. She was able to move the stones blocking the way faster than me. If only I or she could do this job, then if she did it, Dahlia would be reached faster. Since that's the case, instead of incapacitating the girls here, having Granger move the stones is the most effective, efficient, and targeted method. After reaching this conclusion, I looked at Granger and the others with my staff. Granger was frantically waving her staff, and by his side, he was leading two incompetent people. I just continued to patiently watch them play with each other. After a while, the time came. You did it, Hermione. Now we can go rescue Ginny too. I was wondering what we would do when this idiot did it, but you're a genius after all. Weasley's cheers echoed around them. It was dark, and I couldn't see clearly from here, but Granger must have pushed the stones away. Now, the only obstacles between Dahlia and me were Potter and the three animals in front of me. Since that's the case, I have to start acting again. I first pointed my staff at Granger. Weasley's wand was broken, so he had no ability to fight back. If that were truly the case, then there would only be one person to target first. Thank you, Ron, but now is not the time. Now, leave that idiot alone. Good job. As Granger turned, my magic hit her in the face. She slowly lost consciousness, a shocked expression on her face. It's not like I have no guilt at all. And indeed, unlike those two idiots, she was very likely the only one who didn't suspect Dahlia. Even considering everything she had done so far, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty about eliminating her without asking any questions. But in the end, I did it without hesitation, because it was necessary to protect Dahlia's secret. I couldn't let her hear my conversation with Dahlia earlier. Did Granger, who pushed Dahlia to the brink, have the right to know Dahlia's secret? When I cast the spell on Granger, Weasley also noticed my presence. He pointed his broken wand at me. Dahlia Greengrass, why are you here? Are you really one of Dahlia Malfoy's friends? Sure enough, I said something stupid. Sure enough, he still seemed to have a foolish misunderstanding that Dahlia was the heir. Full of wrong perceptions. He thought the only correct thing was, friend, isn't it obvious? The truth is, I am Dahlia's companion. I will never betray Dahlia. I am not like you. I don't doubt Dahlia. I knocked out Weasley, who was still trying to shout something, and cast spell after spell on the incompetent person. Spells suitable for the incompetent, unlike stunning spells. Petrificus Totalus. Turn to stone. I cast a spell on this incompetent person, who, for some reason, was acting very strangely in this situation, perhaps because his head had become so ridiculous. This spell allows you to remain conscious even if you cannot move. Would this guy, who hurt Dahlia so deeply, easily let go of his consciousness? In this darkness, you don't know what will appear. Don't move, just tremble in fear. Actually, I really wanted to kill him, but Draco also wanted to punish this guy, so I couldn't kill him here. Finally, I kicked the incompetent person's face with all my strength, and then, as if I had finished my business, I walked forward, my eyes fixed only on what was ahead. Because of these idiots, I wasted a lot of time. I must move on. The three of them have now been eliminated, but Harry Potter is still ahead. I'm talking about that idiot, who only wastes energy acting. It's not hard to imagine that she is becoming an obstacle for Dahlia. We need to eliminate that idiot as soon as possible. Continuing forward, through the winding tunnel, I want to reach Dahlia as soon as possible. That is what I hope for. The only obstacles besides the basilisk and that air were Potter. Unable to worry about these things, they continued to run without worrying about the noise they made. So I quickly did it. After many turns, there was a wall that had unnaturally cracked open. On the other side of the cracked wall was a vast space, incomparable to the tunnels they had passed through before. This was definitely a chamber of secrets. I took a deep breath and walked in. At the end of the tunnel, a vast space appeared in the darkness, lined with pillars carved with snakes. I walked forward, pricking up my ears for Dahlia's voice and squinting to see if I could catch a glimpse of that beautiful silver hair. Dahlia would never lose to someone like that heir. Dahlia would never be killed by something like a basilisk. Indeed, it was possible that the basilisk had not yet been defeated. I came here with that thought, but to be honest, it was impossible for Dahlia to be easily defeated. In fact, I think it's more likely that the basilisk has already been defeated. So you should hear it. You should be able to see it. That child's voice and appearance. I would never miss hearing that wonderful voice. I couldn't possibly miss that most beautiful figure. I was always by that girl's side, and I found her immediately. My gaze swept across the darkness. Potter and Ginny Weasley collapsed, as if dead, and she stood before a giant snake. There she was, undoubtedly, her silver-white hair shimmering with a faint light. Dahlia, finally found. My dear friend, I have always respected you since childhood. My favorite friend saved me. I stepped forward, as if clenching my legs. He didn't care about Potter or Weasley's sister lying on the ground. It didn't matter why they had fallen. The basilisk lying on the ground was no longer a problem. As I expected, Dahlia simply defeated the basilisk. The only remaining concern was where the real heir had gone, but I don't have time to worry about that now. Dahlia is alive, and she is here. This fact alone is what interests me most right now. As I looked at her hair, more beautiful than anything else, the emotions I had been suppressing began to overflow in my heart. I'm sorry, Dahlia. My heart was filled with deep regret, guilt, and love. All I could do was wait. Although I knew Dahlia was alone, I never approached her. I always just hoped that you would step forward and come to me, even though we are friends, even though I want to be your friend. I'm sorry, Dahlia. I apologized repeatedly in my heart, then continued forward. It hurts, doesn't it? It's lonely, isn't it? It's sad, isn't it? I don't know what Dahlia is worried about, but I know Dahlia is in pain. Yet I left Dahlia alone for a long time. There were many ways. I just made various excuses, and in the end, I didn't want to help you. In the end, I couldn't help but be afraid of being disliked by you. I don't want you to know that I know your secret. When you are hurt, I am afraid you will find out that I don't understand your troubles. That's why I ran away. In the end, I just made up all sorts of excuses to run away. Because you hate me. I value being with you more than I value you. I only cared about my relationship with you and didn't consider you. That's not what I call a friend. I'm sorry, Dahlia. But I won't run away anymore. I will save you. That's why I no longer hesitate. Even if others say I'm a coward, I won't hesitate anymore. Even if you hate me, I want to save you. I still think so now. So please, don't stay in a place like this alone anymore. Dahlia. With such determination, I spoke to Dahlia. I quickly averted my gaze from Dahlia's eyes. Dahlia, why? Why are you here? Puzzled, I asked him the reason for Dahlia's sudden appearance. However, as soon as the words left my mouth, I started to think again, wondering what I had heard. Dahlia is truly a kind child. This is too much for me. And that previous sentence. Dahlia, I've come to get you. Let's go home together. From these, only one answer could be considered. She came to pick me up. The security system was likely strengthened, and the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was unknown. I don't know how she managed to get this far through all the hardships, but in the end, she traveled all this way to find me. This is a Chamber of Secrets. Even though there's a basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. Besides that, there might also be an heir who controls the basilisk. She completely disregarded the danger and came to this place. He came to pick me up for this kind of thing. She should already know that I'm not human, but she still came to pick me up. I don't deserve this. I have no right to do such a thing. As a monster, I can't even reciprocate Dahlia's kindness. Of course, I came to pick up Dahlia. Even so, Dahlia's voice was still warm, making it painful for me to hear. She spoke kind words to me, just as she did before she knew I was a monster. just as she did when she saved me from Professor Lockhart. If I said I wasn't happy, I'd be lying. No matter how she looked at me, I was happy to see Dahlia's kind heart continue to give me the same warmth. I couldn't help but rejoice in her beauty. I couldn't help but feel that it was a blessing to be by her side. But that's why, when I heard that Dahlia was kidnapped, I deeply regretted that I couldn't even give you anything. That's why. Dahlia, what are you saying? I interrupted my beloved Dahlia's voice with harsh words. Are you hugging me? What are you saying? I don't want to be with you. No, not just you. I don't even want to be with my brother. That's why I'm not with you. You left us. But, do you still want to get close to me? Idiot, please tell me to take a break. You've come all the way to a place like this. I don't know how you found this place. But did you come for such a stupid thing? What a troublesome person. I was happy, but it was painful. Although I couldn't forgive her, I felt that I was continuing to maintain an ambiguous relationship with Dahlia, neither pushing her away nor letting her get closer, which made me see my own sin. It was as if he realized that if he hadn't pushed her away, he would have put her in danger for very stupid reasons. And I know now that her words will never come true for me, because I realized that this monster, was no longer allowed to be with anyone. Those dreamlike happy days are gone forever. So I interrupted. Don't let Dahlia get close to me, this monster. And this way, I won't suffer anymore. But, although, I put my hand on my chest, which had been hurting just now. Why does my chest hurt so much? This time I'm leaving Dahlia. Even though I'm just doing what I should have done from the moment we met. If I don't do this, Dahlia will continue to suffer, and I will continue to suffer. No matter how much I love Dahlia, when I see a future I cannot have, I will suffer even more. For my own sake, and especially for Dahlia's sake, I must keep my distance from the person I care about most. This is the only thing I can do for the person I care about. However, at the thought of Dahlia possibly leaving me, my heart ached more than ever before. This is inconsistent. Wrong. I shouldn't feel this way. I completely failed to understand my feelings and thoughts. Although this is about me, I know nothing about myself. I only know that I am a monster. After talking to the basilisk, he realized a desperate truth: he was the only monster in the world. However, a monster who doesn't even understand his own thoughts. The real Dahlia is not good at lying. Enough, Dahlia. Dahlia just smiled slightly in response. The warmth reflected in her eyes hadn't faded at all. Dahlia's perspective. I always thought that in order to continue my relationship with Dahlia, it was necessary not to delve into her secrets. As long as I didn't touch her secrets, I could be with her forever. That's how I continued to deceive myself. But this was just my lack of courage. No matter how you pretend not to know her secret, no matter how much you wish to be together forever, there will come a day when you have to step into her secret. Conversely, if I knew this secret, such a situation could be avoided. If I don't move forward, even this vague relationship will be lost. I will lose Dahlia forever. So move forward. This matter finally gave me the courage to move forward, and I still have to move forward now. As I walked towards Dahlia, I stared at her expression. That beautiful face was distorted as if she was about to cry, while at the same time averting her gaze from mine. Dahlia, you are indeed very smart, but when it comes to yourself, you are hopelessly dull. I thought this as I straddled the two griffin doors. Dahlia probably said these words to make me hate her this time. I remember what she said before. No, brother, Dahlia. Please leave me alone for a while. This is also for your brother's good. After we rescued Dahlia from her helpless predicament, she said this to us. Please don't come near me again. That wasn't the only time I said these words. Whenever I tried to approach her, or when Granger tried to approach her, Dahlia always uttered such clumsy rejections. I don't know what Dahlia knows, nor what she is still worried about. Even though I know she is a vampire, even though I know she is not human, I still don't understand everything about Dahlia. But this is all I understand. She never wants to get rid of her true feelings. She feels that she must be lonely, but at the same time, she hates loneliness no matter what. I can be sure of that now. As proof, Dahlia looks like she's about to cry now. Perhaps she herself is not aware of this. Just like the day I hurt Dahlia, she looked lost. At the time, I thought Dahlia was shocked because I had stepped into her secret. But the situation is different. In the end, she was hurt not because her secret was revealed, but because I thought she wasn't human. I was so deeply hurt because I thought he would leave me. It proved to be true, for despite his attempts to make me dislike him, the expression on his face was actually quite the opposite. However, the reason she stubbornly tried to keep her distance from us was, this isn't for myself, but for our family. This is also for my brother. I recalled the words of a brother and sister who, though not blood-related, shared a deep connection within their hearts. She had always been this way. She always tried to protect what was important to her by herself. Ah, you are so stubborn, so lonely. You are probably too kind. I didn't know the reason. I didn't know why she always blamed herself for having to be so lonely. I didn't know if she wanted me to lead her out of her loneliness. But I will definitely take you out of here. It doesn't matter if you hate it. I've decided. I will definitely save you and show you. As long as you hate loneliness, I will never give up. That's why. Really, Dahlia is not good at lying. Enough, Dahlia. I ignored Dahlia's abusive language and spoke to her softly. A dark space. In the silent space, only Dahlia's light breathing echoed. I know you want to be alone. I know that ever since our first year, from the moment we met, you've tried to somehow keep your distance from me. No, I'm not the only one. You've tried to distance yourself from everyone you've met. Everyone except your family. And now, even Draco. I slowly approached Dahlia, trying not to provoke her. And, except for Draco, you tried to keep others away from you to keep your secret. This was also to protect your family. But Dahlia, the truth is I know. I've known for a long time and have kept silent. I've been keeping your secret. I finally said it. The things I didn't have the courage to do, hidden until now. As expected, Dahlia looked very surprised, so I continued to speak. Dahlia, you're a vampire, aren't you? I've always noticed. It's not just because you don't get sunlight. You frown at the smell of garlic, and then you hide and drink blood. In the tower. Yes, I've always known that Dahlia is a vampire. She is not human, but a subhuman who drinks human blood. Even so, however, I've never been afraid of you. I've never thought of leaving you. So, Dahlia, you don't have to try to leave me anymore. Even without it, I can still protect your secret. That's why. I liked you. I always wanted to be friends with the girl I admired since I was little. That wouldn't disappear just because you were a subhuman. So please stay with me and don't feel lonely. That's what I wanted to say. But, is that so? My words were interrupted by Dahlia's cold voice. Her expression was no longer as surprised as before, but had returned to its usual indifference. In her golden eyes, only a deeper despair than before flickered. Is that all you know? Dahlia's perspective. It's not that I don't know anything, but that's why. Indeed, there were many times before when I suspected that Dahlia had noticed my other half. Besides her brother, Dahlia spent the most time with her at Hogwarts. No one could understand my truth better than her, even though she hinted that she couldn't get enough sunlight. I let Dahlia get too close to me to hide my secret, but even knowing this, I still chose to stay by her side. She couldn't possibly know my secret. If she did, she would definitely leave me. As a vampire, she would definitely flee from me. Since she didn't flee, she would never know my secret. I had long held this convenient fantasy, but things were different now. In fact, Dahlia knew about me and still chose to be with me. Once again, I painfully remembered the child I relied on to live. Truly, you are a brave and kind girl. It's natural that I fell in love with you, but precisely because of that, I will never leave you. Even if Dahlia allowed me to be a vampire, what I had to do would not change. No, in fact, my resolve became even stronger. My determination would overcome the sorrow of separation. She only knew half of my secret. And that was a seemingly trivial, insignificant secret. Even though my wounds healed quickly, she still desperately wanted to get close to me because she knew I was a vampire. He must have thought my body was a monster, just like my brother. But the situation was different. I found that I acted more like a monster than Dahlia. We couldn't go back to our previous relationship. I couldn't go back. I can't let her get into danger again because she is kind, knows half of my secret, and still stays by my side. I can't let you stay with this monster anymore. Dahlia, who had forgiven my blood-sucking, my being a devil, had to be told the truth this time. You are a very kind and brave girl. You realized I was a vampire and stayed with me. Truly, you are a child I don't deserve. Dahlia? I ignored Dahlia, who looked confused, and continued to speak. But that's why I have to say goodbye to you. Even if you understand half of my secret, I can't stay by your side anymore. Because you only know I'm a vampire. So, of course, I don't know everything about you. But, no, Dahlia. If you knew everything, you wouldn't tolerate me as before. No, you shouldn't tolerate me. My other half is made up of something more terrifying than a vampire. I began to speak. This was a secret I dared not reveal to my family. There was no fear, because he no longer had to worry about Dahlia leaving him. Instead, I said this to make him leave. And anyway, I wouldn't be able to live after Dahlia left. Before I died, I might have felt that I wanted to express my deepest thoughts to someone. Let someone punish me for my inherent sins. I am, Dahlia, as you know, a vampire. They are artificially created beings by mixing the blood of someone. What do you mean? It was created? And there's someone. Dahlia, who didn't understand true darkness, probably couldn't imagine. Of course, even if you were suddenly told it was artificially created, you would find it hard to understand. So I decided to tell her slowly, one by one, to make Dahlia understand the truth and choose to leave me. Yes, you also know this person. However, not many people say his true name. The most famous figure in the wizarding world. If you want to be famous, for better or worse, there's only one person like you. He has killed and tortured the most muggles, muggle-borns, and wizards. The most dangerous person everyone fears and everyone knows. Everyone calls that person he who must not be named. Even without saying the name, everyone knew who that name was. The moment Dahlia's existence came to her mind, obvious fear flashed in Dahlia's eyes. This showed that I was not suitable for the House of Malfoy after all. Oh, no way. Yes, that's right, I am a monster created by the Dark Lord to kill. I just continued calmly. Father said that I was created to stand above the Death Eaters, to cleanse the world of muggles and impure bloodlines. In this body of mine, there is not a drop of Malfoy blood in my veins. My body is composed of things meant to kill such people. The blood of a vampire might have given me a strong body and regenerative abilities. The glove was still off. I picked up a nearby stone and gently crushed it. There were some scratches on my palm, but they closed up in an instant, just like when Dahlia saw him in potion class. Then, by mixing the blood of a vampire with the blood of the Dark Lord, I received the blood of Sorlaser Slytherin, the purest blood. I guess he wanted to give him superhuman power. Dahlia seemed speechless at the sudden truth she faced. From a while ago, she had been repeating the action of closing her mouth whenever she wanted to say something. No wonder. Ever since she entered Hogwarts, there had always been a mysterious monster mixed with the Dark Lord's blood by her side. For the people of the wizarding world, who were filled with fear of the Dark Lord, the vampire seemed like an insignificant fact. But that wasn't enough. Dahlia didn't actually hate me. Even the Malfoy family knew this fact. I thought Dahlia was probably as kind as them and wouldn't leave them just because of this. That's why I decided to tell you the exact truth. In fact, this meant that I should never get close to the people I cared about. And the Emperor didn't just give me this non-human body. Even if I created this body, it wasn't full inside, so he put it inside me. It's just an inorganic substance, just a substitute to fill the body. It can't even be called a soul, some kind of inorganic substance. I remembered the words of the Dark Lord, who was present just now. Your soul is not human. It is just an inanimate object. It is like a substitute, existing only to move the body and fill the body. The one who created me said this. If that was the case, his words might have been what he meant. Something like my soul is not human. That's not all. I secretly glanced at the ground. The floor of the Chamber of Secrets was wet with water, reflecting my image like a mirror. For a moment, I felt that the scene I saw was exactly the same as in the mirror. This substitute was contaminated from the moment it was brought into this world. Impure, it felt like killing something. Killing people was fun. The Dark Lord didn't create me like this. I am who I am. I am that monster because I am myself, and I want to kill people. You must have seen it. I was about to kill the youngest daughter of the Weasley family lying there. Dahlia, what are you saying? Dahlia said something, but I didn't listen. I couldn't stop the torrent of confession. I was already tired. She decided to keep secrets from the people she cared about, to continue to be afraid of herself. From now on, I will continue to live in fear of secrets. I thought the Dark Lord gave me such terrible emotions to make me kill, but that was wrong. Although I was created to kill, but that's not the case. He's not like he was born wanting to kill. The proof is that the basilisk has no desire to kill. I averted my gaze from Dahlia and turned around. The basilisk's body lay there, unchanged. I was looking for him the whole time I was away from you and your brother. It was only when I found out that Harry Potter was a Parseltongue like me that I realized the true identity of this monster. I also recognized that it was a basilisk. Speaking of a basilisk, it is synonymous with a monster that can kill with a single glance, and it is also a monster that was created to kill, just like me. I thought so too. He could tell me who I was, what kind of existence I was, why I was born. I continued, gently stroking his body. There was no point in doing so anymore. Although there was no salvation there,